Hey everyone, welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Cyprus. We are here in the brand new Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel and Spa. I'm Lulu Young, and I'm here with Randy Liu and Henry Kilburn. Sorry. So Henry, it's not your first time, right?
It's not,
You've
no.
been here for 2 weeks for covering the MPP,
I have indeed.
right? So how do you feel, and how do you enjoy the resort so far?
Honestly, like coming into this, I had this whole spiel planned of like what I've enjoyed, but I want to kind of just relay what the players have told me. You know, the players that not only here for the first time, they were here for the MPP. Everyone jumping from spa to spa over at the Crystal Cove, at the Royal, here at the Diamond, the different restaurants that they have available. And I think like the biggest selling point is just the fact that before a tournament, you know, where the pressure is on, they can just go to the beach. You know, they can go to the swimming pool, the sauna and whatnot, and just really relax and kind of prepare themselves mentally. So for me personally, I've absolutely loved it. It's just so easy to have a good routine, especially for a poker player, you know, when you are under pressure for several hours of the day to just relax. And I think the players are really appreciating that, especially for a high roller series.
That sounded like you didn't covering the MPP, but the sauna and
That's
vacations,
pretty much,
everything.
yeah, for sure. Like it was a walk in the park in terms of commentary. Yeah,
Yeah,
spoiled.
nice. So, Randy, it's your first time here. So, how's your impression, and what do you think about the whole setup for players? Do you think it's easier for the players to perform?
Yeah, actually, this setup is really, really nice here in Cyprus. The venue is very big. It's very grand. There's a lot of chandeliers, and it just feels very classy. Lots of space. Here, we actually have room to put two featured tables. Some of the locations we only had room for one, which is really nice. It's better for the viewing experience, better for the players. Triton's always listening to the players on how to improve the experience, and they're giving away gear to them. It's just really great place, and there's easy access to food. You don't have to go all the way to the restaurant. There's food just waiting for you, drinks to relax,
Yeah,
and like Henry
exactly.
said, there's the beaches and things like that to just kind of chill out until you got game time.
Yeah, nice. So, looking forward to today's action, we have a lot in the store for you. A little later, we'll be have covering the event two, which is the 30K 6 max. But for now, we'll return our attention to the final day of the event one, which is the 25K A max. And so, you two both have been commentating for yesterday. And how many entries for yesterday?
Oh, record breaking. I mean, it got to 130, matching the record in London. And boss man Paul Pua texted his good friend, Rob Young, who was up in his room, said, "Hey, Rob, we're one entry away from breaking the record. Do you mind coming down from your hotel room and jumping in this 25K?" And Rob Young, friends in high places, coming down and entering as entry number 131. So a record breaking field here in Cyprus. And to be honest with you, it doesn't surprise me after Madrid. You know, the amount of feedback that we got, the players are just clearly hungry for these high roller series. And it's just great to see event number one, a record being broken. And, hey, we've still got tons of events coming up. So maybe there's even more records to be broken. Who knows?
So, what do you make you think that Triton is become bigger and bigger?
Honestly, I think it's a mixture of things. So, firstly, obviously, we had the pandemic. Everyone was locked away. There was a thirst for poker. People were grinding online. There's now satellites running on GG Poker as well. So, more and more people are becoming aware of the Triton Super High Roller Series. And yeah, a lot of people improved during the pandemic because everyone was just stuck at home grinding online. And now that it's a lot easier to access these events in the form of travel. I know you traveled from a long way away, so did you. Myself, I came from America, and it was just, hop on a plane, and here you are in Cyprus. You get to play some high stakes. So I think a mixture of things. So obviously, people getting better during the pandemic, but now with the travel restrictions kind of no longer there, people find it a lot easier to travel and compete in these events.
And for the first time, we have these online qualifiers from GG
Yeah,
Poker, right? You want to talk about that?
yeah, for sure. I mean, Randy, you've obviously been someone that has played online before, and when you can qualify for these big events from the comfort of your own home, you don't have to risk anything by flying here, booking hotels. You're just grinding the satellites, and you kind of treat it as a hey, if I qualify, I'll go. If I don't, then I'll just stay at home. And I think that's something we can look forward to going
Yeah,
forward.
I think that it's really nice that we have these qualifiers now for these Triton events. I think in the very beginning, people thought this was just an exclusive high roller scene where not everyone was allowed to play. You would just see the big names like Ivy, Dwan, but no one knew really how to get into these games. But Triton has really expanded. Now they've got these qualifiers where people can come out and play. I think it starts off as little as $25. Of course, you can jump to satellite, and people got into this 25K playing a $2,500 for the last step. And they got in. There was 3 qualifiers into this 25K. Yuri, who did eventually bubble, Artur Martirosyan, and one other player. So it is really nice to see it grow. It doesn't surprise me because I've seen it grow. We've seen newcomers back in Madrid, but here I think we have a record number of new people playing this event, and I think people are going to see this. They're back at home. Other regs that didn't decide to make it out here to Cyprus are definitely coming out to the next event.
Yeah. So after watching the whole day one tournament, you two have been commentating for the whole day. And anything that you want to mention about, like we have so many new faces, and then there were 2 female players, and one of them, Ebony, was once on the chip leading. And how is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to see her actually get to that chip lead. She got in like pocket eights and queens, hit some running straight, but then she got in like aces versus queens, made a big call of ace queen against nines, and double all the way to 1.6 million. And the second place only had like 900,000 or so. She was crushing really hard. This is her first Triton event debut, and it's a big game, but she's playing her game. She's been supported by lots of her friends like Phil Nagy out there, who's going to put her in, help her get into the 200K coin rivet that's coming up in the future. So there's a businessman and the poker pro, and she's playing great. I would love to see her do well. We haven't had a Triton female champion yet, and maybe today's that day.
Maybe, and the thing that I really love about it as well is you had the chance to speak with her during break, and just the sheer humility.
Yeah, that's
she was
pretty dramatic.
Yeah,
to,
she's like 5 weeks
such
ago,
a high.
I got the call. Hey, you're coming to Cyprus. You're playing the 25K. You're playing the 200K. And from a confidence point of view, she's been working on her game to make the money in her first ever, not only Triton event, but her first ever 25K buy-in. I think that's really going to help her settle the nerves, confidence coming into that 200K that you mentioned, and hopefully doing really well here. I mean, you'd love to see more and more people from the female part of the community just coming here to compete, and she's really representing it strongly here.
Yeah, and so Henry, because I also got an interview with Espen.
Oh, okay.
And, right? You're the best fan of him. So what do you think he's first perform in here?
Well, I mean, it's something that he's definitely been gunning for a long time. And obviously, off of the back of winning WSOP main, he's now rolled to play some of these events. And I think for Espen, it's slightly different. He is just absolutely thrilled to be able to sit down and compete with some of his idols. People that he's been looking up to, that have been kind of setting the tone for the high rollers here at the Triton series. People like Makita, Jason come to mind. And he's just really excited about the competition. Managed to spin it up. I believe he got relatively short at one point, span it up to around about 500K, and then ran his kings into the aces of Patrick Antonius. So look, first Triton event, kings into aces, we'll take it. It's just part of the game. Hopefully the variance evens out. And listen, he can't complain, right? He just won the main event, so no bad beat stories from Espen, hopefully.
All right. So after the day one, and we were in the money for 16 players, right? So what was the result by the end of the night?
So 17 places paid. It was one of our
Right.
qualifiers, actually, Yuri Zivalevsky, that bubbled. Qualified on GG Poker. Obviously, Yuri, a very well-known crusher, arguably one of the most popular players to ever come out of Brazil. So he's no stranger to big buy-in tournaments. He's no stranger to the money bubble. Sometimes it's your day to go home empty-handed,
You
and
think
that
he
was
was
the
happy?
case for him. I doubt it, but getting that score on your resume in your first ever Triton event. But hey, he's got an entire 2 weeks to prove himself here, and Triton is the proving ground for high rollers, and I'm sure he'll perform well. But yeah, down to the final 16, final 2 tables, 51,400 locked up. I'm really excited to see who goes after this, because it's a pretty flat payout structure until we get down to the final table. So if we jump into the application, obviously 825K for first, but if we look at the payouts, guys, from 16th, so we have 16 remaining, 51 4 locked up, all the way up to 12th. Not much of a pay jump for a 25K. So with these middling stacks with similar stack depths, I really just want to see people go after it. And one man comes to mind, and it's boss man, Paul Poor, top of the chip counts with 34 big blinds. And more importantly, he has the experience. Record cashes. Randy, we saw him in Madrid cash the first event with a final table, came 5th, and then finally got the monkey off his back.
Yeah, I mean, he was known as the second place guy. He kept on getting second place in every single Triton series. Madrid is probably currently his favorite stop because that's where he got his first title. But now he knows how to get it done, right? Like, he doesn't need to get the second place. He can go for that win. Maybe he's going to be a little bit more reckless this time. I'm not so sure. But it'll be something he'll have to do. But he's got a lot of tough competition. As you look at the app, right, we've got Seth Davies behind him, Danny Tang, Patrick, and Tony. That is a very, very strong top 4 there. And, of course, lots of other players out there that are very strong. The past champions, Ivan Lau, multi-champion, Steve O'Dwyer. And, yeah, and I see some nice newcomers out. Guys that showed up in Madrid, like Bruno Volkmann comes to mind, very aggressive, one of my favorites. So the Brazilians always catch my eye.
Super aggro. Do you think that, given the experience that Paul has, where Mr. Second Place, if you will, he's got he has the final table bubble experience. He has the experience on, these top heavy payouts with large sums of money up top. As you noted, 6 newcomers still in the field, maybe lacking the experience of battling for this kind of money. Is that experience going to assist Paul to kind of just, navigate this maybe somewhat easier than if it was a list of people that had been here several times over?
Yeah, for some people it's their first try, and they might be like a little. I don't want to say they're scared, but they might not like. There's a chance that they don't play as optimally in some certain spots that are maybe very close. Whereas Paul, the money it's nice for him, but I don't think he really needs it. He wants the trophy, so he might be able to press a little bit harder if he wants to. Of course, these guys are going to be trying to adjust each other, but I don't think the difference between, a little bit of extra money for Paul is that important. He's just going to make the optimal plays,
title, right?
But it's the title that's very important. But he won't be reckless because he wants to play as good as he can.
For sure. And obviously, stacks being a bit shallow at the moment as well, which is something we're not used to here at Triton, courtesy of a record-breaking field, courtesy of a long or prolonged bubble. So action going to be thick and fast, in my opinion. People coming back. It's going to just be a classic case of standard rejam spot, 15 big blinds, 20 big blinds running into a calling hand, and all of a sudden we're going to be down to the final table, which, shouldn't really take that long. But anyone in mind, other than Bossman Paul, that you think is...
has a chance to
Yeah, I mean, they
win
all
it.
do, right? Obviously, all of these players have the experience, but...
Yeah. A lot of the big names, of course, like Paul, Danny Tang, and Patrick are doing really well up top. But down at the bottom, I'm really liking Bruno Volkmann.
There we go.
I know he's very skilled at playing these kind of 20 big blinds, 15, and be creative with it, not just the standard rejams. He knows how to get a little bit tricky and do some quiet moves. He's just one of my favorite players to watch. I think not too many people know about him, besides, unless you're in the circle of online MTTs. But I think if he can kind of get things going, you guys are going to be in for a treat.
Well, let me put it to you this way. Bruno Volkmann on GG Poker, real name Ellis. That's how good he is at poker, So, yeah, definitely in for a treat, especially if he can find that double early on, as you mentioned, get up to around the 30 big blind mark. He's a force to be reckoned with. And, on the red table, just quickly, one of the tables that we will be covering, slightly deeper. So obviously we had the shorter stack, Steve O'Dwyer, Ivan on the blue table. But on the red table, have Seth, obviously one of the chip leaders, Patrick, as you already mentioned. Eric, so here, maybe not going to be a case of, a flurry of bust outs. These guys are going to see more flops. They're going to play more hands in position and, kind of navigate it in the post-flop streets compared to just running the variants.
Yeah, thank you very much for reminding us of everything about event one. And later today, we'll be having all our favorite players back for the event two, which is 30K 6 max. But for now, let's just get back to the action on the event one, 25K 8 max final two
Let's
tables.
jump into it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go. Showtime. A quick look at the chip counts. It is Bossman who are out in front, 34 big blinds. But as we already mentioned, I think it's a little shallower here compared to most Triton events, courtesy of that prolonged bubble. And Paul, although he is the chip leader at the table, loses a flip against anyone else, all of a sudden he's middle of the pack. Things can change pretty quickly here. Randy, let's dive into it. I'm excited for this one, record-breaking field. As we jump into the first hand of the day on table blue.
Yeah, so it's looking good.
There he is. Paul, chip leader, repping the Triton merch as per usual. I need to get me one of these blue hats.
Yeah, they got the new colors, the new merch. And I know you're always eyeballing, chatting about the
I am.
merch
I
store.
did well this time. I went over whilst they were setting up the store. Managed to reserve myself a few pieces. So
Got it.
got it locked up. Got it all locked up. Paul coming in with the open from under the gun. We are 8-handed, 2 tables of 8. Popping things up with the 5s. And as we mentioned on the pre-show, relatively flat payouts from 16th kind of down to the final 12, 11. So the ICM noose, so to speak, not as tight as it would be when we get down to the final 10, 9. So for now, players going to be seeing flops.
Yeah, I think it's a good point what you made earlier was that, it's so shallow that people can kind of go a little more reckless and kind of just go for it because
Sure.
they're not here to get like $5,000 pay jumps, right? They're here for that top price.
Yeah.
And they made the big pay jump, which was 0 to 51,000.
And with it being such a huge prize up top, I mean, how often do we get to see more than 30 buy-ins up top in a 25K high roller? Doesn't happen that often. And yeah, again, 131 runners here in Cyprus. Really strong start to the series. And I'm looking forward to seeing even bigger first prizes later on in the series. But for now, final 2 tables. Event number 1, 25K 8 max. We're just going to enjoy this one, as Faradin Mustafov has flop top pair after defending the big.
Yeah, so Paul, was probably looking for a one and done with the pocket 5 on this type of board texture. Turns the ace though, and it does cross your mind that maybe I could multi-barrel this and put some max pressure on the queen because of how deep we are into the tournament. He's thinking about it, you can see.
Yeah, I agree. Certainly a turn card that favors his range, and even when we do get called, we have the emergency outs in the form of a 3 would give us a straight, the emergency 2 outs that would give us a set, assuming that, set would be good. And he does come for the 300k bet on the turn. Setting up, Randy, note, a very natural river stack to pot ratio of around about 0.75, kind of asking the question of Faradin Mustafov, hey, are you ready to be put to the test for your tournament life?
Oh, he's ready. He's making a big call here with the queen.
And wow, first hand straight off the bat, a chip lead pot here. Or potential for a chip lead pot.
Oh, well, the queen is that card where it's very hard for Paul to continue. stabbing away. Because if Paul had a hand like Ace King Ace Jack, is he really going to bet again when the Queen pair is probably not? So I think he should be giving up here a lot.
Does knuckle it back, Randy, and
9.
maybe a sigh of relief for Faradine. I guess on that river, he's always calling, but had the offsuit 7 rolled off, you know, a Broadway card in the form of a king, jack or 10 would have been in a really tough spot. Gets the check mark. Great start for the Bulgarian here. Moving up into 3rd. Paul moving down into 4th. So Faradine now covering Paul.
Like that, we just swipe over to the other
So
action.
easy, right? We no breaks.
Final 2 tables too. This is just perfect. We don't miss any big action. We see here, Danny Tang, trip 10's ace kicker, open-ended for 4.
So Danny coming with around half pot on the turn, flopping trip 10s. As we can see, Warre, who would normally be in relatively okay shape in the form of 8 ounce, note that in the form of, yeah, he would potentially, if he thinks both aces and 9s live, 8 ounce. Note that only 4 of them are live, as an 8 would boat up Danny Tang. Danny off to a strong start here, 2.9 million chip leader.
That was a good discipline lay down with the Queen Jack in position. Like a lot of guys in position kind of talk themselves into, you know, maybe peeling one off and something magical happens in your favor. But there, you know, the ace would have been disaster, as you noted earlier.
Yeah, I'm stubborn like that, Randy.
Yeah, you're like, if I have a flush draw at some point, you're seeing all 5 cards, right?
If you're going to at me next time, just at me directly, okay? There's no need to, you know, cover it up with some players. Just, look, Henry Kilbane doesn't fold draws.
Thank you.
It's a bit of a station.
So, gut shot, okay, I must see all 5 cards, no matter the price. No matter the buy-in.
I just spike cool, you know? Here she is, star of the show so far this tournament. Ebony Kenny playing her first ever 25k, chip leading at several points throughout day 1. Finds herself ITM here, 51,400 locked up, 16 left.
Awkward stack size of this hand, right? You know, you got like 13 big blinds. Just like, oh, do I raise? Do I fold? What do I do? And she just lays it down conservatively. I think it's fine. Just depends on how people react to your raises with that stack depth in that position.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Really awkward stack depth. And given that, even though, you know, she sat there with the 12 blinds, 13 blinds, note the rest of the field also in that area. So just by being patient and just finding the open jam spot rather than the awkward Jack 10 spot, could easily move up to, you know, top 5 in chips, courtesy of a double.
All right, so Volkman opens King Queen. Davies with pocket 5s in a spot where it's going to rejam or fold. Just depends on how wide he thinks Volkman's open from the hijack. And I think if he knows Volkman, it's wide enough where he can consider jamming this. But he's just going to lay it down. Gotta feel good to take that down with King Queen. You don't want to be faced with a jam with this hand, right? It's like, okay, if you want to play me, then just at least call. Let me see a flop.
Also, Randy, note the size of the pot. You know, just by raising and taking down the blinds and antes, Bruno moving up a couple of spots there. I mean, it's pretty significant at the moment.
You told me earlier, you know, like throughout this, as we approached these today, day 2, the average stack was very, very shallow. And, you know, this is not normal, but I would say this is going to favor the players who really grind out a lot of tournaments online, right? The guys who've got 15, 20 big blinds all the time, high stakes, they're going to be able to take advantage here. And sure, they may bust sooner, but if, you know, you just raise a couple times, put some aggressive 3-bets in, and you can run up a stack really well and just take it away.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this because it's the type of tournament now, courtesy of that bubble, that is just going to induce action. As Patrick Antonius, one of the only player, well, one of the only 6 players with more than average, going to come with the min open from the cutoff. One of his raise fold candidates, one would assume.
All right, bunch of diamonds. You're shallow, you've got 11 big blinds. You got to see a flop here.
Yeah, for sure. Get to realize our equity a lot more the shallower we get in the big blind.
Wow,
Passes
just
up
laying
on
it
it.
down.
Seems fine.
I don't know. You think it's fine? Maybe just.
I think
I think you should be defending, but maybe it's like she doesn't play the stack depth as much as some of the other people, possibly.
I think from a chip EV point of view, certainly a defend. But this is a really peculiar dynamic on both tables where, as we already noted, you know, preserving that one big blind to then double, you know, in the next couple of hands, she moves up into top 5, top 6 in chips. And with it just being so closely knitted, you know, from 6 down to 16, I can get behind being a little bit more conservative, a bit tighter from the blinds. Gives us a bit more fold equity when we do open jam, and also that stack preservation given how shallow this tournament is.
Gotcha. Well, we can see Volkman, he's going to be raising Jack 10 suited here. He's kind of got more of a different approach. Seems like he wants to get involved in hands. Rory, look. King 9 of clubs.
400.
3-betting. I love this play. This guy is going to be playing the coin rivet as a businessman. Man, he plays like a pro. Look at this move.
Let's go, big man.
And look at these stack sizes too, right? They're very, very shallow. I'm just like, I'm still going to just muscle my way to win this spot.
Yeah, note the 3-bet size, by the way, given the shallow stacks that Randy mentioned. Just coming with the 2.5x and already just getting to leverage the pressure pre-flop, and great pickup there from Eric Warre, maybe noting that Bruno is going to be one of the more aggressive players.
I mean, someone's got to give him intel, right? You think he plays with Bruno Volkman regularly? I don't. What's it on GG or something?
Yeah.
Wow.
Sneaky little pickup.
I'm telling you, the businessman in for a treat in the coin rivet with Eric's play. At least he's going to be 3-betting King 9 clubs. Nice.
Bruno out of there. To Ebony Kenny on the button. Jack 9-0 into the mark. Our first blind v blind confrontation of the day.
Solid stacks. Actually, both with the medium aces. Could be interesting, actually. I think the A6 standard is too limp with this stack depth.
Danny agrees.
Ace 8. Is this a raise or is this a check? I like to check because you raise and get jammed on, you're not calling off. Probably for 25 big blinds this deep. So I think the check is pretty solid, even though usually you have the best hand.
Yeah, 100%. Have to agree with you on that one. Also just gives you, you know, some coverage on ace high boards.
So what's your over-under on the 30K today?
Good job. Looking
131
likely.
yesterday. What does the 30K do?
Gets 100.
115, 110?
I wonder how much that 5K makes a difference.
Ace
or
of
something.
hearts on the
Maybe
river.
it is.
That's some value.
Cooler
coming in.
situation.
Yeah, the ace,
Over
the 8
100
will
players.
play on this one.
I think
Will indeed.
over under 100.
She
110.
gets snapped off here. Depending on the sizing.
135,000.
I guess I would take
Danny
over.
coming
110.
with just north of half. Santi ever finds the raise here, blind v blind?
Well, that's what he's thinking about. I know he's certainly not thinking about folding. I guess he's wondering how often he's getting trapped by a
they do
limp
that
pre-flop, where he
real-time
might be
chip count
value
thing
owning
is just
himself.
Phenomenal.
Wow, this is pretty baller raise here, right? A lot of guys
So
just,
cool.
you know, just call like Psy, right? But this is, wow, snap call, 8 plays. That is some impressive poker from Santi Zheng there.
Well, well, well. Santi Zheng coming with the value raise on the river, getting looked up.
Sick.
Yeah, moves up to 4th in chips, I believe.
Wow, if I ever thought about playing these 25Ks, that went down after watching that hand. Jeez. That was a very impressive raise down the river.
And we just heard Eric Warren and Seth Davis exchanging a couple of words about the 30k. The guesstimate being 110 runners in that 30k from Seth. Strong.
Well, yeah, it would be less just because some of these guys are, playing this tournament
Of
still.
course. Yep.
But it could be one of those days where everyone's getting cooler. And, we got 150 entries, maybe. Or maybe no one busts. Who knows? But what I do know is every single one of these guys pretty much almost have like a max rebuy bankroll for these events.
Unlimited re-entries, eh?
9s. Hijack. 19 big blinds. Very comfortable spot. Bit too much to open jam, so I like the raising. He opts for a little bit larger sizing pre-flop, I notice.
Comes with 2.5x, just really...
Probably a reasoning based on potentially who's in the big blind, stacks behind him.
De-incentivizing the pre-flop pill with a hand like 9's vulnerable post-flop.
Yeah, this is a solid hand to 3-bet jam with. King, queen. You block the hands that can call you off, like ace, king, ace, queen. Pocket pairs they call off. Or you coin flip in with them. I like the play. And I think these 9s can't go anywhere.
Good luck, gentlemen. Chip lead pot. Chenkov with the jam on the button. After pull open, the 2 9s from the hijack. And Nano, this one, huge for both players. And for the overall tournament. If Paul can hold with the 9s, will be the first player to cross the 3 million chip mark.
Oh, that is bad for Boss Man.
Gonna need to find one of the 2 remaining 9s in the deck. No dice. Chenkov wins the flip and moves up into first. Bossman.
This is just one of those days, right? You go from chip leader to last, just under 2 big blinds. Just because you're chip leader does not mean you got it locked up.
Oh, especially in
shallow stacks.
Yeah, for sure. It's been here plenty of times.
Yeah, it's got to be disappointing.
Another cash on the resume, though. Randy moving up to 22, a
like,
record.
He doesn't want to be the guy that just cashes, okay?
True,
he wants to be the guy with titles now. He's crossed that mark. But yes, very impressive, you're right. How many cashes?
22, I believe.
22.
Yeah. So, not only does he hold the record, he holds it by some amount, I believe 7. A lead of 7. Let's have a quick look, jump into the app. I stand corrected, sorry. Jason Kuhn with the second most cashes, 19. For now 22. Still in this, by the way, 2 big blinds. We've seen it before, and especially
with a big blind
in this format.
Possible.
Yeah.
Too.
This format, but Artem Chenkov does move up into chip lead. Still pretty wild chip lead at 37 big blinds.
But it's his first Triton event for Vishenkov. Me and Ollie were casting at the beginning of this tournament, and he made quad 9s against Ibinger and got the bet jam and got paid off by ace king high on a jack 9 7 9 X. And he's doing good. It's not a bad day for his first Triton.
Certainly one of the highlight hands of yesterday's play. You just get quads, turn quads.
And get paid off.
Opponent calls turning like, hang on a minute. I have all of this, what does he have? Look at this. Talk about initiating potential spin. All in and a call. Paul waking up.
Good game, Mr. Paul.
With the ace king of spades.
Ivan. Hello from Malaysia. Good friends.
Wow. King high flop. There we say it. Nano.
It's a start. He's going to hold here and get 450,000.
155.
Yes, indeed. 50k, you know, one more double, and he's no longer shortest stack. That's how.
This is actually
Nothing
why
good.
some of those pros, you ever see them go all in and leave one chip behind. It's mainly, you're going to see it in action. Paul's going to just ship this tournament now, right? He had just above one big blind. Because that big blind ante, the big blind, the small blind you get so much money for your remaining one big blind. You know, yes, Paul didn't do that, but you can see why pros
dealer.
do that and will be doing that in these future tournaments too.
哇，三鋪牌接你都必須食。
跟住再好刻意個刻意個兜路做一冷。
Hey, welcome.
老細，我已經夠窮啦，老細。
Translation, Henry.
Oh, you want me to translate? He said, well, I went from chip leader to short stack, and Ivan's saying, don't worry, pal, I've seen you spin it before. I believe that you can spin it again. Just, you know, words of encouragement, good friends.
Actually got it. It's about 98% right.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Thanks. I was in Malaysia a couple of months ago. Picked it up in just 1 week.
Nice.
Here we go, Jack 10.
They were speaking Malaysian, right?
I believe so.
Cantonese, man.
Is it Cantonese, was
Yes.
it? Okay. It was the Malaysian flags.
I found a fraudster.
There we go.
Jack 10.
They tricked me.
Ooh. But dear. I believe he's new to the Triton. Or potentially played one event. One of the previous ones. They're going to go for it. Paul, potential to run up a stack to 1,000,000 chips on a coin flip.
Good luck, Mr. Paul.
20.
He had 110,000. Could have 10x that real soon.
Very big blind. 推唔推我唔知喎。
I mean, 1,000,000 in the middle. I know if Paul can win this, going to move up to 11th in chips after being down to just a couple of big blinds. Jack 10 against 9s. Queen, Queen 6, couple of clubs. Running clubs not helping Paul, but flip backdoor straights. A king would now work for him as well. Ace, king, Jack 10 needed. No dice for Boss Man as Adir claims the scalp, moves up to 1.9 million in chips. I mean... Oh wow, yeah, that's well noted. That one hurts. That one definitely hurts. Left. 54,000 guaranteed. These final 15. Average stack 22 big blinds. Was just out in Japan for a couple of months. Oh, he's playing $100 buy-in tournaments, believe it or not. No joke. No joke. I'm not joking. He was out there, courtesy of a couple of Japanese poker friends / ambassadors. They're trying to grow the game, and it's really difficult to get into Japan at the moment, but they helped him with the visa and whatnot, and he just had a great time. He just wanted to show up and support his friends. And yeah, for a good 6 weeks was out there. Yeah. Just enjoying the country and some low stakes tournaments. I mean, Steve just loves the game. Just, I mean, I believe he was. I believe he was. I saw some hand history. Not even joking. We'll jump back into this.
Orada mı acaba?
Yeah, potential nothing burger here is Canapon. Finds the regen from the small. I don't see Chenkov ever calling this off here.
Thank you. Pause.
Make him sweat. You gotta make him sweat.
Maybe.
Easy shuffle. Oh, sweet.
Maybe. But you know.
Huh?
But you know.
Renggen. Arsenal Lincoln.
Kind of. Spent a decent amount of the last couple of years out there. Yeah, I'm actually looking for a new place to live. Yeah. Maybe. But this is the hand that I was telling you about, by the way. Steve O'Dwyer was playing. Yeah. Steve was just like, I hope the woman in seat 2 wins. She deserves it. With 30 big blinds, I raised button, bet flop, bet turn, jammed river on a queen 9 deuce 5-7 board, and she called with king 4 of hearts to bust me. Just king high. King high good for 30 bigs. Steve O'Dwyer showered in the $100 tournament in Japan. Still in the mix here. Super high roller series in Cyprus, 25k, event number 1, a record-breaking 25k, may I add.
Wow.
Let's come for the ISO jam, and I'm now at risk. Happy to see that it's a flip.
Flip.
Thereabouts. Fake flip. 544. Got to win flips to win tournaments. Well, 6 in the window. Queen 6 deuce. Staff off. Some backdoor potential. No longer available as the 9 of spades finds its way to the turn. And I'm on the out. It's the double.
Next time I will ask him about say Micah, you know. Ooh. I don't know. He told 6.
6. Okay. Next time when you all in on it?
You told 6. You told 6 and 6 fam. Next time I will ask you about my card in Olim. Okay?
You learn this?
6 already.
Okay.
Okay.
No surprises there. Yeah, big fan of
If
Adamo's
you want,
play
I can
style.
call for you.
Thank you.
You know, the most interesting thing about Adamo, at least that I find, is at the table, just absolutely fearless, animalistic playstyle. Just doesn't mind pulling the trigger, putting people to the test in really tough spots. Behind, I don't want to say behind closed doors, but then in person,
Oh, wow.
speak to him and he's just the nicest guy.
ST. And
We did promise thick and fast action, Nano. Far so good. Queen 7-5. To face the 3 outer.
595.
Just like that. Shortest stack to middle of the pack. That rhymed. That was unintentional. A couple of people have mentioned, and we have mentioned before, about Shenkov winning Sunday Million 3 times. We know, it's a crusher. Won the Sunday Million 3 times. Shenkov. Yeah, he's a bit of an online beast, mate. He's been around for a very long time. I'm not a fan of saying screen names on air, but we'll talk. Yeah. Don't make me think. I haven't had my breakfast yet. Yeah, I mean, some of these Russian players that come here, you know, they've been here for the MPP. Arseny Karmatsky comes to mind. Won the warm-up 310k, then came second in the main 1,000 runner field for better part of 500k. So, absolutely crush it. Down to the final 15 here.
1,270,000.
Yeah, 16 big blind open jam on the button. And just like that, just by taking it down.
New level. 50, 100, 100.
I think 6 max will be much better because more dynamic.
More dynamic?
Yeah, on 6 max. People bust faster. Effective stack is more good.
Kenny, shortest stack as the blinds have now gone up to 50,000, 100,000 as we take our attention to the red feature table.
All in. That's a big all in. Big all in, man. Big. Huge. Give you some headaches. You have some little ones. You have the top ones. Will be You're the only one with a rail here.
Not
We need to send our guys.
Alright, under the gun. 17 big blinds. Always feels dicey given how many rejam stacks there are behind. Given how shallow it is, would be criminal to pass up on such a spot. Danny Tang on the button, suited ace. It's facing an under the gun open. Gets out of the way with the best of it. Volkman in the big, pocket fours. 4-1 on a call. Obviously, not really the stack depth you want to go set mining with. See what he comes with. Kind of has all the options available.
All in.
Does come with the jam. How does he just find it?
Million, yeah.
How does he just find it against under the gun? He's happy to run it.
Good fold.
Yeah, alright, does call it off. And just like that, Nano, another
Well, no.
chip lead pot.
I'm not covering all in.
2.5 million.
200.
Ace, king, 8. War 8, huge favorite now. Pairing the king, the chip leader. Again, Volkman down to just 2 outs, 2.5 million out there. No dice.
GG, Bruno.
We lose one of Brazil's finest, Bruno Volkman, out in 15th.
Did you want this water, Patrick? Or
Water's good.
I think
I haven't opened it.
You haven't opened it? All right.
Time to figure out
You gotta be
what's
careful.
the eating strategy today.
I mean, these 2 hours
For
between
sure.
breaks, you gotta be careful.
That's a great point.
Liquids,
Especially
yeah.
when you're getting older.
That's
Yeah,
a
that's a
long
great
way to
point,
that
Nano,
bathroom.
for sure.
It is. Like in the middle of a, you're in a weird spot and like, well, I gotta go to the bathroom. What the hell?
As you mentioned, these wrecks, gotta take the spots. And talking of taking spots, players taking spots in the qualifiers into this 25k over on GG Poker, and obviously coming up to future Triton events, you can qualify for them over on GG. 2022 WSOP Online, 33 bracelets up for grabs, running all the way until the end of this month. I know a lot of the guys have actually been multi-tabling here. They've been playing these live events. Also, trying to battle it out.
These
The
men
GG streets.
Three like coffee.
Getting their hands on some bracelets.
Do you drink a lot of coffee?
For sure.
Anymore, but
For sure.
one a day maybe.
Coffee.
33 bracelets.
It's a diuretic,
August 14th to September 27th.
It's gonna run
And a very successful $1 million mystery bounty, by the way. GG kind of really crushing that the mystery bounty format. You qualify into the 20 mil guaranteed main event for just $5.
200.
And don't forget, as well, viewers at home, all-in free rolls every stream. Details always in the chat, 20 minutes before the start of each free roll. I mean, it feels like a really good rejam candidate. Gonna fill one off in position. Does incentivize players behind to come with the squeeze, courtesy of the additional dead money in there. But alas, heads up to the flop, 600k in the middle. Very quickly turn into a chip lead pot as well. Not on that flop. 10-7-4, top set for Davies. And unfortunately for him, on the 10-7-4 rainbow, not a single club. This will be one of the suited King-Jack combos that I would assume
How many kids you have?
Tang will
Two.
not float
One of them's
with.
right there, with the hair.
Davies
With the hair,
instead
she
Yeah.
slides it on over to one of our chip leaders. See if Danny wants to try and start exerting some pressure on the
have
ace
any
highs
there?
of the world.
5.
Nothing's back.
6 grandkids.
Holy shit. Oh my god. How old are the grandkids?
2 months up to 13.
Easy little top set. Seth
I keep
Davies.
having to have like real conversations with myself because I've been craving more kids. But I'm like, my kids are 21 and 18. There is no reason for me to start over. But every now and then I'm like, ooh, a baby.
Me and my
It's
wife
just
had
so
that
fun.
discussion for about 5 minutes.
All I have to do is
No,
just
the
have
sneaky
logic
check
again.
on the turn from Seth
Grandkids.
Davies.
Yeah.
You know? Give you your fix. Hand 'em
Giving
back.
Danny as much
Yeah.
Airplane,
rope
go somewhere.
as possible.
Happy that like lucky a lot of my friends are having babies, so because I had my kids very young, so a lot
me
of my
too.
friends are having babies, and I'm like, okay, good.
Nice.
I get to hold their babies.
Danny
Yeah.
knuckles
Okay,
it
here
back.
we go.
Nice.
Like I changed one of my
Ace
friends.
of diamonds
They just had a
on the
baby
river.
a month ago, and
Danny was
went
just
over,
king
and I was
high.
so excited to change the diaper.
Yeah.
I was like,
I'll do it. I'll do it. Yeah, it doesn't even smell. No, we got like a 2-month-old and 2 1-year-olds.
Oh my gosh.
I guess with it being checked down to the river and the overcard in the form of an ace rolling off, Davies
pretty.
just polarizes here. Knuckles for a
Are they all
third
spread out?
time with flopped top set.
2 of them in Minnesota. One of them's in Nevada. And
I mean, Danny,
what am I missing?
with Showdown, only, you know, loses to King Queen, loses to 5s, pocket 8s.
I'm missing one. Yeah, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Minnesota.
Oh, babe.
That's a hand.
That is.
Comes with the old
Loving it.
dodged a
Gotta get
bullet
the
there.
minimum.
You're like, he was like, steady, come on. I'm like, whoop, 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 nope, nope.
Dodge, 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 huh?
Running good. I didn't even hit his head. Well, good. Great, love it.
Sad story, man. Sad
Down to
story.
the final 14 hit. The departure of Bruno Volkmann.
Something like
54k for
It's like, maybe just one time, just Seth
next
doesn't care about the pot and just
2
give up
payouts.
Queen Jack there, you know? Maybe. Rarely, but...
Not,
Really?
not impossible.
Oh, sorry.
I was like, sick, he's got ace jack. I'm going to stack him. And I won 6 big blinds. Cool, cool story.
wow. How about that for needles? Danny Tang saying, cool story, bro. Seth thought he was going to stack him. The ace jack, that ace on the river. Action on Ebony under the gun. Cards go into the muck. Do apologise, she was in the hijack. Danny opening things up from the cutoff. Same stack depth as Patrick Antonius, the WSOP main event champion slayer. Aces against the kings of Espen Jorstad. Halfway through yesterday's day 1. Average stack, 19 big blinds. Six, 4 deuce. Swing and a miss for both. Danny Tang with the betting lead. Although you could argue it's a board texture that favour Patrick Antonius's range more. However, having said that, I mean, at this stack depth, maybe going to lean more towards folding some of the bottom parts of said range. Shouldn't have many deuce X, shouldn't have many 4X.
14.
Is gonna continuation bet. Sizable. Gets a king 8 out of there.
Button's right. Oh.
875. Being added to Danny's stack, moves up back into third in chips. Started off the day strong.
Playing with in the Invitational?
Santosh. Santosh, Indian guy. Indian player.
Current standings, Pradine Mustafov, chip leader with 31 bigs.
In Goa?
I've been
Akbar in
around.
second, Danny Tang in third.
I've been playing everywhere.
Seth Davies in fourth, Santi Jiang in fifth.
He's like a private game player, cash game.
Uh-huh.
He never plays tournaments. I think he played this yesterday, was maybe his first tournament ever.
Really?
Maybe. Like he doesn't play tournaments.
Good cash game player though?
Like PLO cash, private.
Yeah.
Just like, you know, gambling guy.
Kenny, 8.5 bigs. Time to go, maybe. Decides not to. There is a 5K pay jump between 14th and 13th.
I think I would have leaned toward a jam with that king jack, though. I mean,
I agree. She has
8.5
two
big
more
blind.
hands until she'll have to put in a quarter of her stack.
What the?
Davies gets a walk with the 8-4.
8-4?
8-4.
Got through.
Got me bad shape.
5 times already today.
He dominated with that thing.
See in the chat to celebrate the
Trade
Coin Rivet
5
Invitational,
8-4s
giving
to
away
1
3
sometimes.
limited edition Triton,
Yeah, I'll take
Poker,
that.
Secret
Is that
Lab,
the going rate?
Titan,
5 8-4s
Evo
for
gaming
one top
chairs.
set?
Follow the
I'll
links.
say that.
they're specially branded too now, right? They got like the special Triton poker. Have you seen this on
They
the
do,
side?
indeed. Yeah. I was
Have you reserved one of these for your house yet?
Well, I was in Kuala Lumpur when they arrived, and I would like to think that I managed to sweet talk my way into getting one of the leftovers because of, you know, shipping back to Malaysia and all that. I was speaking with Tim.
Oh, if you don't get one, I'll make you a makeshift one from IKEA. I'll just get some stickers.
I
and
appreciate you. I appreciate it, Randy.
I try.
That's a fair. I'll take that. I wouldn't say no to that.
Ace 10 for Kenny. Puts it in 8.5
That
big
can't
blinds.
be my time. Yeah? That can't be my time up already, right?
Secret Lab, the official chair partner of the Triton Poker Series.
Ace 3 of clubs. Got to be annoying. You call me and you're wrong. You're down to a micro stack.
Yeah.
It's going to make the call.
I think, given that Kenny is under the gun, he's going to be shoving, you know, a few pips wider than usual due to the fact that she's going to have to put in a quarter of her stack in the next hand in the big. Gets it in great shape. And look at this. This is what we're talking about. You know, these short stacks. If she can hold here, moves up to 8th in chips.
Oh, 3 on a flop.
Not like this. 8-6 tray. Kudanov finds the 3 and nano.
Don't get excited yet.
I know.
We suck.
10 of clubs on the turn.
Have the ace 9.
The old suck, resuck. Let's go. 1.8 million for Kenny now. And a real contender in this 25K.
I'm
Moves
sure
up to above average.
her heart must have sunk like when she saw that 3 come out with a 10. She wanted to jump for joy. It's like, okay, man, let's keep it cool. Stack these chips. Try to ship this tournament up to 19 big blinds. It may not sound like a lot, but it's actually quite a bit in this average depth set.
Huge nano.
Yeah.
A lot of love in the chat.
I mean, wow. I don't think Kudanov might have known some of the folds she's been making recently, so maybe he might regret some of the ace-3 call there in the future, but, you know, the king-jack fold just happened. There's no way.
Yeah, that's true.
He could have known.
Well. 10 ball, corner pocket.
fold.
It's your tournament. It's your tournament. Let's see.
There's no football this time?
There is. I brought a ball. And I bought boots as well.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Did you bring your boots?
Yes.
Nice, nice.
Ace
Good ball as
deuce
well.
offsuit.
Well, really nice ball. Not like last time.
One of the most experienced players. He's gonna lay it down. Cut off.
Whatever. I mean, we're here for another 2 weeks, you know. But let's hope every day is like this, where we have no time. Okay? I would prefer that.
It's like a PLO though.
Yeah.
And Ebony,
No, but I mean,
Kenny
it's not
looking
like we get a
to
final table
put
every
the
day, you know?
final nail in the coffin of Kudanov. Blind v blind. Kudanov just open jamming the Jack 5 suited for 5.4 bigs, and
You're now an NES.
Kenny
Right?
beating him to the
Where do
pot
you
with
play?
the
You
ace
play left
4.
wing, right? Right wing.
Standard stuff
Right wing
all
cut
round.
right?
No, left.
Left wing.
Left defender. I don't have too much.
Never easy.
That is not easy. Jack 5 suited the favorite now.
So you're gonna show me some good tackles, or you're gonna show me you're a defender? Ooh, jeez.
All right.
to tap.
Is that too many outs now? No.
It's
Too
a
many?
ton of outs, and I can't even tell you which are the outs.
Too many
That's
outs,
not one of them.
Let's go.
Deuce of diamonds, corner pocket. Kenny fading the world to go from shortest stack with 14 left to now up to 5th in chips, I believe. We'll get confirmation of that over on the app, but
That whole deck?
Yeah, 7 plus.
Victor Kudanov out in 14th for 54k, and a ladder for everyone
It's
else.
not +6. The jack wasn't an out.
$59,000 locked up. 13 remain, Nano.
8 plus 7 plus 3.
Getting ever closer to that final table.
One.
No, the one was taken out already.
You already took it out?
Yeah.
Danny
Sure, I
and
trust
Seth
you.
talking about the
You're right.
football matches that the players
Bad defender, actually.
typically arrange at these Triton events.
I think I saw a clip of them playing
14?
at the Madrid stop.
I
Yeah.
believe so. Believe so.
Do you want to just send me the video? It'll be easy, I think.
Pocket deuces. Pocket fours for Kenny. 23. Big blinds.
220.
Gonna lay it down.
Yeah, I can get behind the fold with the fours.
Yeah, I basically would. You need to jam or fold that. I think folding is fine. It might be a little bit excessive, 23 big blinds, but of course, if you're up against a guy who opens all the time, which Eric hasn't been doing, maybe you could opt for a raise. But look at that flop at Queen 4 of Hearts with 2 fours dead. Smashed it. Big decision here whether to see bet or not. Pocket deuces looks like he is going to fire. Actually going sizable. Half pot. Usually, if a hand like Queen 4 suited here, you would check call here. It is a monster flop for you, but you know, you don't mind if someone catches up and you make a flush, right? Ace of Hearts drop off. Perfect card for an aggressive continuer, so a lot of times we would go for check call. Just kind of pray no non-heart ace or king rolls off. Mm-hmm.
How about that for a turn card?
Double check. I like to double check. Yep. My cards aren't connected, but we'll get back to the hand in a second. Seems like something's developing here on the other table as they're taking the sweet time on the red table.
Fold. 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 Fold.
The deer with 6 bigs on the button, suited jack. Does have a lot more fold equity than he usually would with 6 big blinds, courtesy of that ICM noose slowly getting tighter.
Yeah, and with people with more shallow stacks, they can't risk as much. Ivan picks it up. Ace queen suited.
Good luck, boys.
Good luck.
And way out in front here. 13 left. This record breaking 25k.
Solid favorite here.
Oh, wow. Ace 3 deuce every flop feels like a massive sweat.
Not easy. Oh, that's a fun one. Cut some outs.
No dice, as the 8-9 run out does not improve Badir's hand. Badir out in 13th, we're down to 12.
So as we cut back to the hand, Rory bets the turn, 700k, gets jammed on by the flush. Annie Tang chipping up huge that pot. Chip leader?
Chip leader, 3.8 million. Good for 19 starting stacks.
And he's thinking, man, I thought for sure you were calling a jam.
Don't tell him that.
Yeah.
He doesn't like being a chip leader.
Quick look at the chip counts here at the Merit Royal Diamond. Danny Tang out in front with a significant chip lead over the rest of the table. You can see just how tight it is. I mean, anyone doubles through him, they become the chip leader. He moves down into the middle of the pack. Eric Warre down to 15 after an ill-timed bluff with the deuces.
Yeah, very close. Just Danny Tang with the big lead, separating. We'll see how he decides to apply pressure or not as we approach the final table.
What's your name? Juan. Oh yeah, okay. Juan. Oh, I'm trying to remember them all, Juan. My coffee hasn't kicked in yet.
I haven't seen Ebony Kenny not ask the dealer's name. Very polite.
Very polite,
yeah.
I must say.
Keep him welcome. I like it.
Big fan. Dealers here do an incredible job. Warre coming with raise from under the gun. 9-8 of spades. Next round to Jiang in the big blind. We are 6-handed. Energy's obviously widened. It's 9-8 suited off of 15. Feels a bit of frustration maybe from that deuce's hand.
Yeah,
Does
of course.
Jiang know it's in great shape.
Well, even though he's a dominating 9-8 suited, I'm liking Eric's spot here with the 9-8. Can see bet here if he likes.
Oh my god, this
He's actually going to take the free card off. I guess he doesn't want to bet and fold.
Doesn't want to get check
Waste
jabbed
his
on,
equity.
yeah.
But the problem is you let the Jack 8 now win the pot. Well, potentially win the pot at least, because he would definitely have folded to a C bet. While Santi Chang checks again with the top pair. Eric might take the bait now, right? Yeah. 300,000. Now you're Santi Jang here. Your opponent has 10 more big blinds. Just call, jam. That's the option. Looks like those are calling chips coming in.
Obviously not thrilled to face the half pot C-bet on the turn, and well,
Got
arguably
there.
the worst card in the deck rolling off. Queen of clubs, king queen, ace queen, ace king, king 9, 9-8, queen 9, all now getting there. 1.2 out there.
Yeah, could have been like, Sam could have developed many different ways. Eric could have bet the flop, Jack 8 would have folded. Santi could have maybe check jammed the turn. 9-8 would have folded. Now we're back to Eric Rory. Here, jams all in with 9-8 with no obvious flush draw out there. I don't know if he can really. Can he call with Jack 8?
1,1,000,000.
It's hard to find obvious bluffs,
35,000.
right? Because the hands that you're trying to pick up something with that queen.
For sure. Yeah, you'd have to.
Just think this is some random ace high kind of bluff.
Yeah, some ace 5, ace 3, maybe a hand like 5s, 3, deuces. Now blasting off the delayed double barrel, which, you know, can make sense in some worlds given the shallow stack depths. Every pot so crucial. Santi makes the fold. Just to give you an idea just how tight it is here.
I'm talking about your time banks.
It goes
I'm
from,
trying to figure out who
10th
time bank
up
chip
to
leader
middle
is.
of the pack. 5th in chips. 12 left.
So Ivan getting slowly more healthy with stack. Eyeballing people behind him with his 13 big blinds in the cutoff with ace 5.
Spin.
Just rip it in. Keep it simple. Don't let these guys reshove on you. Ooh.
Ooh. Dwyer in the big. Facing a 13.2 effective jam from the cutoff.
So imagine Ivan just min-raise, you know, O'Dwyer might just jam on him, gets the ace-5 to fold. Now, by open jamming, you force the fold equity on your opponent.
Yeah, you'd much rather be the one doing the jamming, right, with this ICM pressure. Closing in on the final table, just really putting the pressure on your opponents.
This is tough. It's slightly above the 10 big blinds, so leans towards the fold a little bit more. But then he's like, I know Ivan's ridiculous. He's crazy sometimes.
Yeah,
And then it becomes more of a call, so it's just... You can see O'Dwyer sweating it. He's just, you know, he made that big call earlier, and earlier in this tournament with like a king jack.
Going to be jamming, you know, all the suited broadways of the world.
In the think tank. And he is going to make the call behind. But we could chop a lot.
Ace announced. As Nano already alluded to, they are going to chop this 42% of the time. Looking even more likely on the jack 8-6, 3 overs. Both players kickers and just need to fade each other's outs. Line on the river, chop it up, gentlemen. They'll take that, right? Ace 4, making the call. And blinds going up, by the way. Just heard.
Going up. Weird.
50,000.
I don't know why we wouldn't just play 6120.
120,000, 25,000. If I'm not mistaken. Ivan Liao with another open jam spot. dead money in the middle now, courtesy of the blinds going up.
Ooh, king queen versus king queen.
Let's go Canapong. Shortest stack in the tournament, 12 of 12. King queen suited.
Pretty tempting. I guess he's thinking about Ivan's min-raise range from the hijack. He did see Ivan open jam the ace-5, right, in the cutoff. So he needs to think about how the range has changed based on the pre-flop sizings he uses. These guys are friendly though. Like some people read, oh, if he just min-raises, it's strength. Some people don't. They got like min-raise game, so it's just really player dependent on what to do.
That's a really good point.
Yeah.
You mentioned there, Ivan jamming the weaker parts of his range and throwing in the
Time bank for his opponent.
Sure, why not? Friendly table. Thanaratrical. What name? Canapong Thanaratrical from Thailand. First ever Thai representative.
So it's a time bank all in. Look at this. Ace Queen. Benchikov. Min raise off of like 10.5 blinds. A tank rejam for 9.5 blinds. And you're sitting there with Ace Queen. Normally this would be, you know, like, oh, get in easily. But he's got to think about these things that just happened, right? These stack depth's important. These tanks are important. I feel like the multi-tank time bank jam's a little weaker.
For sure.
Personally.
Yeah.
Like, if you're going to use a time bank, just like one card if I got a big hand. But, you know, these guys don't play with each other too much. Time to use your own time banks. I agree.
Yeah, I think the one time bank plus an additional 10-15 second jam. That's when you're scared.
Yeah. Like the 3-4 one, it's like, it's close. It kind of seems to me like a little pocket pair, maybe. Some weaker suited ace, maybe. You know, could be some broadways. I would be more concerned about Ivan's open if I'm Benchikov right now, the ace queen. Yeah, he's going to lay it down. Wow. The best hand lays it down. You know, Ivan's in the tank. Like, what seems like it should be a simple hand has actually become quite complex with, you know, the live aspect of the game.
And he gets away from it. Canapong
showed it
with the time bank jam. Getting the ace queen to fold.
What you fold?
And increases his stack by almost 50%.
He king queen. Oh man.
Thank you. If you don't know it.
I sharp. I die.
Je gaat bij? Het bij?
Off.
As well? Yeah.
As well.
Oh.
I'm afraid you.
That was a steal, man.
Yeah.
What a steal. How did he get away with that?
Well, he's free rolling the rest of the tournament now, Nano, right?
Yeah. Got extra chips. Somehow wins that pot. It's huge when the big blind's 125,000, I'll tell you.
Yes, indeed. It's huge when there's 12 left. Biggest ever Triton filled. 825k for first. Down to the final 2 tables.
Rip it in.
It goes. Dwyer up to 1.9 mil now. Just give you guys a recap. So Danny Tang, chip leader, 37 bigs. Faradine Mustafov at this table currently sat on 31 big blinds. Ebony Kenny, third in chips with 30 bigs. Those are the only 3 players with more than average in the tournament. Everyone else kind of handcuffed as it stands. Currently have over 6,000 of you watching at home. Appreciate you guys keeping both myself and Randy company here as we play down to the final table. The 25k 8-handed, or 8 max, event number 1 I should say. Record-breaking field. Not often do you get over 30 buy-ins for first in a 25k. Whilst we have your attention, if you haven't already, go ahead and smash that like button. Hit the subscribe button as well. Be notified of all things Triton. We've got several giveaways running for our subscribers. Merchandise, secret lab chairs, all that good stuff. And also they said that they won't invite me and Nano back if we don't get 800 likes on this video. So, you know, there's that.
Yep, gotta start making extra accounts.
I've got about 5. that equates to, what, 0.5%.
Yeah. Well, Dwyer's actually very experienced with this kind of stack depth. Like, he's very comfortable. You can see him was completely jamming some spots.
Enjoy.
Uh-oh, King Deuce, Ivan. And he's going to get snap called by the ace queen in the big blind.
Did he just say enjoy before jamming as well?
All in. Come on. Enjoy. Who says enjoy?
Is he prematurely saying enjoy my chips? Canopon, good luck. Hits him with the enjoy. 34%. 2 life cards though, Nano. 1.9 out there. If Canopon can hold, we'll move up to 4th in chips. And well, going to be tough for Ivan Liao on that flop.
Done.
Dead on the turn. Banatratrical up to 2.5 million chips. First Thai national to ever play a Triton event back in Madrid. Now finds himself top 4 chip stack with 11 left here. The first event in Cyprus, record-breaking event at that. 825k for first. Everyone now guaranteed 67,100 for their efforts so far now. And this is really where the pay jumps start getting noteworthy. 10th and 11th getting that 67k. Then a 14k or 15k almost ladder to 81,800. 109, 145, 190,000 for 6th, 240,000 for 5th, 300k for 4th. Then the top 3 payouts, first receiving 825, runner-up going to receive 557, and then third will get $362,000 for their efforts. Still a long old way to go before be crowning a champion, but chip leader with 11 left is none other than Ebony Kenny, playing her first ever 25k.
And first ever Triton event. High stakes dreams are made here, you know that?
I mean, it really is the proving ground, you know?
Okay, so Dwyer Bumping up, king 5 of diamonds, gets defense from ace 9. Brick. Almost off. I think O'Dwyer is thinking about putting some pressure on with this gut shot overcard. Unless he thinks this is a board that smashes the big blind a little too much and he doesn't want to get blown off his hand. Given the rainbow texture, you face check raises a little bit less. So I like this bet. Start a war.
A leveling war.
Little tiny.
Yeah, it comes with the quarter pot, Mustafa. 2 overs, and as Nano already mentioned, a ball texture that favors his range. Can also have the best hand, as we can see here, he does. I just want to auto-fold the ace-9.
Yeah, with the 9-2, you got that little backdoor straight draw helps. Like some deuce. So O'Dwyer, when he bet almost min, he's going to invite more calls, like this ace-9 on the flop. So he might consider barreling again, thinking he's going to get called by some broadways, some ace-highs. It's not even paired, some gut shots. He might check it back. We'll see how he wants to proceed.
995 in the middle, every pot, so crucial, Nano. 7 of diamonds on the river. I mean, interestingly, O'Dwyer with showdown being some of the 10-9s, 10-8s, 9-8s of the world.
Yeah,
Something
when
like
you get
Jack 10 clubs type
check
holdings.
2 again, though, do you really think the king high is going to show down and win? It just depends on whether you think his opponent would bet misdraws.
That's a good point, yeah. All of those hands that I mentioned with fake showdown, right, or with no showdown at all in 9 high, 10 high, would have to turn into a bluff. How often is king high going to be good here?
I guess more he's thinking, how often would I get called if I bet? He's wondering, okay, am I up against ace high, or am I up against like a 3 or a 6 that probably won't fold? I'm thinking O'Dwyer is thinking, okay, well, if you had a 6 or 7, wouldn't you just bet yourself right now? So maybe you got ace high and you won't call bet. Gives up.
Knuckles it back. I think when Mustafov does check, it's just always got showdown. And Dwyer seems really pained by that one.
Yeah.
Pained at himself or pained at his opponent, or maybe a bit of both?
Or is that the, let me pretend I just mucked ace 8, you know, like, oh, I got outkicked slightly. How unfortunate was that? Chip leader, wow, 4 million in chips!
Let's go!
4 million? Okay. She was nursing a short stack earlier, now chip lead in the tournament. Things swing quickly. Ace 3. I feel like Ebony Kenny is a big stack player. Like, much more confident in her plays. Lewis confidently raises ace 3 to his Santi Jang pocket 6s. You know, it's not the best hand out there, but against a chip leader opening, I'd be pretty tempted to jam, but he
lets
gonna
it
lay
go.
down. You gotta remember, a lot of guys don't really know how Ebony Kenny plays. Right? She's not normally in this high roller scene, so she's got an advantage there. I'm sure she's done her research before coming to Triton, watching some old footage. Ace Jack. Good spot to rejam.
And you make a great point, Anna. You know, given the delay, players may be now aware of some of the tighter laydowns that Ebony was making. And
about, you don't have to count.
Yeah, she's not going to be looking
About
this one up.
2.2? Yeah.
Yeah, looks right.
Yeah, Patrick, stack your chips in 20s, please, pal.
Come on, we should just try and poker app now, okay?
True,
we
true.
don't-
You know what, Patrick? Stack them how you want, mate. do it in 13s, 50s, whatever.
I can't believe you told Patrick and Tones what to do. Like, you should be just deleted.
Deleted. That's such a great internet meme. Just delete
Get him
this
in
guy.
small blind too. Good thing you don't have to see the flop.
Yeah, I don't want to see any flops. This is good.
Final table, everybody's gonna have 4 big blinds.
Yeah, this is a shallow one, isn't it?
Eric Warwick calling it. It's going to be a shallow
Except Dan,
final
he's gonna have
table.
14.
I appreciate
I don't know.
that.
I kind of
Everybody
like
else will have
shallow
4.
sometimes. It's intense.
Fighting
Yeah.
for,
Tell me I'm the chip leader,
Yeah.
right?
fighting for
Facts.
crowns.
You look down at like
Second chips, I'll be alright.
King 10 suited, and
I like to see those spots.
yeah, just instantly you just
Like
you're
you see
just
the guy,
trying to recall back to the spots that you studied many times.
like the guy min raises. You got King Jack. You're like, oh, do I reshove this? I don't know. Like, you know,
Yeah.
it's a different kind of poker, but it's still very intense and fun to watch. Here, blind versus blind. Davies, Jack 6 offsuit, 11 big blinds. Gonna try to get a free one, but Ebony Kenny, A6. It's like, I'm just shipping this in. If you got me, you trapping me, you got me.
In it goes.
Hold on.
Rolling Thunder saying, I love Randy. We all love Randy.
Me too. Me too.
I love that you love yourself, pal.
Yeah.
It's an important relationship to establish.
Has anyone given you love yet?
And yes, they've given us both plenty of love today, Dano.
As long as I'm a favorite.
I mean,
I'll be the
listen.
queens. You can be Dave's king.
Sorry, I wait. What? You'll be the queens.
That's a favorite. I want to be liked more.
You want to be the queens.
Okay.
All right,
I
Nana.
chose the wrong. I
tell
chose
you
the
what,
wrong.
pal.
I'll be the Jacks.
Listen, listen, Nana. You do you, okay? You want to be the queens. You go ahead, pal.
I got trapped there.
You trapped yourself.
I know. I'm unregistering.
Over 6,000 viewers now across the board as we get close to this record-breaking 25k 8
Battle of the
max,
Titans.
11 left. Danny
That's exactly
Tang,
what I had in my mind. I was thinking, but no,
chip
let's
leading.
Bum, bum.
chill.
So this is 2 big stacks here. Blind versus blind. Gonna see this a lot. Ace 3-3.
Best 2 hairdos at the table.
Can you
That's for
get
sure.
to bet or check? Gonna check the queen high. Oh, Danny Tang's actually gonna stab here. A lot of people wouldn't try and bet this, especially from the big blind. Queen high making the call here. Nice.
Let's go. She ain't being pushed around. 6-2-5 in the middle. Queen ball corner pocket. With Kenny unblocking, you know, the 5-4s, 5 deuces, 4 deuces of the world.
The 9-5 offsuits.
The 9-5 offsuits.
Yeah, well, Danny's thinking, all right, when I got caught on a flop, I feel like I'm being trapped. Gives up. Looking good. Is the queen worthy of value bet against a king high type hand?
Spicy. Do we slide it on over to our opponent? It's 2-5 in the middle.
I don't see how Danny could try and represent an ace or 3 right now. Bet the flop, check the turn. I'm expecting him to give up, but is he really going to try to maybe bully Ebony Kenny here? Nope.
Queen
Just
is
chipping
good.
up. Loving it.
Any tournament chip leaders with 11 left?
That was a great call. Flop. She's got a little smile. You can see it developing.
Yeah. She is dialed in.
I'm telling you, big stack poker is her game. You don't want her to be the chip leader.
See you, man. Thanks.
It's probably like the good karma, just chatting with all the different dealers and stuff. But take a look at the leaderboard. Ebony Kenny up top, 4.2 million in chips, 34 big blinds, tournament chip leader. We got Danny Tang, Patrick Antonius, Eric Warre, Santi Jang, 12 big blinds, Seth Davies on 11. Final 2 tables. We are going to play down to a winner. And then after this tournament ends, we're shifting over to this event number 2, the 30K 6-max.
30K 6-max. I don't know about you, Nano, but I'm just excited, man.
Yeah, I've been excited.
I know, but like
for a while now.
I just needed to
you
get
just
off
got
my
excited.
chest. Well, I don't know. 11 left.
250.
First event here in Cyprus. 131 runners in the 25K.
And we're just the beginning.
It's the start of the festival.
Mm-hmm. I'm just excited to do commentary with you. I thought they were just going to be me and Ollie the rest of the week, you know?
This guy.
Trying to butter you up.
Rub my leg, take my chips.
At least I'm rubbing your leg while I'm taking it. It could be worse, you know? He could be rubbing your legs and I take your
Yeah,
legs.
exactly.
I mean, actually, I don't know unless you're into that kind of thing. This is this is a judgment-free zone.
No judgment.
No.
Depends on what day it is, right? You know?
No.
No.
Nothing wrong with him.
Santi's a good-looking man. I wouldn't mind him rubbing my leg.
Hey, yeah.
Hey, yeah.
Yeah, can we switch seats?
You love that.
Hey, yeah.
Oh, some players playing footsie under the table by the sounds of it, Nano.
Good thing there's something between
I was
us.
about to say. Start reaching over.
Alright. Laps are down. Ace-Jack is up. Let's bump it up. In race, 250,000.
I think she missed quick, so that's a fold.
Ace-Deuce suited. Some people jam this spot. Some people just call. Depends on what you think of your opponent.
What is this? This is for 14 big blinds.
All in.
Oh,
Does take it upstairs, a suited deuce. Gonna ask for a count.
it's one of those things where you're like, oh, if I had ace queen, I would have snapped you. Wouldn't even ask for count ace jack. You're like, oh man, I think I'm supposed to call.
No, if she can find the call here and then find the hold, she will be the overwhelming chip leader with 10 left. Just needs to click call. Cut off open, late position. Warre going to be taking the king queen suiteds of the world. King 10, queen jack come to mind. Some of these hands that we actually have crushed. Even weaker ace-x, such as this.
She's made some big calls earlier in this tournament for a lot of big blinds. Can she find this one? Very important.
Oh, go on, girl.
She's done it.
There it is. She's made the call. Ace jack against ace deuce. 66% favorite to be the overwhelming chip leader with 10 left. Warre
Any spades in the deck?
with the stand-up equity, Nano.
Added a couple percent there.
Did indeed. Well,
No spades.
Maybe a chop.
some opportunities.
7?
And dead on
Good
the
game.
turn. Jack of hearts rolling off. And
See you later.
would you
See you
believe
later.
shortest stack with,
Yeah, you
what was
too.
it, 16 left,
That's not what
15
the
left?
grandkids are
I
doing.
will, I
Now
will.
chip leader on the final table bubble.
No. just
Soft
in
bubble,
general.
I should say.
He's got 5 grandkids.
First time at Triton. First time 25K. This is how stories are made. Could be the first female Triton winner.
Mate.
Trophy winner. That's pretty sick.
Talk about a strong story to kick things off here. Triton Super High Roller Series in Cyprus.
I've seen a little gif of her doing a little dance. I don't know if you've seen that
So,
one.
yeah, the old,
yeah.
what's it, the light bulb dance?
Yeah.
I2.
She better do that when if she wins this tournament.
I would do it with her.
Yeah?
I was
All of
talking-
us go down.
Let's do it.
The min cash was my largest
44%. The min cash is her largest cash
I'm a big
to
believer.
date.
Let's go.
I've seen
Let's
so
go.
many previous records of like first time.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Oh,
Oh, hello. You get a little...
that was awkward.
That would have been weird if we were just sat here playing footsies under the
know.
table.
Good thing we just got the upper half of us.
We jump back into blue feature table. O'Dwyer has turned the nut straight. Vashenkov turning top to go along with his nut flush draw.
Yeah, and these are the type of stacks. They can easily get it in. O'Dwyer is wondering how strong is Vashenkov? Can he raise now and get his opponent to commit?
So Nano, with there being 10 left and this being an 8-handed tournament, I believe we are on the final table bubble. If O'Dwyer comes with the check raise, doesn't even need to come with the check raise now, but if, you know, the chips find their way into the middle, which with these two holdings, don't think it would be overly presumptuous of me to assume that would be the case. Just comes with cool, 1.5 million out there. Brick on the river could be showers for Vashenkov, and well, talking of bricks, deuce of hearts rolling off O'Dwyer with the stone nuts on the Jack 9-6 Queen deuce board. Surely Vashenkov going to go for value here. Hijack the big blind. Top pair, top kicker.
Yeah, I think he's gonna jam this.
How quickly is O'Dwyer going to say cool? Give it
Oh, he's gonna do the
0.3
double check the
seconds?
cards real fast and then call.
Nah, he knows.
He knows.
He already knows, mate. He already knows. Over-unders on 0.5 seconds, chat.
Vashenkov trying to make it look like he's thinking about making a big bluff. He's queen top.
That is one deadly stare down.
Definitely strong enough to go for the value.
Oh, for sure. Versus a big blind range.
Yeah, big blind could have like queen 10, king
Exactly.
queen, jack X. Does it up? Please jam, please jam, please jam. You know you want to jam.
Wow, I call.
All in and a
King 10,
snap
not right.
call from
And-
O'Dwyer.
It's queen.
Turning the nut straight.
Wow.
Now up to 4.2 million in chips as we head back to the red feature table. So we could go from 10 to 8 here. Should Davies hold with the 4s. So far so good, Nano. Just needs to fade. King on the river.
We're down to
And he
8.
does.
you have chips back.
Randy.
We're down to 8. Oh, he covers it?
That was quick.
Gone from 10 to 8, couple of pay jumps.
Wow, sick.
All of a sudden, 109,500 locked up in just 30 seconds. And we have ourselves a final table.
And my first six-figure score.
Oh, yeah, you have a lot of.
Evan
Wow,
Kenny is
yeah,
excited.
Evan, let's go. Love that.
First,
I'll cover, right?
it was the biggest score into the Now her first six-figure score. It's gonna be first trophy. Oh, maybe not first trophy. First Triton trophy.
I mean, it
incoming.
could be. It could be.
It could be. I don't know. I haven't checked
Are you 10th or
the
are you
hidden
9th?
mob.
We're down to 8.
Jang is out.
Yeah,
He
you guys
does
probably
need
chopped
to
the-
check.
You probably chopped the 10 and the 9.
Sure,
Well, he busted
Luca will
before
take care
the
of
count was
that.
done, so I don't know. It's kind of weird, right? They already announced
I
he
think
was
they're
out.
doing soft hand for hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Santi,
you should make sure
Jiang.
you don't get shorted for
Yeah.
sure.
Out in
So if they just give you
9th,
9,
I
make
believe.
sure you say something about it. No, if they just give you 10th, make sure you say something about it.
81,800 heading
GG, man.
his way. And Randy Lou,
What did you fold?
we have our first
Eight-handed. Let's
final
I
table
think I have you rake crush.
of the Triton Super High Roller Series Cyprus here at the Merit Royal Diamond. And
Starting this
would
trip
you
off
believe
right. Let's go.
it is none other
Enjoying
than
this?
Ebony Kenny
Let's go.
leading the pack here with 8 left.
I did not believe it. She did not start the day as one of the big stacks. But, you know, she came here for mission. She was going to play the Coin River, was invited by Phil Nagy as a professional poker player. She's playing her first 25K.
Yeah.
I don't know. Stars are just aligned. I've been watching her play in day 1. And I've been watching her play day 2. Like, I feel like this is her tournament. I don't know if it's too early to say, but she's got a big chip lead. Things are just going her way right now.
They really are, and honestly, chills, because we've all been there. We've all taken that shot, you know, in a bigger buy-in tournament for the first time, and nerves can get the best of you. And, you know, she got the phone call 5 weeks ago, found out she was coming to Cyprus. One of the first things that she did was to reach out to her network, some players that are used to playing these types of tournaments. I believe Chance Corneth was a name that was mentioned during the interview with Lulu. And, you know, she's just been in the lab preparing herself, and to have, you know, the confidence to just sit down in a Triton High Roller Series and just play your game and just not care and just you do you kind of thing, that confidence must be, you know, she must be feeling pretty good about herself now coming in as chip leader. Just a quick look at the payouts now. Everyone guaranteed 109,500 for their efforts so far, but it is that top prize of over 30 buy-ins in a 25K, 825K for first, which we'll be playing for alongside our first trophy of the High Roller Series here in Cyprus when we come back from break. Down to the final 8. And Nano, dinner break time, for us at least. Let's grab a quick snack, and when we return, we'll be playing for 825,000 Henry Kilbane alongside Randy Lou. Catch you guys shortly.
GG Poker, the biggest poker site. Best poker site.
Why?
The most
So many
ambitious.
players. This isn't crazy.
It's a doom.
Yeah, I agree. Certainly a turn card that favors his range, and even when we do get called, we have the emergency outs in the form of a 3 would give us a straight, the emergency 2 outs that would give us a set, assuming that, you know, set would be good. And he does come for the 300k bet on the turn. Setting up, Randy, note, a very natural river stack to pot ratio of around about 0.75, kind of asking the question of Faradin Mustafov, hey, are you ready to be put to the test for your tournament life?
Oh, he's ready. He's making a big call here with the queen.
And wow, first hand straight off the bat, a chip lead pot here. Or potential for a chip lead pot.
Oh, well, the queen is that card where it's very hard for Paul to continue stabbing away. Because if Paul had a hand like ace, king, ace, jack, is he really going to bet again when the queen pairs? Probably not. So I think he should be giving up here a lot.
Does knuckle it back, Randy, and maybe a sigh of relief for Faradin. I guess on that river, he's always calling, but had the offsuit 7 rolled off, you know, a Broadway card in the form of a king, jack or 10 would have been in a really tough spot. Gets the check with the highlight hands of yesterday's play. You just get quads, turn quads.
You get paid off.
Opponent calls turning like, hang on a minute. I have all of this, what does he have? Look at this, talk about initiating potential spin.
Good luck.
All in and a call. Waking up.
Good game, Mr. Paul.
With the ace king of spades.
It's Ivan. Hello from Malaysia. Good friends.
Wow. King high flop. There we say it. I know.
It's a start. He's going to hold here and get 450,000.
155.
Yes, indeed. 150k, you know, one more double and he's no longer shortest stack. That's how...
This is actually why some of those pros, you ever see them go all in and leave one chip behind. It's mainly, you're going to see in action. Paul's going to just ship this tournament now, right? He had just above one big blind. Because that big blind ante, the big blind, the small blind you get so much money for your remaining one big blind. You know, yes, Paul didn't do that, but you can see why pros do that and will be doing that in these future tournaments too.
Thanks. I was in Malaysia a couple of months ago. Picked it up in just 1 week.
Nice.
Here we go. Jack 10.
They were speaking Malaysian, right?
I believe so.
Cantonese, man.
Is it Cantonese, was
Yes.
it? Okay. It was the Malaysian flags.
I found a fraudster.
There we go.
Jack 10.
They tricked me.
Ooh. But dear. I believe he's new to the Triton. Or potentially played one event in one of the previous ones. They're going to go for it. Paul, potential to run up a stack to 1,000,000 chips on a coin flip.
Good luck, Mr. Paul.
20.
He had 110,000. Could have 10x that real soon.
I mean, 1,000,000 in the middle. I know if Paul can win this, it's going to move up to 11th in chips after being down to just a couple of big blinds. Jack 10 against 9s. Queen, Queen 6, couple of clubs. Running clubs not helping Paul, but flip backdoor straights. A king would now work for him as well. Ace, king, jack 10 needed. No dice for Boss Man as Adir claims the scalp, moves up to 1.9 million in chips. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe, but this is the hand that I was telling you about, by the way. Steve Dwyer was playing. Yeah. Steve was just like, I hope the woman in seat 2 wins. She deserves it. With 30 big blinds, I raise button, bet flop, bet turn, jammed river on a queen 9 deuce 5-7 board, and she called with king 4 of hearts to bust me. Just king high. King high good for 30 bigs. Steve O'Dwyer showered in the $100 tournament in Japan. Still in the mix here. Super high roller series in Cyprus, 25k, event number 1, a record breaking 25k, may I add.
Wow.
Let's come for the ISO jam, and Ivan now at risk. Happy to see that it's a flip.
Flip.
Thereabouts. Fake flip. 544. Got to win flips to win tournaments. Well, 6 in the window. Queen 6 deuce. Staff off. Some backdoor potential. No longer available as the 9 of spades finds its way to the turn. And Ivan the out gets the double. No surprises there. Yeah, big fan of Adamo's
If you want,
play
I can
style.
call for you.
Thank you.
You know, the most interesting thing about Adamo, at least that I find, is at the table, just absolutely fearless, animalistic play style, just doesn't mind pulling the trigger, putting people to the test in really tough spots. Behind, I don't want to say behind closed doors, but then in person, speak to him and he's just the nicest guy.
And
We did promise thick and fast action, Nano. Far so good. Queen 7-5. Has to face the 3 outer.
595.
Just like that. Shortest stack to middle of the pack. That rhymed. That was unintentional.
You're the only one with a rail here.
Not.
God, we need to send our guys.
All right, under the gun. 17 big blinds. Always feels dicey given how many rejam stacks there are behind. Given how shallow it is, would be criminal to pass up on such a spot. Danny Tang on the button, suited ace. It's facing an under the gun open. Gets out of the way with the best of it. Volkman in the big, pocket 4s. 4-1 on a call. Obviously, not really the stack depth you want to go set mining with. See what he comes with. Kind of has all the options available.
All in.
Does come with the jam. How does he just find it?
Million, yeah.
How does he just find it against under the gun? He's happy to run it.
Good fold.
Yeah, alright, does call it off. Just like that. Nano, another chip lead pot.
I'm not covering all it.
2.5 million.
Still 200 there.
Ace, king, 8. War 8, huge favorite now. Pairing the king to be our chip leader. Again, Volkman down to just 2 outs, 2.5 million out there. No dice.
GG, Bruno.
We lose one of Brazil's finest, Bruno Volkman, out in 15th.
Did you want this water, Patrick? Or
Water's
did
good.
I think
I haven't opened it.
You haven't opened it? All right.
Thing. Trying to figure out.
Of the world.
5.
5.
6 grandkids.
Holy shit. Oh my god. How old are the grandkids?
2 months up to 13.
Easy little top set.
I keep having to have like real conversations with myself because I've been craving more kids. But I'm like, my kids are 21 and 18. There is no reason for me to start over. But every now and then I'm like, ooh, a baby.
Me and my wife had that discussion for about 5 minutes.
All I have to do is
Oh,
just
the
have
sneaky
logic
check on the turn from Seth
Grandkids.
Davies.
Yeah.
You know? Give you your fix. Hand them
Giving
back.
Danny as much
Get on an airplane,
rope
go somewhere.
as possible.
Happy that like, lucky a lot of my friends are having babies. So, because I had my kids very young, so a lot of my
too.
friends are having babies, and I'm like, okay, good.
Nice.
I get to hold their babies.
Yeah.
Okay, here
Back.
we go.
Nice.
Like I changed one of my friends.
Of diamonds
they just had a
on the
baby
river.
a month ago, and
Danny was
went
just
over
king
and I was
high.
so excited to change the diaper.
Yep.
I was like,
I'll do it. I'll do it. Yeah, it doesn't even smell. No, we got like a 2-month-old and 2 1-year-olds.
Oh my gosh.
I guess with it being checked down to the river and the overcard in the form of an ace rolling off, Davies just polarizes here. Knuckles for a
Are they all
third
spread out?
time with flopped top set.
2 of them in Minnesota. 1 of them's in Nevada. And
I mean, Danny,
what am I missing?
with Showdown, only, you know, loses to King Queen, loses to 5s, pocket 8s.
I'm missing one. Yeah, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Minnesota.
Oh, babe.
That's a hand.
That is.
Comes with the old
Loving it.
dodged a bullet there.
He was like, Danny, come on. I'm like, whoo, whoo.
I think that I managed to sweet talk my way into getting one of the leftovers because of, you know, shipping back to Malaysia and all that. I was speaking with Tim.
Oh, if you don't get one, I'll make you a makeshift one from IKEA. I'll just get some stickers.
I
and
appreciate you. I appreciate it, Randy.
I try.
That's a fair. I'll take that. I wouldn't say no to that.
Ace 10 for Kenny. Puts it in 8.5
That
big
can't
blinds.
be my time. Yeah? That can't be my time up already, right?
Secret Lab, the official chair partner of the Triton Poker Series.
Ace 3 of clubs, gotta be annoying. You call me, and you're wrong. You're down to a micro stack.
Yeah.
It's gonna make the call.
I think, given that Kenny is under the gun, she's going to be shoving, you know, a few pips wider than usual due to the fact that she's going to have to put in a quarter of her stack in the next hand in the big. Gets it in great shape. And look at this, this is what we're talking about. You know, these short stacks. If she can hold here, moves up to 8th in chips.
Oh, 3 on a flop.
Not like this. 8-6 tray. Kudinov finds the 3 and Nano.
Don't get excited yet.
I know.
3 suck.
10 of clubs on the turn.
And the ace-9.
Welcome back to the broadcast booth here at the Merit Royal Diamond. It is the Triton Super High Roller Series, and we are down to our first final table of the series. Randy Liu, alongside myself, Henry Kilburn, going to be calling the action for you guys all the way down to a winner. And said winner, Randy, going to be going home with $825,000. A huge turnout here in event number 1. What can we expect coming into this final table, Randy?
Well, we've got big pay jumps, so technically speaking, there should be some awareness of the big pay jumps, right? So maybe some tighter folds, maybe some aggressive plays from the big stacks to, for those guys waiting for those pay jumps. It's going to be fun. Before we got to this final table, there were lots of shallow stacks. A lot of them busted out, but some of these stacks are now combining. We've got some extra play, I believe, at this final table with the current stack depth. But we've got a newcomer at the top of the chip counts. Massive chip lead, right? Like, she's got 6 million chips. Second place with 4 million. Like, it's massive. Wow, 6.5 million chips.
Yeah, Ebony Kenny playing her first 25K, her first Triton, and she is out here in event number 1, leading the pack down to the final 8. Her 6.5 million. As you already mentioned, Nano, I mean, pretty significant chip lead over Steve O'Dwyer, who finds himself in second. As we scroll through the final 8, a real ICM noose, if you will, on those middling stacks. Danny Tang, 25 bigs, Seth Davies, 21, Patrick, 19, Kanapong, 17, and then a bit of a drop-off to Vyacheslav Boldajin with 11 big blinds. So is this going to be a kind of case of cat and mouse where these middling stacks kind of just have to either wait for the Vyacheslav bust out or whether to see he finds the double before they make moves themselves?
Generally speaking, yeah, that's what you're going to see. You're going to want to see like the short stack potentially double up, but you won't be passing up really obvious spots, right? Like if it's a good spot, you're still going to take it and just try to pounce on those chip leaders that are trying to take chips. But, if it's like really marginal and you've got a very similar stack to the short stack, you kind of want to let him potentially bust out first because these pay jumps are massive, like we were talking about earlier, and it's just 825K up top. That's just so much money. It should be fun.
Yeah, 109,000 guaranteed, and as you mentioned, the pay jump's getting bigger. Obviously, the ICM noose very tight as things stand. Quick look at the table, just so we can get a look at the table seat draw. So Steve O'Dwyer, who does come in second in chips, but has the chip leader on his direct left. So Ebony Kenny with position on him, and Patrick Antonis to her left. So Kanapong and Patrick maybe downwind of that, when they're in the blinds, going to have 2 of the chip leaders on their right opening into them. Going to be pretty difficult to navigate that one. And then obviously Danny Tang and Faradin Mustafov on the other side of the table. I guess the thing that they have to kind of be cautious of is Vyacheslav going to be open jamming into their blinds, or when he's in the cutoff, open jamming when Faradin's in the small. So maybe some variance there in the sense that they're just going to have to look him up if cards collide. And obviously with these pay jumps, I mean, every decision right now is just, it's pretty sick. Over 30 buy-ins for a 25K up top. But look, you called it before the break, saying that maybe this was just meant to be. The stars have aligned. Maybe Ebony Kenny's first ever 25K was meant to just be her coming out victorious here in Cyprus. We're going to jump back down into the final table action, the main stage. I mean, look at this production setup, by the way. Hey, how about winning your first 25K on this stage? Quick look at the chip counts one last time. Ebony Kenny chip leading with 43 big blinds. Average stack 26 bigs with about 15 minutes left on the clock, I believe. Blind 75K, 150K with 150,000 big blind ante. Price of poker going up. Everyone guaranteed $109,500 for their efforts. A little 4.5x return. first timers, Ebony Kenny, Faradin Mustafov, and Vyacheslav Boldajin, Kanapong, Thanaratkul rather, who came to his first ever Triton series in Madrid. Out here repping the Thai poker community proudly. Blind v blind. Antonius, ace-8 of spades in the small. Is the covering stack, does just come with jam. Makes sense with the ICM pressure being the way that it is at the moment.
Yeah. It's like, the big blind in that spot, like, he wouldn't be able to make some light calls that he might normally make with a chip EV point of view because of these huge payouts. So you might see some more excessive jams, hypothetically, but really it's playing so much fold equity with
all the
ICM.
Chinese speaker would hear him say, "Yo, fatty."
So
good luck there. I have to turn around with a smile on my face, like, yeah, thanks, yeah.
It's so fucking.
Those shoes are
All jovial at the table as things stand.
tropical thread.
Even though we are down to the business end of the tournament. Final table time here in Cyprus, event number 1. Record-breaking 25K.
6, wow, just lays it down. He was like, all right, I'm going to let the other big stacks do something.
Application.
Dwyer, one of the most experienced. He lays it down. Got to respect the chip leader. Ebony Kenny, Jack 10 offsuit in the cutoff. I don't think she's folding. She knows how to ship a tournament. Let's raise it up.
Comes in with the min.
And players in the 30K,
Wow.
I remind you,
Pocket
that we have
kings.
regular breaks of 15 minutes every 4 levels. There's going to be a 30-minute dinner break at completion of level
The easiest
8,
rejab
which
of
will be
his
approximately
career.
7:20. Late registration
He jammed so
will run
fast.
until the completion of level
Lines.
10, which will be approximately 10 to 9.
1.1,200,000.
Oh, wow.
Taking.
It does call it off.
Big call. 6 more big blinds she put in.
Pretty rough shape here with the Jack 10, both suits covered by the Russian for a strong start to this final table. I mean, the 9 of spades in the window by a couple of rags. Still
Too good.
potential backdoor stuff not to be. Deuce of spades on the turn, drawing dead as the kings get the double. And now that really changes things because Vyacheslav, who was the immediate short stack, doubling up to 22 big blinds, puts him 5th in chips. Now the short stack is Anapong and a Ratrical with 16 bigs.
I mean, she still got the chip lead, but, you know, not too often she's going to get to be table captain. But look, these chairs, comfy or what?
I mean, dude, I would play poker in these chairs all day long. And yeah, the Secret Lab chairs, one of our proud sponsors yet again, this Triton Poker High Roller Series. Special shout out to Secret Lab, obviously the official chair partner of the Triton Poker Series. Our players are the best at their game. And that means spending long hours seated to really perfect their play. And why not do it in comfort, Nano?
Yeah, so after losing that pot for Ebony Kenny, it's like, she might be like, oh, no, nothing wrong with what she did, but you can see how potentially some future spots she might not want to go as crazy. Because if she loses another key pot, she would be one of the shortest stacks of the tournament. Kings up, throws the wire, gonna get some blinds. And he's closing in.
He's indeed. You know, Dwyer, you could argue, most experience at this final table when it comes to just years in the game, final table experience, ICM understanding. But as one of the middling stacks, you know, it's about as helpless as you can feel as a poker professional. It's what we've all been in. Both sides of the coin. We've been in the blender, been able to put people or others in the blender due to said ICM pressure.
Yeah, actually everyone's got some decent stacks here. Lots of play.
Yeah, it started off shallow.
Definitely room for open raising. King 10 just gonna rip it in. Keep it simple. What you want to see with King 10 offsuit.
Now, Nano, these secret lab chairs, from my understanding, when we get heads up, which we will be for the first time this series today, we go on break, they roll out the custom-made secret lab chairs with the Triton branding on it for both the two players that are heads up and the dealer. So viewers at home are going to get to see what we're talking about.
They're not sitting on them. I didn't realize. Okay. Yeah.
And yeah, stand a chance to win a limited edition Triton secret lab chair.
You're telling me we can win one of these things. Send them back to our homes.
I believe
3?
You're going to catch me out here, but I believe there's 3.
I think so too.
3 up for grabs, yeah.
So you just got to win one of those 3. Maybe the lucky one. But hold on though. Jam with 6s, small blind versus big blind, ace 4 suited. You're like, oh gosh. This is annoying, isn't it?
This really is. Seth Davies 6 of 8 at the start of this hand.
He could easily be ahead here.
Oh, for sure.
But when you're ahead, I guess you're not that far ahead, and that's quite important with high ICM implications. Lots of 2.3 million is quite a bit still.
Yeah, 15 big blind effective. Oh, sorry, 16 with the big blind middle. Start the hand with around 2.5, 2.4.
Man, when it's suited too, you're like, oh man, this is tough. I would not fault him either way.
With the ace 4. Yeah, it's pretty dicey. I think with ICM leaning more towards fold, could argue with the 30-minute clock.
Yeah, but Davies is like, I don't have a championship, and maybe I need to just make it happen now. But I think you're right. It does seem like a fold would be more, you know, the play you would do, respecting ICM. But nah, he's going for it. He's going for that title.
Going for the title. 5 million out there. Chip lead, pot nano. Sorry, I say chip lead. We've got just behind. Ebony, should Davies win with the ace 4. Mustafoff, if he can just hold with the 6s, will be the chip leader with 7 left. Queen 4, no heart. Great start for the Bulgarian.
Anything higher than a 6, right?
Perfect. As the nut low turn card for Davies. Use of clubs. He's an ace or a 4. Six of spades on the river seals his fate. And Faradin Mustafoff is our new chip leader with 7 left. Seth Davies, strong start, but not the finish he would have wanted coming into this final table. 8th for $109,000 and change. Let's check him out. of these Triton Super High Roller Series. In Madrid, with 6-figure scores. That's another one to his resume here in Cyprus. I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of him, Randy, at our feature table.
Yeah.
Throughout the next 2 weeks.
I mean, you know, he struggled in early Triton events, but in Madrid really had 3 final tables, was looking for a really big score, did pretty well. 460,000 he won, 305 and 661,000. Start off this Cyprus trip of a final table, all was good. Well, you know, with that pot, we got a new chip leader.
Do indeed. Dean Mustafov.
I don't know much about this guy, do you?
I know quite a lot about him, yeah.
Nice.
But played with him for the first time like 7-8 years ago. It's like 19, 20 years old. Very early on in my career. He was doing very well at the time, from what I understand, grinding cash games.
So, is he a cash game player or a tournament player?
I believe he started out as a cash game grinder, and then for the past, want to say, 7-8 years, he's been doing really well, both online and live.
Well, he's bumping up 10-4 also into Steve O'Dwyer. Definitely knows what he's doing.
2.6 million in total live earnings. Best live cash, just shy of 500K. He's done all right for himself. Aggression, blind v blind. Taking it down with the rags.
Ace Jack suited.
All in?
All in.
Yeah, I think the main decision a lot of times, okay, do I min raise or do I just open rip it? Gonna clear out the field.
Great start for the Russian. Voldigin here, coming in 8 of 8. Managed to get that double early on, and now courtesy of getting that jam through up to 4th in chips. No real immediate short stack. Canapong, that I recall, the shortest with 15, but
You're gonna make it
plenty
shorter.
of time. Get things moving. Should he double through, you know,
25 minutes when we
Mustafov
lose
or
a player.
Kenny would ultimately move up to 2nd in chips, and that's how tightly packed it is here. Event number 1, Triton Super High Roller Series Cyprus.
All in.
All in.
All in, Jack of Hearts, and something.
Thank you.
Can I get a count, please?
Any sweats on what the missing card is, Nana?
He did a little bit of a
Around
calculation,
2.2.
so... I was going to say Jacks, but it's by Ace Jack.
We did see one Jack dead, right? So
Yeah, Ace Jack, think so?
yeah,
It's a good read, right?
Ace Jack under the gun.
It's Ace Jack or Jack 5. I'm not sure. It's not Jack 5. But I think this is a bit too much to continue with the King Queen suited. He's got multiple players act behind him. It's still quite a large open jam.
It's really grim. Does.
It's
Line
basically
the
would be
fold.
ambitious if he had went with that.
Similar to the Ace
I
4
want to call
spot.
Daddy.
It's,
You raise, I all in.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow. I should react. Wow.
Are you sure you want me to go?
Yeah, sure.
You sure?
Sure. I have big hand.
Bigger than ace queen?
Bigger.
Really? Pocket three?
No.
Fours.
Jack.
Really?
There was a jack tucked in there, Andy.
Well, Danny Tang said he had ace queen, so... Well, he asked bigger than ace queen.
So there could be two people
I'm not
bluffing
saying I
at
have
this.
ace queen,
Right.
I don't know why people would bluff verbally. Just kidding. Sevens. For the chip leader. The hijack. Stacks behind him are quite sizable, so he's not going to just open rip these types of hands. Start with an open. I don't know how Patrick does it, but he seems to just always gets far and just grinds his way, but I have no idea what key pots he won. No, he just cruises. Let's see, he's got a little bit of decision, it seems, of a 10 of clubs. He's got suited broadways. Like Jack 10 suited? Pocket 10s? Ace 10 suited? It's gonna be a flat. Maybe like an ace 10 of clubs, a jack 10 of clubs.
That's the call. 900k in the middle. Every pot so crucial here, given how shallow they are. I mean, straight off the bat, single raise pot, stack to pot ratio of just over 2. Kind of being put to the test straight away, facing a C-bet.
Minimum C-bet. And Tony is thinking about it. 10 of clubs. Decent chance he's got backdoor clubs. King high board. Antonius is raising. What do you think he's got? Flat's a small blind. Check raises of the 10 of clubs. We know it's not king 10 of clubs. Literally impossible.
That's true.
This got to be a bluff.
That's true, Randy. Maybe some hand that is going to turn, you know, a decent amount of equity. Something like you already mentioned, the jack 10 of clubs, ace 10 of clubs. Although, feels like it would be an absolute disaster to check raise and then have to fold directly with ace 10.
It's very interesting because Mustafa bet min bet, so he doesn't do some raises. He's wondering, how does Antonius check raise me here? So like king queen offsuit. That didn't. But a lot of king queens have incentive to rejam on a chip leader, don't they? So he's going to discount that a lot. So like what, a king jack? Lays it down. Has to be a bluff, right? It just has to be.
Feel like Patrick got away with one there, yeah.
Yeah, for sure, that's a
that
bluff.
looks like the face of a man that, you know.
Wow, what a play. Check raise the king high board from the small blind. Against the chip leaders, min bet. That's the thing with the min bet, like, sure, you're getting a good price to kind of see that, but people play back at you.
Yeah. No, I couldn't agree more. I certainly leveled myself in spots like that as well. As we take another gander at the chip counts. This Triton Super High Roller Series Cyprus Part 2, may I add, as we were here earlier on in the year. It is the Bulgarian Faradin Mustafov, chip leader with 41 bigs, but I mean, let's look at the chip counts. Canopon doubles through either of those. He's up there in the mix. Really is tight down there at the bottom of the pack. Patrick Antonius with 21, shortest stack with 16. That ICM noose, about as tight as it can get in MTT poker. 7 left. About as helpless as you can feel as a poker professional.
Ebony Kenny, King Queen offsuit. Big stack versus big stack. Some people 3-bet, some people flat. I like this play. Clears out the people behind you. You're gonna get a lot of folds. An open razor.
Yeah, I'm a big fan, Randy, of just applying max pressure as early as possible on Steve O'Dwyer. Just kind of sending the message as well that, hey, this might be my first 25k, this might be my first Triton, but I know how to apply pressure and leverage the ICM spotlight that you're under. Great timing, 5.6 million. Separates herself comfortably from the rest of the pack. Her and Faradin Mustafov, clear chip leaders here. With 7 left. 145,700 locked up. These final 7. Now, Nano.
What's up, Henry?
James Dempsey just brought something over to us in the broadcast booth.
A fine piece of jewelry.
Was indeed. Shambhala jewels, the exact, and if you call back to Madrid, winners of the main event, they got the Jacob & Co. custom Triton watch. This time round, the winner of every single event not only receive a Triton trophy, they're also going to receive a custom-made Triton Shambhala jewel, rather. And then the main events will get Jacob & Co. watches. But I think, still a little bracelet to kind of acknowledge the fact that you want to Triton event.
And they're very casual too. You can just wear them all the time.
They really are.
Yeah. Kind of look like what you got on, but way baller. Way more baller.
Wow, man. There's me thinking a compliment coming my way from Manny, but no, it's the backhanded compliment. Kind of like getting slapped in the face with a tortilla, Like, come on, man.
Okay, so we got a pre-flop raise defense and ace-9. Dwyer. I'm gonna put a tiny bet out there, right? Yeah.
Only taking us 2 hours and 50 minutes. Get down to the final 7. Came back with 16. I have to ask you, Randy, this spot, Danny defending from the big, check calling on the ace-8-6. Are there alarm bells ringing in O'Dwyer's head, or is there still hands that we can get value from in the form of, an 8? Obviously now on the 6th turn, losing to a flopped bottom pair, but we're unblocking a lot of the draws, correct?
Yeah. I would say there definitely was value because Danny Tang will defend. He knows how to defend his big blind. Will be check calling pretty much any pair, and he got shot on this board. So even though the ace high board does smash the undergun +1 razor, like with these small C bets, Danny Tang's not folding to any bet size with some kind of piece. O'Dwyer with the 6 pairing though, O'Dwyer I think would want to check because just hoping to get value out of 8. This is unlikely.
Ooh.
Jack on. How did he hit that card?
How have all day today, Randy, it feels like straight off the bat, we've just been having people flop, turn, river sets in key moments throughout the tournament.
I can't believe he hit that.
Gets the check mark. Unblocking spades as well. 1.2 out there. Danny with the action on him maybe comes with a probe. Knuckles it over to O'Dwyer. Wow. So this went +1 open. Big blind defend. Ace-8-6 rainbow. Check. 1 big blind. call. Check, check, turn. Now Danny knuckling the river for a third time with top pair, unblocking spades.
So O'Dwyer's probably okay. Is he value betting against an 8 or an ace? An ace, he would probably size up a lot more. An 8, he'd go a bit smaller. Don't think he thinks Danny's got a 6 that often.
Is he supposed to just go polar here and really just go for the jugular?
Well, the thing is, it just
Unblocking
depends on,
spades.
does he think Danny Tang would hero call him? Like, a huge pot over bet. Yeah, sure, you unblock spades, but...
He does go
Wow.
for it all. I feel like that makes the most sense.
You know what? Danny Tang does put in some hero calls. So, and I think he knows that too.
And Danny throwing in all of the time bank chips, understandably so. He's
a break, yeah?
visibly pained by this spot that O'Dwyer's put him in.
Break.
Just to recap, +1 open, Danny defending the ace-9, flopping top pair on the ace-8-6. O'Dwyer continuing for one big, Danny coming with the check call. Turn pairing the bottom card. I think it's safe to assume that O'Dwyer doesn't have many 6x. Maybe going to check back some of his, king, queen of spades, try and realize their equity.
Top boat.
Top
aces.
boat also makes sense.
Quad 6s. Yeah.
Hence O'Dwyer going polarizing river jam.
Some percentage of time, O'Dwyer bets a turn of spades, so Danny Tang knows that. Discounts some spades. This is tough.
Yeah, I think
A lot of leveling going on too.
we fold with a 9 and call with like ace-3, ace-deuce. I feel like ace-9 is one of the worst ace-x to call with there.
What a
Does
laydown.
make the fold and O'Dwyer went for the jugular. Danny getting away from top pair on the river as we head into our first break of this final table.
Yeah.
Varadin Mustafov, chip leader, Bulgarian, with 41 big blinds, closely followed by none other than Ebony Kenny, story of this tournament so far, 37 big, second in chips with 7 left. O'Dwyer up to 30 big blinds, managed to separate himself quite comfortably now, courtesy of that jack of spades river, and it's Danny Tang, bottom of the pack with 14 bigs. Welcome back to the broadcast booth. Henry Kilbane alongside Randy Liu. Randy, I have to ask you, Danny Tang on a few occasions in Madrid had the chance to get that first Triton trophy. Do you think any of that is coming into effect here, or is it always just, one hand at a time, take every spot as it comes?
He does strike me as a take one hand at a time, every spot as it comes. Sometimes he's going to make those big hero calls, even against those huge overbets, and sometimes he's going to make the big fold. This one he made the big fold. At a final table, he is a little bit more incentivized to make a big fold because your chips are very important. But he knows O'Dwyer is capable of making some sick plays, and you can see he was pained. He threw all the time bank chips in. He's like, all right, take as many as you need. But this man is incredible at poker. Needs that Triton trophy. He almost had it in Madrid. He had Makita down like a huge chip lead. I remember that one. Just somehow lost it. But he's a great player. Disciplined fold there. Not a lot of people can do it. Hopefully he can do well. But, there's a lot of great names still in there. Patrick Antonius, Ebony Kenny, like with the chip leader. Like this is a phenomenal final table so far.
For sure. I mean, we've seen already several times throughout today alone that people have been down to 10 bigs and spun it back up. So when we come back for break, look, we're not counting Danny Tang out of this. He's still in the mix. 11 big blinds and we're going to be coming back and crowning a champion, and someone's going to be going home with $825,000. See you guys shortly.
GG Poker, the biggest poker site, best poker software. Why? The most ambitious players.
This isn't crazy.
It's a doom.
Well, a quick little 2-minute break there for myself and Randy Lou to get some fresh air as we come back into the broadcast. We're down to the final 7 players of event number 1. It is the 25k 8 max. It's Faradin Mustafov leading the field. Blinds 100,000, 200,000, and chip leader with 30 big blinds, Nano. I mean, this tournament could be over in hour and a half, 2 hours, if that. 825k for first.
Yeah, we're getting shallow again. But, you know, we could get some quick bust outs. You know, it could be one of those tournaments when people get it all in and they hold, you know, and we just never bust anyone out. But it is going to be pretty intense. Pay jumps are huge. There's a lot of players in here, pretty much everyone with a lot of experience with these stack depths. Some may have more experience in deep stack, some shorter. But definitely everyone's very skilled and got a very good chance of taking this one down. It's probably going to come to a little bit of a cards as we get more shallow, but right now still a decent amount of play and proper reshoves.
Yeah, that's a great point being made. Obviously, you know, with the stacks getting this shallow, sometimes you just get dealt out of the tournament in the form of a reshove and running into a hand. Now, Nano, our attention for today has been focused, obviously, on the final 2 tables that we came back to and now the final table. But we do have event number 2 up and running, the 30k 6 max, which I think, if I'm not mistaken, is probably one of the favorite formats of a lot of these players. You know, they play 6 max on GG Poker, a lot of the satellites for 6 max as well, and it just kind of opens the door for just more involvement, more hands, more aggression. Going to be covering that later on today. But is anyone that's not at this final table that's going to be in the field that you want to catch at the Six Max tables.
I want to see Michael Damo play, right?
Yeah.
Fellow Australian, amazing player. Of course, there's a lot of sickos out there, and they haven't had a chance to get a final table yet here in Cyprus.
I mean, that Six Max must be his format. We're going to check out a hand that was being played whilst the final table is running. I'm going to jump into it in the background. 59 entries in that one so far. That is the 30K event number 2, Six Max.
It's fun,
Giving
man.
you guys
Did
a little bit
did
of
some
a
flips, did some dives.
teaser, if you will, as to
Failed, though. I
what's
tried.
up and coming later on today after
I almost came down.
finish
but
things up here
I went to the shop,
with the final
got
table.
the shorts, and then was like,
event
I'm going to the
number
beach
1.
now, and then was like, wait, this is my only.
And here you go. There's
like,
your
this
man.
is my
I
only thing
know.
for today.
How did I know?
Ask and ye
everyone's
shall
back in the shop.
receive, Nano.
So,
What are the odds of him being involved in this hand as well?
yeah.
Jack is suited, pretty likely.
They don't know. They don't know. They haven't
But
done it
yeah,
yet.
can we get a
They don't know
picture-in-picture
what
of this table? This looks like a dream
This is
table.
boring.
Adamo, Basikowski. Who else we got here? It's like
It's an old
Ben
suitcase.
Heath?
I'm kind of scared it just like burst open on the runway, and they're just
I
like.
mean, can we just jump between both tables? Have the final table, and then we have this one of the 30K?
Is there anything special or just a close?
Basikowski
I mean, there's nothing like special, but I
3xing
go
the
straight,
button
like, wedding
with
from here.
10s.
And like my shoes are in there.
Tommy Kim
Some stuff.
in the big. Going to defend
Stuff
the
like that.
5-4-0.
Nothing like
Remember,
personal or
very
anything beyond that.
one of the first levels of the day. And wow. Okay, strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. 6-6 straight. Tommy with the open ender. Bads with the over pair.
It's a little weird when after like 36 hours,
0.5K
they
out
just say
there.
that we don't know where. Like they don't even know where it is because Sam Greenwood lost his.
Sikowski firing out
And they told him
Seabell
it's coming today.
1.5 into
But, like, they know where it
7.5,
is.
20%
Obviously,
pop.
It was like in the system and they put it somewhere. Like mine, they're just like.
It's pretty rare. Like whenever I've lost a suitcase, they've always had the tag and they know where it is. Kind of.
Yeah, when I lost mine in New York. they were
Tommy
like,
Kim
oh yeah, sorry. Like it got
turning
stranded there. There was a storm, and now it's going back to
the
London.
nut straight.
And like they kept telling me where it was. It just wasn't where I was. This one, they're just like.
Still, Nano, I mean,
We don't know.
SPR 20.
Might be lost
Yeah,
forever.
this is a pretty big stack to pot ratio, I'll tell you. But 10s?
Yeah.
I feel pretty safe with it usually on this board.
Comes with 75% on the turn. Given how deep we are, does Tommy announce himself now, try and build a pot and really extract as much value as possible out of the overpairs of Basikowski's range?
Wow, to check call, check raise on a 6-6-3 deuce. So you try to think of some bluffs, right? There's no obvious bluffs to go for the check call, check raise.
Have to be something like
Ace
7-5,
Yeah, 7-5.
7-4.
What, Phil? How you going?
Ace 4, Ace 5 that went ambitious.
Sorry, calls.
Sorry.
Not a believer.
Maybe some hands like 10-4, whatever.
Did he win this pot with pocket 10s? How?
6 of spades rolling off.
That's like the out you always forget about.
That is true. That is true, Nana. Like in your head, you're like 10,
You a beach guy, Phil?
and then you quickly
Are you a
realize.
beach guy?
Six of spades.
Not
I'm
really.
not a beach guy, but I'm not against the beach. I mean, I like
Is that Adamo asking Phil Ivey? You a beach guy, pal?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, cause like I'm loving it here. Every morning, just been going out, swimming. Like a platform you can dive off.
Well, Damo loves the venue.
Third.
You said that
I've
earlier,
three,
right?
Like in the last year, right? Yeah.
Just loving the water.
You've been to all of them, right?
I like it here a lot.
River goes check, check.
Sick.
Tommy with the turn check raise. Tables the straight, no good against the pocket tens of Madziakowski. And, well, now we know what Adamo gets up to prepare himself for these high rollers. He's out there.
Just diving and swimming.
Diving into the Mediterranean.
Yeah, I was there for a little bit, yeah.
It's kind of like a dream place for him to play it in, right? Gets to do that.
I was in
And he
Barcelona.
comes and plays some poker, bluffs some people, rinse and repeat, collect a trophy after 24 hours.
That's it, you know, go home 7 figures richer than you came with. Why not? This is obviously the event we will be covering after we conclude today's final table. Event number 1, which we'll be rejoining shortly. Players taking a quick break. You can see them in the background be taking their seats. There we go. Faradin Mustafov, chip leader, blinds 100,000, 200,000 with a 200,000 big blind ante. Bottom of the pack, Danny Tang, 11 bigs, tied with Kanapong. I mean, Randy, this is actually insane given how close this is. I mean, there's no runaway chip leader. You know, Danny, Kanapong, if they double through Faradin, he drops down to the middle of the pack. They move up to the middle of the pack. This is really tight, and you can really sense the ICM pressure out there based off of a couple of hands that we've seen. 45k ladder between 7th and 6th.
Very tense. I know Dwyer would have a lot of experience with these kind of stack depth, especially with a big lead. I'm sure some of these online grinders, like you say, Faradin, Budigan, they should be very familiar with these kind of stacks. But Patrick, he always surprises me. Like, just always at the end of the tournament, you're like, okay, he doesn't look like he plays short stack, but he knows how to play it perfectly. Like, this guy just always just crushing for so long.
It kind of reminds me of the PLO in Madrid, the one that Tom Dwan won.
Yeah.
Where, like, we didn't really see anything of Patrick. And then we get down to the final table and he's like 3rd in chips. We're like, hang on a minute. What happened here? And he's just like grinding away, winning small pots here and there, getting a couple of, jabs through. And here he is.
And then, like,
absolute legend of the game, middle of the pack.
He's so solid too. And then, like, pretty sure he check raised bluff, but we're not sure because we only got to see one card that hand. But this is just good stories, good lineup right now. See up Kenny.
Good enough.
Just make this run even more magical. Continue. It's like every pay jump she gets, it's like I just won another tournament. That's huge. Biggest cash to date when she min cashed this tournament was 51,000.
Yeah.
Okay. So she's multiplying that every single time.
Oh, I'm sweating every ladder with her. I'm doing backflips on the inside. I'm like, come on, let's go.
2-5.
Let's go.
2-4. 2-3.
King Jack suited, pretty hand under the gun. Got a lot of chip stacks. Ace 10. Way down.
Steve in the big. Gonna let it go. Can he back up to over 6 million after a slight misstep early doors against Vyacheslav? Jack 10 running into his kings. Back up to where she started things off at the top of the chip count. 6.1 million.
Queen 9 against the chip leader, Ace 3 offsuit. Blind versus blind. Should come in for limp. What does Ebony Kenny do with the Ace 3?
Couple of options available, right, Randy? Can try and just take it down right here, right now, apply as much pressure as possible in the form of a 3x. But, you know, these ace-3 type hands, these ace-7-0s, always see a lot of guys and girls just knuckle them back, see a flop, get to have some board coverage on ace-high boards, disguise top pairs and whatnot.
Dwyer's got inside straight draw. Debating throwing a bet out there. Check. Just ace high. Gonna stab here. Try and take it down. Exerting that chip dominance. Hoping to get extra folds than normal. Queen 9, queen of spades. Tempting to call one off with this stack size. Here we go.
Is this also a case of just trying to get a bit of protection in such an ICM heavy spot with the ace-3, protecting against, you know, the 6-outs of the world?
Plenty of 6-outs, and you don't know which one it is because we're playing blind versus blind.
For sure. 10 of hearts, pairing board on the turn. 1 million out there. Knuckles back and, well, weird turn of events. Double pairing board run out, now counterfeiting the 7x's of the world should Steve have check called with bottom pair. Ace high, gonna be good at showdown.
Queen high.
Ace high.
Good.
Kenny up to 6.5 mil. You know, I must say, when it comes to Steve O'Dwyer, just has an extremely composed kind of presence at the table. You know, stoic, difficult to read, and maybe most importantly, very death-defying stare, like kind of, you know. There are a couple of stares in the poker world that come to mind, but Steve O'Dwyer's is very, very intimidating.
Yeah, O'Dwyer's been crushing this game for so long.
So long, right? I mean, you talk about legends that have kind of come in and out of the game, maybe quote-unquote retired.
I feel like he's got a trophy in like every type of series out there, too. You're looking at the Hendon model. Drop me some knowledge.
Yeah. All right.
What all time? What is he? I mean, I feel like was kind of out of the scene a little bit more recently or something. Was not playing as many of the stuff, but it seems like he's back.
It's currently number 14 on the all-time mailing list.
That's high.
Best rank was 8th once upon a time. And yeah, let's just, you know, let's just scroll through some of his scores. So, well, he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-figure scores.
He's got a lot, huh? Wait, hold on though. We got a C-bet, Queen 9, Antonius flops top pair, Jack kicker. About 12 big blinds. You gotta remember, they got a little history, right? Antonius check raising on a king high board. It's not the same board, but you know, he's actually got it this time. So it's crossing his mind. He might be like, maybe I do go for check raise again because I did it before. So just check call.
950.
950, raising it up.
Yeah, I'm a big fan, Randy. Don't really want to be playing the guessing game with ICM. you know, any ace queen, even jack turn where we turn 2 pair, our opponent can still have ace queen and queen 9 as Paradine did.
Being out of position, you got some more incentive to raise 2 of very
Penny, how much you
shallow
have?
stacks, because the guy in position can, you know, check back the turn, get 2 cards instead of 1, like just getting denied altogether. Look, 4 million chips. Antonius just calm, wins a pot here and there. He's like the perfect grinder. Makes a play, it always works. He's got the perfect poker face.
Jesus, I'm sorry, Randy. You see me just kind of like
You're
nodding
still
my head.
scrolling at Steve O'Dwyer's Hendon Mob.
29 live tournament wins.
Okay, we can't include the $100 tournaments.
I mean, dude, I wish these were $100 tournaments. We're talking 25K, 25K, 250K, 25K, 10K, 50K, 50K. I mean, dude.
He's good. Okay, so he's going to tell us how to play this A6 right now.
There we go.
Cut off.
Who needs the commentators when you have Steve O'Dwyer at the table?
Now you're just like, whatever he does. Perfect.
First live win coming back in 2011.
Lace it
11
down.
years ago. Bellagio Cup. I mean, I didn't even know how to spell poker back in 2011. I mean, I still don't. Let's be honest.
T-O-K-E-R.
You got it. When do you think his first recorded Hendon Mob Cash was?
2005. Was I close?
Close, yeah, you were.
Yeah.
First ever cash. January 2007.
Yeah.
8K WPT Championship.
So
the one that Ike Haxton famously came second in. The hair blowing in the...
Yeah, my favorite Isaac Haxton. I'm going to talk about him when we see him.
That was amazing, right? I mean, that is peak Ike Haxton.
I mentioned like every single time Isaac Haxton comes on stream.
Prince of Darkness.
Yeah.
Big fan.
Oh, I want some Jungle Man on stream. Rui Cal. Oh,
Let's ease the viewers into it.
Okay. I'm dropping too many names, but they're here.
They are.
And they're playing the Coin Rivet later this week. But Ebony Kenny picking up that little pot right there against the short stack. Little min bet. 7.1 million she's got. She's creating some separation now.
She's feeling it.
Yeah, she's feeling good.
Staff off. Second in chips.
Ace Jack. Solid spot to reshove. Just under 20 blinds against a player who's got a big stack, knows how to open.
All in.
29 wins, you said? Or 26?
29, but who's counting, Randy? Who's counting? O'Dwyer with the rejam.
3,750,000.
Currently fourth in chips. Rejamming into second in chips for Adine, who swiftly folds the ace-10 suited. What a great start. This Triton super high roller series here in Cyprus. 6 new players making the money in event number 1. 3 of them at this final table. I do apologize. Faradin Mustafov, Ebony Kenny, and Vyacheslav Boldajin.
Boldajin has played a Triton.
Has he really?
I recognize his name. You know what? We can verify it, can't we?
We can indeed. You are right, Nano. You're right. He was here in Cyprus earlier on in the year.
You got tricked because you saw Cyprus.
I got rugged. Rug was pulled from out underneath my feet in the commentary booth. Not for the first time.
I have 1.6.
Unsuited.
Talking
All in,
of,
all in.
I just laugh. Jams the small blind for what looks to be 8 effective.
2.2.
Look, King High is the best hand sometimes, but I think with a 3 kicker, it's just a little too thin. Your chips are pretty important. You got some guy who's out there is really short too. I like the laydown. It's like, sure, I beat the 10-9 suited, but like, how far ahead actually am I against those types of hands?
For sure.
And of course, my opponent would jam any ace, any king. Like, you can't just be like, oh, I beat that one hand, I call. What about the hands you lose to? And then we talk about ICM. Easy peasy. Both just crossing arms.
I saw that. I was like, hey.
Yeah. I see
Okay.
these things.
Yeah.
I was like, because why else would he give us that shot? It was just a random shot, right?
Comfortable.
Double up needed.
Chilling.
Double up needed.
I like Danny. He's always chatting it up. Lively, great player.
Sometimes he doesn't stop talking. Maybe.
So you don't like him?
Oh, I'm a big Danny fan. I first met Danny when, me and Danny are the same age. He started
Did you ask
grinding
exactly like that?
in
Or demanded,
Manchester
I
at
guess?
the, I want to say the 2-6. I can't remember. Very New Lane.
Wish me luck.
It's a local casino in Manchester. Talking to Danny. Waking up with an ace in the small. And a snap call from Mustafov, who is in great shape. 3-1 favorite. Back to
I take everything. Not
eliminate Danny. Shouting over to his bro, saying
Hearts,
it's all right.
hearts.
4 for fatty.
Right.
It's never easy.
Send in the 2 sides. 2 sides.
Not bad. 2 sides.
In spots like these, you should be able to sweat the side card, in my opinion. Just like the person who's at risk, deal the river card to them, let him peek the 2 pips.
Well, it's opportunities.
Okay.
Alright, chop is fair apparently.
River and is a chop.
No,
Win.
no chop. Just the win.
You said no greed and you get rewarded.
Danny up to 3.4 million, and our chip leader with 7 left, Mustafov, now down to 5th in chips. That just to give you guys an idea at home how tightly packed this is.
Svoj tamo na svoj 4 mu dali Kent. Ne samo padna, ima 3 miliona i puvina je potom.
That is a dangerous player to double up. Everyone almost got additional 50,000 instead.
It's very, very difficult.
Keep it 7.
Yeah.
Aradine just saying it's impossible to beat this guy. And Dwight saying, yeah, you're not wrong. Very difficult.
You can only beat him when you get the heads up, because he can't win the title.
Wow, shade, bang, bang.
You know, I've actually stayed at Danny Tang's place in Manchester.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's bromanship.
Some bromanship.
I don't know if it's a
I
real
like
word
that.
or not, but
I like that. So I'm going to use that one.
he's a sneakerhead. He's got a lot of sneakers.
That doesn't surprise me. Always rocking, you know, the Balenciagas and Gucci's of the world.
Yeah, part of my favorite part is just checking out everyone's attire at these Triton events. Love
I'm
the
a fan of
Versace.
O'Dwyer, you know, just the casual Lacoste, Nike,
Simple.
Adidas. Yeah, you know,
Patrick's just got a t-shirt on.
it says flop on it. Bless you.
This isn't the fanciest dressed final table.
What do you mean? We got Balenciaga.
I mean, Madrid, they had some pretty sick.
We got Mustafov with the Richard Mille watch on.
Oh, does he?
I mean, that's 6 figs right there.
Okay, I don't know
my
my watches, and I just know that you do not have a Shambhala jewelry bracelet.
Wait,
Like,
why are you throwing shade my way? I'm not the one at the feature table. What's that got to do with anything? Yeah, the Richard Mille.
Yeah, those are baller.
They really are.
Like, bigger than so many people's bankrolls.
Hefty piece.
Pocket threes. 21 big blinds. We've seen people just open rip this, keep it simple. Play the equity to hand. Some people limp jam it, expecting a chip leader to be raised into your limps. It depends on what he thinks Ebony Kenny will do. Just gonna keep it simple though.
Does keep it simple and picks up the blind and the big blind ante. Ebony Kenny still chip leader. Average stack 19 million. He's playing 36.
See the dealer's chair, it's really nice. It's got the Triton logo on the back too. Sweet. Okay.
Ebony Kenny, by the way. Andy, check this out.
We're checking the hand mob. What do we got?
A win today would triple her total live earnings.
Triple? I thought you were just gonna say beats.
So total live earnings today, 412,000. I mean, look, she's been incredibly transparent about this. You know, the min cash was more than her best live cash, first 25k today, and here she is, 7 left, proving everyone wrong. Chip leader. But yeah, 825k for first. Total live earnings 412. I mean, that would be. Oh boy.
She's got ace queen in a spot that seems like a standard rejam, doesn't it? Antonio's ace king with 20 big blinds.
Oh boy.
Oh my.
Yeah, I spoke too soon, but bearing in mind, Randy, Patrick Antonius is second in chips. Canapon, then Arachkral on 8 bigs.
He's in.
Vyacheslav on 13. He's all in. Mustafov.
Is there a world where you there's some pay jump implications of ace king and maybe you should be folding?
Wow.
This isn't a nit roll from Faradine, by the way. There are 2 shorter stacks than him.
I think what's important here is that Antonius's range is stronger than Kenny's range. So it's likely Antonius has got the best hand and he's going to double. He's the favorite to double up and not bust out.
That's a very good point.
It feels the other way around. Like, let's say Kenny was shorter and Antonius still rejams and that, you get eliminated. It's a tough spot.
Hand of the tournament thus far.
I would just expect Antonius to be super strong here.
Yeah.
To not bust out.
Sometimes you just dealt out of the tournament. This is chip leader, the second in chips. Cut off open. Kenny with the 20 big blind effective rejam from the small. Antonius looking down at ace king from the big. Makes the call, action back on the Bulgarian with the same hand. There's a lot of things to figure out here. And firstly, 45k on the line between 7th and 6th. Secondly, if he folds and Antonius busts, 6 left, and he is middle of the pack with the 2 shorter stacks.
Yeah.
Behind him.
This is. I mean, he's probably thinking, I've never seen a world where I'm thinking about folding ace king with 13 big blinds remaining pre-flop. Oh my, the Bulgarian. I think he's going to lay it down.
Wow. What did you fold? What did you fold?
He folded ace king.
Oh. What do you fold?
Queens?
Sick, yeah. Super sick. No,
Queen?
queens, I don't fold queens.
Jacks?
Ace king.
Ah, it's king.
Ace king.
Wow, Faradine
Ace king.
getting out of the way.
Tough.
We have first and second collide. Ebony Kenny needs a
Oh,
queen.
no.
Wow.
Followed by the king, with one king dead. That was nasty.
Queen in the window.
It's much easier if you open shop.
Antonius just one card away from being a massive chip leader here. Finds the hold. 9 of hearts on the river. Up to 8.9 million in chips, and now has more than double what O'Dwyer has in second.
Kenny is short. And you gotta remember, that big fold, you know, would change the chip counts too. He would move up in chips. Antonius would have less chips if he had made the call of ace king as well instead of folding. Like, that is a hand-defining moment for this tournament. For all of them.
Wow. Queen in the window as well. It just felt like it was really her tournament
Oh,
there.
yeah.
So no, the old 3-outer not to be. And I mean,
2-outer.
Yeah, sorry, 2-outer.
The strange 2-outer. They're not really, it's not really, but it is. But yeah, sick. And we still got 7 players.
We do.
Somehow.
And just looking at those chip counts, Randy, I mean, everyone just under immense pressure here due to the ICM noose, handcuff, grip, if you will. I mean, look at this. 13, 13, 13, 8. Even Danny Tang, third in chips, 17 big blinds. Difference between busting now in 7th and coming third, better part of $225,000. So immense pressure here on these short stacks. We've already seen time and time again today that we had Bossman, Paul Pua, go from 1st to 16 with 16 left. Saw short stacks. Ebony Kenny was 15 of 15 to then being chip leader with 10 left. I mean, this format.
I don't know how Antonius does it, but he's at the top. I'm going to say this all
This
week.
is the silent assassin, man.
This guy just always collecting checks every stop he goes to. The 6 deuce should be actually an interesting spot here. Man from Thailand. He's got 6 big blinds. Antonius massive stack 6 deuce off. Wondering, do I got the fold equity? Do I limp? He's going for the limp.
Does come with a limp, Randy.
Is this the free flop moment? It is.
Well, Patrick's found a way to win the hand, one would assume. A stab here with the gut shot. Take it down instead, decides to knuckle on over to Canapong. Maybe fearful of...
I don't think he wants to bet and get jammed on and waste a hand like that could hit a 6 or a straight, but he will definitely be check calling at least. But then, if he sees a check, maybe he goes for a stab on a turn. This is a calculated player. Just OG of poker. Antonius, 8.7 million. Continues to check. Wow, is he thinking about betting this 9 deuce high? It does seem a little suspicious that Antonius keeps checking to me on this board with these stack sizes.
Fearful of the trap?
Also wondering, should he stab at me at some point?
Queen on the end. Antonius with effectively the nut low, only beating 5 deuce.
think I would like to see Antonio throw something out there. It just seems like there's a good chance his opponent would bet Assumption if he had a pair. There's a big cards out there, they would just jam on you pre-flop with 6 big blinds. It just makes a lot of sense. Nice bet from Antonius. Yeah. And you know, he kept checking, right? All of a sudden he's bet on his big board. It looks like he was trapping all along.
He was trapping, Andy. In his head, at least. In his mind.
Yeah.
Played it like aces.
He checked the flop because he was like, oh, I'm going to try to get more out of this guy. I'm just going to outplay him post-flop. But
Let him catch up so he pays me more. Yeah, classic. Classic stuff. Patrick Antonius just getting it done here in Cyprus. 7 left, biggest ever 25k at a Triton Super High Roller Series.
you know, no titles at Triton, but he's been to a lot. 5 cashes, 1.15 million in earnings.
Is that
it?
Yeah. He doesn't play every single event.
Thank you.
But is that it? You just put some shade on Patrick Antonius, my friend.
I just feel like
you
in
told him
Madrid,
he needed to stack 20s. Now you're
in Madrid, it just felt like he was in
his
everything, like running deep in everything.
He did have some scores there. He actually did. He had a 4th, a 6th, and a 9th place.
Main event?
Main event, he got 6th place for 558,000 euro.
PLO, third.
He got 4th for 97.5 and 9th. So, you know, he consistently gets far. Hasn't, like, closed out the final table, but, you know, this is a good one to do.
Certainly is.
Record-breaking entries.
Yeah, a little 33 3x. So much for this being over in an hour and a half, eh?
You've been saying that every single time, but nah. This is fun. Feels very tense.
Yeah. Yeah, this one.
Anthony Kenny.
All in.
All in.
Ace Kings all in. Finally picks up a hand. He's been card dead.
Uh-oh.
1 and...
Bolingen was snap looking at the clock. I felt like he something stronger than ace-5.
Yeah, but he's jamming 4 blinds. Ace-5 is usually good here.
Oh, wow. Yeah, sorry. I apologize. I did not realize just how short Canapang was. Now that the blinds have gone up to 250k.
I think there's a good chance he goes for it, right? Like, Canapong's got so much incentive to jam so many hands of 4 blinds. Wow, he's gonna lay it down. Danny Tang committed 1 big blind. Is he forced to call off here?
I don't think he is with ICM, man. This is really tightly packed.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, from a chip EV point of view, high five the dealer, fist bumps all around, in it goes. Does fold. I mean, what a huge pickup, by the way. Canapong jamming the 1.05 mil, increasing his stack by 60% by getting the 2 folds.
That's a win.
That is a win. All he needs to do now is double up and he's 3rd in chips. These FTs, as always, those of you out there looking to improve any part of your game, get the notepads out, pen and paper out. You know, you can reverse engineer a lot of these ICM spots. Take note.
Ace 4 in the cutoff.
All in.
All in.
He's chipping up if he can get this one through.
Wow.
He'd practically double up.
He more than doubles,
more
right?
than
His
double.
initial jam was for 1.07, up to 2.3 now.
Double without running out 5 cards. That is a good day. He's out of the 7th place position. He's moved up to 5th place with that jam. Tied for 5th. Really, the only safe player right now is Patrick Antonius with these stack sizes. Just browsing the chat. They're loving Patrick Antonius at the top, I'll tell you that.
Talking to Patrick Antonius, 9.3 million of the 26 million in play.
2 10s.
Overwhelming chip leader.
I think this is a little bit too weak to rejam. Too short, but no. He just jammed twice. He might be feeling the 3rd time. Okay, keep it safe.
3rd time's a charm, right?
3rd time you're out.
This is so sick for O'Dwyer, by the way. Like normally a hand that you just defend.
I think he's still going to defend. O'Dwyer does kind of strike me as someone who wants to put some defense up.
Sure, but the real ICM pressure on Steve, right? Comfortably in 2nd.
Yeah.
5 stacks, sub 13 bigs.
You see, he's looking at all the stacks and thinking about that right now. But still going to continue.
Sicko.
You can't run over my blinds. My name is Steve O'Dwyer.
O'Dwyer is not scared.
You don't win 29 tournaments by folding your
That
big
is
blind.
true. That is very true.
Dicey flop, actually, for Antonius. 2 overs. Yeah, I like to check. See what happens on a turn. Put diamond.
O'Dwyer now drawing 2 outs. But it's not the only way he can win the hand. Could somehow, miraculously, bluff Antonius off with his hand.
I don't think he's gonna want to try. Like, okay, say he bets like 600k or whatnot and gets called and loses. Puts him in a bad spot. Kind of maintain your 2nd place a bit more healthy. Gaining those chips is not as important, I would say. Plus, Antonius good at sniffing out the bluffs. It's checked to him 3 times. Potentially a thin value bet here of 10s.
Queen high.
You read me?
And
Yeah.
he's over 10 million.
Have Jack.
Good for 40% of the chips in play with 7 left. Everyone in the ICM blender.
No.
And well, how about putting people in the ICM blender at home? Talking about GG Poker and also the ability to qualify for upcoming Triton Super High Roller Series. See, as things stand over on GG, 33 bracelets up for grabs. It is the 2022 WSOP online. Huge prize pools, including the 20 million guaranteed main event, which you can qualify into for just $5. There is a new player sign-up bonus offer as well. $50 Global Millions ticket. Simply use the promo code Triton2022. I just love spamming emotes whenever I'm all in. That's what the whole selling point for GG should be. It's just like, hey, Henry, you don't need this. Just talk about what you do when you play on GG. You know? That's what I do. I get it in bad. I jam into my opponents and just start spamming the just one time emote.
After you win, you should get the spam emotes for like 10 more seconds or something.
Almost all right.
Okay, so Antonius opened under gun, defended by King 9 suited. Tricky board. This is kind of board that kind of touches the big blind. Like gets him a little piece.
Just north of one big.
Normally you're like, oh, King 9 suited, I've got all these like potential, right? Then you look at your stack, I've got 1.8 million. I'm really gonna check call one big blind.
I just want to win.
Really brutal spot for Kenny. As Randy already alluded to. Ton of backdoor equity. Just cannot realize said equity due to the Antonius C. They're 11 million now, Patrick, in cruise control.
One of them I have
40% of the chips in play, eh? Well, I believe half now.
But lost Richard and Deep Eats.
I lost to Brendan Peter.
I've lost to Makita a lot too, but usually with 18 left or so. I decide to bluff it all off to him.
Canapon under the gun. 9 bigs, looks up at the clock. It's going to be in the big blind next hand.
Never works.
Just trying to see when the blinds will be going up.
All in.
Does announce all in, says run it. Has 6 players to get through, including the chip leader in the big blind. Faradine and Vyacheslav get out of there.
Ooh, pocket 5s. Huh. This is kind of annoying, isn't it?
It really is. I mean, overwhelming chip leader. Facing an under the gun jam. You know, you're flipping at best, right? Maybe.
Also, the under the gun player, he's got to make the call.
Does make the call. 145,700 locked up. 45k ladder potential for the other 5 players. We all know who they're rooting for.
Queen. Thank you. Queen.
On chance for the queen. How about, like, I don't know, 10-9-9?
9.
No dice on that board. Ace-9 trade just feels like, you know, you spotted Patrick with 2 tables left. He's like, he just sneaks his way up. 1 card away from having 65% of the chips in play with 6 left. Can Patrick Antonius hold?
GG.
Does Randy.
Thank you.
GG's all round. As Canapon bows out in 7th. $145,000 heading his way. Everyone now guaranteed $190,000. Take a quick look at his highlights from this 25k 8 max. I think the Thai poker community since Madrid here at these Triton High Roller Series. I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of him over the next couple of weeks here in sunny Cyprus.
This is Antonius's tournament. 13 million chips. You know what second place has? 4. He's more than 3x. Steve O'Dwyer. Of course, everyone under has even less chips. Silent Crusher gets it done. This could be Antonius's biggest Triton score, as well as his first title. Just keep it up a little bit longer. 10-3 offsuit. ripping it in to the short stack. It's gotta feel good.
Snap fold from Vyacheslav. Randy, can we just note the stacks at this table? So Patrick and Tony is chip leader with 52 big blinds. Average stack is 17 bigs.
Guys, this is wild for me.
He is the only player with more than average.
said the min cash was
O'Dwyer
your
with
biggest.
16.
Yeah, my biggest score
Danny
before
Tang
this
with
was
12.
like 45K.
Emily just enjoying the moment.
A bunch of 40K scores, and yeah, no matter what, like it. After even just having fun yesterday, it didn't matter what happened. So.
Oh, I love that. Hope she's enjoyed every moment of it so far. On cloud 9, currently 190,000 locked up. Biggest previous live score, $40,000. Almost 5xing that here.
Let's see what O'Dwyer's got. Ace-3 suited. He's in second place. Or does he just respect Antonius behind him and just preserve this stack?
You asking me, Henry the Nit? Or Steve O'Dwyer,
I'm asking
the Stone
Steve.
Cold Killer, 29 live titles?
But you know he's thinking about that right now. It's just... Taking his time. He's got a big advantage in chips against the rest of the table. Lots of A jumps coming. Maybe he's contemplating open ripping it. It's possible.
625.
Gonna go for a larger sizing to de-incentivize the big line defending.
Yeah, it comes with a 2.5x. Danny Tang in the big. With a legit hand, Queen Jack of Diamonds. Obviously, see O'Dwyer has set diamonds dominated, but a hand this strong.
I think it's time to see a flop Queen Jack of
At
Diamonds.
least, one would assume.
He is also thinking about, okay, how come it took O'Dwyer so long to choose the sizing he did? Why did he open to 2.5x? So things that might narrow the range a little more.
I think there are a lot of
like 1.9
considerations, right? For O'Dwyer to try and calculate.
Well, just whiffed it.
1.6 in the middle, stack to pot ratio just pip over 1. Let's see what O'Dwyer comes with.
Most likely almost a min bet or a min bet. Let's say with this stack size of Danny Tang. It's a pretty dry board. Danny Tang wouldn't be defending many hands with a deuce or 4 in
No,
it.
it's on me.
Attention viewers in the 30K, if you start the shuffle, please complete hand you're on the waist, raise your blinds 1,000, 2,000, 2,000, 122, next hand on please.
So he takes the free card off, and Danny Tang now picks up an open-ended straight draw. But it's actually really hard for Danny Tang to just all of a sudden start firing the king. It would make sense that if he had a king, he'd actually be checking it to O'Dwyer, who's the pre-flop raiser. So he does check. I think for O'Dwyer, I'd pretty tempted to take a free card off if I check the flop. Unless he wants to try and deny equity.
Yeah, and with the 2.5x open from O'Dwyer, there are parts of a typical big blind defending range that we can kind of eliminate, right? The 2x big blind defending range.
So he's gonna put the minimum out there. Danny Tang's got enough of a hand to continue. Trying to figure out what this min bet means.
Wondering, is there ever a world where I can just check raise my queen jack right now? Would Dwyer really bet so small with king? Gotta make the call. Keep it safe because we've got a lot of ICM pressure. Can he bink it?
Wow.
Well,
he can.
The other guy did.
5 of diamonds, corner, pocket. That's why you barrel with equity, chaps. Guys and girls at home.
Well, I mean,
what a river card. I mean, unblocking all the pairs. SPR less than 1. Going to this 5 of diamonds river. Dwyer doing backflips in his head.
yeah, Dwyer thinks like, okay, please, Danny, just have some king X. Just gonna rip it in, probably.
That's that fold from Danny.
Diamonds 10, please.
Dwyer up to 5.6 million in chips. Giving him a bit of a cushion from the rest of the pack. Still a long old way to go to catch up with the chip leader Patrick Antonis, but give you all an idea. There are currently 105 big blinds in play.
He looks less happy.
Patrick Antonis has 54 of them.
I'm fine. I'm contemplating.
I need double up. Double up.
Double up again, please. Double up again.
Faradine asking for a double up.
Oh,
That's fair.
Sorry. Fuck. I need a double up. No. You know what? You're right. I'll take a triple up.
Remember what I said about greed?
Yeah.
If I was really greedy, I would ask for a quadruple up.
Power poker here in the cutoff. Jack 8 offsuit from Antonius. Yeah, you guys figure out what to do. Oh, ace jack.
He did just ask for it. He was the first to ask for a double up.
Yep.
I call, I need double up. I have to call. What can I do?
What can you do? Ask and
shall receive. Maybe.
Apparently so.
You receive 75% of the time.
I'm sure. Let me see if this works. I need $10 million.
I need to buy some more monopoly money, but here we go. Miss.
Queen 7-4. So far, so good for the Bulgarian. Just needs to fade the 3 outer. And we'll move up to 3rd in chips. Does exactly that.
I appreciate it.
Thanks. Is he thanking us? Thanking the fans at home? Nice.
Whoever heard that his request for a double up.
Hey team, that wasn't me. You got the wrong person.
Everyone but Antonius is laughing.
What did you fold? What did you fold?
What did I fold?
Yeah. Did you connect?
Oh no.
Oh, Dwyer.
Asking about
Asking Danny, what?
Queen Jack.
Yeah, what's going on?
Also, that's earlier. So with that hand, Antonius moves down to 11.2 million, 45 blinds.
Wow, I feel for him.
Yeah, but Dwyer and Mustafa. No, they're not. They're behind, but you know they got 5 million. It's definitely reasonable shape. It's the other 3 that everyone's got their eyes on. 7, 7, and 6 big blinds at 1.5 million, 1.6 million.
Absurd when you think the difference between just, you know, a couple of ladders, 6th to 4th, for example, 110k.
Okay, let's see. Antonius got Jack 4 suited. Might be thinking of putting more pressure. I'm gonna play it cool.
All in?
It's queen suited.
Yeah, just
Easy.
that finally.
Double up, just fold.
Hey, you can win the tournament.
Just fold.
Just fold, guys.
Okay.
Just win some pots. You don't need to double up to win.
That's right. You don't need to. If Patrick is kind enough, he'll let you come second. Stay out of his way.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank him. He didn't do me a very good hand.
Six left here in this record-breaking Triton Super High Roller Series event number 1. 25K, 131 runners. The previous record of 130 runners back in London 2019. Oh wow, snap fold. Yeah, just that. I was about to say, this where he makes a stand.
He doesn't want to get it in now. He's got people shorter than him after that last shove. Still lots of people behind the act. Danny Tang, ace-6 suited. He's getting a little antsy. Problem is, if you jam this, you're getting called like 100%, just given the stack sizes alone. So, fold equity is out the window. Now it's about getting the best hand in against Antonius when you're sitting on 6 to 7 blinds. Kenny, king 10. Enough to see a flop.
Yeah, one would agree.
Wow, all in? Did she move all in?
Oh, she did go all in. Okay, let's run it.
Yeah, okay.
Let's go, Cal.
Keep it simple.
All right.
Yeah, okay.
3.2 out there.
I think she was thinking, I don't want to get blown off.
And
A
she's
full
the
5 card
shortest
run
stack.
out.
As James Dempsey and Jeff Gross would say. Lowest risk premium.
I was going to say,
190,000
you said it
guaranteed.
Oh,
Well, ace, jack, 7, giving Kenny an additional 4 outs. Queen for a queen.
King. Hits it.
Now just needs to fade the 2 outer. She does. No, she does. Up to 4th in chips, and now the 2 immediate short stacks. Vyacheslav and Danny Tang gonna need to get it in sooner rather than later before they really blind themselves out of the tournament.
That's gotta feel good.
It really does.
You separate yourselves from the big target on your back. Now the 2 other guys, so short. Like we've been saying, these pay jumps are massive. Survive another player, another 50,000 in your
I'd be
pocket.
thankful if the producers picked you to remain in the tournament.
There is a quick look at these chip counts. Patrick still 40% of the chips in play with 6 left. Danny Tang and Vyacheslav gonna need to make a move. Bottom of the counts with 7 big blinds. But when you can fold, you know, a couple of orbits and ladder 110K. Story checks out. I too have found myself folding much more than a couple of orbits, and I can promise you that the returns on me folding were nowhere near to 110,000 nano. So if I can do it, these guys can do it when there's 6 figures on the line. Mustafa with the open jam.
Yeah, normally you'd want a lot of action of Ace King, but given how short, you know, Danny Tang and Budikin is, you kind of just want to take it down because you don't want to raise to min raise and get Antonius to rejam 6s or something into you, and then you're forced to just race for it when you probably would just open fold to your 3.6 million.
Yeah, for sure. We don't want to be inducing with. I mean, it sounds weird, right, when you say it out loud. But we don't want action when there are 3 shorter stacks.
That's how it works.
Difference between, you know, busting 6th and coming 3rd. It's a casual 172K, 7 buy-ins. no big deal.
And it's also hard for them to double you up when you never go all in.
Wish me luck.
All in.
That's true.
All in.
Danny Tang saying, wish me luck. Good luck, Danny. All in with threes.
We've gotten 2 shorties to double. 6 just like, I think, given the
Wow,
circumstances.
it's going to get through in a huge pickup. Increases his stack by almost 50%, Nano.
Yeah, these short stacks are going nowhere. Just a little dance. Ebony Kenny.
So
The light bulb, is that what you call it?
the light bulb dance, yeah. You know, what's what you do when you try and fix a light bulb, right?
Yeah, 2 light bulbs at the same time,
There
one
we
higher,
go.
one lower. That makes a lot of sense.
I learnt that in Ludhiana, in Punjab. Invited to a wedding.
That's
An
the
Indian friend of mine.
That's how
5
they
years ago.
described it.
Yeah, they taught me the light bulb dance at his wedding. They say white men can't dance, but I tried.
White man can turn light bulbs.
True. Apparently so.
Okay, so Antonis just rips into ace queen, king jack. He's now the shortest stack. He's seen these guys chip up around him, and he's gonna go for it with the king jack.
Can't say I blame him. It's about time. Sometimes you just dealt out the tournament. There's nothing he can do. He knows that king jack is going to be ahead a lot of the time. Actually, given that Antonius showed down the jack 8 before, it's on the button, applying max pressure.
Double up. Not for you. So only for me, double up.
Just running into top of range here. Pretty brutal, to be honest with you.
9 spades looks interesting.
9 of spades would be interesting, Vyacheslav. I wonder why
Okay.
you'd want such a card.
Wow.
Wow, it just
Literally,
calls it in.
the 9 of spades.
Just calls it in.
Okay, you got a lot of outs.
And you have to call the river card after calling for the 9 of spades, right?
No.
Wow, 3 of hearts on the river, and we lose Vyacheslav Bologen in 6th, Randy. $190,500 for his efforts here in Cyprus event number 1. First cash at a Triton series. We're down to the final 5. Danny Tang with just 6 bigs. Ebony Kenny on 11. Steve O'Dwyer 15. Faradine Mustafov and Patrick Antonius, the only 2 players with more than average. And another ladder for Ebony. This time, Randy, how about this? You know how when we made the money, she said that that was already her biggest live score. Well, this ladder from 6th to 5th, exactly 50,000 more than her biggest live score. So, with Vyacheslav bowing out in
Look at these
6th.
2 guys.
Hello. Hang on a minute.
Just fixing
What's
things up
going
real
on?
fast.
What's going on here? It's, you know, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't. You know, we just got to roll with it. And sometimes.
I'll tell you what happened. The 9 of spades dropped, and he called it, and they were like,
Hang on
there's
a
something
minute.
wrong going on here.
Hang
Let's
on a
take
minute.
a break.
You're calling cards like that out, then we need to, you know, go check up the backup system and see what's going on. Makes sense, Nano, it makes sense. You're on a final table, 825k, and you got a guy just like, hey, 9 of spades would be a fun card. I'm going to start asking questions myself, you know. It's always creepy when people do that on final tables. But, you know, let's just jump back into this and recap some of the things that have happened, you know, was very fast paced from 16 down to the final table, but here we are, short stacked. Patrick Antonius leading the way with 37 bigs. Danny Tang, bottom of the pack with 8 big blinds, and everyone guaranteed $240,000 for their efforts so far. And this is just going to be the Patrick Antonius show, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, with that elimination. Stacking chips again.
Thank you.
And he's opening up Jack 6 offsuit in the cutoff. Okay, not the dealer button. Cutoff. Into O'Dwyer, who does defend his big blind.
Easy decision.
Not this one. Silent Crusher. Apparently doesn't stack his chips in 20s. Look at the, he's got that, I mean, he's got so many chips, it doesn't matter, but you know.
I mean, yeah, now that he's the chip leader, it's...
I just saw the staff go up to him like, hey, stack your chips in 20s.
It's alright, listen,
That's why he was
I'll
just
have a word with him when I see him in the...
Oh, you guys aren't friends right now, I'll tell you that.
hallway. You know, Patrick, I mean, you know this, he honestly is... I feel like I say this about a lot of people that come to these events, but he is one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet.
Yeah.
Like, always happy to take time for the fans, for interviews, you know.
Yeah, he does his own thing, but you know, he's friendly.
Does.
Yeah.
Sicko at tennis, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Gonna put him in the bin this week.
Mm-hmm.
Looking forward to it.
Alright. Good luck. How much you guys betting? I wouldn't bet on your side.
Wouldn't bet mine, but you haven't seen me play.
I just
Have you seen
know
him
he's,
play?
I just know he's better.
Have
I
you
mean,
seen him play?
He has to be better.
Based off of what?
That's my gut instinct. It's what you need in poker.
What, to be good at tennis? That is the
No, to be
worst
good
read
at to have
I've
good
ever
reads.
seen.
And that's just my
Let's
read.
get Federer and Nadal in the mix then. See how good they are at poker.
They might be good. We don't know.
Maybe. What is this read?
8-6 offsuit jamming from O'Dwyer. Got the opportunity. Did fold him in the small blind.
Thought we were a team.
Evans chips. We are a team. I'm just stating facts. Okay, Henry.
Alright, I'm 27 years old. I've got 15 years on the guy. Alright.
You're not Patrick Antonius. Just,
That makes 0 sense.
I'm sure the chat probably agrees with me.
I'm furious. No, chat doesn't.
Younger doesn't mean better.
Thanks. All in?
There we go. What did he say to the? Did he say like thanks?
He just said thanks to the fans at home, you know.
I think he was thinking like for the double last time he spoke to the microphone. Got a little reward.
Thank you for this.
You're welcome. All right.
Well, now I'm just gonna have to see what
No. Ignore him. He's so mean.
what day Patrick has time for a little 3-setter in the morning.
I even got Patrick to smile. Even got Patrick to smile.
Преди да направя някакво движение, защото нали...
All in.
Okay, all in. Danny Tang of Ace Deuce is the shortest stack.
Yeah, 5.66 big blinds. Time to go, right? In it goes. $60,000 ladder if Patrick can get there.
You might get punished for slow rolling.
It's not too far behind.
Shocked me a little bit, you know.
4 diamonds. Now he's way behind. Danny Tang. Likely to double. Completed. So these short stacks have been doing relatively well in all-in confrontations. Antonius, you know, he gets the momentum and then happens to lose one of these all-ins and can't close it out right now, but still a massive chip lead, 10.5 million. He was up to 13 million at one point.
Yeah, he did have a better part of 60% of the chips in play at one point. But here we are, Nano. Final 5, record-breaking Triton event. And it's kind of ridiculous that it's event number 1. You know, like, at least let us cover a couple of events, maybe speculate that we'll break a record here or there. But no, the guys are just like, you know what, boys?
I mean, also, you know, when people bust and you see the numbers and entries, they're getting excited. And like, all right, I'm definitely rebuying, even if they're on the fence.
I try to give them all the blame. I mean, all the credit, none of the blame. Not all the blame. All the credit, none of the blame.
Did you hear that? No blame.
It's actually getting pretty lively at this final table now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, 240k locked up.
Yeah.
What's not to laugh about?
Premium for Antonius. Queens. Is this fair?
600.
Legit hand on the button.
It's a decent hand to see a flop with, 9 of clubs.
Stuff with defend.
It's actually in second place as his hand starts. We're very close to it.
And with the stack to pot ratio, Nano could be big trouble for Mustafa if he connects in some way. Fortunately, completely whiffs on the King 7.
In bet, coming.
400.
Slightly more.
Been waiting for that for long.
Patrick extends his lead back up to 11.5 million.
All in.
Ebony Kenny. Spin time, Randy.
8 blinds.
All
in. Pocket kings? No way.
The hand that caused her so much pain already. Earlier on, 6-handed, running the ace queen into the ace king of Patrick. Gonna need some serious help here. She did already say, Randy, for the record, regardless of what happened, has, you know, just exceeded all expectations and has thoroughly enjoyed her time here in this 25k. But surely this can't be it. I would love to see her stick around with us just a little bit more.
Let's find out. No, king on a flop is a bad card. That is a terrible flop.
Pretty dead. 10 or a jack for a sweat. No dice. We are gonna lose
Thank you.
Nice playing with you.
our star of the tournament. Let's just call a spade a spade. Ebony Kenny, first ever 25k, first ever Triton.
Thank you, guys.
Coming in 5th for $240,000. Absolutely smashing her previous best live cash score of 40k. And let's take a quick look at Ebony's run here in this 25k A-Max event number 1 and Super High Roller Series in Cyprus. GG's all round, and I'm sure we will be hearing a lot more from Ebony, and this is a story that is going to reach far and wide the poker world as she has just come here and put on an absolute clinic. 5th place for $240,000.
So Ebony Kenny, great score. She's going to be playing many more tournaments here at Cyprus. And we'll be playing the 200K coin rivet as a professional poker player coming up.
Let's get some GGs in the chat for Ebony Kenny. I know you guys have been showing her a ton of support over the last couple of days. Deservedly so. Full left, Randy. Business end of the tournament. Why in the small, just doing a little hand count. This much, that much, what we're working with.
I actually feel like
300K.
O'Dwyer's kind of had a bad seat draw throughout this final table. He had Ebony Kenny chip lead before, now he's got Antonius chip lead behind him. He just kind of just handcuffs himself a bit. Just getting shipped on here. But given the circumstance, he's still making do, maintaining his stack pretty well.
Thank you very much.
Just Antonius on one side, the rest of the squad on the left side of this table.
Yeah, Patrick out there on his own. Trying to get it done. Hey, GG Poker. Qualify for upcoming Triton events. Already had 3 qualifiers in this 25K from Satellites running as low as $25. Also currently have the WSOP online 33 bracelets up for grabs. Worth mentioning the 20 million guaranteed main event, which you can qualify into for as little as $5. Head on over to GG Poker for that. Antonius jamming into Danny Tang's big blind.
It's annoying. You're like, Queen 10s. Just notice guy's just jamming so wide, but he's actually behind the King 6 offsuit.
I have you by 200K.
Lays it down.
Attention dealers and players in the 600 tournament, you are now on 15 minutes break. That's 15 minutes break in 600 tournament.
Little 15-minute break over in the 30K 6 max, which we'll be bringing you coverage from after we've crowned our first champion here in Cyprus.
Yeah, I like that. You know, when a tournament ends, we don't just stop the stream for the day. We're like, you know, we're going to show you some more high stakes. Keep it going. Guys at Triton knows. Give you guys all this free content. I'm sure more cash games will be filmed here in Cyprus. And they've been great every single time. The last one is Super 6. So what do? You give them a follow. You give them a thumbs up onto YouTube, onto Twitter, on all those different channels. And you know what? They reward you with more videos, more free content. Really cannot do that. And Ace 10 suited for Danny Tang rejams into Antonius.
That can't be my club.
Blind versus
That cannot be my
annoying,
club.
big blind. Yeah.
Can I have a count?
Asking for a count 11.5 bigs.
Could be good here, right? Dealer button, small blind. No, Antonius is raising a lot. We know Danny Tang could easily shove worse aces. Some king queens, some king jacks. There's a lot of factors in play, deciding whether to call or not. Ace seven's like getting a little weak.
Notice that Danny is... Oh, wow, he
Calls.
does make the call. Notice that Danny's going to have, you know, the suited broadways of the world. Maybe even some weaker ace-x.
10 ball, please. 10.
Oh, Danny asking for a 10 whilst being ahead. Uh-oh.
Don't lose.
You don't like that.
I'm not a fan of that, pal. That is how you bust in fourth.
Oh, no. Well.
Oh, no, indeed. I know, it's the 8-6-4. Rolls off. Antonius with a gut shot. Some chop outs. Danny did do the dirty with the ace-4 against the ace, is it queen earlier on. Not to happen this time though. The 10 of spades rolls off on the river. And he gets the full double. 7.5 million.
Yeah, Antonius has been unable to really ever get there when he's gotten behind. Just can't really close it out right now. Still got the chip lead. But it's Danny Tang. He's got the most chips he's ever had this tournament. About 7.5 million chips. Look at those chip counts. 9 million for Patrick, 30 big blinds. Under 10 million again. Danny Tang, all-time high chip lead. Chip count for him, but it's only 25 big blinds. Mustafa, 19 big blinds, 5.6 million. Oh, Dwyer's actually just short stack with 14 big blinds, but he's been pretty solid throughout this final table. It's really anyone's game. It's really close.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, we saw, you know, Ebony Kenny with the lead with 7 left, and all it takes is ace-queen against ace-king to become an overwhelming chip leader like Patrick did, and here we are, 4 left. One of the biggest poker stages in the world. Royal Diamond.
$3,750,000 total.
Pog, that's Nanonoko in the booth. It is indeed. Poggers to all the Pog chat out there.
Down my emote, huh? Let's see. Queen deuce. 12 big blinds. Oh, that's gotta. You gotta
you for
feel
the
the
walk.
jacks there in the big blind.
That's all I want. I just like getting walks.
Jacks. Just cracking up.
I laugh out of Patrick. It's even better, you know.
Do you think he looked?
The Iceman.
You guys can try.
He looked for sure.
They can try.
Danny saying it's
I play
rare
natural.
to get a laugh out of Patrick. I don't know. I mean, sure, he's stoic and composed at the table. It's all business, makes sense. 825k up top. Every interaction that I've had with him is
Gluten-free. On this side of the table, we like our gluten. All natural over there.
26, plays 25, plays 24, plays 13. This is as close as it gets. A rare flop, form of blind v blind confrontation. O'Dwyer, the Antonius. Dwyer flopping best, middle pair and a gut shot.
like he's gonna just stab out. And is vulnerable to a lot of overcards.
Currently $300,000 locked up. There's 4 players here. And if I'm not mistaken, nobody with a trophy. Patrick Antonius, 5 cashes. Danny Tan came close in Madrid, had a 19-1 chip lead over Mikita Badziakowski. Couldn't get it finished. Faradin Mustafov, first ever Triton.
600.
Steve Dwyer, I stand corrected, sorry. 6 cashes, 1 title. So Steve, the only player of these final 4 to have closed one out back in Montenegro 2019.
Yeah, he did it a while ago, I remember.
Wow, my lucky number is in my stack.
Isn't?
It is. My lucky number is 555,000, and I have 5,555,000. Watch out.
What's your lucky number, Randy?
Did he say his lucky number was 555,000?
He did. He did. You
just,
heard him right.
This was supposed to be my hand.
What a random number for a lucky number, right? Usually someone goes like single digits, double digits, maybe, you know, like.
I mean, aren't all lucky numbers random?
What's your lucky number?
I got sent a message.
69,420.
5.55.
I'm 888.
5 million.
188.
Just kidding.
I mean, it's random. Why not? Just pick a random number.
I hope I don't hear from the chat all of their lucky numbers now. That'll be fun to read. Small blind, big blind. We got a limp from Danny. So I think the dynamic now of everyone kind of like being very similar is actually quite grindy. We're going to see a lot of folded to the small blind, he limps, he checks. So we're going to see a lot of flops tonight, I think. Blind versus blind limp pots. Because, you know, like, with these stack sizes, you don't really want to raise too often from the big blind and get jammed on. It's just, the button doesn't want to raise too much because they get reshoved and fold a lot. So, you know, it's not... Yes, we got 20-something big blinds a person, but it can get a little grindy. Could take some time. It just really depends on how things develop. Checked down to the turn. No stabs yet.
Currently 88 big blinds in play. For the first time ever, as Randy already alluded to, some wiggle room for these guys to navigate post. I think it's safe for us to be presumptuous with the fact that we're going to be seeing a few more flops. Or, you know, just get hand against hand against hand and it's over in 4 hands.
Yeah. If we don't get some coolers, it could take some time, but with coolers, it could be over very quick. You know what, though? Danny Tang, first time chip leading this tournament.
Is he really? Wow.
Yeah. But the blind has just gone up. Okay, everything I said, we're back to shallow again. 19
Wow,
big
you're
blinds
right.
for the chip leader.
Wow, yeah, average stack now 16 bigs. So just 64 big blinds in play. All of these players with a ton of both live and online experience, and well, sometimes you just get dealt out of the tournament ace-10 in the small blind for Mustafov, O'Dwyer in the big with a suited ace himself. 13 big blinds is the effective jam, and a snap call. Chip lead pot.
Zase já jsme posilní, Nikou.
Wow.
Já jsme svoj 10.
Mustafov just calling over to Israel, saying we're in a strong spot. Ace-10 against ace-deuce. His native language, Bulgarian.
Players in the 30K, 6
Dwyer
event, you're just over 2
needs a lot of help from the deck, and well,
on your break.
That
it'll be
is
tough on that board.
0.3%.
Yes, man.
I think I have him covered by 200K.
Dead
Might be wrong.
on the turn, and a relevant deuce on the river. Dwyer did indeed have him covered by
5-1.
200K. Still four-handed, but Dwyer going to be forced all in from the small blind in the next hand.
This is 4 million.
Another new chip leader.
4.7. 4.8. 4.9.
Over 10 million. But you know, I was saying maybe a little grindy, and you're like, oh, just some cooler. And there's one cooler. Blind versus blind. What are you gonna do? Like, I'm expecting this guy to jam pretty loose. Don't fault that call at all.
Lucky chip behind. Who's gonna do it?
So we are still four-handed, Randy.
I'm button. Yeah.
I would assume that Danny and Patrick are going to proceed with extreme caution in this hand. Bust out in fourth when Steve O'Dwyer is down to less than a big blind, 62K difference between fourth and third. Faradine. 7 deuce on the button. He is somewhat incentivized to kind of
Reminder to players in table 8.
keep O'Dwyer in.
Please stay seated.
And
So you
if he was to raise, Patrick folds the big, it would actually make money. Next is just flat.
Yeah, 7 deuce. Limps that button.
Now this, a rare spot in tournament poker where both Mustafov and Antonis are kind of incentivized to quote-unquote softly approach this spot due to the fact that O'Dwyer is all in.
Yeah.
Both of them get to realize their equity.
It's harder for O'Dwyer to beat 2 players all in.
For sure.
With 2 random cards.
Well, 7 on the turn does give O'Dwyer an open-ender, 10 or a 5 winning for him. And there you have it. 10 of hearts on the river.
He made a straight.
Made a straight with the 9-4.
Hey, you have to be in the
Well, and he hasn't even looked yet.
Oh, easy.
What a peel.
Hadn't even looked. Just
we
pills
go.
the 9-ball.
Lucky chip. Look at
Did say lucky chip.
Look at all the ones I got now, Joe.
1.1 million.
Back in business.
Do you want to give me odds on him winning the tournament?
1 million.
26 million in play. He has 1.1.
Should have asked me when he had 400,000. You only got better odds.
Yeah.
Should have.
I should
You
have.
didn't believe then, did you?
Sorry, you got.
Oh, he had 200,000 chips
Says
actually.
the app.
Yeah.
Could have gone like 100 to 1.
Yeah. Now you get like 2 to 1, right?
Yeah. Story checks out.
He's 4 suited. 25 big
8.
blinds. Gonna raise it up.
I mean, how do you prepare for these spots, Randy? You know, what are you having to study at home to look down, 2.75 big blinds, take these ICM considerations into play and know what to do?
Yeah, these
guys.
They've studied it. Me personally, not so much. I'm usually out on level 1, so.
That's why we're in here, right?
But not. So right now, I guess what Dwyer's thinking. Well, if I go all in, maybe I kick out the blinds, get an overlay on my all in. These are some things he's thinking about.
For sure. Is also going to be technically forced all in 2 hands time. Does he want to take the Jack-9 or face the variance of the next 2 hands?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's pretty interesting actually that he's thinking about this. Because he jammed. If some guy calls, like the current opener might just do some crazy play, make them fold. They probably wouldn't continue. Yeah, this is actually, these really small chip stack spots can become quite interesting when you really break it down. So
how many did I use?
Another fold coming.
Faradine Mustafov extending his lead over Danny Tang and Patrick Antonius. Average stack 17 big blinds, 4 left. 300,000 locked up so far. 825k for first. Triton trophy. And of course, the exclusive custom-made Shambhala Jewels, official partner of the Triton Poker Series. Dwyer in the cutoff, going to be forced all in next hand.
All in.
Snap call from O'Dwyer. After trying to get, trying to get a sneaky min open through. Stafford putting them all in with the ace tray. Stafford just keeps getting it in great shape. I mean, I can think of a few occasions now where he just got it in with his opponents having 3 outs.
It's the queen. Dwyer had 200-something thousand. My, he's got 2.75 million.
175.
Just a chip. That's all he needed.
Was down to 225k.
Thank you.
And this is when pay jumps. What? Guaranteed 300,000. You would go up to 362,000 if you can stay alive a little bit longer. The other 2 guys are like, well, this kind of sucks.
It really does.
Even a chip leader is going to be like, this kind of sucks. I kind of want that little payout. know what O'Dwyer's thinking. 29 titles doesn't sound right. It's just an odd number. 30 sounds much better.
Nice, round, crisp number. How many live tournaments do you want, Steve? 30.
Right now he's like, I don't really want to tell you. 29.
Just embarrassing.
2,350,000.
It's an embarrassing amount. But well, Steve O'Dwyer had 9 toes out the door. Had 9 toes out the door. Now finds himself with a breathing room. Staff off.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Gives him a walk. Steve up to 3 million now.
Guys, this is good for blackjack, not for here.
Staff off letting us know that, 9 deuce is a good blackjack hand.
Nice to know. I'm sure Ace King is better.
9 deuce off.
People in the chat asking how many blinds did he have. He didn't have any.
Needed 10x it again.
It's down to
10x my
half
stack,
a big
and then
blind.
10x it again.
He was
Good.
all in, forced all in the small. Is this going to become a theme now at Triton events where players start speaking into their mic whenever they want to talk to us? I think it was Brian Rast that started that trend in the 100K in Madrid.
Yeah? Did it work out for him?
I think he min cashed.
Okay, there we go. Patrick, Queen 7 offsuit. It's like, is it just enough hand to continue? Seems so.
How much you have, Steve? What is it? 2 point?
I have 2,750,000, I think. Yeah. No problem.
Wow, Patrick is down to 6.4 million, Randy.
These blinds just eat you up. And he can never like get there to close out one of these all-ins.
Mm.
But here, he's flop top pair on a paired board. Checks it around. Pretty tempting to bet to Queen 7 here, but he's gonna check, keep it slow. King Jack high. One would think it's pretty comfortable to check this down once you check the flop. 7 is good. I think it's time for a value bet for Antonius. If the 7 was beat, it would probably have bet the turn given how connected it's getting. Thinking about the perfect size.
Κεφιλείται το Αντώνιος Καξική.
$1 million chip bet, and Danny Tang is thinking of king high.
Yeah, not an easy spot for Danny. Does just let it go. Patrick back up to 8.6. Randy, we balked it. We balked it by saying, everyone's short. It's going to take us 90 minutes. Here we are, four-handed. 3 hours later. Was it 3 hours ago? Feels like it was 3 hours ago.
A little bit more.
Pass.
Dwyer here, 10-9. Going to go for it.
750.
Risking of 10 high, but he's going to run into the ace queen. Patrick Antonius trying to chip up.
Dwyer just ripping it in on the button. Antonius gets the ISO with the ace queen. I mean, everything makes sense. 7 big blind open jam from O'Dwyer. Big blind 400k. Aware that he's going to, wow, jeez. O'Dwyer flopping top 2 on the top 10-9-7. Antonius needs some serious help from the deck in order to get out of dodge.
Some help.
Painful way, huh? 3
Gives
outs.
him 3 outs. No dice, and O'Dwyer from 225k at big blind 400k, now up to 6.3. More importantly, second in chips.
Thank you.
How much?
Very grateful to still be in this tournament.
It's cool. On YouTube, Triton Poker put out a poll. Who do you think is going to win? Who's got the most votes?
Steve O'Dwyer.
Patrick Antonius. But maybe they didn't see what just happened. Maybe. Steve O'Dwyer's gone up a lot all of a sudden now.
Well, there we have it. Chip leader with 23 bigs, shortest stack with 12. Really is anyone's game still. But the spin being initiated by Steve O'Dwyer was down to just half a big blind in the small blind. Has managed to spin it back up. Finds himself second. 300k guaranteed for these final 4 players. 3 of them looking for their first Triton title. Steve O'Dwyer looking for title number 2 here in sunny Cyprus. They're at Royal Diamond Hotel and Spa.
I can't believe O'Dwyer's in second place. Counting him out. He's down to slightly above a small blind. Cut off Queen 7 of clubs. This guy came back from a vacation of playing $100 tournaments in Japan
5.8.
for his buddies.
4.7, 4.8, 4.9.
The first Triton event here in Cyprus. Down to a small blind. Back in contention.
Bad timing from Danny Tang. Mustafa just gets the click call.
I need it, guys. I need it.
Staffoff continuously getting it in great shape. I mean, this tournament could have been over 30 minutes ago if Mustafa had just held
on the flop, please. No ways.
in a couple of key spots. And he asking for no ace on the flop. Wow.
Wow.
How about that?
Okay,
Jack 10 deuce. Middle pair, nut flush draw for the Bulgarian.
Anything but a
Open
diamond, so we
ender.
still have a sweat, okay? Anything but a diamond. No diamond, and we have a sweat.
It's bad for TV.
You heard the man. No diamond and you have
Bring
a
it in
sweat.
on the river. The lucky 8. The lucky 8.
10.2 million in the middle.
Right, good game, guys.
And
Good
Staffoff improves to the nut flush on the river. Now has over half the chips in play, 3-handed. Any ladders about, Randy?
He is gone.
GG.
300,000. He got 300,000. Everyone now guaranteed 362,000. Then we go to 557,000 and 825,000 for the champ. Danny Tang out.
Take a look at his highlights from event number 1 here in Cyprus. Triton Series regular. Great start to the series for Danny. Still looking for his first Triton Series trophy, but knocking on the door straight off the bat. Sure we'll be seeing plenty more of him in the following weeks.
It was hand and break.
Maybe.
And our chip leader, Mustafov, is just one ladder away from securing his biggest live cash. Best live cash today, 493,000. Currently guaranteed 362. Run-up will receive 557.
Antonius, offsuit ace, goes for it. Gonna take it down. Well, you know, we had that poll earlier. Who was going to win from Triton Poker in the YouTube channel?
We did.
12% of them were clearly wrong, picking Danny Tang. Those
GGs.
guys now ejected from the chat.
Rip you guys. F's in the chat for the 12% that voted for Danny.
8% did pick Mustafa, who is crushing it now. Those guys are smart so far. Like everyone's like, I picked that guy. Oh, 8% now. Yeah, Danny went down 11%. But yeah. Yes,
wait, you
there's
can
a
still
chip
vote?
Yeah, apparently. I'm gonna start voting too. Oh, my name's not there. Never mind. So 14 million. It's a lot of chips, but you know, Antonius at one point had 14 million with many more people. You know, he's on he's got a lot less chips now. Open. Jack deuce suited over to Antonius. 15 blinds. Playable enough?
Yeah, I mean,
it's that suitedness, right? It's just like, yeah, can never be wrong technically, especially from a chip EV point of view. And, you know, I was thinking about it because it's not the best playability. Here we go.
2.2 million out there.
Deuce. But 2 overs, gut shot, aggression.
One would assume we're going to see a turn card, Randy. Mustafov with the gut shot on 2 overs, Antonius bottom pair.
7.
And backdoor hearts connecting with this 7-6 deuce flop. Missing a 1/3 c-bet from Veradine.
This pot could get dicey on the turn. Antonius, with this stack size, probably will be calling.
3.6 million in the middle. We head to the turn. Queen of Hearts rolling off over card to the flop. Potentially a card that Mustafa is going to continue barreling on. Though, as you know, Antonius not going anywhere. So he's turned a flush draw.
A little bit tempting the multi-barrel.
1,400,000.
1.4 million. Antonius with a hand that can definitely check call again. It's scary. Queen is the card that would improve Mustafa more than Antonius.
Any merit to check jamming this turn and just...
Possible, but I don't think you'll get a better hand to fold.
For sure.
But you can definitely be charging hands that have equity like this 10-8, 2 clubs.
Rather than playing the guessing game on a brick river where, you know, you get to the river with bottom pair.
Yeah, a lot of merit generally speaking, you'd be check jamming a little bit more often if you can get better hands to fold. You know, if you were got a big combo draw without a pair, without that showdown value. But he does have the stack size, technically speaking, where he would get folds if he does jam. Just thinking about it, this is what time bank chips. They're not. It's not time banking to fold, right? So he's time banking to jam or to just call. He's listening to you, Henry. Should I try? Just get it in now.
See what he comes with, facing the 40% turn barrel. Check call kind of feels, I don't know, really dicey. We get to the river, bottom pair, have some fold equity. Let's just push our equity now. You know, if we get called, we have emergency outs. Curious to hear what the viewers at home think Patrick should do.
Call. No, call.
He said call.
$6.4 million in the middle, just 3.5 behind. Ace of diamonds on the river. Brick City for Patrick.
Can he barrel again with 10-8 high? It's unlikely for Antonius to hit the ace. A lot of these hands of ace could rejam pre-flop hypothetically.
All in.
All in with 10-8
Wow,
high.
gangster.
And Antonius has got bottom pair. Can he make the call for the sickest hand of this tournament?
The fact that Antonius hasn't like insta-mucked his hand. You know, the sickest thing, Randy, is as soon as Ferradine moved all in, Antonius just kind of gave him the side-eye, just like snap staring him down. I mean, look at this. The fact that he's even considering making the hero call here with bottom pair.
Okay, let's think about this. If he had jacks or something, why all of a sudden would he be value shoving on the ace? Unlikely. The queen, would he consider shutting down? He's jammed pretty quickly on the river.
He did jam pretty
So
quickly.
like that king queen, am I just snap jam? I'd be thinking about it. Maybe I jam, maybe I check. Like, what hands make sense at the ace? Ace X of clubs is probably the biggest holding that I can think of. Right? Like an ace 8. Is he really barreling the turn? Probably not. Man, it's really, you know, a big hand would be like, you know, 2-pair set, but like.
Is there anything to read into that kind of timing, Randy? Does it come across to you? Obviously, we're kind of biased here in the booth, but the ace rolling off and the brain just kind of saying, okay, that's a river, we should just bluff all in, kind of just speed running it rather than if you did have a hand like, you know, ace 5 of clubs or whatever, you take a bit of time, right, to ponder your decision.
Patrick is thinking about all of the timing that happened. Also on the turn, when Patrick took a lot of time to call the turn, he might be thinking, okay, maybe it looks like I'm a little weak. So maybe when the ace rolls off and you just snap jam, you know, he's trying to figure it out. He's only got so many time bank chips left, but this is a puzzle, and he's trying to solve it as quickly as possible.
The fact that Patrick Antonius has tanked for this long with just bottom pair and also blocking backdoor hearts, some of the natural bluffs that Ferradine would have, all the more impressive regardless of the outcome of the hand. Really just showcasing why he's here at these Triton series, competing at such a high level on one of the biggest stages in the world.
I've seen Antonius make sick calls, but this would be absolutely madness if he can do it.
Would certainly be the highlight of the tournament thus far.
How many?
He can put on the cake. Oh, had to stop myself there. I wasn't sure what he said. He was asking how many time banks he had to use.
Yeah, he's running out. He feels it.
Absolutely.
Then he looks at his hand. He's
sicker.
like, I've got a pair of deuces on a 4 overcard board.
Right, let's reverse engineer this. 10-9, 9-8, 10-8, 8-5, 9-5,
Random
4-5.
clubs.
So many clubs, hearts. So many hands. Brick. On such a convenient run out for Ferry to blast off with. I really hope just the one chip flick. Come on, Patrick. Find it. No, I think he's going to do it. I'm on the edge of my seat.
I think so too, because you break it down, he shouldn't be jamming a hand like Queen X so fast. Pocket jacks, pocket kings, and hands that would be able to bet the flop and turn.
He wants to do it, doesn't he? Look at him. He is pained by this decision. His intuition reading in to the snap jam. Tanking for this long with bottom pair.
Really have.
Trying to get a read out of Ferry. I guess one of the main concerns, Randy, is calling and Ferry bluffing with, like, I don't know, a 6x of hearts. Does he ever just knuckle those back?
Yeah, it is a consideration.
Ferry giving nothing away. Not interested in verbal jousting or opening up, a dialogue with Patrick. Staring him down.
I have one more left. Then I'm dead.
You do have one more left, Patrick, then your hand will be deemed dead if you're given a countdown.
Crunch time.
It really is.
Can he make the call?
After tanking for this long, Ferry coming with the 1/3 on the flop.
Good call.
1/3 on the turn, and he makes the call. Randy, are you kidding me?
Patrick Antonius, ladies and gentlemen. He's done it.
I mean, take a bow, sir. Calls flop correctly, calls turn. Deep into the tank, 3 left in this 25K. Makes the call with bottom pair. And the snap response from Ferry saying, good call, pal. Gets the good news. And just like that, Patrick Antonius, chip leader again with what has to be one of the highlights of the tournament so far. I think we've got quite the festival on our hands here, Randy. I'm not being funny, pal. These first 2 days, if they're anything to go by, I mean, we need to, I don't know.
I can't speak right now. That is the hand of the tournament, and the tournament's not even over yet. Oh my gosh, he hero called with a pair of deuces, 4 overs, 2 scary overcards for tournament life. 3 people left in the opening 25K event, 825K up top. Patrick Antonius, a legend of the game, showing you how sick of a call. I just can't say anything. I'm done talking. That's just so sick.
I don't blame you, pal. I don't blame you. I mean, the fact that the cards hadn't hit the mark the moment Ferry said all in. Instead, Patrick just snapped staring down Mustafov, trying to get a read. You could see on several occasions throughout that tank, he just wanted to flick in the chips. He's breaking it down, reverse engineering. You know, perfect run out for Ferry to just continue barreling with those gut shots, with those open-enders, miss clubs, as you mentioned. And eventually, with time, makes the right decision, flicks in the call, chip leader, 3 left. And we are going on break, still 3-handed, 825K for first. And when we come back, we'll be crowning our first champion here in Cyprus. Don't go anywhere.
GG Poker, the biggest poker site, best poker site. Why?
The most
So many
ambitious.
players.
This isn't crazy. It's a doom.
My friends are having babies, and I'm like, okay, good.
Nice.
I get to hold their babies.
Yeah.
Okay, here we
Back.
go.
Nice.
Like I changed one of my friends.
of diamonds
they just had a
on the
baby
river.
a month ago, and
Danny was
went
just
over
king
and I was
high.
so excited to change the diaper.
Yeah.
I was like,
I'll do it. I'll do it. Yeah, it doesn't even smell. No, we got like a 2-month-old and 2 1-year-olds.
Oh my gosh.
I guess with it being checked down to the river and the overcard in the form of an ace rolling off, Davies just polarizes here. Knuckles for a
Where- are they all
third
spread out?
time with flop to top set.
2 of them in Minnesota. One of them's in Nevada. And
I mean, Danny,
am I missing?
with Showdown, only, you know, loses to King Queen, loses to 5s, pocket 8s.
I'm missing one. Yeah, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Minnesota.
Oh, babe.
That's a hand.
That is.
Comes with the old
Loving it.
dodged a bullet there.
You're like, he was like, steady, come on. I'm like, whoop, whoop.
I think that I managed to sweet talk my way into getting one of the leftovers because of, you know, shipping back to Malaysia and all that. I was speaking with Tim.
Oh, if you don't get one, I'll make you a makeshift one from IKEA. I'll just get some stickers.
I
and
appreciate you. I appreciate you, Randy.
I try.
That's a fair. I'll take that. I wouldn't say no to that.
Ace 10 for Kenny. Puts it in 8.5
That
big
can't
blinds.
be my time. Yeah? That can't be my time up already, right?
Secret Lab, the official chair partner of the Triton Poker Series.
Ace 3 of clubs, gotta be annoying. You call me, and you're wrong. You're down to a micro stack.
Yeah.
It's gonna make the call.
I think, given that Kenny is under the gun, he's going to be shoving, you know, a few pips wider than usual due to the fact that she's going to have to put in a quarter of her stack in the next hand in the big. Gets it in great shape. And look at this, is what we're talking about. You know, these short stacks if she can hold here, moves up to 8th in chips.
Oh, 3 on a flop.
Not like this. 8-6 tray. Kudanov finds the 3 and Nano.
Don't get excited yet.
I know.
3 suck.
10 of clubs on the turn.
Have the ace-9.
The old suck, re-suck. Let's go. 1.8 million for Kenny now. And a real contender in this 25K.
I'm
Moves
sure
up to above average.
her heart must have sunk. Let's see.
There's no football this time? There is. I brought a ball. And I bought boots as well.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Did you bring your boots?
Yes.
Nice, nice.
Ace
Good ball as
deuce
well.
offsuit.
We brought a really nice ball. Not like last time.
One of the most experienced players. He's going to lay it down. Cut
Whatever.
off.
I mean, we're here for another 2 weeks, you know. But let's hope every day is like this, where we have no time, okay? I would prefer that.
It's like a PLO though.
Yeah.
And Ebony,
No, but I mean,
Kenny
it's not
looking
like we're gonna final
to
table
put
everything,
the
you know?
final nail in the coffin of Kudanov. Blind v blind. Kudanov just open jamming the Jack 5 suited for 5.4 bigs, and
You're now an NES.
Kenny beating him to the pot with the
you
ace
play left
4.
wing, right? Right wing.
Standard stuff
Right wing
all
cover,
round.
right?
No, left.
Left wing?
Left defender. I don't have too much.
Never easy.
That is not easy. Jack 5 suited the favorite now.
So you're going to show me some good tackles, or you're going to show me you're a defender? Ooh, jeez.
All right. Is that too many outs now, Nano?
It's
Too
a
many?
ton of outs, and I can't even tell you which are the outs.
Too many
That's not one of them.
Let's go.
Deuce of diamonds, corner pocket. Kenny fading the world to go from shortest stack with 14 left to now up to 5th in.
Here on the other table, as they're taking the sweet time on the red table.
Fold. 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 Fold.
The deal with 6 bigs on the button, suited Jack. Does have a lot more fold equity than he usually would with 6 big blinds, courtesy of that ICM news slowly getting tighter.
Yeah, and with people with more shallow stacks, they can't risk as much. Ivan picks it up. Ace queen suited.
Good luck, boys.
Good luck.
And way out in front here. 13 left. This record breaking 25K.
Solid favorite here.
Oh, wow. Ace 3 deuce every flop feels like a massive sweat.
Not easy. Oh, that's a fun one. Cut some outs.
No dice, as the 8-9 run out does not improve, but it.
Oh, I'm trying to remember them all. My coffee hasn't kicked in yet.
I haven't seen Ebony Kenny not ask the dealer's name. Very polite.
Very polite,
Yeah.
I must say.
Keep him welcome. I like it.
Big fan. Dealers here do an incredible job. Mori coming with raise from under the gun. 9-8 of spades. Next round to Jiang in the big blind. We are 6-handed. Which is obviously widen. It's 9-8 suited off of 15. Feels a bit of frustration maybe from that deuce's hand.
Yeah,
Does
of course.
Jiang know it's in great shape.
Well, even though he's a dominating 9-8 suited, I'm liking Eric's spot here with the 9-8. Can see bet here if he likes.
Oh my god, this.
He's actually going to take the free card off. I guess he doesn't want to bet and fold.
Doesn't want to get check
Waste
jabbed
his
on,
equity.
yeah.
But the problem is you let the Jack 8 now win the pot. Well, potentially win the pot at least, because he would definitely have folded to a C bet. While Santi Cheng checks again with the top pair. Eric might take bait
300.
now, right? Yeah.
300.
300,000. Now you're Santi Jang here. Your opponent has 10 more big blinds. Just call, jam. What's the option? Looks like those are calling chips coming in.
Obviously not thrilled to face the half pot c-bet on the turn, and well,
Got
arguably
there.
the worst card in the deck rolling off. Queen of clubs, king queen, ace queen, ace king, king 9, 9 8, queen 9, all now getting there. 1.2 out there.
Yeah, could have been like, Sand could have developed many different ways. Eric could have bet the flop, Jack 8 would have folded. Santi could have maybe check jammed the turn, 9 8 would have folded. Now we're back to Eric Rory here, jams all in with 9 8 with no obvious flush draw out there. I don't know if he can really. Can he call with Jack 8?
1.1
It's hard to find obvious bluffs,
35,000.
right? Because the hands that you're trying to pick up something with that queen.
For sure. Yeah, you'd have to
1,035,000.
Just think this is some random ace high kind of bluff.
Yeah, some ace 5, ace 3, maybe a hand like 5s, 3, deuces. Now blasting off the delayed double barrel, which, you know, can make sense in some worlds given the shallow stack depths. Every pot so crucial, Santi. Well, welcome back to the broadcast booth here at the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel and Spa for the Triton Super High Roller Series event number 1. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. And Randy, just before break, these final 3 players, well, Faradin Mustafov and Patrick Antonius, had us on the edge of our seats, courtesy of a Mustafov triple barrel bluff. But more importantly, Patrick Antonius with the full time bank tank to then making the call. I mean, it has to be the hero call of the tournament, right? With the bottom pair. Run us back through that hand, because that was just absolutely insane.
Hero call of the tournament indeed. Jack deuce defends the big blind. Check calls the 7-6 deuce. Check calls the turn queen when he picks up the backdoor heart draw. River cards the ace. Check. Pretty quick jam.
Yeah.
Ultimate tank ends up calling with bottom pair of deuces with a jack kicker. Not like the kicker
sick.
mattered, but like absolutely sick. You know, we've been saying throughout the tournament, like, we don't know how Patrick Antonius always gets it in a tournament. You know, he just kind of cruises. But I'm going to remember this hand for a very, very long time. When we're talking about it at different stops in the future too. It was absolutely amazing. The sickest hand reading, right? Because you really break it down with the time bank. You know, you're like, I don't think he's jamming some of these hands that would be betting that turn on an ace river.
Yeah,
And
I mean, there were times where you could just tell his gut, his immediate gut instinct was, I'm good here.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't, you know, you're on TV, it's a big stage. You're 2 eliminations away from winning your first ever Triton Series trophy on the biggest stage in the world. You don't want to look like a mug. It's plain and simple. But he didn't. He made the hero call as we jump back down to the final table action. Still 3-handed here is Patrick Antonius leading the pack with just 27 big blinds, courtesy of that hero call. Faradin Mustafov, still a healthy stack. Middle of the pack, 15 bigs. Steve O'Dwyer on the absolute spin of a lifetime. Was down to half a big with 4 players left. Is still in the mix, courtesy of a couple of get theirs.
And he got the pay jump on
Didn't
Danny
he?
Tang, busting out for it. But Patrick's been having a crazy ride because he had 13 million at one point when there was a lot more players. Now he's back to that chip stack with that amazing call. Absolute beast. Greatest one of the best hand readers in the game.
For sure.
And he just demonstrated that right there. It's not over, though. It's swingy. It's tough competition.
Tony's trying to sneak one in, form of a limp. The 6 deuce. Oh, Mustafa, easiest jam of his life, up to 16 bigs. So everyone guaranteed 362,000, and I mean, this is the biggest pay jump of the tournament. One of the things that I really love about Triton, by the way, is just how significant the jump from third to second typically is. Really top heavy here. $195,000 ladder between third and second.
Yeah, you know, these high rollers don't come out here to try to get little tiny pay jumps.
There we go.
Just like, okay, first pay jump, then boom, let's go for the win. You saw that call there going for the win. Absolutely amazing. It's not over yet, though. King 8, going to take down these blinds. It is still a relatively shallow game.
It is indeed.
But there was a lot of post-flop play in that last hand, so it's not really, maybe it's not as shallow as we perceive it to be.
There's currently 51 big blinds in the tournament. 17 big blind average. That's pretty shallow, Randy.
It is shallow.
It can get shallower, though. I see where you're coming
Well,
from.
we won't be seeing like 3-bet pots where we see post-flop, but you know, it's still some, I mean, like, you get some of the coolest hands. That last hand, I just can't stop thinking about it, Henry. I'm going to be talking about it like for the next 20, 30 minutes.
I was just like, please call. Like, you've tanked for, you know, 2.5, 3, 4 minutes. I just want to see you make the hero.
And you were saying, like, you know he wants to call. And then he started to chuckle near the end. He was like, I just got a pair of deuces. Like, am I really going to call this one off?
I reverse engineered it beautifully. I think it's more one of those annoying spots where, firstly, the run out favors your opponent's range. Right, it's just the perfect run out, overcard, to try and get a deuce to fold, a 6 to fold, a 7 to fold. Clubs, brick, we named 100 different types of straights that were available on the 7-6 deuce, and yeah, just reverse engineered it perfectly and flicked in the call and got the good news. Chip leader, 3 left, going for his first Triton trophy. Talking of Jack Deuce, Dwyer in the small.
It is limp pot. 7.5 big blinds remaining. Gonna fire out here, just absolutely nothing. Going for it, knowing these chips are so important in the middle. That's a hell of a bet with Jack Deuce off. But you know what? Someone who limps a small blind and big blind with the stack depth would hit this board. And I think that's why he's betting out. Like an ace X, right? They would just jam pre-flop with so shallow. So it is credible.
Yes, indeed. Patrick agrees with you as he bows out. Now, whilst we have been here for the better part of 7 hours today? No, we came in at
7 hours. How long have you been here?
5 hours? Okay, 6 hours.
5.5.
Sure. Meet me halfway.
All right,
5 hours and 45 minutes. We've been here for, you know, 5 hours today. Now, typically, you know, most viewers may be new to the channel. Here for this final table, we will be crowning a champion. But I managed to just catch a glimpse of the clock on event number 2, the 30K 6 max, up to 93 entries in that 30K. I mean, real strong start for the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Cyprus, with this one obviously record-breaking field, but immediately strong follow-up in that 30K. I believe they're only, what, level 8 is that?
Level 8.
So still 4 more levels of late reg, if I'm not mistaken. Plenty of time to get that up over 100 entries.
I guarantee over 100.
Oh yeah.
But the way these guys play, we're going more.
Randy and I will be bowing out the day one coverage of that and tagging in the dynamic duo of Arlene Najad and Brian Rast.
11. Great.
Yeah, max amount of content for you guys. Here we go, 10-7.
Just 12 hours a day of high stakes poker content, you know.
Mm-hmm. Free. That's lovely. Nine deuce suited. It's like, it is suited. Man, this is a blackjack hand, right? Isn't that
That's
what
true.
you're supposed to
That is true.
kind of go for it?
Stafford did teach us that earlier on.
Flop, a flush draw, inside straight draw.
A single raise pot. Note the size of the pot already. Antonius with a gut shot. Dwyer, 9 high flush draw.
1-9 gone.
900.
For Antonius.
9.
Just ships. Oh, okay. My bad.
Come on. Come on, bro.
It's the way he does it. You know, when he called on the turn against Mustafov as well, I felt like he
likes to move his chips while he's announcing it, I suppose.
Yeah.
That's why you're getting
Yeah,
tricked.
exactly. Which is something that a lot of players typically do when they announce, I'm all in kind of thing. It's definitely got me a couple of times, I'll tell you that much. Dwyer just going to call. 4.7 million in the middle, 4.1 behind for Steve.
Scary card. There's no way that ace improves O'Dwyer. A lot of those aces are just rejamming of these stack sizes against a chip leader open. Antonius knows this. He also probably knows that Jack X might raise the flop. You can see that a lot of times. So Antonius might be pretty tempted to bet again. There we go. He's reaching for chips. This makes a lot of sense.
Does indeed. Setting up 3. As
See
you already
how
mentioned.
These guys are sizing down because of how small the stack sizes are to get those multiple barrels in, like you were about to mention.
Well, I mean, the thing that comes to mind is you mentioned that O'Dwyer doesn't have any ace-X. You know, the only real ace-X that he has are the American Airlines.
Yeah.
The trapped aces pre.
Plus, like I said earlier too, is O'Dwyer would check raise a jack a decent amount of time on his board texture. So what has he got? He's got a random draw, he's got an 8, he's got a 4. He's got a fold.
Steve gets out of there. So Patrick climbs up to over 14 million in chips. Now has both of his opponents on the ropes. 60% of the chips in play. Mustafov on 15, O'Dwyer down to 8 big blinds. This is a really interesting spot, by the way, now for Mustafov on the button. Has to open incredibly tight.
Yeah.
Due to Steve being in the small and obviously the covering stack in the big.
And he might even just open jam like strongish hands just to kind of close it out.
Wow, oh, he's been... Oh,
it's kind of one of those hands you're curious what he does.
Yeah, it's middle.
It's like, let me just pretend this is a different hand.
Oh, wow, this is actually really grim. Ace-8 for 15. Dwyer in the small for 8. Feels like an absolute disaster to jam and then bust out in the third should Antonius wake up with a hand. Does say run it.
Just like, please, please.
Oh, wow.
Well, I think this is a bit too much for the king-queen, though. Right?
Yeah, I'd have to agree.
15.5
Especially
blinds.
given how short O'Dwyer is. You never know.
But I'll say this. If he had just opened ace, I think that king-queen is just reshipping it in. And you'd lose the pot. But we'll see. I mean, he could introduce a miraculous call, but I don't think he wants to. Just so annoying. Like, I can't believe I'm folding king queen.
Discipline later.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's exactly why Mustafov jams there, right? You know, if he comes with the min, he then faces the rejam. The pressure's on him to call off with the ace-8-0. Instead,
Better to not
picks
have
up.
time bank, you see something.
Oh, I love that.
Wow.
The verbal joust thing.
7.5.
Kind of going back to that Jack Deuce hand, saying it's good that you don't have any time banks left, Patrick, because if you did, maybe, just maybe, you'll make the right call again.
That's right.
3.8.
I got a situation here. It seems like I think with ace-7 should be able to go with it against the 3.8 million.
Yeah, no, Dwyer, as we can see, one of his sixes already dead. Gonna need some help from the deck should Antonius save runner, which he does. Comes back over the top. Oh, I believe he announced call, sorry. So Dwyer at risk for what feels like the fifth time in the last hour or so.
Well, Antonius has been every single all-in. Usually as a guy trying to take someone out. Can he get it done this time? He has lost a lot of these all-ins.
He has indeed. Wow, 6 in the window. 10-6 trade. Couple of hearts to give Antonius some running heart outs.
Hits it.
Doesn't need a heart nano. Just turns the 6 outer. Now needs to fade the redraw. Which he does. 8 of spades on the river, and we lose Steve O'Dwyer in third.
Oh, that was
strong start to the series for Steve.
I always go for that wrong one.
Yeah.
$362,000 for his efforts here in Cyprus. Take a quick look at him over the last couple of days. All the big names here at the Merit Royal Diamond. This record-breaking start to the Triton Super High Roller Series Cyprus. Patrick Antonius eliminating Steve O'Dwyer.
Yeah, well, O'Dwyer almost ran it up from 225,000 chips. Unfortunately, almost sucked out on that last hand. Still a great run for him, 362,000. Great to see him here in Triton, Cyprus, trying to make a deep run. We'll be playing that big 200K down later this week, but phenomenal performance. And Patrick, swingy day, but now 18 million in chips.
Yeah, 18 million in chips, courtesy of, I mean, should we even mention the hand? Should we at least give it a couple of days until we talk about the hero calling?
The Jack Deuce.
The Jack Deuce. Finds himself as chip leader coming into heads up with a pretty significant lead. His 37 big blinds playing Faradin Mustafov's 16 bigs. And what we can guarantee here today, Randy, is we're going to have a first-time Triton champion. It's going to be either the Bulgarian Faradin Mustafov, first time at a Triton series, or it's going to be Patrick Antonius getting the monkey off of his back in this record-breaking field. 557 locked up. Also Mustafov's biggest ever live cash. But he's going to want to go that one pip further, right? 825K for first as we head into a break. And we'll be back shortly, crowning our first champion of the series here in Cyprus. Don't go anywhere. See you guys soon.
GG Poker, the biggest poker site, best poker site. Why? The most ambitious.
This isn't crazy.
It's a dude.
Well, Randy, we got a quick glimpse there of the secret lab chair advert, which we're going to get to see for the first time at the feature table as we are heads up in event number 1 of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Cyprus. And as we alluded to earlier on throughout the day, once we get to heads up, the secret lab chairs get brought out. The guys get to sit comfortably. You know, it's a chair made for champions, and Antonius against Mustafov going to be battling out in said chairs for the title. I mean, walk us through just a couple of moments from this final table, because we've been spoilt for action so far today. But what are the 2-3 main things that stick out for you from today?
Well, I mean, the final table has been very rocky, right? Like some of the people who have been chip leader, like Ebony Kenny, just all of a sudden was out in 5th place, you know, with some key all-ins. One of the big hands, a lot of the big hands actually involve our final 2 contenders. The first one actually was when Theradine opened the Ace-King.
Yep.
Ebony Kenny rejams the Ace-Queen. Antonius calls Ace-King, and Theradine actually folds Ace-King. Everything would be different had he had called, right? Patrick Antonius would have less chips. He would have more chips. Who knows? But maybe it still would be final 2 contenders. But that was a really big fold by Theradine, and he actually was incorrect and would have gained more chips had he had called.
For sure.
And of course, we know the Jack Deuce is a preview to this heads-up battle to come. We know multi-barrels are coming. The stacks, there is about, 53 big blinds in play. That is room for multi-barrel post-flop spots. There could be some reshoves. There's a lot of things that could go on. The heads-up should be pretty interesting. Patrick Antonius, he's got experience playing heads-up a lot. But generally speaking, I think primarily before, it was deep stack heads-up he was used to. Here, now he's getting the short stack heads-up experience from his tournament experience, just getting deep. But he hasn't won a Triton yet. I don't even think he's gotten a 2nd place at a Triton yet. So we'll see how it goes. But we know he's very well-versed, and he plays some damn good poker.
Yeah, well, having a quick look at Patrick's Triton track record, 5 cashes, 1.9 million in total earnings, coming 4th in that 25K PLO in Madrid, 100K main event, came 6th in that, also cashed the 30K. So has experience in these high roller fields, but as you mentioned, first time getting heads up, looking to convert against a very competent and tough Faradine Mustafov, coming in 16 effective. So I expect to just see, you know, a lot of limping on the button from Patrick and a lot of open jamming. I don't think we'll see much raising, just doesn't really make much sense. But we'll see if Mustafov can, you know, chip up 5, 6, 7 big blinds. It's going to change the whole dynamic here, and we're going to have a proper heads-up match on our hands. Do you think, given the importance of, you know, being known as a Triton champion, is that going to affect these 2 guys, or are we it seems like we're dealing with 2 very experienced players, right, that aren't going to feel that kind of pressure unnecessarily?
I mean, it helped. There's a lot on the line right now. Yes, it's going to be your first Triton title, but, you know, it's $270,000 difference. That is a lot. That's 10 buy-ins to this tournament difference. So there's a lot on the line. You know, like, do these guys need the extra money? Maybe they don't, but they surely would like it.
Of course.
And they're going to play their best game. Yeah, you're right. There will be a lot of limping, I believe, at this stack depth. But then again, you know, these guys might be mixing it up, and there's a lot to see and a good match to come.
Well, let's jump on back down to the main feature table, Randy, as we've just been spoiled for action so far here in Cyprus. Record-breaking event number 1, the 25K 8 Max, is down to its final 2 contenders. Patrick Antonius coming in as chip leader in this heads-up match in the form of 37 big blinds. But Mustafov not down and out just yet. 16 big blinds, plenty to work with. As Randy already mentioned throughout the day, we saw on several occasions these short stacks spinning it up. And, well, 16 big blinds is more than enough to convert into a win. Also worth noting, it is Faradine Mustafov's largest ever live score, regardless of whether he can convert it to a win here or not. 557K guaranteed for him. 825,000 for first.
So there's ante? Yeah.
Over-unders on total hands, Randy? Are you a betting man?
I'm not a betting man.
You're not a betting man?
I'm going to get that wrong. But look, What are they sitting in? Those some nice chairs back there. Secret lab.
They are indeed. To roll out the secret lab chairs for the first time here in Cyprus. Chair made for champions. That's why we've been sat in them for the past 2 days. Swimming champion.
We realized the only way we're going to sit in these chairs in the commentator's booth. We're never going to get the heads up at a Triton event.
Whoa, hang on a minute, pal. Hang
Hey,
on.
last time we had a PLO event, you're like, maybe I'm going to jump in. You didn't even try.
I wasn't allowed to.
You were scared.
I was not.
You were like, this lineup is way too strong. I'm out.
There's the 2 gentlemen you need to ask. Ask them if I spoke to them. Like, we can't. Jeff's already up. Which, by the way, I definitely leaned into as soon as I heard that I could use that as an excuse. I'm not saying, that I didn't just want to lean onto that one and get my way out of it,
Okay, so...
Ooh. How much is this for? It's for 13.
Antonius? We'll see if he's the limping type or the raising type. A hand like this.
This is close, Randy, especially if Antonius limps.
Is that the trap?
It looks like that's exactly what he's come with.
I like the trap because you're going to be limping such a wide range. You want to have some strong hands in there.
And Mustafov knuckling it back. Queen high flop would spell disaster. Fortunately for Ferradine, does not connect at all, though some backdoor opportunities in the form of spades and running straight cards.
Gonna start with a bet. You do see those little backdoor draws, then again, your stack is pretty shallow.
(2-0) for Patrick thus far. Chipping away. Ferradine Mustafov. New player here at Triton. There must be some stat out there somewhere of first-time conversions.
There's a lot of first-time conversions at Triton. I
Really?
remember. Yes, I remembered it.
I just show up like your first event.
Nick Schulman did it, I'm pretty sure. Kerry Katz, I think, did it.
Wow.
Like, there's Kenneth Key did it. There's a lot. I just remember it happening all the time. Yeah, we'll have to look into that later. Mustafov limping jacks. Taking turns getting some premiums.
Oh no.
This is a flop straight
Randy,
with 6-7
what?
offsuit. But it's not over. He's got a jack of hearts with those pocket jacks.
Hang on a minute. Hold the door. Mustafov limping the jacks off of 13 effective. Antonius knuckling back with the 7-6-0. 5-4-3 mono.
Antonius' hand is very vulnerable. A lot of action killer cards too.
True.
He wants to raise. Yes. Get it in now while you can. This is going in. 60-40 coming.
Wow, he does come back over the top and he gets the snap call. Randy, this could be it. Just 3 hands of heads-up play between Patrick and Mustafov.
Ако не дойде купа, ни прибира. Да, какво?
Mustafov drawing to a 9-ounce. Potentially more should the board pair on the turn. And well, there is the board pair. Adding a couple of jacks and a couple of threes. But Patrick Antonius 1 card away from his first Triton title. And he's done it.
He's done it.
He's done it, Randy. He has done it, and I cannot even begin to explain how important that hero call against Mustafov with 3 players left came into this final result. But Patrick Antonius taking down the record-breaking 25K 8-max here in Cyprus for 825,000.
You can take this off.
And GG's to Faradin Mustafov, runner-up. First ever Triton event. Strong start to the series for him as well.
Yeah, man, Patrick Antonius, the guy just gets it done. I think he played perfectly today. Like, I'm trying to think of some... I don't think he's made any mistakes this whole final table. You know, he got a lot of all-ins. He couldn't close it out, but that's not his fault that he can't win an all-in. That Jack Deuce was amazing. Lots of solid plays. Like, it's just so nice to see Patrick Antonius ship this tournament, getting his first title. Wow. Can't believe he's done it.
So Patrick Antonius getting it done here in Cyprus. And Randy, we are going to be calling it a day. And what a day it's been. What a strong start to the series here in Cyprus. You and I will be back tomorrow at some point. But don't go anywhere, viewers at home, as we have coverage from the 30K 6-max. Already 94 entries in that one. Going to be brought to you by Ali Najad and Brian Rass. And before we get a chance to speak with Patrick, Randy, Lou, thank you so much, man. It's been an absolute pleasure calling the action with you today. And I mean, had its ups and downs, but we got there in the end.
We got there. Yeah.
We did indeed. First-time champion, Patrick Antonius, bagging 825K. And he's someone that you actually spotted, you know, final 2 tables. You're like, oh, Patrick Antonius is just, he's in there. He's up there amongst the chip leaders with 12 left and just grinded it and converted it in the end, courtesy of the hero call of the series, most likely. We still have a lot of events to come before we can give him the official title for hero call of the series. But, you know, you call it off with bottom pair and it's world class to then go on and convert it. Let's go and speak with our first champion here in Cyprus, Patrick Antonius. And Randy and I will see you, viewers, tomorrow. Catch you later.
Your friends and partner at Shambhala Jewels, they decided to craft this special bracelet worthy of a champion, and is with a 18 karat Triton custom bead, and is fully customizable with our friends at Shambhala. They're going to be here from the 9th till the 10th. Congrats, first of all.
Thank you.
Congratulations and the trophy.
I take it?
Yeah, it's
okay.
yours.
Okay, thank you.
It's yours now. Thank you, Luke.
Thank you very much.
So, Patrick, you're very famous in this industry for so long, like since maybe 20 years ago, and you're always a successful cash player, but you've been playing a lot of Triton events. Does this mean anything different to you?
Yeah, I mean, these are the nicest events that exist in poker regarding high rollers. Like, everything is just top quality. They couldn't do a better job, so I'm happy to play these tournaments, and it's nice that I won my first one. So yeah, I'm happy.
When is your last time winning a tournament?
I probably won 2018. Like, I don't play so many. I think that was a 25K tournament also in Rosvedov.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is your first Triton trophy, and like what we just talked about before the heads up, I was asking you, like, is Triton trophy means anything different to you compared to other trophies?
You know, it has some special feel. Like, I mean, Triton is growing. You know, the brand is the best brand, like the top quality that there is. All the top players are playing these tournaments. So it's nice to win, I have to say, and it's a nice way to start a series like this. Yeah, it always wins it's always a good feeling to win a tournament.
So, are you joining in what else events this trip?
Yeah, I'm planning to play every event.
Every single one?
Every single. So I'll jump into the 30K later.
Yeah, maybe some cash game too?
Maybe, but hopefully not. If I keep staying in deep in the tournaments, then I won't have any time.
Right, so now you call yourself more a tournament player or a cash player?
You know, I've always been a high-stakes cash game player. Like that's my, I would say, the best skill. But I'm happy to play high roller tournaments, and you know, I don't have too bad of a records in tournaments either.
Well, congratulations again, and good luck for the following events.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, looks like we just hopped on stream abruptly here. Ahlinejad joined by the Tsar, Brian Rast, looking rather sartorial, if I do say so myself. I believe we have the king of, is it hearts?
Yes, sir.
How fitting. Here, bringing you coverage now of the next event on the day. First and foremost, obviously, congratulations to Patrick Antonius for taking down that 825,000 euros in the first event. Always a nice way to start a Triton series. Now it's all downhill from that point, obviously. The 25K crown is his. Nice performances put in by some of the rest of the field, including Ebony Kenny, who I circle as a first-time Triton participant. Binks, 6th place, always nice. Big buy-in for hers. Danny Tang out there in 5th, Steve O'Dwyer in 4th, and on up the chain. But now we turn our attention to the 30K 6-max no limit. And given that it is a 6-max, Rast, let's just touch briefly, if you will, on what you might expect to see different in a 6-max event versus what we see in these ring 8-max events.
Yeah, so, I mean, with 6-max as opposed to 8, you're just cutting out the 2 early position spots, and you're starting right there in a full ring, what would be considered kind of middle position. So you end up seeing more late position battles, end up seeing a little bit more 3-betting, I think, because of that. A little bit more likely to see the blinds versus the button. So, you know, I think people have this misconception that, oh, because it's 6-handed or 5-handed, you know, sometimes when you lose a player, it has to be, you know, more aggressive just because it's 6 or 5-handed. Like you'll hear sometimes a player say, oh, well, I mean, I 3-bet in this spot because, you know, it was 6-handed. But the truth is just when someone opens from those first 2 spots to get cut out, the 7th and 8th spot, I mean, they generally have a really good range, and you have to give respect to that because it's an early position. So even though it's rare when those 2 spots open, it kind of battens down the hatches on the rest of the table for that hand. But those spots are gone now, and so it opens up play a little bit.
Ranges will broaden a touch.
Yeah, just naturally.
Yeah.
Yeah, not because it's 6-handed, but just because there's no early position spots.
Right,
yeah.
right. All right, well, we'll obviously have an opportunity to see exactly what Rast is talking about on full display as event number 2 kicks off. We're going to bring you coverage right now, and as we turn our attention to it, you can always go to the Triton Poker Plus app and follow along in real time as far as the stream is concerned. Obviously, we're on a delay here to protect the integrity of the action. And we get our first peek at Albert Daher. Albert is playing under the Lebanese flag. Rast, I know you see him during the series, comes down in Vegas, plays a lot of the bigger no-limit cash games, some PLO as well, a very versed player. He's got deuce 3 of spades in the small blind here against Alex Keating. Alex playing in his first ever Triton series.
Yeah, I played some mix with Albert.
Yeah.
Over the last couple years.
Albert also participating in his first ever Triton series, but not in this particular pot as Keating wags his finger and takes it down. Dar looking rather relaxed, mind you, Rast. I know you're a fan of the massage.
Yeah.
The one?
Yeah, sometimes when you're just grinding day after day, many hours at the table, it's nice to break it up and relax a little bit, get a massage for an hour or 2 or 3.
We need your money.
And there is what looks to be Yo Viral joining the fray here at our featured table. Johan, a prolific streamer, content creator in poker.
Every country's represented here. You're left
Frenchman. Also spends a lot of time in Vegas grinding the cash games.
He might be the only American that even heard of Lebanon.
No, Lebanon's a popular country.
It's popular.
Eric Warre playing under the U.S. flag, also
Americans are not as dumb as you think.
in the mix. And then you have Fedor Holz, a Triton veteran.
Fedor retired once upon a time, Rast, and then came back. Didn't last very long, did it?
No.
I just don't know where
Couldn't
it
keep a
is.
good man down.
Like I've been asked every time, like, where is that?
A little bit above Israel, yeah?
I'm sure he stepped away. He had a few projects he was working on, but yeah, it's hard. It's hard to quit the game of poker. It's just so much fun. Get in there and battle.
Yeah.
And that looks to be exactly what Eric War is looking to do here. Blinds, by the way, 2 and 4,000 with a 4K ante. War is open to 9K, just north of a min raise. The 3-bet from Fedor with King 6 suited now from the cutoff. War did make the call. The 8-7 deuce board doesn't connect with either holding.
King 6 of suited here is a little bit wide. It's the type of hand that leads me to think that maybe Fedor views this as a bit of a spot where he's going to attack
350?
liberally.
I have about 200 behind.
Way more than 200, yeah?
This is 200.
About 200.
Oh, yeah, the purples. Yeah.
Olds' C-bet of 20K does take the pot down.
I feel like most GTO solutions, cutoff versus at hijack open, really have you fold King 6. Maybe it's a small percent call, but Fedor was going for it. So I think he maybe views that as a spot where he can play a little loose and aggressive, and it'll be plus EV for him to pick up chips.
And obviously taking nothing away from Eric War's talents. As you see, he's managed to amass a rather healthy stack. Fedor may be putting some of the lesser-known opposition to the test, announcing his presence a bit. We've certainly seen those themes play out from time to time. And here he is raising again. King 10.
Yeah, the question becomes, will there be an adjustment? Either by Eric opening tighter, or 4-betting, or calling the 3-bets, but getting sticky and aggressive post-flop. Number of ways that you can combat somebody who has decided to 3-bet you liberally.
Of course, we don't always know without showdowns just how liberally we are getting 3-bets, so it does require a little bit of intel, maybe some scouts out there advising.
The hands, are they being shown on the app with the delay?
On the
obviously?
delay, yeah,
on
after
the
the
delay.
delay,
So
you can do your own homework.
I think.
And 0 for 2 now is War against Olds, who flopped the gut shot Broadway draw, followed through. Takes yet another one down.
Yeah, I feel like in these kind of spots where you can get a lot of information, when I'm playing,
Are you still in Austria?
Yeah.
I'm not going to distract myself to the point where I'm going to look up every hand that's been played at the table. But, certain kind of key hands that I think will give specific information very relevant to me, in this case being, if I was in Eric War's seat, what did Fedor Holz 3-bet me with in this spot? Like that hand I would look up.
Conversation transition.
I don't need to see every hand, but a hand like that where someone played versus me, 3-betting, like, okay, like what range is it? If they have some kind of hand like ace king or a hand that's normal, okay, fine, whatever. But you look and you see king 6 suited and you're like, well, I'm pretty sure that's a little outside of the GTO range there. Maybe he's coming at me. Then you make an adjustment based off that.
Yeah, really good.
Yeah, that's why
Johan Gilbert
I wouldn't have played it.
on the
I'm
button,
like,
Jack
serious,
6 suited.
I'm like
The chair.
not
I'll
100%
maybe
serious,
make-
but like there's a little bit of me who was like, oh, these chairs are comfy. I like it here. Why? Are you like a part owner or something? You have an investment?
No, I'm just curious.
Johan going big there, 3x.
He is a
And
curious
not because they're super deep.
That's
I
why
mean,
he's so much of smart.
Johan has like 60 bigs, a little more.
Questions, learns things.
So quite a large sizing for 60 big blinds pre-flop. And this flop gives both a little bit of something, although it's the type of flop that Johan has nothing but a decent draw, and feel like he's, despite the odds being 50-50, he's probably a little more likely to win this pot because he'll probably, I would guess he bets at it twice, and Fedor has a hand that's weak enough that without improving, it'll be hard for him to hold on too much.
Open-ender, backdoor clubs, and the initiative, never mind position, all come together to deliver a 10K C bet out of Gilbert. Bottom pair for holes. He will make the call.
Yeah, 4-1. Definitely good enough to continue.
Now an ace on the turn, which I presume will favor Johan's range.
I agree. And I think we'll see him continue here. And, I mean, I really doubt Fedor continues. I mean, it's definitely theoretically not a continue. You need some kind of live read that your opponent's bluffing or weak, I think, in order to even consider it. Well, and
yeah, it goes check, check somewhat surprisingly there, Rast, and as a result, Holes is able to make queens and fives on the river in this 50K pot.
Certainly, and Fedor is going to win now. Johan passed up his chance to win on the turn. His decision now is, you know, does my opponent have something where I can value bet, or is it better to induce a bluff here by checking? And it's a tricky spot. I'm curious to see what Fedor comes up with. You know, for example, you know, if I have a hand like King 5 or Jack 5, it's still difficult to call, and by checking, I can induce and kind of pretend I still have a hand as weak as that maybe Johan would try to bluff me off. But if Johan had checked back an 8, you know, pocket jacks, an ace, some hands that might call me here, but some of those won't bet the river for value.
Worthy of mention at all, the fact that the diamonds get there as played?
Yeah, certainly. You know, both players can have flushes. And with the snap fold,
yeah,
Fedor got his answer that it, perhaps not theoretically, but in actuality in this hand, check would have worked out better.
Happy to be here. Happy to be here. I mean, in Cyprus. Happy to be in Cyprus?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Gilbert, by the way, playing in his second ever Triton event, skipped Madrid, but was a part of the warm-up that you and I were here for a few months back in April.
Yeah, we did 2 weeks ago. Probably
Went
the
0 for
craziest,
3.
bro.
Yeah?
Yeah.
In
I wish
no
we would
limit
be,
events.
What made it crazy?
Probably we were like more crazy people this time.
Who came?
So the game was mainly, so we played 6 in a row, and it was mainly Tuffer, Vladi, Melika, me.
You play 90? 100?
Finish your hand.
95. Without this.
The blinds just went up.
2,500, 5K. Holes limping with the ace-7.
These offsuit aces really nice as you get to short stacks as open jams, but I think Fedor deciding that maybe 21 bigs a little too much to want to do that.
He has the best watch.
So comes with a limp and going to see a very favorable flop for him.
I posted it on Twitter.
Flopping
for people who
top
wanna
pair
see.
of aces
It's a
in
500K
a pot
watch,
where the big blind
600K now.
checked back. Very unlikely to have an ace.
Really
This is
beautiful.
a spot where,
Roulette?
you
Roulette
know,
one,
despite
yeah.
the fact
Jack
that it's
of and
only
cross.
one pair, it's very hard for Albert to actually have
Yo, what's
ace-7
the
beat.
price double up?
He would have raised hands like
500K, now it's
ace-jack,
1 million?
ace-8, pocket eights, pocket jacks, pocket aces. Like, probably literally the only hand that's beating him at this point is jack-8.
Is it no 6?
So it's essentially the nuts, even though it's not nearly as strong as top set.
You bought for 400, and now the price I think is
6K barrel.
640. Yeah, 640, but I'm not sure.
Fedor
But
takes
that's
it.
what,
I thought it was $1 million. I saw it for $1 million.
Different
Maybe
ones.
some people say it for $1 million, but I think it's 640, but I'm not sure.
What NFT?
This watch.
Conversation at the
NFT of a
table.
watch. So by the way,
Centering around
Tuffer mainly, Vladi, Melika, me, Kawabunga,
new arrivals.
and maybe
timepiece.
another like 4 or 5 people in rotation. Yeah.
50, 100? 100?
25, 50, but 100 always on. Yeah.
And that new arrival is Kanapong Tanaratakul. Allegedly bought his watch for 400,000. Now it's worth 640. There's some talk that maybe it's worth $1 million. I got to see this thing.
$1 million watch. Wow. Yeah, I bet it's a pretty sick. Well, Albert has some kind of gold watch going on over there. And yes, to answer people in the chat, Patrick Antonius won the 25K. It's over. That's why we're on day one of the 30K 6-Max. And we do have, don't remember him being the chip leader not that long ago when we did the updates, but the WSOP main event winner, Espen Jorstad, is now in the chip lead decisively with 166 blinds, 828,000.
Gilbert, the pre-flop raiser to 10K here, has himself a double gutter, but he is up against bottom set for Alex Keating. No, it's a 9. Forgive me. It is just an open-ender. Stand corrected. Thought it was ace-queen 8 on the flop. So an under pair. Significantly worse than a set of 8s, of course. Makes the fold that much easier as Gilbert barrels for 9,500.
So with no spade, I think Keating definitely folds this. Now we get to see, does he think 8s with a spade is just enough to continue? He still says no.
I don't know, 30 minutes?
The guy
Would have been a tough
told me
hand to
10
win.
minutes, yeah. That's
Well,
what he told me.
you would think Gilbert would
It's on YouTube.
bluff again at some point with Jack high and something as good as an
Twitch?
open-ended straight draw,
Yeah,
although
they
he
were
didn't do that in the
streaming.
previous
They were
pot.
also Twitch.
I think there's
And
both of them.
an 8
They're
is
still streaming that
actually
one.
a really
Yeah, but
bad
they are
card.
still
Gives a
streaming.
set,
They can do
gives
both.
Gilbert the nut straight.
They're over
So
there talking, and then they'll start
Almost
this one.
finished, I guess. Yeah. So yeah, maybe we will not see the beginning of for sure. For sure not. Or maybe yes, I don't know if they you know, they could. They
Who's
could.
big?
You are big, Eric.
Are you sure?
No, I'm big. Sorry, I'm big.
bottom.
I'm big. Yeah, I was another gun last time.
Okay.
I'm big. Yeah, so.
What did you raise under the gun?
I don't remember my hand. And yeah. Yeah, he's coming for the 200K. He's coming. Playing with Leon.
Well, there's our first glimpse at that timepiece.
Thank you.
yeah, I just feel like on the stream we're not going to get something adequate because you have to look up close, like the engineering and the little floating mechanical bits. It's
I
like from
wanna
far away
say
you can't tell how beautiful they are.
At first glance, I think it's our partner Jacob and Company's Astronomia Casino watch, the one with the roulette wheel in it, the functioning roulette wheel.
Oh, really?
That's what it looked like from a distance. I thought I also heard Gilbert mention it has the roulette wheel in it, but we turn our attention to the poker. As under the gun, Eric War.
Quite a bit of overlap here with the unpaired hands. You know, two hands have a king, two hands
61?
have clubs.
Two hands have a 10 in them.
Yes.
And now a 3-bet out of the big blind from
Start with how
Johan
much?
to 61,000.
I start with 270, I think, but I'm gonna count.
Yeah, sees all that money out there, and he's going to put the squeeze on king 6 of clubs.
250. total.
Probably lets
I have
this one
250
go,
total.
but pocket 9s will have an interesting decision. Oh, wow.
Time bank.
So maybe Eric, I mean, king 6 theoretically, definitely a fold here. But if he feels, he feels Johan's weak.
Wow.
And 4-bet jams. And you know what? Just might work because I don't know if Johan's going to call this off with ace 10.
But this is just a massive shove by Eric. Obviously, the effective stacks are where Gilbert is with the 196 behind, but
so Eric War managed to win a big pot there with the actual worst hand of the four of them. King 6 of clubs dominated by King 10, dominated in suit by Ace 10 suited, and then versus pocket nines takes it down pre-flop. Wow, what a play by Eric.
hats off as we're getting a glimpse at the kind of fireworks that we just might have in store for ourselves here in the 30K 6 Max event number 2 of our Triton Super High Roller Series here in Cyprus. And this is why this stop, Brian, and I know you and I are sort of newer to the Triton series than those who have been playing since the onset, but it does feel, and I mentioned this yesterday on stream, like a turning point, like the moment where we began to see word get out and a lot of newer players come in. And so some of the incestuous nature of that fraternity of Triton players that have maybe grown very accustomed to one another is being shattered. And Eric Ward just put it on display right there as a newcomer.
Yeah, a lot of newcomers here. And this venue definitely has the size to accommodate. But yeah, I mean, going back to, we remember that previous hand with holes, and I'm like, well, okay, that's kind of a wide 3-bet. It's one of those things where I like to see that Eric probably feels that he might be getting picked on. So far since we've been doing this, we've seen 2 hands where he's opened, and both of them he got 3-bet. You know, one was heads up, and the other was he opened in a number of callers. And he made his adjustment by saying, okay, I've had enough of this. I'm just 4-betting right here. If you got it, you got it. And they didn't have it. So Eric won a big pot with a very modest holding there by putting his foot down.
Now here he is with pocket 4s in front of Holes, who opened with ace-8, follows through for 10K. Got shot straight draw and the pair comfortably in front, even more so after a queen rolls off on the turn.
So to me, Fader doesn't seem to have a particularly great hand to barrel with here in terms of his blockers. There is even some showdown value with his ace high. Not a lot, but some. But Fader's going for it. And you know what? I just kind of feel that we'll see. I think maybe Eric doesn't let this one go. Oh, but he does, but he knows it's a bluff.
He could have.
He did last time. He's bored of it.
Chose not to.
I need to break.
Can't have both. You can't say it and then.
It was a bluff. Come on, you know it was a bluff.
He's
I had pocket 4s. What am I going to do with pocket 4s?
All in.
Yeah.
You could call again,
And I
Eric.
call, then you win. And
If I had the 4 of hearts, maybe.
Call again, Eric. Well, 4 of hearts, you can't make a flush anymore, but...
Well, War is far and away the boss stack at this table, despite losing that one to Holes, going 0 for 3 now, I believe, against him. Still has 635,000 plus in front of him, a big gap and drop off to the next American, Alex Keating. And you have Holes there with 71 bigs.
I don't know what it was, but I know it was a bluff.
I mean, like, very good instincts, Eric, because, I mean, at this point, you know, sometimes people say it, but I think after repeating it 3 times, you get the feeling that he really actually believes it. The truth is that I think 4s is a good enough hand that if you really think someone's bluffing there, you can call. 4s have pretty good showdown. You have 6 outs to improve to a very good hand. A 4 that gives you a set of 4s or a 3 that gives you a straight. So it's not like you aren't trying to improve significantly. I think if my advice to Eric would be if you think your opponent's bluffing there, you can just call that 50K bet on the turn.
Registration, coincidentally, still open.
I believe it. Just not that time.
One day.
And that's worth mentioning because obviously a lot of times you'll see the shorter stacks maybe take chances and look to spin things up more so than they would if registration were closed, with the knowledge that they can plunk down another 30K and get right back in there.
See, so nice that they're filming so I don't have to call so I can sleep at night.
Or the short stack, 2 10s.
Eric just
That's the downside.
pointed something out that I always do wonder about how people feel about the stream. He's like, you know, I can look up the hand later, so I can sleep tonight even if I don't call you there. Yes, but when you find out that you were right, that he was bluffing and you folded,
Who needs cards?
you're going to think I should have gone with my instinct.
Albert gets no action.
What? Oh, you kept it? Yeah.
Kind of a big jam there with tens. Is that like he had like 17 blinds? Kind of feel like, I mean, even though it was the cutoff, I would guess you probably
Very
the
nice.
highest
Put the
EV
over
play
under
is to
at
open
107.
tens there because you really want to induce a
I
three
think
bet,
it's going to go over.
or even you don't mind if the big
is.
blind calls you.
With the re-entries because of the blind.
17 blinds is a lot to jam
Yeah.
from the cutoff.
When is last level?
10.
10.
Oh yeah? I thought it was 8. Oh yeah, no. Okay. 10, but blind, big
We're
blind,
on-
8K.
We're on 8.
Not saying it
level
isn't
8
plus
now.
EV,
Yeah,
just
big
that
blind, big blind,
I think
8K, yeah.
raising it is actually higher EV play.
How many entries? 90?
90.
Ace-3 suited here for Alex Keating, under the gun and open to 10,000. Holes on the button with an ace-7 off. Decides against it. Kanapong. KT, let's call him. With the
what a
King
spot.
10 flats, and now Dar off of this short stack can obviously press.
Oh, I expect him to move it all in. Not really sure he's going to get called.
He does indeed move all in, and Keating's behavior thus far suggests that he will not be interested in a call.
Yeah, I mean,
You gotta
opening
count
under the gun
clock.
6,
Oh, okay.
ace-3 suited, it's
Oh, I didn't know I had to
pretty
ask that,
light
yeah.
to call here.
Okay, I didn't know that.
I mean, you're
80, 80,
behind Albert's range.
80, 85. Yeah, 90, 91.
Oh.
Whoa.
You want to see it? Here, it's good enough.
Way good enough.
99.
Nuts.
No takers, and
Leaving my friends?
another dose of chips
See ya.
heading Albert's way.
Nice to meet you.
3 is actually a bad card
Yeah.
there because even if Albert's moving in with smallish pairs, I mean, you're still like way
Someone
behind
else calling
fours.
or I
Yeah.
play the big blind?
So
Bye-bye.
Looks like Alex Keating's time at our featured table has come to an end, as his number has been called. $11K on the button from KT, who is obviously showing that he's not waiting for just Group 1 type stuff. Gilbert with an ace, an obvious defense. He flops himself a wheel draw up against a pair of 4s here on the King High Rainbow board. Checks it. Anapong's follow through. 6K into 29.5.
yeah, what I was curious with Johan there wasn't if he would continue, it was how. I think with 30 big blind stacks, actually ace-5 off is the type of hand that you can 3-bet. Plays quite well as a 3-bet.
Instead, he did flat and does the same on the flop, hitting the ace on the turn to jump out in front.
Yeah, a card that favors Kanapong here. So I think when Kanapong elects to bet the turn here, he's betting the turn in lieu of betting the river. I mean, I think Kanapong would probably love to get to showdown, but if his hand, wants to deny equity to hands he's ahead of. Type of spot where if Jack 4 isn't the best hand, your opponent, if you check back, likely value bets the river and might choose the sizing you don't like. So, I mean, he's checking this back 100% of the time here, unless he turns it into a bluff. But, I mean, trying to get your opponent to fold an ace or a king seems ambitious. If he does bluff here, it's probably all in, because you're basically trying to get your opponent to fold an ace or a king.
Johan has taken a conservative line here, and it certainly does invite the opportunity for KT to try to bluff at this one. And depending on the sizing, he may get through, no?
Maybe. I don't know. Johan's like way at the top of his range. I mean, having an ace here. His hand is pretty disguised. I mean, this would be a big fold.
It's a pretty big bet, almost full pot.
Yes. I would expect most players to end up calling here, especially for a bet, even though it's large. It's not larger than pot.
Easy fold.
Oh, wow.
And he calls it an easy fold, so Johan showing some respect to KT, who's wearing a big smile with good reason.
That was a very interesting play by KT. So he definitely deduced after getting called on the turn that his hand was no good and turned it into a bluff on the river, and actually got a big blind disguised pair of aces to fold its hand. Nice hand, sir.
Kanapong was a newcomer to Triton in Madrid, played 4 events, all of them no limit. Cashed once, 4th place for 266,500 euros.
I will say this for Johan's defense in that hand. His 5 was a particularly bad card, to bluff catch with.
Because he's blocking those straight
blocking
draws.
5, 6, and 5, 7.
Yeah.
So that part of it does actually make a lot of sense.
31.
That even though he had an ace, which is a great card, you're blocking hands that would naturally bet turn and river, hands like ace jack, ace queen, etc. You were also with the 5, unfortunately, blocking a lot of your opponent's most natural bluffs.
Raise and take it. KT with the ace-5 suited as he begins to build a little bit of momentum. I feel like I want to go to dinner with KT strictly for the purposes of not having to play credit card roulette and instead just being able to play his watch roulette for the check. You just call it red, black.
That is pretty sick.
11?
Using the watch for the for like the gambling, like 50-50s. No dice app, no like counting the digits on the bill.
Put the finger on the phone.
Roulette,
I've
whatever.
got a friend
None
who's
of
got that app. Yeah. Ace queen
We're
against
using
queen
the $1 million
10.
watch.
Yeah. And both players are hitting this board here as Eric flatted from the small blind as the queen of clubs working. Middle pair, of course, top pair with the queen kicker for KT, has him in relative jail for the time being. War check calls 10K, and there's trouble on the turn. The queen of hearts gives both players 2 pair. And War.
Disastrous card for War. I mean, it's one of those like, will he lose the full double situations. a lot of the times the answer is yes. I mean, KT's going to bet here, and War's most certainly not folding. If he raises, he basically loses the full double here. If he calls, it'll depend on the river card. But on blanks, I just don't see him folding 2 pairs. So
35K the bet. Into 52.
maybe not
110.
quite full double. Oh yeah, after raising here, he's not raising to fold. So it's lights out. Maybe if he just calls, and KT might not bet the full 185K on the river, but yeah, now it's.
This is bad news. The check raise to 110,000.
All in.
Does draw the all in from KT.
Look, Eric.
Wow.
And War. Snap calls. KT was a little bit concerned based on his reaction that snap was maybe the king jack.
Yeah.
Or better than ace
Any
queen.
tens in the deck? That would be too much to ask.
That is asking for a lot. You can see 5%.
Yep. No 10 available on the river, so KT, upon arrival, has just shot straight upward. And now with a full double through Eric War, was in a tailspin. He's going to find himself just shy of $500,000 in chips.
Unfortunate turn card. Ugh. Jeff, ace king for sure.
Oh. Sometimes I have S king.
Yeah.
Do like this.
Ah, shit.
War no longer the chip leader at this table. That title now belongs to KT. Also no longer the chip leader overall.
When I lose a pot.
World Series of Poker main event winner Espen Jorstad, who you mentioned at the top of the broadcast, Rast, was the chip leader. He has since conceded that title to Ben Tollerine.
I had ace 9 against 2 pair on the turn.
Online
against
legend
pocket 7
Ben
with a
86.
Ace 9, 7 whatever, ace 9 7 flop. And I hit a
PLO killer.
Yeah, 4 outs.
Yeah.
Top 2 against bottom set, you know?
4 outs.
Yeah.
Dar with pocket jacks here, opens to 10,000, gets flatted by Gilbert's Queen 10 suited, along with War's King 7 suited, who is admitting he might be a little hot under the collar right now. Holes with the suited connector has called as well, and now KT mulling things over from the big. Price is certainly right, getting 10 to 1 on 5K.
Might he be thinking of a squeeze?
Might it look a little speedy? Oh boy, this guy came to play, Rast.
Yeah, but this isn't going to work.
Obviously not, but the 3-bet to 60,000 does show plenty of moxie.
Albert only has 109, so...
He's got a jam.
Oh, yeah. You can't fold with 20 bigs. Can't fold jacks here.
Well, you also just can't flat because it looks too strong to commit that much of your stack to a flat call here, doesn't it, Rast?
Yeah, I think there's no reason to. You put in the 60, you might as well put in the rest. Make it even harder for anyone, even though they probably wouldn't, to come in behind you. Yeah, I mean, KT actually, I think he has to call. I mean, if Albert goes all in for 109, it's only another 49K. You'll be getting some absurd price. Wow, he's using 2 time banks? This would be a very tight fold here.
All in.
No shot. It's going into the muck. Albert, certainly with re-entry still available through the first 10 levels, does jam it. That clears the rest of the field, save for KT, who already had the 60K commitment.
This was a little speedy.
Oh, prepaying.
A little ace.
Maybe he was randomizing with his roulette wheel watch. Oh, and the ace king 8 board puts KT in front.
But that's how you do it.
Albert did have backdoor straight and diamonds working, but no longer after the deuce comes off. He's got 2 outs one time, and instead it's aces and 9s on the river for KT, who polishes off the rest of Dyer's stack and
You can call me.
cuts the massage short.
Charles, tu peux encore réentrer. La bonne nouvelle.
That really is a bad way to end a massage.
I play GG. Can I ask you the whole? Can I ask you? I play GG and show
10, 8, 8 or what?
You ask me?
10,
Yeah,
5, 5, 5.
In the application? I think it's good.
What are you gonna eat? We eat together?
Yeah.
Let's
Right
eat
here.
here. Yeah, let's
do
do
like that. Blocker.
Yeah.
I don't know if
If not, I cannot call, right? You can, but it's okay. Thank you.
See you later,
And TBD
guys.
whether or not Daher is going to
I hope. Ciao, Albert. GG.
buy in for another 30K.
Guten Appetit.
That's 30 minutes dinner break in 600.
The show must go on, of course.
My friend, you win every end and you still continue to want to win more?
No.
Really? I need to defend my friend Albert. I need to defend.
I have hand. You buy them for me. Yeah?
I need to defend against my friend Albert.
You see my
Johan
hand?
defending Albert's honor, he says, as he
You have big hands every time.
Now I hit.
calls the KT raise.
How can I believe you? You will?
I will show you.
Okay, if you show me, it's okay.
It was a speedy 10-4 suited, but he says, I hit,
Yeah,
and he was being honest.
Nice hand. Good, enjoy your meal.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Not much going on for Gilbert.
Enjoy your meal.
You too.
Thank you.
Move back.
Give me 2,000.
2,000. Okay.
I give you back
And
the...
it looks like on that note, the players are headed for their dinner break. Just 4 remain at our featured table, where Kanapang Tanaratakul 132 big blinds. He put it together in a hurry, Ras, 659,000, taking big chunks out of Eric War, and also, of course, polishing off Albert Daher. Fedor Holz, 324,000, did well for himself in that frame, and Gilbert sitting with about 23 bigs with the blinds at 2,500 and 5,000. So we welcome you back to our break desk here inside the Merit Diamond, Royal Diamond Casino Resort here in North Cyprus. Ali Najad alongside Brian Rast. Happy to have you with us for coverage of day 1 of event number 2 here in our Triton Super High Roller Series. And I guess the only thing really to talk about, Rast, is KT and his arrival and the way in which he has announced his presence, which certainly was with plenty of activity. Those chips moved around.
Oh, yeah, he was pedal to the metal, certainly. I mean, that last hand with ace-9, he was just going for it. So, but, you know, it's always fun to see somebody who's willing to get in there, mix it up, and create some interesting hands to talk about.
It's kind of a double-edged sword, though, right? We see a lot of these types of players come in, and we get excited, and we shower them with a little bit of praise, perhaps being results-oriented, because when it works, it's great, but when it doesn't, you could be headed for the showers early.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he had some interesting pots for sure. I mean, the Jack-4 was a very creative bluff. You know, I like that hand quite a lot.
Took 3 barrels up against the
his river
pair of
decision.
aces on the turn, which was a wheel gutty on the
bet
flop
turn
against
in order
Gilbert.
to check back river, bet turn and then decisively turn that into a bluff on the river. The ace-9 off, 3-bet is a little dicier there, especially when you have to call off versus the UTG opener for the extra 50K.
Yeah, the short stack of Daher with the
Don't know
jacks.
how I feel about that one, but yeah, I don't know. It's been some fun hands, and it's nice sometimes to see that a little, just as a poker fan, somebody getting in there and just making creative decisions as opposed to, somebody just being really solid. Everybody being solid, it's okay, but this is nice.
It's a different sort of fun in terms of being able to watch people operate at that highest level. For me, I always love some curveballs coming in and not just fastballs down the middle. So selfishly, as a commentator, love to see KT out there doing his thing. We'll see more of them hopefully later on. In the meantime, it is time for Rast and I to take a break. Stay close, however, continuing coverage of day 1 of event number 2 here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. The 30K 6-Max will continue after this.
GG Poker, the biggest poker site, best poker site. Why? The most ambitious.
This isn't crazy.
It's a doom.
I'm gonna start voting too. Oh, my name's not there. Never mind. So 14 million. It's a lot of chips, but Antonius at one point had 14 million with many more people. He's not he's got a lot less chips now. Open. Jack deuce suited over to Antonius. 15 blinds. Playable enough? Yeah, I mean, it's that suitedness, right? It's just like, yeah, can never be wrong, technically. Especially from a chip EV point of view. I was thinking about it, because it's not the best playability. Here we go.
2.2 million out there.
Deuce. But 2 overs, gut shot, aggression.
One would assume we're going to see a turn card, Randy. Mustafov with the gut shot on 2 overs. Antonius bottom pair.
7.
And backdoor hearts connecting with this 7-6 deuce flop. Missing a 1/3 c-bet from Veradine.
This pot could get dicey on the turn. Antonius, with this stack size, probably will be calling.
3.6 million in the middle. As we head to the turn. Queen of Hearts rolling off over card to the flop. Essentially a card that Mustafov is going to continue barreling on. Though, as you know, Antonius not going anywhere. As he has turned a flush draw.
A little bit tempting the multi-barrel.
1,400,000.
1.4 million. Antonius with a hand that can definitely check call again. It's scary. Queen is the card that would improve Mustafa more than Antonius.
Any merit to check jamming this turn and just...
Possible, but I don't think you'll get a better hand to fold.
For sure.
But you can definitely be charging hands that have equity like this 10-8, 2 clubs.
Rather than playing the guessing game on a brick river where, you know, you get to the river with bottom pair.
Yeah, a lot of merit. Generally speaking, you'd be check jamming a little bit more often if you can get better hands to fold. You know, if you were got a big combo draw without a pair, without that showdown value. But he does have the stack size, technically speaking, where he would get folds if he does jam. Just thinking about it, this is what time banking chips are. They're not, it's not time banking to fold, right? So he's time banking to jam or to just call. He's listening to you, Henry. Should I try? Just get it in now.
See what he comes with. Facing the 40% turn barrel. Check call kind of feels, I don't know, really dicey. We get to the river, bottom pair, have some fold equity. Let's just push our equity now, you know, if we get called, we have emergency outs. To hear what the viewers at home think Patrick should do.
Call. No, call.
He said call.
$6.4 million in the middle, just 3.5 behind. Ace of diamonds on the river. Brick City for Patrick.
Can he barrel again with 10-8 high? It's unlikely for Antonius to hit the ace. A lot of these hands of ace could rejam pre-flop hypothetically.
All in.
All in with 10-8
Wow,
high.
gangster.
And Antonius has got bottom pair. Can he make the call? We're the sickest hand of this tournament.
The fact that Antonius hasn't like insta-mucked his hand. You know, the sickest thing, Randy, is as soon as Veradine moved all in, Antonius just kind of gave him the side-eye, just like snap staring him down. I mean, look at this. The fact that he's even considering making the hero call here with bottom pair.
Okay, let's think about this. If he had jacks or something, why else all of a sudden would he...
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series from North Cyprus. Ali Najad alongside Brian Rast. It is day one of event number 2, the 30,000 buy-in 6-max no-limit hold'em event. First week of the series is front-loaded with no-limit events. Then we transition to the short deck stuff in week number 2, allowing some of the players who don't play both disciplines to kind of plan their trips accordingly. Worthy of mention, we did set a record yesterday in event number 1, and we are looking like we're going to be breaking records throughout the particular series. 93 entries thus far here in event number 1. I'm going to take the Triton Poker Plus app, which of course all of you at home are able to take as well. And here we have North Cyprus, the 30K going on in real time. Here you see the field, 58 remain of our 93 entries, I should say. Current blinds, 3 and 6,000 with the 6K ante. The players that have been busted so far, I'm taking a look here. There's some talent. Looks like Dyer did not buy in. He's out of there. Danny Tang. But I did see Danny just now on the break. So I'm guessing he's going to be rebuying. Not exactly certain what the situation is there. I know Jason Kuhn was briefly listed as eliminated. Obviously, he bought back in. So it is a fluid environment. Looking back up at the top, we do see the overall chip leader, 965,000. That is Ben Tollerine. And then we have our 2 new featured tables, blue and red. Let's take a look at table number 1, where we find the likes of Laszlo Boitas, the phenom who has absolutely been crushing the coin poker PLO games. And according to Tony G, is winning $20 million in those games.
Wow.
Has done well for himself in the Triton series as well. You've got the American Nick Petrangelo, no stranger to you, high roller guy, Chidwick, Soiza, Reiner Kempe back in the mix. One of the German phenoms that took things by storm, along with Sondheimer and Holes once upon a time. This is a table that is just murderer's row.
Oh, yeah, definitely. In fact, you know, something interesting I just saw on the app is, you know, it says there's 94 entries, but when you scroll down, it gives the total number. So you basically see the number of uniques. There's 70, right? There's 59 still in the tournament, and it lists 11 people busted. So that's 70 uniques, and you know that therefore there are 24 rebuys.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool. So 70 unique players in this event. That's quite a lot. That's
Pretty
a big
big
turnout.
Pretty big,
Yeah.
no doubt about it. Just briefly going to turn our attention to the red table, if possible. And we'll be going back to the action here momentarily. At that red feature table, you see it there. Just 2 players currently notched in Nicholas Chody and Sean Perry. And Chody is a newcomer to Triton, did play the 25K, failed to cash, playing under the Lebanese flag. Sean Perry, of course, a known commodity in terms of high roller, back in Vegas, plays the cash games, likes to gamble. And certainly if you don't see him, you always hear him in any given tournament because he's very, very chatty. Speech play, a big part of what he's got going on. But for the time being, we will focus on Murderer's Row, and that is not at all an unfair way to characterize this 5-pack with the blinds at 3 and 6,000. Nicky P without the beard, by the way.
Yeah.
Tough to recognize.
Yeah, clean cut.
Really? They were just like stopping everyone. And
Yeah, I arrived here yesterday morning early. Nicky P was actually on my flight coming from London. So he arrived yesterday morning as well, about a little after 1 a.m.
I think that's worthy of note because Jason Kuhn, who is so dedicated to his regimen and the way in which he approaches, poker, is very much as a professional's professional. We see Reiner jamming here from the small with the ace-jack, taking it down. He was in Amsterdam for 4 days prior to the beginning of this event in an effort to thwart and ward off any jet lag. So arriving yesterday morning and then getting right into the saddle, obviously it has an impact. Now everybody deals with it a bit differently, but it may be worthy of consideration. Stamina, long days, 10 levels, 12 levels in, you start to fade, or maybe all of a sudden you come alive late because you're on your right schedule, depending on what part of the world you came from. So keep an eye on Nicky P.
Yeah, maybe he figures that's the small events up front. So if I'm only 80 or 90% because of jet lag, it's not as big a deal.
I'll tell you what, they may be small to Nikki P, but to the average person, a 30K buy-in is certainly nothing to scoff at. And I think all of these guys still take things seriously, regardless of the size of the event. Soiza here, a Triton veteran, opening to 12K out of the cutoff with the Jack-10 offsuit, and Reiner with Ace-King off of the 16, 17 blinds. Let's call it 18.
All in. All in.
Decides to jam the Ace-King, understandably. Jack-10
I've been saving me
shrivels accordingly.
5 minutes, I just never take the highway. I'm
Good at night.
scared of some lunatic just wiping me out.
Reiner, by the way, only played one prior Triton event, Rast. That was all the way back in Manila in 2017, the Philippines event. He went 1 for 1, finished third in a 250K Hong Kong 6-max event. Here he is playing another 6-max. That third place finish was worth 188,000 and change.
Wow, that's a big gap there, 5 years.
Looks a little older and wiser compared to the last time I saw him on the felt.
Sorry.
As Petrangelo has it folded around to him in the small blind with Ace-Queen off. Decides to limp against Chidwick. Has Jack-5 offsuit. He's happy to check back. Two deuces and a king here. Ace-Queen, the nut no pair. Under-repped. Decides to check.
I think a situation where Nick probably has, I mean, their ranges are going to be super wide here, obviously, but Chidwick probably has a little bit more trip twos, and Nick a little bit more strong 2-pair hands like kings up.
Steven decides to check back. Petrangelo with too much showdown value brewing, I guess. Obviously, we're not on the river, but to feel as though he needs to bet it.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, he definitely has a lot of showdown. And I guess the line that he wants to take his versus Stevie out of position is just get to showdown. No kind of small value protection mergey bet on the turn. You know, now will he value bet the river as a block? The answer appears to be yes. I don't think going all the way down to Jack high, getting 4-1, yeah, seems a little too speculative, and I think I like Stevie's fold.
Those spots feel like ultimate Texas Hold'em. I don't know how much you've kind of studied that game, but when you have no pair on the end, on the board, you just count how many outs the dealer has to beat whatever holding it is that you have, and then if it's under 21 outs, I think it is, you just call. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
I don't want you to go getting worried about me thinking that I'm going to be sailing off in the UTH pit. But a lot of poker players have put a little work into that particular
probably
game.
don't have UTH here, do they? Like, probably like a Vegas.
Not only do they have
they have it here.
Ultimate Texas Hold'em, I've seen a number. There was Novo Poker, there was Ruski Poker.
Oh, wow.
And there was one other thing that I saw, Trio Poker, which I think is 3-card poker. But they've got even more pit games over here. I mean, the casino is just bursting at the seams out here. Pretty shocking. I mean, this beautiful new tower, the Royal Diamond, didn't Didn't get built on the backs of winners in the casino, I'll tell you that.
I haven't actually walked through the casino yet.
As in, I should put it in quicker or longer, or?
Well, I'm proud of you,
here we are,
Rast,
the
as
other.
we slip over and take our first look at the red table.
Where are you from?
Where?
Israel.
Off the
Oh,
row.
really? I was just in Israel the other day.
He was at the feature
Israel's
yesterday.
my favorite place. Literally the other day.
Longtime Triton.
I stayed in, my friends live in,
Elton Sang,
Renata.
longtime Triton contestant.
You visiting him? Or just
Yeah, I just went.
You like?
Dude, I've been like 13
Shoidi
times.
is,
It's like my
is
favorite place.
someone who, is he a new Triton?
This is his first
Triton?
This
Yes.
is his first Triton
wow.
stop, yes, indeed.
I'm Jewish. Look at this. The inside engraved. Star of David.
Wow.
You see that?
Yuri Zivalevsky has woken up with a couple of queens here in the small blind.
I don't believe you're bluffing.
And I mean, this pot is just destined to get all
you
in,
should
blind
extra
versus
bluff me.
blind here with the 3-bet and the likely 4-bet all in. And Yuri just going to snap call it for essentially only 25 big blinds.
All in?
Yeah, that button open to 12K was promptly 3-bet by the Brazilian, and now Perry piles with the ace-king from the big. Snap call forthcoming.
You know I always win these, right? Huh? I'm always win these, especially sitting next to you.
You always win?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. In America, I do. Always.
Here, ace king is shit.
You should have told me that before the hand started. Why you wait till after the hand and tell me ace king shit? So you don't like the ace king here? But you're rooting for me though, right? You're rooting for me?
Oh, what an interesting flop this is. Now, Perry's
You got a
rooting
diamond?
for
I'll take a
Yuri
diamond.
to make a set.
Dude, there's two
Take
hearts up
take
there.
2 diamonds.
Oh, so I'm colorblind. Oh, do I have a heart?
No.
Dude, I should have listened to ace king no good.
Well, not necessarily, but once the 10 rolls off, which, by the way, put a 4th heart on the board, so there was certainly paths to victory
All
there.
right, I'll see you around. Good luck.
Perry
Peace.
is showered.
Yeah, there he goes. Good game, well played.
Oh, now you gotta
Nothing
take
you
this
can
off,
do in
right?
that hand. It's just destiny all in. Well, you know, maybe he'll rebuy.
Available up until the end of the 4K, 8K level. But obviously it's eliminations until we hear otherwise. And I would be remiss if I didn't point out that Yuri Zivalevsky has never looked more like a Mario brother than he does here today. And that is just a shocking, spitting image.
I think I have my mind, but do you think it's more Luigi or Mario?
I think it's Luigi.
Yeah, I was thinking Luigi as well.
573,000 in front of the Brazilian, who did well for himself this summer as well, Rast.
Yep.
At the World Series.
He did.
Had some good results there. Jean-Noel Torel, just shy of $500,000, second in chips. Shoidi, 386. Vladi, 281, and Elton Sang will probably step in to fill the void left behind by the absence of Sean Perry's chatter. The always fun-loving Triton regular, 130,000 in front of him.
Did you call the event he got second in the 50K Poker Players Championship my favorite tournament? Did you
I
call
did,
that?
all
Yeah,
the
okay.
way through the finish, and boy, what
Yeah,
a
it was long.
marathon that one was.
Yeah, the way they divvied that up time-wise, I mean, day 4 was so short, they played for only a couple
Yeah,
hours, and the
yeah.
final table took forever. I mean, I know it was for streaming purposes, but for playing purposes, I feel like they should have divvied that up, made them play a little bit longer on day 4.
I think the hat and the shirt really bring it home in terms of like appliance repairman chic on Yuri. It's tough to disassociate plumbing from that particular ensemble, but the dude is sharp. He's got a lot of style, I will say that. He's got ace-9 suited here on the 4-4 tray board. It remains in front of the field.
Nobody with much of anything on this low paired board. Ace-9, the best hand, and the only backdoor flush draw as well.
That said, it is the pre-flop opener from under the gun, the Frenchman, Dorel, who bets 15,000.
He raised, might as well try to take it down. I kind of think Yuri continues here, getting such a good price in position with the strength of the ace high, backdoor hearts, and Dorel is, in terms of making the best hand, all locked up in this. It's short of hitting a king. He's going to have to win this by bluffing. That's got to be kind of an alarming card. You know, if Yuri had hands like straight draws, 7-6, 6-5, 7-5 suited, etc., those all improved his hand. So he is waving the white flag. And now Yuri, seems like if you're him, you're just content to try to win with ace-9 high.
There is some initiative that could be posed to try to clear some of the bigger ace-X's.
Yes, and it looks like the sizing he's doing here is one such that he recognizes that the 7 was better for his range, and I guess he's trying to get better ace-highs to fold. But not only, he's actually ended up value betting versus the king-9 in a very strange check call.
Yeah, no kidding. The king-9, really surprised to see it pony up an extra 40K there on the turn to take the river, unless, of course, it's got an idea. And there was a moment that it looked like Dorel might take advantage of this texture to try to rep maybe something like pocket fives.
Now, Yuri has to think he doesn't have the best hand very often here, right? I mean, he bet the turn and got called on 4, 4, 3, 7, and 6. So he's going to continue telling the story that he has something and trying to get Dorel to fold whatever he has. Perhaps ace-king, ace-queen, perhaps a 2-pair. But it turns out he's actually bluffing with the best hand.
Oddly enough.
So should Dorel call here because he thinks Yuri's bluffing, and in a sense he's kind of correct, he actually will end up losing. His only way to win this pot would be to raise, and that would certainly work. I think if he raises even the minimum amount, he will win.
Oh my goodness, wow. And he's doing exactly that.
What a pot. I mean, I just don't see Yuri calling this ever. I'll be shocked. Yeah, okay.
Love to see it, by the way.
What a hand.
Allez. The Frenchman with the check jam off of king-9 after check flatting the turn. Absolutely throwing curveballs our way. And this is what I was talking about, Rast, where people take these lines that a pro's pro would just never anticipate anybody taking, and they're doing it with hands that you would never think that they would do it with.
Oh, yeah, certainly. I mean, I think he pretty much diverged out of the pro's pro there when he check called the turn with the king-9 on the 7-4-4-3. After that, we're in new, let's call it creative
territory.
Land. Uncharted territory, creative land. And given the way he got to the river, his decision on the river was a very, very interesting one. I mean, he found the only way to win that pot and win a huge pot. I mean, when two players are bluffing, the odds go out the window. It's basically whoever's the last one to put the chips in the pot wins, almost always.
Just a tremendous display of raw divergence by Dorel.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it kind of went... On the turn, he probably thought, okay, I think he's bluffing. King high might be good here. And then on the river, on the 7-6-4-4-3, I think he did accurately come to the determination that you can't call anymore with king high. So if my guy's bluffing, then I just need to rebluff. And the only way I can do that here is raising. So
25.
Raise.
Also, to look at that pot from a different perspective, like Yuri's perspective, You know, if he just checks back the turn and tries to get to showdown with the ace-9, I think he just wins. Probably goes check, check, and probably check, check on the river.
Core temperature looks like it is falling for Vladi Chaulov, who 3-bet with ace-7 suited and has now been 4-bet by Torres Kings. Wow. What a nice follow-up to that last pot for the Frenchman. He now sits with over 600,000 in front of him. Vladdy wants to take a peek at a flop, which has an ace in it.
he just peeled that with the ace-7 suited.
Out of position, too.
Out of position for 4x, 25 to 100K, and bangs the ace off. And now he just leads all in. Wow, this hand is absurd.
A couple of clubs out there unblocked by the 2 kings.
We all know what Thorell is feeling right now. Just can't believe the ace came. Here you have 2 kings, you get in 40% of your, or whatever, of your opponent's stack, and sure enough, there's an ace. He can't wait to go all in, doesn't even check it to you once.
Yeah, yeah.
Everybody's been there. Wow, he lets it go.
Well, he's not a complete maniac, Rast.
This guy's playing some poker here.
Now, this Vladi Chaulov character, I suspect, is the gentleman that I heard whispers about from Albert, who had been playing the cash games as well as the tournaments, and talked about playing 400, 800, 1600, no limit, the other day with Jungle Man. And I believe this young man from Israel, and they were playing the 1K 7 deuce game, the bounty. And I believe he called when Albert had a couple of kings, according to Dar, with the 7 deuce for 100K pre-flop. It was an open, and then the 3-bet from the 7 deuce, a 4-bet jam from Albert.
Oh, and he called.
And he called 100 dimes with the 7 deuce pre. Just going after the 1K bounty. So there's some real gamble in that seat. Provided we're talking about the same guy. Meanwhile, Yuri, red snowman, opens. Elton in the big with a defendable king 10. Certainly against that sizing.
Somebody in the chat on YouTube asking where I got this shirt from. I'll tell you where. From my wife. My wife bought it for me, and beyond that, I don't know.
Well, I'm glad that you clarified by saying that she bought it for you as opposed to you were borrowing it from her, which would have been far more uncomfortable.
No, my wife got me this poker shirt, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to bring some spice to the commentary booth.
You sure
here
did.
in Cyprus.
You know, it's funny. I tried to get a hold of you as we see Elton with top 2 pair here on the coordinated draw heavy texture, facing the C-bet from Yuri with the pocket 8s. Just looking to take it down here. I tried to reach out and coordinate with you. I was going a little casual today from the Triton store. Then you stepped it up on me. We're going to have to get on the same page here at some point.
Part of the fun is keeping you guessing, Ollie.
Yeah, yeah. King's full on the turn for Elton as he flatted and now checks a second time over to Yuri.
Yeah, just the stone nuts right now. And what will Yuri decide to do? It feels like a white flag waving situation. And now Elton with the decision of how to get the most value here. You know, check jam or lead. The problem with check jam is, you know, Yuri checks back the turn. There's a lot of draws. He probably doesn't have 3 kings or better, which would be the type of hand you'd want to check jam first. Maybe does he have a hand like Queen 10? okay, but will Queen 10 bet and call a jam? I don't know.
Not good like king.
So he decides to go for value himself. Makes a lot of sense.
Bet is 40K.
Oh, you make a good fold.
Just targeting medium strength or worse check back type hands of Yuri that probably only put in one bet anyway. But Yuri puts in no more bets with eights.
Clean lay down there from the Brazilian.
It's eights with a heart is a pretty bad hand to bluff catch with there. I mean, you're blocking a lot of bluffs. Jack 8, Queen 8, 8, 7. You have the 8 of hearts as well, so you're blocking flush draws. So fold makes a lot of sense with 2 red 8s there.
Back over to Murderer's Row, where we find Chidwick in the small with ace-queen offsuit, and Soiza with the suited ace in the big behind him.
You have like 133 behind.
Stevie choosing to limp, much like Petrangelo did before him last time we were at this table. And he draws an all-in from Soiza. He snap calls it. And the good news for Soiza is he has Chidwick well covered. The bad news is he's dominated. So we'll play a 284K pot.
Ooh, 5 right in the door.
Soiza with the pair.
Prepay, I'm going to do the stand-up. Make it fair.
Now on the turn, Chidwick pulling it just a queen, and instead it's a 10. So a very unfortunate run out there as Chidwick had Soiza right where he wanted him, played it to perfection in terms of getting a full double, but max pain instead of max reward.
Yeah, got exactly what he was looking for there, limping the ace-queen, trying to induce, and got his opponent with a suited ace with a weaker kicker to just put them all in. So not much more you can ask for, I guess, other than just then your opponent not sucking out as, you know, I don't know, 3-1 dog-ish type territory.
Those situations like the one we just bore witness to right there are what really dissuade me from becoming a tournament player. They're just so demoralizing. You literally execute to perfection, and then your day is done. You're just showered. You can't go rebuy. You know, well, you can here, obviously, in this particular spot, but in the same way in like in a cash game, and obviously with re-entry periods, it's fine, but on the backside of the re-entry period, things like this still happen, and, you know, 2 days of play in, or 3 days of play in some of these World Series events, you come away with nothing, and it can happen over and over again. It's variance, I get it, I understand the concept. But
Well,
it is
I mean,
so
the way
hard to fight
emotionally I would break it down is the cash game emotional math is going to be a lot more even-keeled, right? I mean, you win, it's great. You lose, it sucks. It'll tend to be a certain number of buy-ins. You usually, let's say the game stays the same stake during the day, day after day, etc. The tournament equation is like, well, the majority of the time, something like this will happen, right? Like if you're a world-class player, you're going to execute well most of the time. So, you know, but even if you're not, either way, most of the time you're just going to be out with no cash. They only pay like 15%. That said, what you get for losing most of the time or min cashing or all these frustrating events on the flip side is when you do make a deep run, it's kind of like not only the excitement of the final table, you know, the playing in that situation, the stimulation, the adrenaline, the dopamine, but then also obviously the big score, right? I mean, you turn, you know, Patrick, 25K buying
Sure.
into 825K.
Sure.
Right? You can't have that, you know, you're playing a cash game, you're buying in for 10 or 20K. You're not winning 800,000, you know. So it is what it is. It's so the tournament, it's like the delayed gratification. You have to sweat the majority of the time where it's a negative for those, you know, minority of times where it's like super fun or positive, you know. So it's kind of a different emotional math and a difficult one actually to deal with because
certainly more so than a cash game.
Yeah,
for sure. And what looked like a positive on the river for Pietrangelo here in the form of a 6 is actually a negative insofar as he is beaten by the jacks of Mustafov, who is betting 42,000 here. Fahdin Mustafov just finished second in the 25K to Patrick, picking up $557,000. The Bulgarian popped right in to event number 2.
And Nicky P just caught a little something on the river that might be enough for him to lose this 42K.
Diamonds did get there, of course.
Yes. Diamonds got there, but all the straight draws missed, and in the end, Nicky finds the fold.
Saves 42,000 and more top-notch timepieces on display, by the way. Triton brings out the flash, doesn't it?
Oh, it certainly does. I mean, that's what you're going to see when you have guys buying in for 20, 30, 50, 100, 200 million, etc. buying events, you know.
Well, on the topic of flash, we saw Kanapang Tanaratakul rocking that Astronomia casino piece pictured on the far left, courtesy of our Jacob & Co. partnership. Makers of some of the finest timepieces in the world.
Well, you got second. Must be doing
We'll be
something
awarding a special collaboration timepiece
Just check one.
to the winner.
Oh, this is the guy who got second.
Yeah, of our
Yeah,
No
okay.
Limit Hold'em and Short Deck main event winners. Keep your eye out for that. Jacob & Company, the official timekeeper of the Triton Poker Series. Meanwhile, Mustafov with the suited connector in the small blind, limps, and the Hungarian, Laszlo Bojtas. Queen 4 offsuit, checks back. And a dynamite flop here for Mustafov, open-ended with the flush draw. Decides to lead right out, takes it down right then and there.
You know, Ali, I'm going to go ahead and say something that's not shocking, but I'm going to say it anyway.
All right.
I'm always impressed with Nicky P's play. He made a nice little river fold there, no big deal. I mean, he doesn't have to call with the 6, but just finds a lot of nice bluffs, seems to navigate the murky waters quite well.
Just settles on the right decision more often than he doesn't at the end of the day, consistently.
Definitely a guy, too, that can find the gangster bluffs and whatever, like, you know, get in deep in the streets.
Well, he's far from the only impressive entity littered across this field. Michael Soiza, still young, but also talented with tremendous upside. 4.3 million in career Triton earnings, 9 cashes under his belt. His title coming way back in his very first ever Triton appearance. Jeju 2019, the 500K Hong Kong No Limit Hold'em 6 Max took it down for 11.15 million HKD. Obviously, somewhat of a specialist perhaps in this specific iteration of No Limit. As we see Mustafov in trouble here with the 2 9s, opens to 12,000, gets the jam from Bojtas.
How we find the pen?
It's unfair.
What is this? Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Please, I need 9. 9. No.
Oh, that was great. No 9 on the flop here as Bojtas sits pretty in a 258K pot. Turn is clean for him as well. And he waits on the river, which is also safe. So
Sorry, buddy, I couldn't pull one there for you.
Well, the good news for Mustafov is he has Bojtas covered.
I couldn't believe my eyes. Hello, welcome.
The tone in which Mustafov said, "What is this?" suggested we would be wise to place a 9 on the flop, but alas, we don't have control over these things, and it appears that he's dealing with it quite well.
Suggested a lot of things. Also suggested that maybe he hadn't been running very well, which also is incongruent with the fact that he got second in the last tournament he played for probably $500 or $600
Well,
so thousand.
perhaps the incredulity also centered over the idea that he was coolering other people en route to finishing second. You never know. Doesn't have to just be complaints, just disbelief.
What is this? I don't have the bigger pair? It's impossible. I've had the bigger pair 4 out of 4 times so far in Cyprus. I guess my streak ends there.
How much Boitas now on the button off of the double.
Starting
3 exit as the boss, Paul Pua, joins us here now. Founder of the Triton Tour, picked up his first ever Triton title back in Madrid. The whole room was just buzzing with excitement when he finally broke the seal. He's perhaps played more events than just about anyone, Brian, as he plays both the no limit and the short deck varieties of Hold'em. Widely speculated that he must be the winningest poker player of all time when you take into consideration some of those stratospheric cash games that he's had the opportunity to participate in out in Macau for so many years. 14.6 million in career Triton earnings. And here's the Malaysian with top pair up against Boitas' C-bet of 16,000.
They're definitely going nowhere on the flop. Laszlo's going to need some help here. He does have a lot of back doors, and this gives him a gutter, as well as the ace being a better card for him. He's much more likely, given the flop action, to have an ace than Paul. But as we can see, he bets. Now, this is a spot where, given the size of the bet, Laszlo's repping a hand that can beat Paul. That said, Paul has one of the better hands that he can have here, and might feel compelled to be sticky and continue looking Laszlo up.
That ace is just such an annoying card.
It's one of those tricky spots. Your opponent's repping a hand. Your hand was very good, top pair on the flop. Now, basically, your opponent's repping a better hand. That said, you can't just fold here all the time because you know your opponent's going to be double barreling here pretty liberally.
And opening a fairly wide range from the button. As we see, kings and fives will create some relief for Paul, who checks one last time, and we'll see whether or not Boitas is looking to bluff it. Wow!
That's what we know as a money card.
Look at the jam!
That's what we know as a money card. Making 2 pair here, Paul, yeah.
Boitas will be very deflated.
You're gonna see it anyway.
To see that Paul.
So the thing is, the interesting thing is if it's a 4 or a 3 or some total blank, you know, does Paul call the river with a pair of kings? He might have. It definitely wouldn't have been that fast. But when you hit that money card there, he's now beating some value.
10-6 off.
Nah, here's okay, all is forgiven. Can you
forgiven. I don't see the can, but you have 10-6, yeah?
Easy. Also punish you.
You 3-bet pre? 3-bet pre?
Open button.
Ah, you open button?
Yes.
3 barrel.
Cooler.
Normal.
Well,
Nine
one
chips.
Yeah.
cooler at once on the turn.
At least, you know,
Bad.
share with everybody else.
Yeah.
You get turn and rivers. No diamonds either.
This guy never surrender. Never.
He has no choice. What can he do? He can't check back 10-6 high on the river. Probably not a good look.
I tried to bluff Paul once, didn't work.
I'm so happy
never again, huh?
I opened 9s and you shove it. I'm so happy.
Yeah, he's supposed to have 2s.
Yeah, something like this.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah. Correct. Yeah, correct. Yeah, I was
Boitas,
talking
of
about
course.
the same spot with friends when you open button and somebody just shoves, and people always ask how many bigs. I mean, or how much is it? I mean, the more happier you are. More.
Yeah.
Just not
Did
so
have
Yeah.
Paul covered.
Like a perfect skin for Paul.
So he fights on, but off of a much smaller stack. The inverse reality for Paul, who now sits with almost 400,000 and pockets sixes in the small action folded around to him.
50 big blinds effective here. Nice thing about this limp is it keeps in some of these raggedy hands with very little unsuited small cards that sixes is a big equity favorite verse. Wow, Michael Soiza, nearly 4x raise here.
This is the same man, by the way, that pointed out the lack of respect that Boitas was demonstrating by opening the button with 10-6 suited, and Paul with the limp jam, punishing Soiza.
Yeah. Small pitch. I got trash hand.
Limp shove, huh?
Yes, limp shove. A lot of blinds as well.
It's a lot of big
On the
blinds,
clear,
limp jam. 50 bigs.
Yeah, almost.
404.
Hefty shove, 50 big blinds.
404.
No, more. 434.
That's 75 there, yeah?
78.
78.
Nikki P surveys the landscape before proceeding.
22.
A 7 offsuit opens to 22,000. I'll tell you what, granted, many players may be doing the same thing without it being as readily apparent to us in the booth.
2-2.
But that's just a little glimpse at the way in which Nikki P operates.
I'm not gonna fold if you ice shove.
That sort of traces back
That's what I need
to why it is that he's one of the best around.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just go.
Always making sure.
No fold. No fold equity.
Taking
Here,
everything into consideration.
Mustabov ascertains that he doesn't believe
Check
Nikki
blind.
P has a folding range when he nearly 3x.
But you saw the flop.
Versus his stacks blind, so decides not to just jam the ace-5, and this is going to be an interesting one here. How are they going to... Nick.
Yeah, Nick decides to just ask for the rest of it right here and now. You surprised at all by that?
No, not necessarily. I mean, there was a lot of money in there as, what, 22, 44, 52,000?
After the flop.
So it's the stack to pot ratio is just barely over 1.
I'm not sure.
Nick figures...
Maybe you can king queen something like this.
Oh.
Wow.
One time show.
Well, if you had an ace, I had you beat, probably.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
What'd you have? Ace 8? Ace 4?
Fine.
Had you. Had you just barely.
Luke raised
You wanted to do
7
same?
deuce.
Okay. Who is Luke? Luke and Greenwood or?
And we
Luke?
step away
You are big member.
from Murderer's Row at the blue table to
Who is it on TV?
rejoin action at the red table where chatter
Oh, it
continues.
shouldn't be on TV.
It was a very interesting hand.
For you?
This for me.
16?
Current chip distribution at this table actually puts the Israeli Vladi Chawlov in
How
front.
much you play?
Yeah.
He is asking Elton
I
for
think I
a
started
count here
hand
after
with like around 160.
saying open to 16.
Here
Blinds
he's
at 4, 8, and 8.
folded here. Let's see. Let's move it right on along there.
Find out what Vladdy's got.
Yeah. Oh, 3-bet.
Well, whatever it is, yeah, he likes it. Looks like Linus Laliger has joined the mix over here. Certainly not a welcome addition to the lineup for any of the other players. And strictly because of how talented he is. And it is 2 6s that Chawlov has decided to make it 50K with.
It's
Elton going to hang in.
I'll tell you what's bizarre about that. Given that Elton really only has 20 bigs, it's kind of bizarre to 3-bet there as opposed to just jam.
So the jam may have gotten rid of a king jack, but instead the 3-bet
May or may not have, but he's out of position. You know, he's not. You'd imagine he's not 3-bet folding after putting in 50 versus a guy that only has like 150. So you might as well just put in all of it. I feel like, especially with a hand like sixes that would, you know, doesn't want situations like this where your opponent calls and, you know, you have an underpair to the 3 cards on the board. And what do? Like, your opponent could have king jack and you're just dead, or your opponent could have queen jack or jack 10 and bluff, and, you know, you're actually equity-wise supposed to call versus hands like that.
I like your king.
So.
I like your king.
Look at this. Vladdy just check folds to the 25K bet from Elton that was oh so milky.
No,
Not
king
that
queen,
good.
you go all in.
Huh?
King queen, you go all in. No king guy, just go. He's a king guy.
So
you
more
have?
than one
Good.
peculiar
No, I was good pre-flop.
Pocket queen?
No. Pocket queen.
element to that particular hand. The choice to 3-bet as opposed to jam from Vladdy out of the big against Elton stack.
King for sure.
And then simply check folding on the king 9-7 board with a couple of spades, where I believe he held the 6 of spades to Elton's 25K bet.
Yeah, I mean, the flop decision is an interesting one that I can kind of, it makes sense. Maybe he's thinking this, it'll never just be 25,000. It's 25,000 now, and then the other 75 on the turn or river. And I'm very unlikely to improve here with 2 6s.
16.
I feel like that's the logic behind that. Right or wrong, but that logic makes sense. But to me, the 3-betting 6s as opposed to jamming is strictly worse. Given those stack sizes, of course.
Oliger opens to 16K, and this has got to be the man we were talking about, because it's a flat call with 7-3 offsuit from the small blind, Rast.
He's ready to go.
Yes, he is. Elton joins the party for the minimum with queen 9 suited as the board comes king, king 3, and guess who's in front?
He flops the best hand.
He sure
How
does.
will they play it? Look at him sit right up, too. He looks like a man who has something.
He almost looks imperial with that blanket strewn across his shoulders there, like some sort of cape. We just need a chain connecting it at the front.
Did he bet? Is that 5,000?
8,000 min bet here.
Yes.
Into
well,
56,000.
Forced to put in the extra chips because the least you can bet is 8. Elton actually, yeah, I don't blame him for continuing here. Makes a lot of sense to me. Queen high, backdoor spades, 2 pretty big cards. Now, Linus he has to ask himself, listen, I'm closing the action. I'm getting 9-1. You know, is that enough? And he says, yes, it is. And as you can see, with 22% equity, he's actually correct.
Well, he chose to raise it up to 22,000, Rastin. Think about how strong that looks. And Vladdy just jams it, not buying what Lolliger's selling. And look at Linus smiling and Vladdy looking up.
No flush draw.
Well, I've got a new favorite player in the tournament. I'll tell you that.
Why you re-raise?
Why you re-raise? See what happens?
What happens?
60.
I mean,
Linus, listen, buddy. I know that you're one of the best, but listen, you can't do these. You can't do these little rinky-dink plays against the guy who plays 3-7 off and just ships
and just
it,
rips
okay?
your face off.
Just realize, man. Realize, make a hand and win.
Meanwhile, we have an all-in back at the blue tables. The suited connector of Mustafov has drawn a line in the sand, and Michael Soys is going to give him a spin with king 8, 132,000 in the middle, heading to the flop. And it's ace king 3.
Yeah.
1 spade. Soys way out in front. Mustafov needing lots of help. The 4 clubs does open the door, as now a 5 would give him the straight. Instead, he pairs the 6, and that's it for Mustafov.
This is fast.
Soiza will haul it in and now get up and over 700,000 in chips.
Wow, we've had some movement at the top. It's
in the overall event, you mean?
No longer Espen and Tollering. Tollering is in 3rd. Espen's down to 9th. But first is Viktor Kudinov, and second is Ebony Kenny.
Wow,
Running
what a
up a
nice
stack
follow-up
yet
act
again.
for her.
Yeah.
And Ebony, not a regular on the high roller circuits. This is kind of a dipping her toe into the waters sort of spot.
Yeah, did you see her interview yesterday?
I did
Gave a
not.
little- okay, yeah, we saw it when I was doing the commentary. Just apparently she got the call. I can't think. Her partner is
Phil Nagy.
Phil Nagy
Mhm.
from the America's Card Room.
Yep.
He called her like a month ago and was like, "Hey, we're gonna play the 200K, and you're gonna play some of these other high rollers out here."
I'm going to back you.
And she said, she had never played a 25K or bigger.
Right.
So she went out and got a poker coach, I believe Chance Corneth, and I don't remember his name, so excuse me, but a focus mindset coach, and been studying for the last month, preparing for this. And she was very humble the way she talked about it, but excited to compete, and really liked her attitude. So it was a nice little interview.
I'll say, in the time that I've spent, even in a room near Ebony Kenny, you can feel her vibe, you can feel her energy, such a tremendously positive presence, was very cordial and graceful, clearly happy to be here. And it looks like things are paying off. Credit to, obviously, not only her initiative to go out and get the coaching and the mindset work, but also those 2 individuals, Chance and whomever the other person was, that helped her kind of get into game shape, and the results are paying off.
Oh yeah, certainly. I mean, here we are, 2 tournaments in a row where she, early on in the tournament, basically had the chip lead.
Well, how cool is this? Michael Adamo is to the left of the highly active Vladi Chaulov, who just showed us the 7-3 offsuit move against Linus Laliger.
Listen, that's running pure. Come in and get the seat right in position to the.
Careful what you
clear
wish for,
table maniac.
Rasty.
Sometimes things don't work out in life, but getting direct position on a loose aggressive maniac is something I'll take every day of the week.
Ace-king here for Elton, has Chaulov smothered as Vladdy opened to 20,000.
I don't believe you.
You don't believe me?
I don't believe you. Really. I think I'm better than you. I think maybe you have queen 10.
I mean, this dude could just call.
I don't like to gamble. How much is
I want to put that out there. This isn't empty rhetoric or posturing.
Okay, you want to gamble? Let's gamble. I call.
Oh, he did.
I love this dude. I just want to. I need this dude in my life.
Can I show you only one? This one.
In turn, he needs
That's
a
all I
5.
need to see. I don't need to see the other one.
Last time I lose ace queen to s5. Maybe I'm gonna win now this hand. Maybe. If my chips goes to Elton, I'm happy for him.
This Vladdy guy can mess around and leave you talking to yourself, Rast.
This is a tall order now.
Yeah. Elton's sitting very pretty to double. Running queen jack maybe for the chop? No, the 8 of diamonds. Now leaves Chaulov drawing dead.
Thank you.
He asks for a 5 and thanks.
181.
Pre-appreciates the dealer for it, even though it's a draw dead spot. I want to play poker with this guy.
Yeah.
Now I know
Me too.
what the fuss is about.
King, now you get this.
Meanwhile, back over to the blue table where it looks as though Laszlo Boitas is looking for a spin with ace-10, and unfortunately, Paul Pua gave it to him on an 8-7-5 flop, where he has way the best of it. But hold on. Turn gives Boitas plenty of outs.
A lot of outs.
6-10 or a jack will work now, and instead it's the king. So
bad beat table. All the
that'll
shots getting good.
spell the end of the road for this particular bullet. Re-entry still open until the end of this level, though, worthy of mention.
I see the river queen. It's like dry as fuck. Easy. Autopilot. Autopilot. Which one? Ace 3 suited. Okay. Okay. Autopilot, man. It's just like a sim, you know, running itself when open and Ace 3 suited raise, you know. Standard fold.
I wanted to be a bad boy.
The TV table, man. The TV table saving me for sure. No punting allowed. Follow the rules, you know. I bluffed Kale in a hand earlier as well. And he was saying that, you know, he wants to call so badly, but this hand is a fold, you know. And eventually he said, I'm probably going to have to fold, you know. Maybe it's a TV table effect as well, I don't know.
Holding this shot here of Theodore MC Quilkin from Granada. Made the journey here to North Cyprus to partake in his first ever Triton event. Welcome to you, sir. And he's going to jam it. No waiting.
It's a big open jam from the cutoff. Over 20 big blinds. 22.
Can you count for me, please? Exactly.
173.
Soiza waking up with the king-queen offsuit, somewhat inconveniently.
Call.
And it looks like he's going to make the call.
Didn't expect it to be that good when you went all in.
And he is dominated. So he's a bit surprised, he says, to be facing such a good hand against the newcomer. Had no data points, and here he has very little hope on the ace-9-7 board. Backdoor hearts. Some straights, perhaps, but no. Once the ace rolls off, Soiza draws dead. The river inconsequential as Quilkin fills up, and that is the way to arrive at a new table, Rast. A snap double.
Yeah, and Soiza was up to 5th in the overall chip count, but after that pot's going to drop down a little bit.
Easy come, easy go.
Looking at the top three haven't changed a little bit, but now there's a new player in 4th, Razavi Malake.
I guess not.
A woman I haven't seen before in Triton. So now we have 2 women in the top 4.
I thought maybe I get to beat someone again.
From Iran, this is. Looks like this is her first Triton stop.
500, yeah.
Ace-king for Paul Pua on the button, rather. They'll make it 20K to go.
Little 2.5x.
Soiza, after doubling up Quilkin, now looks at an ace-9 out of the small blind.
About over 50 big blinds effective here. He's got to decide how he wants to play it. Opts for call. Here's our ace-queen. Hand much too good to fold here. Again, call or 3-bet. Should he 3-bet though, which he'd have to make it like 80 or so, I'm pretty sure Paul just jams. Now he realizes his equity by calling. Given the fact that he just open jammed the ace-queen off for 22 blinds, I'm not surprised that he took this particular line with the queen-jack suited, the more conservative one.
Now a troublesome board here for Soiza as the ace 10-10 leaves him with aces up, but outkicked by Paul. As Hua has both blinds checked to him, 68K in the middle. And he's going to check back here, Rast. Has a lot of hand, but obviously some vulnerability against a 10x.
Yeah, it's a spot where Paul's not going to be able to get 3 streets of value, at most 2, so decides to start the pot off by checking back flop. And I think we're going to see all the players interested now because Queen Jack just turned into a double gutter. So he very likely continues here, getting almost 4 to 1 from the pot. And I can't see Paul folding as well. Wow, he passes. Pretty tight fold, I think.
Yeah, I too am a little bit surprised. Feels like the kind of spot where you hit the king or the 9 and you do get paid there, but maybe the presence of the hard draw was dissuasive. As now...
I mean, my read on our newcomer is that he's pretty conservative. Data points, the jam.
The ace-queen jam is conservative?
Because, yeah, in the sense of like, I kind of think just jamming 22 blinds with anything really from the cutoff is a bit abnormal. It's a lot of blinds. Now not 3-betting the queen jack suited, folding the turn.
Well, Paul taking a slightly conservative line by flatting Soiza.
It's going to be a rough spot. This will show the nice advantages of being in position, because Paul will certainly not fold if Soiza bets, and if Soiza checks, Paul now has the option to value bet his hand and very likely will. So Soiza probably chooses a bet that wow, he goes pretty big, actually.
Yeah, 75K into 114. Paul muttering that he feels like he's beat, but I don't know that as played he's going to be able to fold ace-king here.
Oh, no, I think he's going to call. And Soiz is actually value betting.
Ace-9. Oh, value bet myself, wait.
Well, he was, but as it turns out, and you heard him say it, he was value betting himself. So, yeah.
But check, I'm not folding.
Paul does make the call, and Paul's another one in.
Check flop. 5, 10, 10. Next and on, please. Check. Registration is now closed for players. I remind you that if you're fortunate enough to get eliminated in the hand on the previous level, you can still re-enter, but please let a supervisor know about this.
That's it. What was that? This will be the last time. This is it, yeah.
Meanwhile, picking up the action between Gilbert and Christoph Vogelsang, who appears
this is the last time, better go home,
comfortably ensconced in that hoodie.
Last chance to rebuy.
Turn gives a little bit of a draw to both players. Vogelsang picking up the gutter and Gilbert with king high flush draw now.
Good opportunity.
So
yeah, exactly.
This bet
Think about it.
would work against all other forms of king jack, in my opinion, but not the king jack of spades.
If you win, you get more chips. If you lose, you can rebuy. You still have more chips.
It is a large bet. It's over 3/4 pot. So, but that said, it would be. I'm going to introduce the term MDF, minimum defense frequency. I think if you're folding king jack of spades here, you're folding beyond what a minimum defense frequency would necessitate that you continue with. So I expect to see a call, which he does.
Another 60,000 into the middle, 2 overs and a flush draw. And king jack just ends up with king high, but with the double paired board, might there be some curiosity in the event that Vogel looks to turn this hand into a bluff? He took a stab at it on the turn. 108,000.
I think there's a very high chance that Christoph Vogelsang bluffs here, and the reason being is that he has one of the weakest hands he can have with jack high, and he also doesn't have 2 spades in his hand. which means he's unblocking spades, which is super relevant in this particular case because that's what Johan has. So there's a decent chance he'll bluff. He opts not to, and I'm very certain Johan, I mean, king high is just a hand that loves checking. Really, if you wanted to bluff, and there's no reason to value bet, it's hard for worse hands to call you, and better hands might call you. So
Indeed, you'll viral with the check back, and king high will haul it in.
yeah, tricky spot for Christoph. I think it's a spot that he will definitely bluff
I
sometimes,
guess you're
but
moving
opted
out.
not to
I'm
that
guessing
time.
they should be taking you out. But
Arthur, fresh stack? Fresh stack or?
just bought in.
3 enter?
Yeah. Number 6? Six?
Yeah.
Hello, floor. Floor.
We need a floor.
Okay, I was striking. I didn't mean to rub it in.
It appears
you
that a
taking the big
seventh
blind out?
player has been delivered to our
I mean,
red table
could be a
here, which of
no-brainer,
course
but, I mean,
is in breach of
On GG, we do the
the
nice
six-max
Is there
policy
big
in
blind
this
going
event.
out?
on GG, I think we do
Yeah, looking back at that hand, I think one of the reasons why Christoph ended up not bluffing is I'm looking back, and it turns out he was the big blind, and I think he just defended for a single raise.
Yeah.
So because of that, he will have
the big
some
blind.
maybe some worse
Taken out
hands
of this table.
that he probably wouldn't have from other positions. And then Jack high there, just some 10 highs, 9 highs, and even something underneath. Although a lot of those cards filled in with a straight or a pair, so I do think it was still a close spot even for the big blind. But always interesting to see great players navigate those spots and what decision they come to. I believe is Linus Love wearing a robe?
Wouldn't
a
surprise me.
bathrobe?
I hope he is.
I think so.
You'll remember in Madrid, he
that.
had the coordinated, like, kind of PJ short, satin, Versace.
Yeah.
Man's got his own style.
Yeah, in Madrid, he was very colorful.
Yes.
Every day was just a smorgasbord splatter of paint colors on the palette. Actually feel like I took some inspiration from Linus with my very tight shirt that I'm wearing today.
Yeah, that is from the
same vein.
Lolliger collection, if I'm being honest. As we see Adamo with ace deuce off
Oh, there
of
we are.
18 bigs,
Oh, it's not.
limping the cutoff.
I think it's just a hoodie. It's not a bathrobe.
Talk to me about this, the Aussies' decision to limp the cutoff with ace deuce off of 18 bigs, Rast. Strikes me as unconventional, but
Yeah, Adamo has just decided 20 sub bigs. He's going to be playing playing a limping range. I do wonder if ace deuce off is a play though from the cutoff. You know, and looking at the table, you'd say, oh well, maybe there's some players that aren't that aggressive in the remaining positions, but those players are Elton, Christoph Vogelsang, and Linus Love, who I don't know that those three qualify as guys you're, you know, trying to slip some weak ones by on.
Yeah.
So,
Long time no see.
so yeah, I don't know about that play.
You played, right? I feel like I saw you somewhere recently.
Well,
I forget where.
we're going to get a chance to see how it all plays out over there as we slip right back over to
maybe
the blue table.
I saw you, but I didn't say hello. From afar.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
you won the bracelet?
Looking at
No, almost.
Close, second place.
Looking at a pre-flop strategy right now for 20 bigs from the cutoff, and this includes limps, it pure folds ace deuce and ace three off. So, you know, but what do I know? We're talking about the Dominator right here, so he's got his own theories.
And they've been very effective as
Yeah.
Adamo has truly been on the hottest of streaks in the high roller circuits. Took down. I
Adamo
believe it was
does-
event number 1 in Madrid, wasn't it?
Yes. Didn't he win? Did he win 2 events?
I want to say he did.
Did, yeah. Beast. You know, Adamo does strike me as the type of guy, though, that if he hasn't played a hand in a while, I think sometimes he just plays one. That's my guess. You know, it's like, this one's close, like whatever. What am I losing? Like 5% of a big blind in EV or something.
Speaking of things that are close, ace king suited and ace queen suited, and unfortunately for the boss, Paul Pua is all in over the top of Pachara Wangwichit's open, is going to get snap called, and cooler is immediately declared. Not at all insignificant 351K pot, and with the re-entry period closed, this is key for Pachara Wangwichit.
Wow.
Queen, high board, somewhat disastrous, but the backdoor clubs and Broadway gutter are working.
I mean, it's not over yet, but Paul is running pretty pure.
Ace is up for Pua, and now Wangwichit needs a king or a jack. Instead, it's a 3, and his time, short-lived. And with that pot, Paul emerging.
Running good again.
Yes. The clear chip leader at this table. As the dealer push takes place, we'll give you a peek at the official chip counts, brought to you by GG Poker. With the blinds at 5 and 10,000 now, Pua has a 30 big blind gap between himself and one-time chip leader at this table, Michael Soiza. Mickey P, 46 bigs. Yuri Zivalevsky slid over from the red table to the blue with his 367,000, and Theodore Quilkin, who had a double on arrival with ace-queen against the king-queen of Soiza, sits as the short stack with a plenty playable 33 bigs.
You got 3.
275 started. 280.
Min-raise open from the ace-10 of Zivalevsky, gets flatted by Petrangelo's 6s, and the upside-down 6s to his left in the small blind for the boss, Paul Pua, as he mulls over his options. Rip City. Obviously, he's got the boys well covered, but Petrangelo not sitting shallow.
700, 800, 750.
These 10 goes in the luck. The reason I bring up Petrangelo stacked up there is obviously it makes Paul's choice that much more risky, so to speak, but with a flat from Petrangelo, you start to remove maybe the upper crust of his holdings, the type that might be able to fade the jam.
Yeah,
Paul.
normally, I think, given that they were 40 plus blinds.
You're not big blind, Louis.
Ah, no? Alright, I'm being blind.
No, porque nai. Not deuce.
Pocket 9, pretty good one. Then Nick calls you pocket 8.
He will go pocket, he can pocket.
Possible, though.
2 kings for Zivalevsky now. The follow-up, he opens once more to 20K, and once more Petrangelo with a playable 1 behind him. Flats, and now Quilkin in the big. Ace-jack offsuit.
A handy could elect to squeeze, but could also just call and C3. So far, he's taken what I would say is the conservative route, and in this case, that would be calling, and sticks with that game plan.
So his flat does close the action and bring the 10-8-7 to heart board, which gives Nikki P the nut flush draw. Yuri with the big overpair, but a very coordinated texture and a three-way affair.
Yeah, Yuri and Nick both have strong hands here, given their stack depths. Are likely to put some chips in the pot. I think Quilkin probably puts nothing. Well, now he definitely might.
Ace on the turn after the round of checks puts Quilkin in front. But of course, Pietrangelo has the nut flush draw for dessert. Really poor turn for Zivilevsky, who understandably elected to check, given the texture with those two kings. Now faces a lead from the big blind of 42,000. And of course, Quilkin is going to have that range advantage on this texture, Rest.
Yes, certainly. This is a tricky spot for Yuri.
Especially with Pietrangelo looming behind him, right?
Quilkin can definitely have some bluffs like 9x or Queen Jack.
Just look at this from Zivilevsky, not getting married to those kings whatsoever, recognizing the poor nature of this particular situation and just puts it into the muck.
Yeah, and in this case, he was in third place with really almost no outs to improve. So ended up saving him a number of chips here.
Heads up between the two aces, and the Queen of Hearts now gives Pietrangelo the nut flush and the best hand. As Quilkin has to navigate heads up, out of position with 159 in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, its most likely course of action here is a check. He does have the Jack of Hearts, which, all things considered, is a pretty good card to block some of Nick's strongest hands, which would be flushes. But, you know, maybe even potentially a straight, although it's kind of hard to see Nick having Jack 9, and I don't think he can have King Jack. Well, I guess he could. It's a double gutter on the turn. What was the turn bet? It was 42,000, right?
That's right.
It was a large bet. King Jack's a little more difficult to have. It's unclear if Nick calls. But I mean, with this size, Nick going over pot, he's pretty much repping. I mean, I would say potentially the King Jack straight and then flushes. So, I mean, the Jack of Hearts is a very relevant blocker.
It really is, but the kind that's super inconvenient for Quilkin here because it puts him in a situation where he's more inclined to make the call, right?
Yes, exactly. Exactly. I mean, King Jack of Hearts, Jack 8 of Hearts, Ace Jack of Hearts. Does Nick play Jack 9 of Hearts so passively? Probably not, or another Jack 9 hand. But yeah, still though, there's a lot of other flushes and that Nick can have, and Quilkin passes.
Some pretty top shelf folds there coming from both Yuri with the two kings and then from Quilkin with the aces. Once that texture started to feel a little too uncomfortable for him.
Thank you. Thank you.
Moving right along, Paul Pua with 7-5 suited opens this one.
Did I use one on the river? I used one, yeah.
No, it was just one set.
Would you attribute any of that sort of snugness that we both just bore witness to the fact that we're on the backside of the re-entry period now, where you can't make a mistake and just head on down to the registration desk and plunk down another 30K, or it's just straightforward regardless? As we see an all-in from Yuri, jamming out of the big blind over the top of Pois with Queen 9 suited. Risky business, but he gets away with it.
Yeah, I would say no in this case. I feel like the snugness, I mean, we've never seen him play a Triton, and I haven't heard of
Him
Theodore
being
Quilkin
Yeah,
before, so I'm going to guess this is just a big tournament for him. So the snugness comes from that he's, I'm going to guess, playing for a lot of money and you know, happy to take the conservative route for the time being. Perhaps if after some time he gets the feeling that, you know, that's the MO, the read that he's giving off, like maybe he'll start mixing in some bluffs, right? If he thinks that his image has become that of a player playing conservatively, like to see that as a nice little adjustment. But for the time being, it seems like he's kind of playing quite carefully, I would say.
Two 9s this time for Pois, considerably better than the 7-5 suited he got blown off of by Yuri moments ago. Trangelo.
Which, might I add, there's nothing wrong with that.
No, of course not.
You don't need to 3-bet just because you have a hand that you could squeeze with. So
King 6 offsuit comes up empty on the A7-5 board. Second pair effective for Paul with control. Barrels into 55. A fairly modest 16K, good enough to get through.
King 6 off, starting to just reach a class of hands that I think Nick consider defending, but not quite good enough. King high, 3 straight. You know, I would guess he probably defends that there if he had a backdoor flush draw, but.
Oh, modern.
Right.
Oh.
Yankee P rocking that streetwear hoodie. Part of the new collection of Triton swag that was released here at the Cyprus series we're just embarking upon. If I'm not mistaken, Jason Kuhn had a little something to do with that particular collaboration.
So this tournament will pay 17 places. There's 59 still remaining, so quite a ways out from the bubble. But I believe we play down to the bubble tonight, same as last night, I would guess. Do you believe that to be true, Ali? That's what we did last night.
To play down to the bubble itself, or break the bubble,
break
and
the
then
bubble, and then
feels reasonable.
Finish the level, and it was done.
Meanwhile, Zivilevsky picking up Paul Pois' King 10, which has him dominated, but is out of position and checking on the 8-4 tray board. I mean, obviously the environment remains fluid. The staff here at Triton always looking to take into consideration the players' wishes and deliver the best possible experience. So if for some reason we were unable to burst the bubble and we were getting a little bit too late into the evening, I would anticipate that we would just pull up our stakes and call it a night. You're able to take that one down.
Football's following at home again. You can follow on the Triton Poker Plus app. So right now we can see the top 5 are players who have been up there for a while, with one newcomer. First, Benjamin Tollerine. Second, Ebony Kenny. Third, the newcomer, Mikita Badziakowski, newcomer not to Triton, or winning lots of money in poker, but newcomer to the top 5 in this tournament. So far, 4th, a new lady on the scene, Razavi Malakeh, and 5th, the last main event champion, Espen Jorstad.
Morten Klein joining the party here. The Norwegian made a splash out in Madrid. Looking at that festival, his very first of his Triton career. He finished 9th place in the 20K 8 max no limit event for 50,400 euros. Did not play any of the short deck events. Spades on spades here. Advantage Soiza in that department, but not in this one, as the 10-6-4 flop puts Zivalevsky in front with middle pair.
Yeah, responding to somebody in the chat, I was not discussing Yuri playing conservatively. The person who Ollie and I were discussing playing conservatively was Theodore Quilkin.
Yes.
So Yuri I've actually played with a number of times this summer in the WSOP, and yeah, was not saying he was playing conservatively, nor is he a newcomer. Well, actually, this is his first Triton stop, I believe. But,
it is.
But he did play a number of high rollers this summer in the WSOP.
I think I've mentioned it before, but there's also a little bit of that V for Vendetta, Guy Fawkes sort of facial hair on Yuri there. Remember the 8th of November, or whatever it is.
Did that guy? It's been a long time since I saw that movie. He has a mustache.
Come on, Rast. Perhaps one of the most quintessential mustaches in the history of cinema. That could be a stretch. I just wanted to say that sentence. I got you, buddy. Here. That's not a little bit of Yuri.
Oh, yes. Well, the mask, yeah. The mask has the mustache. You are right, though.
The character is inspired by Yuri.
Along with a very interesting, like, chin line thing. Yuri doesn't have the chin line, though, right?
He's got something working.
If he does have something similar, then you are right. A character inspired by Yuri, or Yuri inspired by character.
Onward we march, in a confusing logo situation there on Morten Klein. It was the Adidas trifoil with Gucci written underneath it. Perhaps a collab, we'll have to get to that later. As Rast and I focus on the important things here
The stage is beautiful.
Day 1 of
stage
event
is
number 2
something.
here, the 30K 6 max no limit. Slipping back over
This
to the
is
red
something.
table.
Cards are like cards,
Listen,
everything.
these guys are
like
way out
detail,
of the money at the moment,
The
so we can
chips, the
focus on
timing,
fashion.
are the most beautiful in the world. Like this is like the stage also is the most beautiful in the world. Really, really nice. Very good job.
High praise there from
I will
Johan
play more.
Guibert, who is certainly one of the foremost voices out in the content creation space for poker. Nice to feel his support for Triton here at his first ever stop. Artur Martirosyan, one of the online qualifiers to event number 1. 2 red 8s, opens to 20,000. Adamo decides to jam over the top of the open for 125K total. And that is a pretty big chunk of the 185 back that Artur has on request. 5,000 to be exact. As Alton gets out of the way, and Martirosyan does make the call. Be up against
130.
2 overs for a full run out.
No, no, no. Oh, I like this one. No.
King 4 tray. Eight's still good.
How many all-ins have you had against each other lifetime, you think?
Many.
9 on the turn,
more
and
than
now Adamo can hit the queen 10
50.
or a jack for the gut shot.
Look, squeeze.
But instead, the board pairs, and the pocket eights will hold. That's all she wrote for the Aussie Michael Adamo.
Thank you.
Down, but by no means out, as he will certainly be back for more.
Ciao, bro. That's why.
You're a single big, I think. Yeah, he's single big.
I'm small. I was big last time.
Ah, yeah, sorry. Apologies.
Yeah, looking that hand up. Seems like jamming or calling. Both okay. For 12.5 blinds, basically, almost all hands are jammed. Queen 10 off is it's one of the few that mixes some call though, because aces can mix call. So you have a few hands that call as well. Although it's probably fine just to go ahead and jam everything, make it simpler, make that little section of the game tree simpler.
Nine six suited here on the button for Martirosyan. Picks up similar composition out of Vogelsang, who defends with 8-5 suited, and neither player hits the art gallery flop.
Battle of the suited two gappers.
Artur able to c-bet and take it down. Well, have you had a chance to do anything interesting since you arrived here? Obviously, it's your second tour of duty here at the Merit Resort, Rast, but the beach is open now.
Interesting. I'm gonna go with no.
Not yet, huh?
No. I've 2 days in a row. I've worked out. I've used the sauna. I've done commentary.
Oh, you know I can't do the sauna thing with you again. After you tried to literally give me heat stroke last time. Well, at first I made the mistake of pouring the water over the coals, which was the absolute stone cold nut low thing to do.
Yeah, it was very clear when I got in there with you that I was the man who has not used many saunas before.
No. Now, the steam,
yeah,
the steam I've got experience in. Not only at the poker table when I take a beat, but also in the spa. Little
walking
schwitz.
around on your phone, checking the this like
I was day trading,
in the sauna.
and then my phone overheated. I did have to stay closer to the heating element because the Wi-Fi service was better.
Yeah, it was.
You know, I mean, every tick counts, Rast, when you're looking at 1 minute candles. Meanwhile, Martirosyan opens once more with the ace-3 offsuit.
I really want to see the dopamine receptors in your brain. Gotta be special, Ollie.
What dopamine receptors, Rast? I'm just desperately looking for a little endorphin hit. Queen 9 flopping queens and fours here as Lolliger's defense checks with the flow of play and looks up at a c-bet of just 10,000 into 55 from Artur.
Then there are still 55 entries left.
I will say this, after Vogelsang's heads up
54 places
in the
away.
WSOP where he caught a lot of flack about the amount of time
Getting
he was
there.
taking, I have not noticed him taking a lot of time for his decisions here. He's taking about the same amount as everybody else. So nice to see. I mean, I know the shot clock does put a limit on how much, but
Check raised to 40,000. Seems perfectly reasonable on this particular texture, although it doesn't allow Artur the opportunity to maybe fire additional barrels. Guess there's going to be some balance. There'll be some check calls from time to time there for Linus.
yeah, I guess Linus decided to take the aggressive option with his hand very unlikely he would end up folding given how short they were when he making the check raise. He's just kind of deciding, just going to take my queens and fours and try to play a big pot. It's one of those things that's always dicey, right? Because if your hand isn't good, in other words, your opponent has queen 10 or better, they're just never folding. But sometimes, you can get some action from hands that rebluff you, worse queens, some pocket pairs, maybe some sticky ace highs, although that time we saw ace high didn't stay too sticky. But it's kind of one of those interesting questions as you get short. It's like, how deep in my range am I going to go for hands to play aggressively to get all in with? And, different players have different answers to that question and how they divvy up their ranges. And we can see, based on that pot, as one sample size of one, that Linus is going to dig a little deeper than some other players, I think.
No doubt about it. Although the shovel is small thus far out of the small blind against Guibert, who was serenading him. Pre-flop, checks back. Both players sharing the 6. And both players not in this zip code on the Jack 10-10 board. And Linus just stabbing at it. Maybe taking the 12K that he would have otherwise min-raised with and expected a call 100% of the time from Guibert with, and putting it to work on the flop on that particular texture. Earning himself the pot in a way he wouldn't have otherwise been able to do with the 24K investment.
No.
With the blinds at 6 and 12,000 now and a 12K ante, 30K in orbit. Average of 5K lost each hand in the 6 max format.
They just keep chugging along those blinds, onwards and upwards.
Thank you. I can make the change.
Two jacks now for Vogel. Vogelsang's Triton resume does include 3 cashes, 178,000 in career earnings. Came up empty in Madrid, by the way, in the 4 no-limit events that he played. Also in the Cyprus warm-up, was unable to notch a cash. But pre-COVID, out in London, where he calls home, he did finish 14th in a 50K 8 max event, good for 87,000 pounds.
How much you have,
99.
Okay. Almost same.
6th place finish in a 500K Hong Kong 6 max, good for 2.3 million Hong Kong. And here he is, racing with an ace-king. Hoping to double up and stay alive. Flop. Queen, 10, deuce, and the ace-king could use a jack. Turn is clean for the jacks, and so is the river. So Vogelsang is going to double through Guibert.
Good end.
Thank you.
Classic 10 big blind cooler. Classic cooler. Classic flip. Okay, from that 3 blind, not even
For
3
Johan
blind,
Ras, that's
the
a big
chat,
chunk of his
you can mark my wall.
remaining stack.
I'm gonna win this tournament with 3 blinds.
Yeah, he's down to fumes. 30K, looks like.
It's cooler when you have when you only have
Well,
one.
that 30K is going in right now.
Yeah.
Sure is. 32K to be exact.
I'm all in.
Ace 7 offsuit on the button, and he proudly declares that he is all
You
in.
sure you don't want to leave a chip behind?
I could have done that also. Nowadays it looks like a move. I take a risk. I gamble. I gamble with a drink.
Ooh. Thank you.
I also have a bet.
Elton thanking
yeah,
Artur
like
for
two
being the
live
man to
cards.
make the call, given that he had 6-2
Deuce
soft
six.
suit. So
Am I supposed to call with deuce 6 in this spot?
Deuce 6?
shares the 7 with Guibert.
An offsuit.
In an 88K pot, Johan.
It's like
Ah,
almost
6 deuce
any
would have
two
flopped
cards.
the best hand.
We have 3 big
Well
blind. I don't know
poised
what
to
I'm
double.
supposed to fold.
See, you would have won, so you have
Yeah. What a one.
Jack
Turn
on the
is
river?
clean.
No.
Nuts.
Would have been dirty.
Have to wash your mouth out with soap if the jack came off there.
Huh?
Arthur saved me, right?
Yeah. Arthur saved you.
Saved by Arthur.
But I really didn't want to call with that hand, though. This is better than deuce 7. You can still make a straight, you know? Deuce 6 offsuit.
The 6 was enough.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And you see just how shallow the stacks have become with the blinds creeping up. 6 and 12K leaves the chip leader at this table with just 27 bigs. The shorty, of course, Johan, just doubled up with 7 bigs. Of course,
interesting.
Overall chip leader Mikita Badziakuski not suffering from this particular issue. 1.35 million plus in front of him. 113 big blinds. Ben Tollerine in second, Ebony Kenny in third. Fedor Holz in fourth, and World Series of Poker defending champion Espen Jorstad in fifth with 947K. You were saying,
It's
Russ?
enough, it's enough. We have enough now.
Just curious Marta Roseanne's decision to
just
call
wanted
for
to make it
not
a little
quite,
more
but nearly
difficult for you
3
to see
big blinds and a
2-11.
small blind with the Jack 7 off.
2-11 behind, yeah.
It's I always find those spots to be a little bizarre, like the sub
maybe you can
5
put a
big
hoodie on
blind.
the side.
Like, what do you do? So,
But
have
don't you
the
assume
big
that
blind-
given how shallow Johan was, that we could fold the small blind and just force the big blind to do your bidding?
Well,
With a hand
I don't
like
know
Jack
that
7
everybody
off?
really cares about busting someone now. We're way out of the money. It's kind of a pure chip EV play. Thing is, if it's plus chip EV, you run into the problem where the big blind will continue in the hand a lot. Like, you know, maybe folding 6 deuce offsuit, but like would call 6-4 offsuit, or like a lot of hands. Yeah, there's no side pot, but you know, I don't know. Is it? It's a dicey. It's kind of a dicey spot. I mean, I guess it's probably a call, given what price you're getting if the big blind is out of the hand, right? If
Yeah.
the big blind is in the hand and now you're out of position, although it's a dry side pot, like now is it a call? Like, are you really happy playing 3 ways? Semi all-in type pot, but you are out of position to the only player that has chips there with Jack 7 off. I don't know. It's I'm not saying I have the answer. It's just it was curious. I didn't know what he was going to do.
Well, we may not struggle from that dilemma in this particular spot, as Linus Love in the hijack opened with the 2 9s. Vogelsang with Queen 8 suited defended and has flopped himself top pair and the bad side of a gut shot. Having checked it over to Linus, who has bottom set, he now faces a follow-through bet of 20K.
Yeah, this is a rough spot here for Vogelsang. He's probably going to lose a lot of chips. I mean, his decision right now is whether he's going to call or play this aggressively. And so,
looks like conservative is the order of the day for the time being. Now he makes queens and 8s, but 4 to a straight on board is an unwelcome arrival for both of these holdings. Note that the arrival of the 8 does take him from 4 outs to the straight to make the best hand to just 2 outs with the queen for a clear winner.
I would guess Vogelsang probably checks here. I would think his leading range would be mostly straights or maybe stronger hands than this for value, and then kind of more polarized with kind of bluffy type hands. I think the issue is when you lead this for value out of position and your opponent continues, like what do you do on the river? I mean, hand seems too weak to me to bet and then bet again, and then you bet and check. And oftentimes your range ends up becoming a bit capped on the river and you're having tough decisions. You know, that said, Christoph is going to divvy up his ranges here in his own unique ways. So it's a tough spot. I mean, the most comfortable thing for Vogelsang would be check, check, and then just value betting a blank river himself. But you know, if his hand isn't the best hand, somewhat likely his opponent might bet twice. But I think after running through all those logical possibilities, Vogelsang came to the same conclusion as me.
He does end up checking it, so now 106,000 in the middle.
Linus now has the same question of, you know, will I bet this twice for value? I think that will depend somewhat on what the river is, but I think Vogelsang's hand is too strong to fold here, especially getting 4-1 on a call. But little does he know that up against a set, he just doesn't have very many outs.
How do you feel about that sizing from Linus? Is there even a point to sprinkling 35,000 into 106 with the 4-liner on board?
Sure, you're a big favorite against some hands, and I guess he makes a decision versus... Okay, so the cool thing about a blank from a, hey, selfish standpoint is now we get to see if Linus was planning on double barreling this for value.
After Vogel made the call.
You know, Vogel could have some straights. I mean, he never has pocket queens or pocket jacks, given the pre-flop action. You know, can he have some straights that he plays this way? Sure. But he can also have some weaker hands that he pays off. So, such as the one that he has, like any two pair. You know, the stack to pot ratio is not even 1, because even though Linus has 190, Christoph only has 131,000.
Will Linus look to milk off of that 131 sub 1 SPR or take the whole thing? The answer is the latter as he jams.
I'm not surprised because we've already seen, going back to that Queen 9 hand on the Queen 4-4, that Linus is a player who goes deeper into his value range, oftentimes playing hands that can still be beat, right? He's not as, you know, the counterexample being the player who we were talking about who was being conservative at the table previously. He got moved off. The new player, sorry, I can't remember.
Quilkin, are we
yeah,
talking
Quilkin,
about? Yeah,
correct. Like Linus is playing that very differently.
Well, Vogel ends up making the call for his tournament life. Wasn't convinced that Linus had the 10 or queens up beat.
Good game,
and
Christoph.
Linus Love manages
GG.
to polish off the entirety of Christoph Vogelsang's chips with a set of 9s. Well navigated there, and you kind of get a sense for why it is that he's considered one of the best in the world, Rast.
Yeah, sure. I mean, when you start digging deeper into your value range for hands you're playing for big pots, it does let you bluff a little bit more as well.
Maybe lucky, maybe good. Close.
Seems to always be wearing a smile, does Linus Love. Now up to 500,000 in chips. Good for roughly 41 big blinds.
Kind of has that happy, quiet
demeanor.
A lot of smiling. Never really seems too flustered.
Tell you what, if my bankroll looked like his, I might be smiling bigger too, Rest. All right? Daddy's got bills. Although, to be fair, to keep up that Versace PJ ensemble habit,
Yeah.
you got to run real good. It's a real drain on the roll.
Yeah, it is.
Ace-queen offsuit here. Our first glimpse at Mr. Riesbrod, one of a handful of Israelis that have come down to partake. We're not far off the coast
We've
of
played
Israel
bigger
and
things
Lebanon
than
here
this
in
one.
Cyprus.
Way bigger.
King 10 suited is more than enough kit for Linus. Fresh off of that double, no
I
less.
think like 200, 300k. Okay.
Bigger.
To give Barak Riesbrod
Yeah, maybe, I don't know.
a spin. And on queen
pretty big
9
ones.
deuce,
Nice.
top pair, top kicker is looking
Cool.
good, but of
Like,
course,
the biggest one
Gallagher
between
could
you
hit a
and
king or a jack for a straight.
I remember he did, but maybe
I don't remember.
Now
I
in
mean,
his
okay.
trip, so let's
when you
take
don't
the king
remember
off the
one
board.
300k flip, it's a good sign.
And it's a good thing we did, as Gallagher does end up hitting the king on the river.
It's a good sign, yeah,
But
crazy there.
Riesbrod will double up. Mere flesh wound
Nice
to
to
the
meet you.
Swissman.
Nice to meet you.
Oh yeah, first time you meet? Yeah. Very fun.
Looks like this tournament had 77 unique entries in a field of 123 players, so almost as big as the 25K.
guys are real.
8 total entries last.
Crazy day.
Yo Viral's having a blast, and that's not emblematic of his stack depth, because he has just 7 bigs right now. Currently in the big blind.
Emblematic, Ollie. Wow.
You know I go deep.
Yeah.
You know.
Impressive.
Like words.
Start with?
300, maybe 305.
Well, if my vocabulary was as big as yours, I would like words too.
Tell you what, if my depth of knowledge of the game of poker was as big as yours, I'd give up this commentary gig and get out there and play one of these things. Just give me Linus's roll, your brain, and Vladdy, what was his name? Vladdy's guts.
Oh,
and I'll
yes.
be the most dangerous poker player you've ever seen. Matter of fact, I'll be the most dangerous casino pit player you've ever seen.
See? Oh, I don't see him. Don't see him in.
I think it's adorable, the surprise with which you delivered that statement. Really, just some strange sense of shock.
It is shocking. I mean,
I don't see him in the... Oh, there he is. Vladdy Chaulov. Meanwhile...
oh, there he is. Yeah.
Got a developing one here between Martirosian, who opened with pocket 7s. And Guibert.
This is probably going to be it for Guibert.
Bottom pair. He is leading for 17,000. And looks like Artur's asking for the rest of it here and now with the 2 7s. And he'll be pleased to not be up against top pair as Johan needs help. Backdoor spades, a king or a trade for the time being.
The king or three. Spade on turn is also fun. King is really nice.
Ooh.
Hello, King of Hearts. And you'll note that Johan wanted to prevent Martirosian from prepaying on the
Oh,
turn.
yes, that's what.
Because
Okay.
that's when the 7 rolls off, isn't it?
You did it against a dumb one.
Yeah, I saw. That's why I keep his arm. You know? Stay, Arthur. 43.
Okay, yes, that's what it was. I actually didn't realize. I was like,
Like as Johan lost his mind.
he's grabbing his hand. Okay, let's sweat this together, buddy.
The other day in my mix game before we came out here. I shouldn't say the other day. It was a while ago. Kevin Gerhardt plays in the game regularly. For some godforsaken reason, we decided that we would hold hands for an orbit and continue to play while holding hands. And it was a deeply uncomfortable experience. They got clammy at one point. Now, Gerhardt would deny it, but according to witnesses, he did develop a bit of a blush, and there definitely was some sweatiness in the palm at one point. I won't be doing that again, is what I can tell you. There was no bet. There was no last longer. We just decided, hell, why not?
I mean, it's a small one, but...
And knowing how Wei leads on to Wei, we doubted we should ever come back.
I will tell you.
You know us mixed game players, Raz.
Two roads diverged.
We got a few screws loose upstairs.
And I took the one less traveled by, damn it. And that made all the difference to my palms.
Ace-5 suited for Elton. In the cutoff, makes it 25,000. Just north of a min raise.
It's bad price alerts have been going off on my phone. Bitcoin has dropped below 19,000.
Well, if you need me to carry the ship while you place a big order, I'm happy to do it. Meanwhile, a jam from the Red Crabs here out of the big blind by Martirosian, who is covered by Elton, mind you, so this is some risky business.
Can we ask one player at each table to buy all the red chips from the other players to make a single transaction only? Thanks.
How do we feel about taking pocket threes to war here for all of it?
Cutoff versus big blind. Looks like what? There's just under 20 bigs. I feel like this is this is GTO approved. That's my guess. That's my guess. GTO approved there. 20 big reshove versus versus the cutoff, right?
No, I'm just kidding. I hope see you later.
How about you just brick this table?
Probably all pairs. Maybe not twos.
By the way, for all of Martirosian's successes in poker, he has yet to notch a cash at a Triton series. He was here for the warm-up in April, and then in Madrid he went 0 for 5.
Channel. If you want to see the stream, like have a notification, you need to activate the bell next to the button, subscribe button. I know my job.
Yep, according to the pre-flop solution I just checked, all pairs.
For real, like
all pairs.
People wants to see the stream, you know.
Well, actually, ace is mostly flat, but all other pairs
You
jam.
want to see how Johan plays.
Exactly. And Elton.
That's
Elton's,
a 20
in
big
this strip,
blind
I feel
solution,
Elton's
so
gonna win a title.
he had like 18.
Triton title.
Well,
In
speaking
that
of
trip.
aces,
that specific trip in Cyprus.
they're in a really nice spot here up against Barak Visbrod, who's got 136,000 and is covered by Martirosian.
Oh, I'm sure he's going to jam the
Lips the
ace-5
small.
suited here for 10 bigs.
Yeah, this trap is set and moments away from being sprung is my guess. Whoops.
Aces I had this feeling for some reason. I don't know. Couleur. How much?
Arthur looking for
Should
a
I
prepaid.
stand up or do I do it on the what turn? you can do, What's the move? Arthur, What's you the can move? do like give him the chips like that. Okay, you jinxed. Flush flop.
So to the flop we go in ace-5.
I need to stand up now, I think.
Sees the light flicker.
Otherwise, I'm gonna be dead by the let's turn. ask a jack. No. Good game. Too
And
lucky.
now
See ya.
it extinguishes entirely as ace-5 draws dead in the 308,000 chip pot, which will be pushed over to Artur Martirosian as
A lot of burst in
Barak
this table, right?
Visbrod's event
Because
2
everybody was
comes
short
to a
stack.
close.
Yeah, that's why, huh?
Everyone was short stack in this table. Nobody had chips.
Exactly. Plus, some people get moved by the floor, so then.
Yeah, all the big chips got moved out.
We were four.
Back over to the blue table where we pick up action midway through a pot between Paul Pua and Yuri Zivalevsky. It would appear that Yuri was the opener and Pua defended with ace-9. Flopped the gut shot straight draw on the 8-6-5-2 heart board. And Yuri is betting with just king high after the board pairs on the turn. 102 in the middle.
So there was a bet on the flop.
That's my guess.
12, 20, 25, 50. Yeah. And Paul lets it go. Yuri with the successful bluff.
Oh, yeah. Zivalevsky really does have a measure of calm and sort of confidence about the way he goes about his business out there. And obviously, the more experience one has, the more measured they can be in these situations. But really, I've never seen him rattled. I've never seen him flustered. I've never seen him tank in a manner that suggests he's unsure what to do.
You to give me
No,
five. Give me 1,000.
I take it. Okay. Not so.
No, I need change for 5,000.
Ah, okay. Ah, okay, now I got it.
You share that assessment of Yuri, Rast?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with what you just said. Strikes me as calmly confident.
Now, I am not as calmly confident, so in the future, when I say something like that, the insecure side of me requires a little bit of affirmation.
Silence is consent.
Boy, don't go teaching your kids that. Zivalevsky with ace-9 offsuit here opens to 25,000 as Morton Klein with the conflated logo gets away, and Pietrangelo on the button with ace-queen.
Nick, I think, deciding at this stack depth of about 40 blinds that he would prefer to flat as opposed to 3-bet, getting that thorny situation.
And he does have Paul in the small with that big 800K stack behind him and the ability to maybe squeeze.
Yeah, or even Soiza with a much shorter stack who might jam,
just jam,
weaker
sure.
hands, some weaker aces.
Paul choosing to flat with his 8s, one of which are busy in Soiza's hand. Soiza does close the action with a call, and the 5-5-6 board does give him an open-ended straight draw, as Pua's pocket 8s are best. Pretty good texture for his hand. Nevertheless, he will check into the field. Soiza does the same, as does the pre-flop raiser Yuri.
15-minute break. Once again, we're going to chip raise the 1,000 value chip. So one player
Pietrangelo with an ace-queen here, Rast. Could have
Yeah.
considered maybe a bet there just to try to take it down on that texture.
Yeah, maybe. You know, the flip side is that, I mean, it's 4 ways. Both blinds are involved. You know, you might have the best hand, might not. You don't. If you don't have the best hand, that player's certainly not folding. You know, let one roll off. It's a tricky spot. I kind of like his check.
Well, he kind of likes the turn. As a queen rolls off, gives him a very clear favorite. Still no betting in front of him.
Yeah.
I imagine now he's going to get busy. No, he checks back a second time, Rast. And a free pull at the river for Soiza.
Yeah, see, Nicky P, no joke. At 40 big blinds, hijack versus button, ace-queen off is a pure call. Because it's one of those hands you don't really want to get all in at 40 blinds, hijack button. But, well, now Nick is definitely going to value bet. Can't imagine him checking this back. The only question is size at this point. If he goes bigger, it's one of those things where he's kind of repping a queen or a bluff. A smaller size could be other hands, such as a 6 or 7s or 4s, etc.
And this could actually look a bit bluffy on the river now.
Now this size, Paul is obligated to call, because I think Paul can think for a bet this small that he's beating some value. So I would be somewhat surprised if he folds to a 35K bet.
I'm surprised both at Nick's decision to check back on the turn, not suggesting there's anything incorrect about it, but I know I would have been inclined to bet. And also by Paul's decision to check the river, Ras. Do both of those choices jive with you?
Well, I think Paul is thinking he's going to induce a little bit there, maybe get someone to bluff. Not a ton of value in betting himself compared to the value he gains by inducing. Nick's decision is an interesting one. I mean, with the ace-queen, it's good enough to get 2 streets of value. Someone could have worse queens like queen 10, queen jack, etc. Flip side is with the ace coverage, there's not many cards that can come, you know, like all between the ace or the king, he's covering the ace, right? So,
well, as it stands, Pietrangelo is able to milk another 35,000 off of Paul Pua's stack there as he looks to work his way up the ladder at that feature table, which of course will be replaced on the back end of the player break, which we have forthcoming. Anything stand out for you out of what we saw there during that frame in either the blue table or the red table? I know you focused a little bit on Nicky P and kind of the way that he operates. Any other players that maybe come to mind that you want to zero in on?
The hand that, when you asked that question, that popped out to me was the Linus Love hand where he got max value with the 9s versus Vogelsang. Yeah. It was a nicely played hand, and you know, it speaks to, you know, as we follow some of these players and track them, they have different styles. Linus Love's style is a bit more aggressive, and in the sense of he's willing to try to get value with hands that are, you know, not the nuts, a bit farther away from the nuts, a bit dicier situations. And it allows him to be a little bit more dangerous, right? He can bluff with a few more combos, and it's tougher to play against somebody like that because they're not waiting for the nuts to bet big and bet multiple streets, willing to do it with a weaker class of hands.
Well, there is another player that comes to mind when you have a description like that, tough and willing to be a little bit more aggressive, and he is none other than Danny Tang, who is standing by right now with our Lulu Yangshi.
Hey everyone, we're here with Danny Tang, a very famous and old friend for Triton. So Danny, you just finished the event first and you were in the final table, and again, you were so close to the trophy but finished 4th. How do you feel about that?
I can't complain, it's a decent start, I'm happy, but again, we missed out on this little shiny thing, you know? One day, I'll get it. I'm sure I'll get it.
But you busted like a 2nd in Madrid and 3rd in Cyprus, and then 2nd the one before, and this time was 4th.
Yeah.
Are you not improving yourself?
I know, right? It's hard, you know? These guys are good, really good, but, you know, tournaments, high variance. One day, I'll just keep playing until I get it. I will get this monkey off my back, you know? It took Paul a while to get his off, so...
Well, but it's different. Paul is playing as a businessman, but you're a professional.
True. But we're competing at the highest level. But like I said, it's high variance, but I tried to play the best I could. And
well, hiring a coach like Paul now, he's got his first trophy. And such as Patrick Antonius, he's never win anything from Triton. I mean, never win a tournament, but he's got his first trophy today.
Yeah, I'm very happy for him. Yeah, very happy for him. It's definitely encouraging, and he played good, and hopefully it'll be my turn somewhere down the line, maybe hopefully this week or next week.
But in Cyprus this time, we have found some new faces, like new players who are like first time playing Triton. Mm-hmm. You think they're good players, or do you know some of them, or do you think it's the game is even tougher?
It's definitely nice to meet new people, have fresh blood into the scenery, and some, you know, it's quite kind of difficult because we haven't played much and I've not seen them, played with them before, but it's been fun. And, you know, I enjoy the competition, and I encourage more people to come.
And you just jump into the 30K 6 max right after you busted from the 8 max. So how are you doing in 30K?
Yeah, I couldn't have a break because I have to reg within the 30 minutes of the there's a limit because otherwise you don't get a point. And I believe I could potentially be leading the Player of the Year right now, and I really want to win that. So imagine it'd be really cool. I don't win a single trophy for the whole year, but I win Player of the Year. It'd be
Oh,
quite
that's
interesting.
amazing.
Yeah.
I'm sure that Triton will offer you something else then, or something even better
I think
than a trophy.
there's a trophy, but I don't get
Like
a champion.
POI?
Yeah, exactly. I don't get a champion, but I get the POI. It'd be pretty cool.
Do you think the POI will be free rolling the next year's Triton event?
No, but they have a 200k price.
Oh wow, that's not bad.
Yeah, exactly.
In dollars or euro, what? They're the same anyway.
Dollars.
Okay, so how's your stack right now in the 30k?
30 bigs, but I had a short stack all day yesterday and I still finished 4th, so no rush. Take one hand at a time.
Well, 30 sounds like too much for you, right?
No, I want 300.
Okay, so good luck for the event, and we'll catch you up soon, and we'll get back to Brian and Ollie.
Thanks, Lulu. And we'll keep it short. Danny, by the way, had 917 points going into the Player of the Year race prior to his finish in event number 1 behind Mikita Batsiakuski's 921 and Stephen Chidwick's 1265. TBD whether or not he ends up in first. Rast and I will step aside. More coverage of the 6max 30K event number 2 from North Cyprus after a short break. Stay close.
GG Poker, the biggest poker site. Best poker site. Why? The most ambitious. This isn't crazy. It's a doom.
And welcome back to North Cyprus for continuing coverage of day one of event 2, the 30K 6 Max No Limit Hold'em event here at the Triton Super High Roller Series from the Merit Resort and Casino. Ali Najad alongside Brian Rast. We got a couple of very exciting new feature tables that are coming our way. Don't want to waste any time digging right into them in the Triton Poker Plus app, available to everybody out there on iOS or Google Play. Same stuff we use here at the desk, and that the players use in real time to keep up on everything happening in each and every event. Turning to it, we have our first of the 2 feature tables. We go ahead and take that, the blue table. We find Ebony Kenny, who made that deep run. Rast, you told the story about this young lady with tremendously positive energy being selected by Phil Nagy as his partner, being the businessman, to play in the Coin Poker 200K event. Also said that he was going to stick her in some of these other preliminary events. And there in the 25K, she was binking. She sits with 1.1 million. That is 73 big blinds. Certainly good for top tier stack depth. 5th currently overall. And we've got some newcomers. The Russian, Ayakov Onuchin, Pedro Gargnani, Nicholas Chowdy, and then, of course, Stephen Chidwick, the legend, and Patrick Antonius, who just won event number 1, the 25K. In terms of dynamics here, obviously we're going to see some dynamite stuff. Note that Patrick is directly on the left of Chidwick, by the way. Turning our attention now to the red table, none other than the legend himself, Phil Ivey, who sits with 47 big blinds and 700K. Then Danny Tang, who you saw being interviewed potentially at the top of the Player of the Year leaderboard once everything is tabulated as a result of event number 1. Eric Seidel, also the legend, the cyborg, right there. And then the lady who you kind of circled at one point, the Persian, Razavi Malike, a female competitor with 1.4 million in front of her. She is currently the overall chip leader. Rast, just dynamite stuff awaiting us.
Yeah, certainly. 2 interesting tables with a bunch of new competitors. A Brazilian, Pedro, at the last table.
Gargnani.
Yeah, no, very, very exciting. And again, in a poker which is so dominated by men, it's really nice to see a woman here competing on the highest level at the biggest buy-ins, which, Ebony from yesterday and now Razavi today. So, each of these 2 feature tables has a woman, and they're both in the top 4 in chips right now. And in fact, Razavi is the overall chip leader with 1.4 million. So
just incredible. Especially, look, for me, being of Persian descent, most of the Iranians that I've come into contact throughout the course of my life, because it is such an insular country and its relationship with the United States has been limited, have been either of American descent, first generation, or just were the generation that immigrated before the revolution there. And to see not only, just for me personally, Persians who are currently living in Iran or abroad from other parts of the world, but those who are playing poker, no less, which of course is not allowed in Iran, is just a spectacular surprise. And you and I have played with players of Iranian descent throughout the years in Vegas.
Certainly.
Action players, a lot of times, I always say they almost like to steal a pot more than they like to win one outright with a showdown. A little bluffy at times, right?
I mean, my good friend Antonio Esfandiari is actually born there. So
yeah.
Yes, even though I think now he kind of considers himself mostly American, but yeah, no, of Persian descent.
No question about that. So the international flair of the event, all full display. Just rounding out the top 5, Malike, of course, we mentioned the chip leader, Viktor Kudinov, another newcomer from the Russian delegation. Second right now with 1.4, Ben Tollerine, back in the fold. That is fearsome for everybody out there looking to take down events. He is third with 1.355. Ebony in fourth with a 1.1, and then defending main event champ Espen Jorstad sits with about 1 million. As we turn our attention to the chip counts at the blue table, where the blinds will be 10 and 15,000, thus diluting stacks considerably. But Ebony Kenny, still playable depth, 73 bigs. Short stack will belong to Ayakov Onuchin with 20 bigs. We may be seeing some pushing off of that 20 or sub 20 stack depth, yeah?
Something that I just feel like I've noticed just scrolling, looking at these tables here on the Triton Poker Plus app, I think this is the most diverse I have seen, in the sense that there's the least concentration from one country. I mean, it kind of seems like, obviously there's some Americans, some Russians, but I mean, a wide array of countries at this. And every table, it's almost like every table is full of 6 or 7 players, all from different countries.
I would take it a step further and posit that it's not just the international aspect, but also the experience level aspect. Rec players, maybe newer players versus pros, and then also just the age demo, right? Guys who are more veteran. Think about Eric Seidel. I mean, he's going all the way back into the 80s, early 80s, I think, is where the roots of his poker career were. And here we are in 2022, and he's still out there doing it at the highest level. And then you got guys in their early 20s who are out here who've cut their teeth in online poker, managed to get a tremendous wealth of experience packed into a condensed period of time, and really asserted themselves as formidable adversaries for anyone who would seek to play against them. As we see our first flop here at the featured table, and a peek at 2 newcomers in Onuchin and Gargnani. Jack 8-6. Gargnani has not connected after defending the big and does face a c-bet of 30,000 from the mystery holding on the button from the Russian. The backdoor spades and king high, not interested in continuing. I think the Russians have definitely emerged as a force in poker over the better part of the last decade. Rast, I know you would agree.
Yeah.
Timofey, true teller, Kuznetsov comes to mind as one of the most fearsome out there in the online streets, and is in Vegas playing live at the highest stakes available with some regularity.
Yeah, I mean all over the world, true teller. But yeah, no, even I feel like some of the advance of the Russian vanguard came, and basically as I was leaving Macau, a lot of Russian pros had started to infiltrate. So most certainly. And actually, it feels like this is the most Russians I've seen at this Triton event compared to at least the previous 2. Quite a number of Russians here.
Dare I say the Russians invaded? Okay, I'm done.
There is someone from Ukraine. At least one player.
Kenny with ace-7 on the button. Opens to 30,000. An ace in the small for Gargnani. Doesn't make a meal of it whatsoever. A better ace for Mr. Chuidi. He just defends off of 660. Has way the best of it, but is out of position. King Jack 10, he's got bottom pair on the Broadway draw. Just the latter of those attributes can be assigned to Kenny's ace-7.
Kenny with the ace of hearts. Relevant card. 2 hearts on the board. This c-bet's not going to get through, and it's going to take a multi-street bluff probably to win this. Imagine with bottom pair and a gutter. Shorty will continue. Little gulp as he tossed those chips in. Seemed just slightly uncomfortable.
Can't necessarily blame him. Going up against the bigger stack. We'll see how Ebony decides to proceed after being called on that flop.
She's going to go ahead and double barrel here. I can get
is.
down with the play. And this is now a tough continue, in my opinion, especially for that size.
105,000 into 145,000.
Yeah. This is a big ask, and will most likely succeed here.
Well, there's a few issues with this ace-10 at present, right? If a heart rolls off on the end that improves our hand, like the ace of hearts, for example, we know that card is busy, or the queen of hearts, for example, that could present a problem. When the queen does roll off, our hand is a little face up with the 4-liner on board.
So if I'm Kenny here, I would give up all my river bluffs most likely, except hearts. I mean, I think now with the ace of hearts blocker, you really have to consider, yeah, I really like this. Because you're blocking a big class of hands that can call you when you have the ace of hearts in your hand here. This is a very nice play. I mean, I can't see how he calls here.
This would be a tremendously demoralizing event for Kenny if
he
somehow
called,
Nicholas Trity were to call this spot. But with hearts getting there, with straights available, with 2 overcards out there.
I mean, I will say this already. I think his turn call is a bit on the speculative side. I think presented with a 70% pot bet on the turn, kind of just got to let ace-10 go most of the time. At least that's what I think the GTO would be. And now, I mean, this would just be a bananas river call. I mean, he'd be right. So when you're right, you're right. But
he still has 35 big blinds off of which to operate if he folds at this point, sitting on 525. But
listen, I mean, it is true in poker. You're sitting across from a human being. Sometimes you just look at him and you're like, this guy doesn't have it for whatever reason your intuition's telling you. But
tell you what, that was an unnerving amount of time to have to wait for a decision if you're Ebony Kenny. But in the end, the 3 barrels do get through, and she adds to her stack.
The 2 of us, this is going to be difficult.
Nice hand. I mean, I will say this. I remember yesterday there was a hand where she double-barreled 6-5 of spades on like 4-8, like 10, like jack, and something, and she actually didn't fire the river with basically like 6 high after her backdoor spade draw didn't get there. And actually no, it was a 1-card straight. It was like 4-8, 10 jack queen. Yeah, that's it. So there's a 1-card straight with the 9. And it was a hand where I think, I wouldn't say you're obligated to bluff the river, but I think you really should most, if not all the time.
Okay.
She didn't do it. And this was like, you know, we were almost at the money. And now it's a situation not too dissimilar. We're playing down. We're starting to get close to the money. And I don't think she's obligated to bluff the river per se. But when the heart comes and you have the ace of hearts there after betting the turn, you really should bluff that river. And I'm really glad to see that she did. I really like that play. If he calls there with ace-10 with no heart, I mean, God bless you. That's a crazy call. You know, you win.
It really is kind of an opportunity to demonstrate how important it is to overcome some of those uncomfortable reactions that you have to situations. I mean, granted, she had her opponent covered, but she stuck her neck out there for a big number after being called on the flop and the turn.
Yeah, I mean, it can be scary, but you know what? I feel like I'm going to say that's a good sign of confidence now.
Agreed.
Now she cashed, she got that 4th or 5th place or whatever she got.
Yeah.
And now she's got a big chip stack again, and okay, a little more confident. Okay, I'm gonna make the right bluff here, even though it's for a lot of chips. When it's just the right play based on this ace of hearts I have in my hand. So it's good to see that. I feel like that's a sign that her confidence is going up, even from this tournament to the last one.
Nuchin. King, queen offsuit off of 350K. Up 23 bigs. Opens to 30K. Min-raise. No takers. And those little pickups there might seem inconsequential, but in ante-poker, being able to raise, pick up both blinds, and all of that ante just gives you a free orbit and keeps your stack from whittling away.
Yeah, I take the chips any way I can get them, Ollie.
Yeah.
Small pots, big pots.
Armed robbery. No.
Not admittedly.
Disarmed robbery? You just kind of write a note and you just hope?
I don't have a weapon, but you should give me all.
I'm not going to hurt you, but I really would appreciate it if you'd hand me all the cash in the safe.
No, in fact, I'm demanding it.
30 to go, says Chuidi with the Queen Jack. I suspect that we're butchering this last name repeatedly and have yet to land on the appropriate pronunciation. But I'll tell you, if there's one thing that makes being a Triton commentator difficult, it is that international flavor. And they, you know, they really put us to the test. We earn our keep when it comes to the last names, don't we?
Yes, I'm regularly intimidated by all the last names. I don't even try with half of them. I mean, I appreciate the fact that you try and you mostly get them right, because I would do way worse than you.
Well, on the topic of intimidation, Onuchin jams the ace-king, and Queen Jack knows where to go. There's perhaps a little frustration setting in for Nicholas Chuidi. We
Shit. I mean, at this point,
seen him lose a
I
couple.
think you just pay my big blinds now. Does anyone else object?
Looks like a straddle to me.
I mean, I don't think we object to that either.
Get nervous on a TV table.
That's an idea that we've actually really overlooked, given how much we presume most of the players, certainly the ones that are core Triton players or in the super high rollers, have grown accustomed to playing at TV tables. But it's worthy of note there, as Garignani mentions, get nervous at the TV table.
Yesterday.
Could be a first-time experience for many of the newcomers to the Triton Tour, and can be a little bit disarming, obviously, being under the lights.
You thought that there was 2.5
Knowing that
also.
your play was going to be scrutinized.
Yeah, yeah.
And watched by thousands.
It was good for him.
Potentially even turned into a meme, should it get extreme enough.
Yeah. Antonius with Jack 10 has Kenny's 10-8 dominated as she defends a big blind against his button open. And they both flop a pair here. Trouble for Kenny as she's outkicked. Knuckles over to Patrick.
85,000 in there. Expect to see Patrick c-bet. He goes small.
Thought it over. Ultimately decides to flat.
Likely thinks she has the best hand quite often, and can't blame her. King, a card that favors Patrick's range, although we can see it is inconsequential to both players who have top pair. Expect Patrick to bet again here, and if not, then on the river, certainly. Doubt he checks this back for value. Doubt he checks this back and passes up on a chance to get more value. Although, after the check back, Kenny might value bet the hand herself. Okay, she doesn't, but in this case, I expected Patrick to bet, and Kenny likely calls. I mean, unless Patrick makes a large size, which to me doesn't make a lot of sense here to go too big, just given the strength of his hand. Yeah, he goes...
50K feels right on the nose, doesn't it?
40% pot, I believe, and I think that's a size where Kenny can realistically think that possibly she beats some value hands, in addition to, of course, bluffs. So it's basically auto payoff, in my opinion.
Yeah, and indeed, she does make the call, and she'll be shown the better kicker. As Patrick will pick up a tidy pot there. Sometimes we do see deviations, though, on the river in a spot like that, where instead of going 50, you go like 120 and really make your opponent wonder why so much. You know, a lot of times that curiosity can lead to clicking call.
Yeah, but that to me, that's just not the spot where it makes like a ton of sense for Patrick to do that. But yeah, no, certainly. Just... It makes he could have bet bigger than he did, I think, but
overbet though.
Flip. I think once you start going over, I think once you start going over bet, it starts to make less sense. But maybe even up to pot from a theoretic standpoint. But I would wonder in this situation if Patrick might not do something, might do something a bit more exploitive, just figuring that, hey, if I bet small enough, like maybe Ebony will kind of just snap pay off a bunch of hands that she might fold to a large bet size. I don't know. And also, although I do actually sort of agree with your point that going big there isn't, pot isn't necessarily bad with Jack 10 from a theoretic standpoint, although I think maybe Patrick wouldn't do that for exploitive reasons.
Chidwick, the opener here with ace jack. Patrick has flatted him. Suited but out-kicked ace. Now, Pedro Gargnani will close the action with the suited king from the big blind, so a three-way pot with 130K in the middle forthcoming. And it is Jack 10-7. Fairly dreamy for Chidwick. Antonius does have backdoor hearts in the gut shot.
Interesting spot for Chidwick. I think with his check here, he's hoping, I think if Patrick bets, we're going to see check raise pretty often. I think with ace jack and you're getting up to 130K in there, it's a hand you're probably willing to play for stacks. You don't really, it turns out he's up against some hands that don't have very much equity versus him, but a number of hands could have easily 7 or so outs or more. Patrick doesn't happen to have one of those hands. But even weakish hands like Queen 8 now have, the Queen and the 9.
Would the Chidwick elected to check it to Patrick, given the coordinated texture?
I think Patrick's call behind range hits the board a lot, and Patrick, aware of that, will bet a lot of hands, such as the one he has, that aren't even necessarily that good. And Chidwick can take advantage of that by checking to him. I do think the most likely play here is raise, but I love finding out what Stevie thinks about spots, because he's very good.
Truly in the highest echelons of regard amongst his peers, and certainly in terms of results.
All right, Stevie agrees with me. I got this one right, baby. Let's go.
Check raising Patrick to 175,000.
Like this plan. I don't think Patrick can continue here.
It does feel like this ace-jack would be left in a really uncomfortable spot, though, if Patrick did choose to move over the top.
Oh yeah, you're not liking it, but you're also probably not going anywhere. Although, Stevie did do it and then started staring our man Patrick like dead in the eyes, like just maybe if you move all in, like maybe I'll make a read and make a fold here, even though I'm probably going with my hand type of deal. But yeah.
So a nice little line there from Chidwick. Picking off an extra 50K off Patrick's stack. Currently sits with 705,000, good for 47 bigs. Second biggest stack at the table behind Ebony Kenny. Short stack belongs to Hayakov Onuchin with 28 bigs.
This is getting back to that same, it's kind of a, let's call it a thread at this point, where I'm talking about, we were talking about Linus Love previously, the Queen 9 on Queen 4-4, and then again with the way he played the pocket 9s on the one card straight. It gets down to a point where when you have a good hand, but there's a lot of hands that beat you, at some point you're just like, well, given that the SPR stack to pot ratio is low enough that I'm just going to play this one for stacks. And if I'm beat, I'm beat. And, there are plenty of ways to beat ace jack there, but also plenty of hands that have a lot of equity that can suck out on you. Even second best hands like queen jack and king jack that can find their way into the pot. Jack 9, jack 8. have a decent amount of outs now with those gutters, etc. So, you know, it's one of the things that gets a little dicey. Poker's not always clear cut, especially when you're playing against really good players. You can't just sit around and nut pedal, and you have to dig a little deeper into the value region sometimes in order to really get the most value and EV out of your range. And I think we see some of these guys who, let's be real, some of the very best players are doing that. Stevie, Linus Love, I mean, they're two of the most respected no-limit players out there, and see they're kind of willing to tangle a little bit with hands that definitely could be beat in those spots.
And Chidwick tangling with his suited connector.
Part of the trick is the precision of kind of knowing when and how to do it. And so one of the things that I was trying to point out in that pot is Stevie realizes that Patrick, because Stevie flatted the pre-flop raiser, but then Patrick overcalled on the button, and Patrick is going to be c-betting a lot on that Jack-10-7 board because he's going to have a lot of hands that interact with it, but even some of the hands that interact with it weakly, he'll now c-bet to take advantage of that range situation. So, you know, Stevie looked for that and said, okay, if he's going to be betting really wide here, I'm going to pick up that extra bet and the pot, which was nearly 200,000 a lot. Don't really want to get it all in with him for the 500K, but I guess I'm willing to, although I will stare him dead in the eyes and give myself a chance to like maybe make a big fold, you know. But yeah, you're picking up a lot when you get that check raise through if you're getting a lot of folds, you know, and then you do have a hand that's good enough that you might have to get it in. For example, what if your opponent has king, queen, or queen, nine and rejams on you? You know, those are hands you're kind of flipping with, right? So, yeah, there's some hands, you know, what if your opponent just decides to go with king, jack? Could happen. So, you know, I think that's just enough that after check raising, you can't just fold. Although, yeah, again, you give yourself a chance to maybe make a sick live read.
Well, Chidwick picked up another pot after raising the 8-9 suited and following through against Tweedy, who defended his big. And here we find the short stack of Onuchin waking up with two jacks and opening to 30K, which is flatted by Ebony Kenny's queen 9 suited in the cutoff. Now Garignani mulls it over on the button with king 10. Decides against calling.
Chidwick going to speculate here with a modest holding on the big blind, but getting a very good price.
Not in this zip code, however. Can't say the same for Ebony Kenny, though, who flops queens and nines and way the best hand. Onuchin left with third pair and a gut shot.
Yeah, can't be too happy about this flop with the jacks. Two of the three over cards found their way to the flop, and sure enough, one of his opponents has one of them. That said, he's got jacks, so he is blocking jack 10. Decides to go out and make a smallish c-bet. It looks like that's 40 into 115, so it's just over third pot. Kenny with a very easy continue here. And now the question is, more it's how will Onuchin continue? Will he turn two jacks into a bluff? Will he just try to get to showdown? If Kenny bets, will he pay off?
Well, a complete brick on the turn, keeping the dynamic static.
So all the options he's weighing right now. Pretty sure if he checks and his opponent bets, he's probably beat. Would Kenny really call with just a 9 and then start bluffing with it? Maybe, but he's blocking. You know, while he's blocking jack 10, he's also blocking, like, say, ace jack or like jack 8 suited, if she would even play that, which are two hands that would potentially be bluffing at this point. So his hand is probably not good, and expect most likely that he folds here. I almost, as crazy as it is, maybe like check raise better than check call, even though fold is probably better than both.
He's going to use a time bank as he faces this 90K bet from Kenny.
Yeah, I like the decision to fold here. I think you're just beat a lot. And, you know, are you really trying to get like king 10 or to fold? I mean, 2 pair starts to get really dicey, like probably not folding 2 pair plus.
Well, our first glimpse over at the red table where we find Mr. Phil Ivey and ArtemVezhnikov embroiled in a battle here on the Jack-7 deuce flop where Ivey has top pair and is raising the follow-through fromVezhnikov, who's got 2 aces. And he's got Ivey covered.
I will say this, Onichen, who a person I haven't really watched that man play poker before, I appreciate the pensiveness he had in the sand. He was thinking at the right places. I like that he took his time on the turn to think that spot through. Didn't auto fold it. He's considering, I believe, raising or calling, and found the best play. I like it.
Meanwhile,
I want to watch
here,
that man play some more poker.
We find his countrymanVezhnikov choosing to flat the raise from Ivey. A check raise at that.
Yeah, this is probably curtains for Ivey here. Yeah, I mean, you've got top
he
pair.
does move it all in, and the snap call from the 2 aces, which will be thrilled. And Phil knows that with 1 to come and 5 outs, it's not a great spot.
Let's go. Let's go, Phil.
Needs a jack or a 5, and instead the board pairs with a deuce. And that's it for Phil Ivey.
I feel like we haven't watched any hands at this table. I mean, we've switched tables in a while, and this is like the first hand we're seeing.
Unfortunate, as it's always such a treat to watch Ivey play. Last time we were here in Cyprus, he actually managed to win an event in April. I say that as though it's some sort of surprise. He actually had a wonderful series, finishing 4th in the 50K 6 Max for 387, finishing 5th in the 50K Turbo for 179,000, and then in the 75K Short Deck, he picked up 1.17 million. Did well for himself in Madrid as well with 3 cashes. Best among them, a 6th place finish for 182,000.
Actually, the #1 player on this table I'm most excited to see a few hands is going to be Razavi.
Yeah, Razavi
Because
Malike.
I've seen her play 0 hands of poker, so hand 1 and 2 and 3 will be way more enlightening than the thousands of hands that I've played with Phil, much less watched him play, although I do always enjoy watching Ivey play. But here she is. She's a woman playing a 30K 6 Max and 2nd in chips right now. And I like the glasses.
And I'm really desperate, and granted, it's no
Nice to walk.
guarantee that Malika lives in Iran currently, but for those that do, how they're managing to get poker knowledge and play poker, I would imagine it'd be some very deep underground games. I'm not sure whether or not you can play online from Iran, if there's some sort of firewall prevention, or whether or not the sites will take action from customers based there. They're currently suffering through fairly grave recession and some serious inflation woes.
Inflation has been quite the story pretty much around the world recently.
Yeah, my waistline's going to be pretty inflated by the time we leave Cyprus, what with all the buffet action.
Dealers in the 600 tournament, please complete the hand you're on and raise the blinds. Blinds are now 10,000, 20,000, big blind ante 20,000.
Ibinger with the king-queen, made it 35,000 to go. Matthias, Triton veteran with 1.8 million in career earnings, 4 cashes, and a Triton title, which came at the Cyprus warm-up in April as he took down the 50K Turbo. There he is with king high on the 7-4 deuce board afterVezhnikov, who absorbed the remainder of Ivey's chips, defended his big here.
You have 2 men with nothing.
2 checks, and now 2 sevens on the board.
Definitely 7s and 4s and 2s are more in Veshnikov's range. But so far he's not trying to win, and Be a little surprised if after checking back flop he decides to bet king queen. Seems like a hand. Like, are you getting ace high to fold? No. You know, ace high or better is not really folding here, so there's no reason to bluff, and it's not much value. It just seems like a hand that after checking flop you check back. So now we get to see if Veshnikov tries the bluff. He can be very certain at this point that jack high, even the nut jack high, is not good. And if by some miracle it was good, I would expect my opponent to bet. But regardless about that, he's going to basically give up the pot.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those hands that just isn't going to be allowed to get the showdown and be good.
Yeah.
So you just wave the white flag, and Matthias will be all too happy to roll over king queen and take one down.
That's okay. I don't think you don't have to try to win every single pot that you play. There are times where you can know that, hey, you know, I think I'm almost certainly losing this, but I'm not going to bluff. It's perfectly fine.
Meanwhile, back at our other feature table, we find one developing between Chidwick and Onuchin. Chidwick has him covered and now has the best hand after flopping the gut shot straight draw, courtesy of the ace on the turn, which gives him top pair against what was top pair on the flop for Onuchin in a pair of eights. 85,000 in the middle, and action check to Chidwick.
It's one of those spots where Chidwick's going to bet a lot because the ace is much better for him theoretically, and in actuality it's much better for him as well because he hit that ace. And now Onuchin is in a tough spot, one that I do not envy. And while he's thinking about it, in order to answer one of the questions in the chat, I'm going to say there are 33 players left in this tournament, which started with 123, and the money is 17 places.
Since we're on the topic, 17th place will pay $58,000, and up top we'll have $930K. So a click up from the $825,000 that Patrick won in event 1. Obviously the buy-in a touch north too at 30,000 as opposed to 25, as we see Chidwick firing 100,000 into this 85. And Onuchin is reacting by jamming. Chidwick snaps. And it feels to me, Rast, like this check jam from Onuchin clearly was in response to the polarity of Chidwick's choice on the turn to overbet.
Okay.
And unfortunately for him, he was just wrong about how strong Stevie was, and as a result, he is shown the exit, unimproved with his queen 8 on the river. And Chidwick will take down the remainder of those chips. Be advised.
He decided that
Deep
he
stack
shouldn't
Chidwick is
call, that he should jam instead of calling. And the problem is if Stevie's bet is polar, then I would expect maybe some of Stevie's pretty good draws wouldn't even make it in that size because of how uncomfortable getting check jammed is.
Yeah, they want to realize
so therefore it's going to be more like weak semi bluffs and pure bluffs, along with, you know, ace x plus type hands, and maybe versus that range you can still call and leave that 175 behind, knowing you're not giving too much outs versus the hands that fold versus your check jam. I don't know. Interesting spot. He went with check jam, and Stevie had the ace.
Yeah. Very costly mistake there for Onuchin, as it spelled the end of the road for him. Now 32 remain here in event 2. New arrival at this featured table is Viktor Kudanov. That's a name we mentioned on a number of occasions during event 1 as the overall chip leader. Viktor, a newcomer to Triton, did end up finishing 14th in event 1 for 54,000. So 1 for 1 in his Triton career is Kudanov. Yes. We see Veshnikov opening the pot with 7-6 up against the queen 6 suited, which defends for Malike and turns into top and bottom pair against just bottom pair.
And only a under 3-to-1 stack to pot ratio here. So Malike definitely happy to play 2 pair for stacks. I mean, would be happy to even top pair here. Veshnikov, much trickier situation. bottom pair. Probably just wants to mostly get to showdown. So now how will she play it? Will she check again or better hand for value?
Looks like it's going to be the latter, Rast. She
And
fires 75K into 110.
A healthy large bet. One that very tough, nigh impossible, really, for Veshnikov to continue, in my opinion. So,
yeah, as played, he recognizes that texture deteriorating considerably, and I think the sizing from Malike might have had something to do with that texture eroding a bit for the queens and sixes, the backdoor hearts, the coordination.
Yeah, there's a lot of draws now, so let's charge them if my opponent has them. Hands like Jack 10, pair an open-ender, etc.
Other newcomer to the table is Wai Kin Yong, son of Richard Yong, co-founder of the Triton series, playing under the Malaysian flag. Wai Kin, a Triton veteran, of course, who has 10 cashes, good for just shy of $10 million. 3 titles under his belt. Played the full scope of events in Madrid. Did cash 1 time in the 50K short deck. A 5th place finish, good for $233,000. Didn't cash at the Cyprus warm-up event, and it was back in London in 2019 where Wai Kin won the 100,000 pound no limit hold'em main event for 2.6 million pounds, roughly, his lone title. Meanwhile, we see Erik Seidel with ace-8 offsuit, understandably opening to 45,000 with the blinds at 10 and 20K, but he's going to hear from Mr. Kudinov. Out of the big blind, off of his 540, he jams it. And Seidel snap folds. Seidel, by the way, Rast, has been around the Triton Tour since all the way back in the very beginning. Philippines back in 2016 and 2017. He cashed each of the lone events that he played for 4th and 2nd place. Jumped in Montenegro, finished 7th in the 1 million Hong Kong buy-in main. Finished 7th, 25K pound, 6 max turbo in London. Finished 11th. In Madrid, he had 1 score, a 2nd place finish for 514,000 euros. And here he is in event number 2 in North Cyprus. Xavi Malike, the now number 2 overall chip stack in the event. Ben Tollerine, currently the chip leader. Opens to 45,000 with Jack 8 on the button. King Jack suited for Kudinov. And he's going to play back. Sizable 160K here. Should make quick work of Malike's holding.
A Jack 8 offsuit. She's not waiting around. It's yeah, it's a pretty easy fold to the 3-bet. It's a modest holding. Not saying it isn't an open on the button, but it's definitely not a hand that you would see a player playing tight and conservatively open, I feel like.
Well, what the Jack 8 lacked in splendor, her sunglasses and jacket have more than made up for.
But I like that. She's in here to play some pots. That's what opening the Jack 8 offsuit tells me.
You don't amass, specifically in kind of the early stages of a tournament, these real deep stacks by virtue of laying back. I mean, you're out there getting involved in a high percentage of pots.
Usually not.
Yeah, it could be 2 big collisions, obviously, where you felt somebody, but more often than not, it's an active stack that leads to that.
Ooh, well now this would be okay. The Jack 8 off on the button is like, yeah, it's maybe like fringe, kind of worst hand. You're not opening Jack 7 off, but 10-4 suited in the cutoff. That one I feel pretty comfortable saying is not an open. least at GTO. But it probably would have worked here. We can see these very weak hands in the blinds.
Both players sharing a deuce, which turns into a gut shot straight draw on the board, but advantage Seidel in that department, given he holds a 7 as well.
Wyken with the backdoor diamonds, although the worst, and Seidel with backdoor spades. I think this is a board Seidel's gonna bet a lot here. By the virtue of his having the nut low with 7 high, along with also backdoor spades. Having chose to check all the way, Seidel has the worst hand possible. Will he decide to bluff the river? Yes.
Well, when you're shown this much disinterest in a pot by your opponent, you've got position in the face of a third check. Certainly feels like it could be worth a sprinkle.
The bet this big feels to me that Seidel's kind of repping a king or a 9. Going pot there, probably not a 6. But maybe a 6 with a good kicker. 6 with a good kicker plus.
Well, whatever it was, Wyken deemed it better than queen high, which of course we know it wasn't. So a nice bluff there from Seidel to pick up a small pot. Six max action from North Cyprus as the Triton Super High Roller Series is just getting underway. A total of 14 events, plus of course the Coin Rivet Invitational, 200K event, a reprisal of our London format where businessmen have to invite a pro, and the field is maintained divided until D2, where we will combine. Maybe it's until the money. Can't remember exactly, but nevertheless, does make for an interesting dynamic that assures a diverse player pool toward the end. Record-breaking event 1. And a very handsome prize pool here in event 2. 30K 6 max. 40,000 the open from the Austrian, Matthias Eibinger. Suited and connected. Up front has been 3-bet by Viktor Kudinov's King 9 as he asks Matthias a question. Eibinger pretty deep here. Obviously, it's always risky business when we go tussling with the big stacks.
Yeah, but Kudinov isn't very deep. About 35 big blinds, it looks like, to start the hand.
Certainly deep enough to 3-bet fold. If
Oh, yeah,
Eibinger were to get
certainly.
ambitious, but
yeah. Eibinger doesn't have a hand that usually is played for a 4-bet here. I actually think it's a hand that's good enough to call. Although I think he's deciding whether or not he wants to do that. I think you usually find stuff like ace-x suited or whatever is your 4-bets. But it's a somewhat ambitious 4-bet with king 9 suited. Probably just making the cutoff as kind of the weaker class of hands that you're 3-betting there. I would say seems fine and good.
yes, it does, Rest.
Yeah. It's like,
what were you talking about?
What were you talking about?
Don't worry about what I was talking about. Okay? The only thing I focus on is the poker. Everyone knows that about me.
I was talking about what pairs that he was 3-betting. Say down to maybe pocket 9s for value. I'm not quite sure what you were talking about, but
I was right there with you. I was thinking about the same thing. Ace-6 on the button for Seidel. A raise and take it. Back over now to our other feature table.
We're going. I'm gonna join you and John. Nico.
And Kenny's.
If I can get Nico to travel, that will never be his first one. And not with John, as much as like how John acts when he's traveling. Like he freaks out a little, you know?
Saying Ebony Kenny is sitting on
Maybe with John to a
1.4
beach.
million. Currently good for 4th overall. Ace-10 offsuit for her in the cutoff, more than enough to open. And so she'll raise it.
Raisey daisy. In the words of the late and great Sammy Farha.
Late?
No, that's sorry.
Okay.
He's still living.
Freaked me out for a
Sorry
second.
about that. I realize it's
Rumors of Sammy's demise have been greatly overstated. Pair of 7s here for Chidwick, outflopping the ace-10 after defending his big. Kenny will check back. Does not improve on the turn.
pair of 7s. Pretty comfy here in terms of being the best hand. It's definitely not a guarantee, but most likely is. A lot of draws on the board as well. So now Stevie is going to be near certain that his hand is, well, was best on the turn.
Sure was. What seems like a potentially innocent 10 has actually left Chidwick with the second best hand in this heads-up confrontation.
Yeah, he's going to feel like he's up against ace high a lot here, and probably ends up betting his hand for value, I think. I think the question is how much. Probably like half pot, I would guess. Yeah, maybe even less there.
Yeah, extreme downsizing to 35,000. And Kenny will flat just in case it's a queen she's up against. And a fortunate pickup there.
Hi.
Hello.
The Triton first timer.
Still in Austin?
I am.
Is doing
Were
very
you-
well for herself.
I came back.
I didn't know you lived in Austin. I just saw you playing cards a couple times there. I didn't know you actually lived there.
Yeah, I moved away for a year and a half. Went up to Canada for a 3-month project.
You want me to sit here? Sure.
Went up for a 3-month project and then COVID happened, so I stayed in Canada for a year and a half.
Are you Canadian?
No. Just happened to go up there for a project.
Okay. Anything else I'm fucking up? Is it 1020 here or 10?
Yes, 1020, yeah.
1040. How
Alex
long does it
Keating
have to be in the thing?
joins the mix. And while this is his first Triton event, this is far from his first venture into the high-stakes scene.
Where do you live in Austin?
By the Domain.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This is his first event. It's interesting that he flew out here, but
I think I might end up going
not in time to play the 25K.
No, he did play the 25K, his
Oh,
first
it's-
series.
Oh, it's your series,
I have,
okay.
I have a pretty decent-sized house. Like, it's 3-bedroom with a big yard, but I need, like, a bathtub and have a small tub in the other bathroom, but not a big one, so.
Could have stayed home. We might as well have brought this all to Austin.
Pedro raising it up here with 2 queens. Almost got through, but whenever you have those 2 queens, just give me some action. And at least got the big
Nobody
blind to call.
understands yet. Poker special.
It's actually, the Triton should just bring some shit to Austin.
998, the flush draw on the flop.
Wouldn't that be something?
3-to-1 stack to pot ratio seems good enough that you'd be willing to get it in, certainly, but he takes the passive route.
And that allows Antonius to pick up an open-ender on the turn. We'll see whether or not he feels frisky in this 110K pot.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot. King 7 is a little tougher. It's a spot where do I want to bluff with king high? I think there's a lot of reasons to get out better king highs and ace high, of course. So Patrick goes with yes. I definitely think you find queen 7 and jack 7 bet here, as well as maybe hands like 7-4, etc.
50K is the bet from Patrick, and Pedro's going to tread lightly. This texture obviously a little scary, and the 2 flush draws on board, one of which comes in, the deuce of hearts, and of course Antonius with the king of hearts.
Yeah, which it could be a card that he ends up bluffing because of that king of hearts. Which means that if he's willing to rep flushes, it could even end up being a big sizing if he does it. So talking pot to up to all in, you know, maybe you save 20K. Patrick passes on that bluff, trying to preserve that 275K here, getting down close to the bubble. And now will Pedro value bet his hand?
A check back would just seem like you're leaving a lot of meat on the bone, wouldn't it?
There is, definitely seems like there's value in betting.
The only trouble, of course, is when you put that bet out there and suddenly Patrick rises up. You have to ask yourself, how often are 2 queens good in this spot? Nevertheless, 135K delivered into the middle, the 210.
Certainly Patrick not thinking about calling. Probably just doing this in order to disguise the fact that he doesn't have much of a decision. But who knows? Maybe he's thinking about putting it all in with a weird, goofy, less than min raise. Or no, basically exactly a min raise.
Yeah, he's got 275K.
Yeah.
It's just north of a click here.
And I don't expect that to happen.
I mean, it just doesn't feel like enough ammo to bring.
Those spots always get interesting because very few people actually do it, but every once in a while somebody does.
Yeah.
Right? Where it's like, he doesn't really have enough to raise here, but that, will it make it look extra strong?
Right, right. I mean, it's for your tournament life. You're check min raising. Like, how often is this air? Well, a special shout out to Shambhala Jewels, the official partner of the Triton Poker Series. They help crown our poker champions with exquisite men's jewelry. Shambhala Jewels create high-end designs with diamonds, precious stones, and 18-karat gold that are braided and polished by hand in Copenhagen, Denmark. And I gotta say, I've got some bootleg versions of things that look like that, and now that we've got all the Shambhala around here, I may have to upgrade.
Michaela, jeez, Olympia.
I feel like my paychecks just end up getting spent on the Triton store, probably the Shambhala store, and then whatever's left over I gotta save up for a Jacob & Co. watch.
We feel really far away.
Well, that's why you're always on the grind, Ollie. Living that Vida Loca.
It's no
our Vida
we're like
Cara.
actually social distancing.
Yeah, yeah.
Expensive life.
It's no Laliger Versace PJ habit, but you know, I got my leaks.
I get a walk, soft table.
No shame in it.
Yeah, man, this expenses.
Really
they
walk?
add
It
up.
looks like it looks very walk.
I feel you. Inflation isn't helping with
We
that.
speak broken English?
Keating engaging in some speech play with Patrick.
No walk.
How much is it?
Lobbying for a walk.
275, I think.
75.
That's too much, Keating. Don't do it. Jack 7 off for 14 bigs. Yeah.
Yes, my English is broken sometimes.
I like speaking broken English.
Sometimes it's broken, sometimes it's not.
Say what, as long as your poker's not broken, you'll be all
I
right.
actually enjoy speaking broken English.
Yeah. You gotta speak broken English to people, to broken English people. They understand better.
I feel like it's just polite also. You know? If someone says, like, if someone speaks to you in broken English and then you don't speak back in broken English, then it sounds kind of sounds like you're like being condescending.
It's possible. It's possible.
See, I get self-conscious when I speak back in broken English that I am being condescending.
Yeah.
Like I'm mocking.
Yeah.
But I do it very naturally. I'm very guilty of it.
I was seeing this one girl who spoke broken English, and I made sure to speak slightly worse English because I didn't want her English to get better.
What?
I don't know, I liked her broken English. I didn't want it to improve. I'd be like, okay, we go to the gym and make a fitness, and she would just pick up things like that.
Oh my god.
So you go around and tell people, oh yeah, I make a fitness.
Alex Keating sharing the
This one felt way more
international
walking.
dating strat.
Yeah, maybe.
Alex PC Keating.
Man after my own heart.
You make for checking?
No, I don't think she's make for checking with the 2 jacks. She's gonna make for Raisy Daisy.
I don't think Queen 5 makes for Collie.
It's pronounced, I'm not going to check. That's how you would say it.
You already said you like it when it's worse English, so I gotta stick with the theme, you know?
Only if they start like that.
He didn't want the girl he was dating to improve her English, so he kept his English slightly worse than hers. That's advanced. I'm not even sure why that's GTO, but I feel like maybe it is.
I don't know. We could have some relationship psychologists analyze that. I'm not gonna touch that one right now.
There's a guy I play poker with whose wife
Yeah.
speaks 0 English practically,
Yeah.
and for years they've lived here, and she's always with him in the poker room. And speculation is that he intentionally doesn't want her to learn English because it would increase the likelihood that she would leave him.
Oh wow.
Chidwick with ace jack. And raise open, and now Kenny. Small blind, 2 6s.
Yeah, she's gonna set mine.
Well afford to do it.
And this is a nice little hand to make it a 3-way pot. So here we go.
$140K in the middle.
Everybody's got a little something different here.
Interesting board texture
Wow.
as Chidwick's got trip jacks, but Gargnani's got the flush draw, and let's not overlook 6s full for Kenny.
Wow. I mean, bet she gonna check raise or call? I mean, if she calls, Gargani definitely continues drawing nearly stone dead. If she raises, it's pretty.
But it's so much hand. Why would
Yeah.
she raise at this point? 6s full is a monstrosity. You want the flush draw in there.
Well, they're pretty deep. I mean, they're like 50 big blinds deep, but yeah.
Which is an argument in favor of putting a small raise in now?
Yeah, small check raise bet, but you can still probably get it all versus a jack.
By the way, Gargnani could definitely get an
Yeah.
idea here, potentially.
Play his hand aggressively, which, wow. And he's doing it. It
Oh,
looks
yeah.
like this is not going to work in 2 places.
Dealers in the 6-handed, please complete the hand you're on and raise your line.
Chidwick thinks he loves it, but it is Ebony Kenny that loves it even more.
Well, the tough thing for Stevie is, unlike Kenny, right, he is a little bit worried about flush draws, but he goes ahead and calls here. Now Kenny has to think at least one of these 2 have a jack.
And at least one of these 2 would be in a position to call if she were to raise, right?
Yeah, but this back raise here looks very strong. Like, absurdly strong. so, you know, she continues to disguise the strength of her hand. Oh, that's
Jacks
a
full of
dirty card
aces
there.
on the turn for Chidwick. Disaster for Kenny. Draw's dead.
And this is probably the spot where he gives up.
Yeah. I mean, at a bare minimum, ace-high hearts feels like it's got him in a bad way at this point.
Yeah, after check raising 2 people here, I would pretty good chance when your opponent has a jack, I would think. At least one of these 2 yo-yos has a jack, you know?
Maybe there's some pocket pairs sprinkled in there as well, but I think it's time to pump the brakes. And I suspect he'll think the same. Confirmed. Now for Stevie, absolute gin on the turn. Who's going to bring the tonic?
What to bet? What to bet? He has to think that if Kenny has a jack, or really either one of them, because Pedro only has like 100K less than him. It's like, what can he bet now that he can get the rest on the end? I'd say at least 200-ish. Wow, he's going very small. But I guess what he figures is that he can just shove river. It's still less than pot, actually. After getting called, it'll be, what, 670? So basically have a pot-sized bet left on the river. So I think maybe not what he's thinking is he's betting small enough here that maybe a flush draw calls. Let's see if Pedro falls for that. No, not even considering it.
So Ebony decides to flat call. And now I would say an ace on the river is really, or a jack, our only path out of here.
Wow.
Instead, it's a 5.
Yeah, no, she's cooked.
Well, the good news is that it isn't the whole pot.
Yeah, this is, Stevie's going to go all in.
The whole
And
kettle, I suppose, would have been a better way to describe it, as she has Stevie covered. There's no path to an exit. I mean, this is...
I don't think so. I don't think you can possibly fold 2 6s here. It's... I'm trying to even think, like, didn't Stevie... He was the original opener, right? Mm-hmm. So yeah, I guess he could have aces, but basically you're losing to 2 jacks, aces, and ace jack.
All hands that are tough to have here, but not impossible. I wonder how long Ebony takes to call.
Oh my god, I hate that turn.
She knows.
Can you get a count, please?
To her credit, the vulnerability of these 2 6s in this spot is not lost on her.
This would be a very difficult fold to make. Almost to the point that if she ends up laying this hand down, this is going to be one of those, like, when you make a best fold ever YouTube compilation thing, it basically makes it. Like, I absolutely cannot fault her for calling. I think most people would. It would be a very, very, very good fold.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what are you going to do?
Listen.
Unlucky.
Nothing will change.
Yeah, no. I know. It's just unfortunate.
I'll tell you what, I am very curious
I'm glad
to
I
see
didn't hit my draw.
how Ebony Kenny reacts to this. Now, I suspect based on everything that we've witnessed and we talked about the fact that she's hired a mindset coach and whatever, she's going to have to dig deep here, call upon a lot of that composure.
No, but then,
Because when you work real hard, spin up your stack, and it feels like everything's been going well, dating all the way back to event number 1.
Yeah.
She made the final table. She had a nice finish. And then you get coolered like that late in day 1. Her affect suggests that she's okay, but we know inside there's that vibe.
Well, we don't know, but obviously suspect that there could be. Right? Can't know exactly what's going on within her. I mean, the vibe is...
I don't think she's going looking for a bag of kittens to drown.
Like, well, someone just said to her something about the hand, and she said, "Oh, it happens." So, I mean, her exterior is kind of emanating this everything's fine. This is part of poker, which is that's actually the right attitude to have.
But it could be designed
yes, it could
to
be
conceal
fake.
what's really going on underneath. And also sometimes I think gets employed in order to wag the dog, to where we keep repeating it, we keep saying it. On the outside we deliver it, and we hope that the inside follows.
Yeah. Yeah, this is one of the interesting kind of psychological elements of poker. Where obviously, most people when they think about it as in you reading other people and other people reading you. But there's also the internal psychological aspect of that battle with yourself, of the ups and downs that come during the course of playing the game, and how you deal with them as you move onward and upward in your journey hand to hand, which is just as, if not more important. So one of the signs of a true professional is the ability to roll with the punches, both good and bad, and not have it affect their play.
I would have defended at 1025.
Then I guess I eat the rest of my stack.
Of course, on my big blind, it's been noticed.
You knew it the whole time, and he let us go.
Just waiting to sneak it through.
We can always find something to complain about.
Yes, true.
I think you the least.
Very true.
I think you the least, though.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about that hand, the truth is that the way he played in Chidwick going pot on the river.
You just made a full house and lost.
You actually, there's not too many value hands
you're worried
that
about
you're
10%
really beating
increase
anymore.
I'm over here just grateful
King
that I
Jack,
can do this at
it's like, does he
1.9 million chip
play
pot and still have
Queen Jack
over
that
20
way?
bigs.
Like, I don't know. If you want to start doing combos, there's
Sounds like
one
you
combo
live
of
your life
jacks,
the
3
right
combos of aces,
I've never
6 combos of ace jack, so that's 10 combos.
Do you ever
There's
go anywhere downtown?
8 combos of King Jack, so that's already 10 day. That's already warrants a call, even if it's just King Jack that he plays that way. So,
I like lounges.
so
like
yeah,
that.
it's. Don't think you can fold unless you're able to rule out that he can't
got
have
the
King
ace
Jack,
three.
which would be a little silly.
Well, Antonius decided he couldn't
gentlemen.
fold in the big blind after Chidwick opened from the small with these 2 jacks, so he jammed the ace-3 and now needs some help in a 605K pot. Is the ace there? No, but the 3 is, along with backdoor diamond prospects. The latter of which are dashed courtesy of the 7 of clubs, and now an ace or a 3 are needed for Patrick.
What?
Instead, it's the 4. And your event 1 champion
No, I didn't
has
say
been
anything.
eliminated.
I thought he said
I
10.
said
You heard
nothing.
it? He said thanks. Oh, thanks. Like, thanks for the walk.
Enjoying that
Okay, guys.
that
Thought
tee,
I was
and
running.
ready to go.
So
Yeah.
Chidwick, with a massive uptick in 2 consecutive pots, now sits with over 2 million.
Must be. Well, he's one of the chip leaders now for sure. Yeah, he looks
Top
like
3.
he's 3rd, behind Benjamin Tollerine and Fedor Holes.
Back over to the other feature table where we find Wai Kin Yong on the button, opening to 50K with the blinds at 10 1/4 on 2 7s. And now Artem Bezhnikov in the big blind wakes up with ace king off of 180.
Yeah.
Smell 2 syllables.
Yeah, and I mean, that's if Chidwick can have King Jack, that's 10 to 8 in value combos, and we're not including the fact that he could be bluffing there. Doesn't have to have a value hand. Probably has a value hand, but he could, What if he has a hand like, Queen Jack of Hearts, or I'm sorry, Queen King of Hearts, or
Are we still talking about the Chidwick hand?
Yeah. Well, the people in the chat are. That's for sure.
It certainly was riveting, but obviously of more importance was this situation between Bezhnikov and Wykin, where the sevens held on the flop against what was a wheel drawn 2 overs, but courtesy of the turn, it was only a 6 that would allow for a chop. Instead, the 8 on the river spells the end for Artem Bezhnikov, as he is eliminated out of the money.
Wykin Yang with a nice double.
It was a nice flop for you. 6, 7.
Decent, but
Still is a nice flop for him.
Yeah.
He has a gut shot.
Not quite a double, given that he had Bezhnikov well covered,
And the
but
7.
nice pickup.
I like to always just see that you have the nuts now. You can't lose.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, the deuce actually would have given him a straight.
yeah,
Yes, yes.
just a straight, yeah.
Always a sweat.
From 7s to 8s for Wykin.
Upgrade.
It's kind of like economy to like preferred economy seat choice. Not even exactly economy plus. Certainly not premium economy or business.
Wow, rating 7's economy is really saying a lot.
Oh, no, no, no. It was just analogous.
Yeah.
Okay, if the
Oh, the
7s are
upgrade.
like economy plus. Yeah, 7s are economy plus, but 8s are not exactly business class.
No.
Where were we? 10-3 suited for Eibinger as he defends and flops. Bottom pair here.
Yeah, 7s to 8s would be like, you know, the Southwest, just regular boarding versus the early
Like
boarding.
A-list.
Yeah, the A-list, where, oh, you get one of those front seats or the,
Yeah.
you know, the emergency
If you're
aisle.
lucky. If it's not one of those planes that came in with a bunch of people that just sat there, and then you come on, you're like, where'd you all come from? I'm the first dude on the plane. They're like, oh, we're cheapos, and we just paid for the stop. Oh, my goodness, look at this turn here. Eibinger binks a tray to jump way in front of Wykin.
I binks.
Yeah.
The turn.
Still has not acted.
Very natural bet spot to check back. It's always fun to say, hey, let me go for the check raise, but it's dicey. Both having your opponent bet and ensuring it gets called. So yes, Wykin's going to have to make his decision on the river. Too much hand to fold here on the turn. Wow.
Bless you.
Bless you.
An 8 on the end. Young with 8s full, and this is problems for Eibinger, who is covered.
I mean,
That's such a dry board for trip 3s to get away from.
feels like curtains for Eibinger. I mean, probably bets here, and Wykin raises, and can he really fold 10-3? I mean, no. Again, it would be a pretty sick fold. He's like way up to the top of his range.
220.
Not exactly at the top, but pretty damn close. Truthfully, he's not beating a ton for maybe not anything even for value, but it's pretty crazy to fold 10-3 here.
$220K, a fairly sizable commitment of the remainder of Eibinger's chips being made. And of course, the rest will be on request shortly as Wykin jams.
I mean, it's definitely a spot he's going to be sick, though. So, you know, maybe he'll consider it.
It's just so hard for Yang to have any bluffs in this spot. Isn't it? What, busted clubs?
I mean, he definitely can have bluffs. The question more is, would he bluff?
Yes.
His range that makes it to the river this way, check, back, flop, call, turn.
Right.
Definitely. You know, he could have hands, some hands that kind of make sense as bluffs would be, you know, like 8, 9 of clubs, you know, ace, 6, etc. But you know, is he realistically, how many people bluff with those hands? You know, I don't know, not too many. We are talking about world-class players, so you know, theoretically, these players need to find bluffs even in spots like this, but you know, a lot of people don't.
Let me ask you this, Rast. Is there anything in the bottom end of Yang's value shove range here on the river that this 10-3 beats?
You know, let's ask like the very next class of hands. Like, does he value raise 9-3? Maybe.
Does he even open 9-3 though? Right?
No, and the
You know
cutoff,
what I
no,
mean?
you're right, yeah.
It feels like the ace 3
Yeah,
is-
but now we're talking about hands that beat you.
Okay,
so I
so
guess
what
we
do
have
we
to
beat
start
is
getting
what I'm
down to, so hands he might raise, 3-4, 3-5 suited, maybe? Does he value raise those? I mean, your kicker doesn't play, so...
Well, Ibinger's does.
No, I'm saying if Wykin
Yeah,
had 3-4
right.
or 3-5 suited, his kicker wouldn't play.
So why would he?
So maybe not. I don't think he would versus a size that big. So Ibinger probably is only beating a bluff here. So maybe because of that, he can find a fold.
He shredded 3 of his remaining 4 time banks, has just 1 left at this point.
It would... This is a tough handle. I mean, the problem with the fold, though, is that when you have a 3 in your hand, it becomes like really like the best bluff catcher in a way because you're blocking Wykin from having king 3 and ace 3 suited.
And Ibinger very reluctantly makes the call. You see him shaking his head as he knows doing so spells the end.
GG. I thought I don't know, funny enough, I thought he had 8.
Huh?
I thought he had 8.
Yet
I don't know why.
another eliminated player as we
The hand didn't
have
make
just
sense,
22
like, in
Makes sense.
remaining
And at the end, like,
here in the 30K 6 max.
Yeah, I mean, it's a brutal spot for Ibinger. It's a brutal spot.
No one's going to fault him for making that call. But again,
absolutely
you know,
not.
to expand upon what we were talking about as we switch over to our other feature table where Alex Keating has opened the button with ace-10 offsuit and will take it down, it is tough to find those hands that he shoves for value on the river, Wykin that is, that this 10-3 beats. It's tough.
Yeah, I mean,
He's not doing it with the overpairs. He's not doing it with ace-queen,
you
king,
could
queen.
argue there's none, right?
And therein
So-
lies the issue, right? If you can't find anything in the value shove range, do we not feel more compelled to fold?
I mean, it definitely
I mean, we're playing online
pushes
with
the case towards
Yeah,
fold
because
a
there
bit.
are some of the bluffs that you mentioned.
It's also hard to know, like, would he do it with 3-4 or 3-5 suited? You know, I guess it's possible. But yeah, maybe not. You know, it's one of those questions you ask, does my opponent, you know, how high up in my value range, along with the fact that I'm blocking the combos of king 3 and ace 3 suited with my 3 of diamonds, is that enough? I mean, you're folding a lot of hands if you're folding, you know, jack 3 or worse, right? You're basically folding almost everything. So, but there are times when that's correct. If your opponent's essentially not bluffing there, then you ask yourself, you know, is he bluffing? And that's also a very tough question to know the answer to.
But
Right.
it is a very relevant part of the calculus. And
Yeah.
if we skew toward the, you know, the side of maybe there are some bluffs, but would he bluff in this spot? Especially given Ibinger's stack, right? I mean, the raise wasn't so big that we would imagine there's a wide class of hands that he'd be willing to fold there. I mean,
Well,
we
again,
expect
this
a
is
call.
continuing a thread that we've touched on already on the stream a number of times, which is this, okay, it's not that much more raise. But, you know, sometimes those bluffs could be effective. I mean, there was a hand, it wasn't today on you and I together, but yesterday there was a hand where I believe Fedor Holes correctly laid down a hand for essentially a min raise or less in one of these spots where he was getting like 7 or 8 to 1.
Yeah.
And kind of had value bet, but like after the raise, you know, it was like the raise had been put in. It's like, okay, I guess I'm not beating any value. And he folded, getting, you know, this wasn't even like 7 to 1. This was like 3 to 1 or something.
Well,
So-
on the topic of folds, quickly, Rast, Alex Keating barreling with his pocket sixes on the Jack-7 deuce board. He held the 6 of hearts, which would have been the key card for Chidwick, who decided to check raise. And is 8 high with some backdoor opportunities, ends up taking it down. Pardon the interruption. Go
Oh
on.
yeah, no, that nice little pickup by Stevie. It's big stack bullying. I just sort of pointing out another hand where, you know, getting an even better price. Someone else, Fedor, a very good pro, laid down a hand in a spot like that. So it's a spot where, you know, because you're not raising a ton, your bluffs get a pretty good price on the pot. Like Wyken moved in essentially for what, like 550K effective to win about that much in the middle. So if that works more than 50% of the time, it's a good bluff. You know, it is true though that when after watching and playing a lot of poker, there are some people who don't bluff there, even pretty good players. So it's just one of those tricky, tough situations that involves oftentimes many variables that you can't really know the answer to. You could speculate, and that's obviously what these guys are trying to do, but
In essence, it's an endless exercise in speculation with incomplete information. But it is remarkable just how much we're able to glean based on the information that is available to us, as we see Chidwick with yet another ace-jack.
I think Seidel's going to fold here. Listen, 22 left. I believe we're 5 off the bubble. And
Yeah, 17 spots are paying.
Yeah, 20 bigs. Eric, let's move it on. Keep it pushing. Try to make that $58,000.
Nice run. Thank you, yeah.
I like.
And courtesy
like
of the Triton
fold.
Poker Plus app, by the way, Rast, players will be able to
Which
keep
one?
tabs
Yeah, yesterday or this one?
on the stacks that
This-
aren't at their
this
table
one?
in real time and say, okay, well, I'm seeing a bunch of people maybe with sub 10 blinds, and
Oh,
let
yeah.
me, you know, let me lay back.
It's actually one of the. I mean, this app is amazing for this part of the tournament.
For sure.
On the bubble, when it's really nice to know the chip stacks and all.
Listen, it's amazing to enhance the viewing experience. It's amazing for us here in the booth. And here's a look at the chip counts at this featured table. Stephen Chidwick approaching 100 bigs and 2.5 million. A lofty, better than 2 to 1 lead over Alex Keating, who's got a good gap between himself and Pedro Garignani. Seidel and Kenny neck and neck with 18 bigs as Ebony continues to slide.
Yeah, there's a big cluster of people there, right around 20 big blinds.
Not quiet down.
We cruised all the way down here. I mean, not that long ago, you know, we were over 30 players.
Yeah.
We blinked, and now we're down. But I think given that I mean, Kuhn is the shortest stack by quite a bit with 12, and then Petrangelo with 15. But then there's between 18 and 23 blinds, there's 5 players. I think this bubble could take a minute or two compared to how fast these players have been flying out in the last hour.
Well, not if Keating has anything to do with it, as he is jamming his 2 threes from the big after Seidel slid in there with the ace-5 suited. So off to the races we go. Advantage Keating by just a couple of percentage points here, with 945,000 hanging in the balance. Queen 9 Jack with 2 clubs, as the threes are still ahead in terms of being a pair, but now Seidel is in front. Pendulum swings back over to Keating after the king rolls off. Chopportunities if a 10 comes off the deck. And instead, it is a jack, and Keating's 2 threes have held.
Good luck, everyone.
As Seidel is dispatched. 5 off the money. Wishing everyone well and carrying his mic back off the stage. Boy, that was a sad sight there.
Yeah. GG, Eric.
there was so much sadness in the
A lot of
in the
sadness.
stride right off the set.
You never had a sexy
I would say sadder than average for
That's the first
the
time I've heard
Seidel
sexy
bust.
I will say he's not going to lose any sleep over it.
No, no.
Where are we going? Oh.
Probably get to 18 first, right? Redraw at 18.
Every table is going to be a feature too. Oh, they cut a feature
Now,
table? Oh,
21.
That's how interesting we
Probably
are.
that one was breaking or something.
Oh, that one broke. I see. A show. Yeah, who gets that hole, right?
I got it twice today in the 25K.
I guess winners get it.
No, we're fifth place finishers.
Good news.
Well, Chidwick showing off some of the
Even
benefits
he looked
of
up, he was like, I didn't
being
win.
the boss stack.
Did you see the way he left? He was like, really?
He had to take stock of the board and was like, okay,
Look, even Keating noticed the sadness in Seidel's
He made.
bust out.
I see that all the time now.
You thought you were dead, basically. When his nap calls, you're
No. I see that all the time. I see that stuff all the time now. There's some kind of strategy behind it that they do. I don't understand it very close to the money, but
Well, it looks like replacing Seidel will be the deep stack of Razavi Malike. As we get an updated look at the chip counts there. Quite a bit of distribution, but Malike will slide in there with 1.845 million between Chidwick and Keating. As we welcome you back to the break desk here, we're going to be stepping away momentarily, but for me, Rast, that pot with Ebony Kenny with the 2 6s against the ace-jack of Chidwick, standing out as, you know, the highlight of that last frame, and then, of course, the pocket 8s against the 10-3 for Ibinger.
I mean, yeah, those pots both pretty big coolers. Just huge hand up against huge hand. Very unfortunate for Ebony, right? I mean, flop the 6s full and
Could
bang,
either of them
ace
have
in the
found a
turn.
fold? Between the two of them, who is more likely to have been able to find the fold?
I think
Matthias, right?
definitely the 10-3.
Yeah,
Because I do think that Ebony's 6s hand, as I kind of did this on the stream, but if you just combinatorically count and you include King Jack, you have 8 combos of King Jack versus 10 combos of Aces Jacks and Ace Jack. So that already, without any bluffs for Chidwick, is a call. Getting 2-1 versus a pot size bet, right? So, I mean, that's a, you know,
Provided that we assign King Jack to
yes,
his range
but
there.
King Jack, I think he can have King Jack. You could ask yourself, maybe with King Jack, he doesn't size down so much on the turn. But I mean, we saw a flush draw folded anyway, right? So the other hand with the 10-3, you can start to ask yourself, like, really, am I beating any value combos now? And the number of value combos that are beating 10-3 are quite extensive. 8's full, 6's full, Queen's full,
right.
any of the
Bigger
3's
threes.
full, and then King and Ace 3 suited. So,
Yeah.
you know, I think that's a hand that maybe you can find a fold. Although again, not
no
in any
criticism.
way criticism
Yeah.
or blaming for calling. I think calling is probably somewhat standard, but could find a fold.
Yeah. All right. Well, as it were, Ebony Kenny still in the event, but albeit with far less chips than she had once upon a time. Still a deep enough stack to work her way past the money bubble. As we inch closer and closer to it, Rast and I will take a break, but we will return shortly with more coverage of event number 2 from Cyprus. Keep it close.
GG Poker, the biggest poker site, best poker site. Why? The most ambitious.
This is a crazy.
It's a doom.
One of those three.
All in.
Maybe the lucky one. Wait, hold on though. Jam with sixes, small blind versus big blind, ace for a suited. You're like, oh gosh, this is annoying, isn't it?
This really is Seth Davies 6 of 8 at the start of this hand.
He could easily be ahead here.
Oh, for sure.
But when you're ahead, I guess you're not that far ahead, and that's quite important with high ICM implications. Lots of 2.3 million is quite a bit still.
Yeah, 15 big blind effective. Oh, sorry, 16 with the big blind middle. Start the hand with around 2.5, 2.4.
Man, when it's suited too, you're like, oh man, this is tough. I would not fault him either way.
With the ace-4. Yeah, it's pretty dicey. I think with ICM leaning more towards fold, could argue with the 30-minute clock.
Yeah, but Davies is like, I don't have a championship, and maybe I need to just make it happen now. But I think you're right. It does seem like a fold would be more, you know, the play you would do, respecting ICM. But nah, he's going for it. He's going for that title.
Going for the title. 5 million out there. Chip lead, pot mana. Sorry, I say chip lead. Move up just behind. Ebony, should Davies win with the ace-4. Mustafoff, if he can just hold with the sixes, will be the chip leader with 7 left. Queen 4, no heart. Great start for the Bulgarian.
Anything higher than a 6, right?
Perfect. As the nut low turn card for Davies. Use of clubs. He's an ace or a 4. Six of spades on the river seals his fate. And Faradin Mustafoff is our new chip leader with 7 left. Seth Davies, strong start, but not the finish he would have wanted coming into this final table. Canapon under the gun. 9 bigs, looks up at the clock. He's going to be in the big blind next hand.
Whatever works.
Just trying to see when the blinds will be going up.
All in.
Does announce all in, says run it. Has 6 players to get through, including the chip leader in the big blind. Faradine and Vyacheslav get out of there.
Ooh, pocket 5s. Huh. This is kind of annoying, isn't it?
It really is. I mean, overwhelming chip leader. Facing an under the gun jam, you know, you're flipping at best, right? Maybe.
Also, the under the gun player, he's got to make the call.
King queen.
Does make the call. 145,700 locked up. 45k ladder potential for the other 5 players. We all know who they're rooting for.
Queen. Thank you. Queen.
On chance for the queen. How about, like, I don't know, 10-9-9?
9.
No dice on that board. Ace-9 trade just feels like, you know, you spotted Patrick with 2 tables left. He just sneaks his way up. 1 card away from having 65% of the chips in play with 6 left. Can Patrick Antonius hold?
GG.
Does Randy.
Thank you.
GG's all round. As Canopon bows out in 7th. $145,000 heading. Ebony Kenny. Spin time, Randy.
8 blinds.
Oh,
And pocket
no.
kings? No way.
The hand that caused her so much pain already. Earlier on, 6-handed, running the ace-queen into the ace-king of Patrick. Gonna need some serious help here. She did already say, Randy, for the record, regardless of what happened, has, you know, just exceeded all expectations and has thoroughly enjoyed her time here in this 25k. But surely this can't be it. I would love to see her stick around with us just a little bit more.
Let's find out. No, king on a flop is a bad card. That is a terrible flop.
Pocket 3s.
Pretty dead. 10 or a jack for a sweat. No dice. We are gonna lose.
Thank you.
Nice playing with you.
Our star of the tournament. Let's just call a spade a spade. Ebony Kenny, first ever 25k, first ever.
I can't believe Odoir's in 2nd place. Counting him out. He's down to slightly above a small blind. Cut off queen 7 of clubs. This guy came back from a vacation of playing $100 tournaments in Japan
5.8.
for his buddies.
4.7, 4.8, 4.9.
The first Triton event here in Cyprus. Down to a small blind. Back in contention.
Bad timing from Danny Tang. Mustafa just gets a click call.
I need it, guys. I need it.
Staffoff continuously getting it in great shape. I mean, this tournament could have been over 30 minutes ago if Mustafa had just held
flop, please. No ways.
in a couple of key spots. Danny asking for no ace on the flop. Wow.
Wow.
How about that?
Okay,
Jack,
okay.
10, deuce. Middle pair, nut flush draw for the Bulgarian.
Anything but a diamond, so we
Open-ender.
still have a sweat, okay? Anything but a diamond. No diamond, and we have a sweat.
It's bad for TV.
You heard the man. No diamond and you have
Bring
a
it in
sweat.
on the room. The lucky 8. The lucky 8.
10.2 million in the middle.
Alright, good game, guys.
And
Good
Staffoff improves to the nut flush on the river. Now has over half the chips in play, 3-handed.
Any ladders about, Randy?
He is gone.
GG.
300,000. He got 300,000. Everyone now guaranteed 362,000. Then we go to 557,000 and 800.
Find it. No, I think he's going to do it. I'm on the edge of my seat.
I think so too, because you break it down, he shouldn't be jamming a hand like Queen X so fast. Pocket jacks, pocket kings, tens, hands that would be able to bet the flop and turn.
He wants to do it, doesn't he? Look at him. He is pained by this decision. His intuition reading in to the snap jam. Tanking for this long with bottom pair.
Really have.
Trying to get a read out of Ferry. I guess one of the main concerns, Randy, is calling and Ferry bluffing with, like, I don't know, a 6x of hearts. Does he ever just knuckle those back?
Yeah, it is a consideration.
Ferry giving nothing away. Not interested in verbal jousting or opening up, a dialogue with Patrick. Staring him down.
I have one more left. Then I'm dead. Okay.
You do have one more left, Patrick, then your hand will be deemed dead if you're given a countdown.
Crunch time.
It really is.
Can he make the call?
After tanking for this long, Ferry coming with the 1/3 on the flop.
Good call.
1/3 on the turn, and he makes the call. Randy, are you kidding me?
Patrick Antonius, ladies and gentlemen. He's done it.
I mean, take a bow, sir. Calls flop correctly, calls turn. Deep into the tank, 3 left in this 25K. Makes the call with bottom pair. And the snap response from Ferry saying, good call, pal. Gets the good news. Kind of going back to that Jack Deuce hand, saying, it's good that you don't have any time banks left, Patrick. Because if you did, maybe, just maybe, you'll make the right call again.
That's right.
3.8.
And welcome back for continuing coverage of event number 2, day 1, the 30K 6-Max No Limit Hold'em event. Ali Najad alongside Brian Rass. Pleased to have you with us as we draw down into the wee hours. It's 1:45 a.m. local time right now, and we still have 21 players remaining, courtesy of the Triton Poker Plus app, where we find the shortest of all stacks currently belonging to Ebony Kenny, who at one point was one of the biggest stacks out there. Ran 2 6s into jacks full of aces. And of course, the beneficiary, Stephen Chidwick, we find up toward the top. Currently 3rd overall in chips, yet to have an opportunity to bear witness to the greatness of Ben Tollerine, who has managed to amass almost 2.8 million in chips, just a little bit in front of Fedor Holtz, who we saw for a little while at the top of the broadcast. Clearly, he is kept busy since we last checked in with him. And of course, it is the newcomer, Razavi Malike, 1.8 million. One of very few women who have competed in the Triton series. She is making a real splash, playing under the Iranian flag, and hopefully we'll get her at one of our feature tables at one point in time. And on the topic of feature tables, we've got a couple of new ones. Let's take a look at them. On the blue side, we have Nick Petrangelo, Paul Pois, Waikin Yong, and that's kind of the regular core. Ben Tollerine there at the feature, along with Yuri Zivalevsky, so we'll have a chance to see him operate. And then over at our other featured table, we do see Fedor Holtz, one of the other big stacks. Artur Martirosyan, Peter Eretz, a first-timer to Triton, Nicholas Chuidi, who we've seen on a number of occasions. And then the very short stack, Jason Kuhn, 14 bigs. We'll see whether or not he can spin it up. As we will return to the action, the blinds will be 15 and 30,000 with the 30K big blind ante. 17 places will be paid. We're 4 off of the bubble right now. $58,000 will be going to 17th place, and a whopping $925,000 will go to first. A look at the chip counts at the Tollerene table, where he is the big boss stack, 2.765 million. A big gap between himself and Wai Kin Yong. Paul Pua sitting just behind Wai Kin in third. Then comes Yuri, a tight cluster in the middle, and then, of course, the drop-off to the short stack.
Yeah, wow, Fedor, looking at these two tables, I mean, Fedor Holt's table is very, very interesting and positive chip stack configuration for him right now. He has 2.7 million, and everyone else is basically around 400 or 500 or 600K, the other four players. So
355, yeah.
if he loses an all-in versus any of them, it currently wouldn't even take him under 2 million chips. So it's a, I mean, just has to deal with all short stacks of a very similar stack size. Very good spot for him on the bubble.
Not a very good spot for Nick Pietrangelo, though, of course, sitting on his 13 big blinds. He has to contend with a very talented field behind him as he will navigate five-handed, which, of course, is yet another unfortunate reality for him. As we close in on the bubble, one less hand between him and each big blind. There's Tollerene, overall chip leader, ace-queen suited. Makes it 60,000 to go, and Pietrangelo's got just what the doctor ordered. 2 black queens off of 355K on the button.
That's the look of a man that's going to go all in.
He's not going to be impatient in doing so. Takes a moment, but then jams almost all of it. Leaves 5K back. Tollerene snaps. Things could be worse for Pietrangelo. Just needs to avoid an ace or hearts.
Yeah, really nothing much to say about this hand. It's pretty standard.
10-5-4.
Good spot for Nick.
Queens. Sitting pretty, and now take the ace of spades off the board for Tollerene as the flush draw shows up. And the 2-outer is faded by Pietrangelo. So a nice start to this blind level for him as he can loosen the collar a touch.
And an opportunity to eliminate a good player with a really short stack and get that much closer to breaking the money bubble. Did not materialize.
Something that I really hadn't ever imagined about Pietrangelo is that he has yet to record a cash in a Triton series. And he goes all the way back to Jeju 2019.
Oh, really?
0 for 3 there. 0 for 5 in London in 2019. Pandemic. Then we came back with the Cyprus warm-up event in 2022. He played 3 events. 0 for there as well. And even in Madrid, where you and I saw him, 5 events, no cashes.
So how many total events is that?
All right, we've got 1 so far here.
Yeah.
5 in Madrid, that's 6. 3 in the warm-up, that's 9. 5 in London, that's 14, and 3 in Jeju. 17 total
It's a
attempts.
rough run.
Listen, if I told you that you could have Nicky P and all he had to do was cash once in the next 17 events, you'd take him as your horse all day, every day.
Yeah, sure.
So this really is an aberrant dry spell for him, as we see Pua with the ace-king on the button opening. Seth Davies also had a remarkably dry spell in the Triton series before finally breaking the seal in Madrid.
Did he win in Madrid? I know he had like a couple final tables, I think, but I think.
Don't believe he won.
I don't
just
think he
managed to
won,
cash
but he
for the
cashed for
first
quite a
time
bit.
ever, which was obviously a monkey off his back, without question.
Yeah, he got 2 final tables, a 5th and a 7th. Oh no, 3 final tables in Madrid. He got a 3rd as well. So yeah, he previously, oh yeah, had not cashed. Quite a run. But definitely won money in Madrid.
Well, for comparison, Davies' run in the Triton series began also in Jeju in 2019 along with Petrangelo. He went 0 for 4 and 0 for 6, so that's 10. 0 for 5.
He had 20
in
without
Cyprus,
cashing.
15. I mean, that's a very, very dry spell and a very expensive one at that, as we now see Wai Kin Yong, the opener, on the button this time with Queen 10 suited, and unlike Paul, he's going to hear from one of these blinds. Tolerine with ace-jack in the small and the big stack. 3 bets. Up to 210,000. That'll make Yuri's life a little easier.
Tricky spot here for Wykin. I mean, he has a lot of chips and we're on the bubble. I mean, definitely a hand that I think without ICM he would continue with here.
Call.
But the flip side is ICM or no ICM, you know, winning a big pot and having a lot of chips greatly increases his chance of winning the tournament, and calling still has well over $1 million. So I think with a hand this good, I would probably call as well, but it's not a pleasant spot on the bubble.
Thank you.
That said, it's hard for him to get into trouble on this flop. It looks like he probably puts in no more chips. Probably.
Yeah, no heart on the ace-5-4 board. This is all Tolerine here.
Yeah.
And Ben does c-bet.
Is that a c-bet or a time clock? That was a time.
Tolerine taking his time before deciding to fire 325,000, and I doubt it'll make a difference for Wai Kin Yong. Puts it right into the muck. And the rich get richer. How much experience do you have playing against Ben Tolerine, Rast? How much sort of first-hand knowledge do you have of his game? Because in conversations with his peers, more than one person has told me he's the best out there.
You know, I don't have a ton of experience playing against him. I have played against him, but really, you know, best out there. I've definitely heard that applied to him when the discussion is about pot limit Omaha. I know that for a very long time he big stakes pot limit Omaha, ran the streets, sat tables, king of the court type of deal online. Anyway, you're up.
Well, speaking of online, GG, the place to play online where you can qualify for Triton events, as 3 players did for event number 1, and the 2022 WSOP online continues there. You can get your shot at an authentic, genuine World Series of Poker bracelets, 33 bracelet events. That series is running well into September.
But I hadn't heard that about Ben Tolerine, about No Limit Hold'em.
Just about PLO.
About PLO, I have heard that. So that he's, you know, one of the, if not the best in the world, but not necessarily at No Limit Hold'em. And I think he's more of a, my understanding is he's a bit more of a cash game player than a tournament player.
And a heads-up specialist.
Yeah. So.
To be fair, though, being a heads-up specialist isn't a terrible place from which to build upon getting out into MTTs, because oftentimes you do find yourself playing pots heads-up, and a lot of the mechanics and a lot of the decision-making is very similar. Of course, there's other considerations that you need to put into place. So we see Ben picking up another one here. Who are some of the players in conversation, Ras, that are here in North Cyprus that you find to be consistently in the conversation with respect to best in the world? I'll start. I'll say Stephen Chidwick.
Sure.
Certainly is in that
I'd say
class.
for No Limit Hold'em tournaments, Chidwick and Adamo.
Yeah.
Being the two that really stand out. And then there's some guys who maybe usually people don't say like the best in the world, but like are up there a bit more, like Nick P, Kuhn. Yeah, it's when it comes to no limit hold'em tournaments.
Tell you what, though, obviously you and I have more familiarity with the North American players just by virtue
Yes,
of our
of
work and our
course.
time spent, over in the States. But it would be a mistake for us not to be considering some of the players who are from the international side. A guy like Adrian Mateos, for example, from Spain. And certainly the core Triton players that began years ago have evolved their game considerably throughout the years. A little osmosis, a little bit of work in the lab.
Oh, you know who else I'm leaving out? Who I would say I think is probably one of the best tournament no limit hold'em players in the world, Nikita at this point.
Yeah, Vadziukuski has definitely
Yeah.
cemented his name.
Maybe David Peters. I think Peters is actually here.
Yeah,
this time.
Pete Pizza's here.
Yeah.
As we see Nikki P take one down with a pair of deuces on the Jack High Rainbow board. Nikki P rocking that new hoodie, part of the collection that was debuted here in Cyprus.
Oh, is that one of the new Triton?
It is.
Triton hoodies.
And actually a peek at Jason Kuhn's Instagram did provide some insight into exactly who it is with whom we collaborated. Now it's gone. Those Instagram stories disappear quick. I don't have it any longer. But very prominent streetwear artist based in Southern California did lend their creative input to that piece. Tolerine the opener. With ace-jack, Wykin will defend with 10-8 to the flop and go. And trip eights for Wykin way out in front here. Natural check. Tolerine. Resist the temptation to follow through on those paired flops. Coordination might have had something to do with it. Slight range advantage there for Wykin. Check back brings a deuce on the turn.
Wykin now trying to figure out how he can get the most money in this pot. Bet or check, and if check, then check raise or check call. Check call out of position, a little dicey. Because then you'll end up checking a lot of rivers. Just going for bet, and most likely we'll follow through with another bet on the river, I think.
Tolerine calls drawing dead here. Doesn't want to hit the ace or the jack, and unfortunately for him, he does. Jack of spades on the river now gives him plenty of hand with which to call, but let's see how much Wykin chooses to fire into this 285. Does he go milky or does he go big? Does block the 10, which is a little relevant.
Jack is an interesting card because it's definitely a card that Ben can hit and a card that you expect to pay you off, which are reasons to go big, right? Trying to charge jacks and eights. So he goes pretty big, not massive, but was 170 into like 275. It looks like 280, about 280. So he's going like 60%, a little over. A little largish bet. think it's a bet that, you know, I think Ben can maybe realistically find value hands he's beating, like worse jacks. So, oh wow.
This strikes me as tremendously unexpected, Rast, and it's unclear to me whether or not Ben is going for value.
I don't think he's bluffing. I'll say that. I'm pretty sure this is a value raise. I think he interpreted Wykin's bet as small enough that it doesn't have many trip eights.
Wykin flicks the call in there.
And so he felt like there would be... Right, like one of the things I was saying that Ben would interpret is that Wykin can have worse jacks than him, right? King Jack, Queen Jack, Jack 10, Jack 9. In fact, it looks like he did interpret that as being a very likely holding, because that was definitely a value raise.
So a small misstep there from Tollerine. As Wykin ends up making more than he thought he was going to make. And I don't mean to categorize it as a stone-cold mistake, obviously, but in terms of his speculation proved incorrect.
The way I would say it is this, is it's one of those things where I don't want to say Ben Tollerine and Wykin have never played with each other. They probably have played a few times. That said, if we're speculating that Ben looked into that bet sizing as one that was small enough to indicate a propensity to not have eights and instead have weaker value that now ace-jack is beating, you could say that maybe assuming he had that supposition that was a mistake or very likely to be a mistake, right? The idea that if that supposition is correct, that his raise is a mistake isn't. In fact, it was probably a very good raise had that supposition be correct. But this is almost, and if we're going to take a lesson out here to extract for the people listening, it would be that be careful about assuming very specific things about your opponent's actions before you really have that confirmed. You know, when it comes to, oh, this bet size means he has to have a class of hands so-and-so weak or whatever. Right, and then following that up by making, you know, kind of very specific counterplays to it yourself.
Especially because as the caliber of opponent that you place increases, or that you face increases throughout the course of your career as you step up in stakes, which is obviously never a +1 correlation. There's guys who are playing 2-5 that are probably better than regulars playing 50-100. No limit in the cash games in Vegas. But with that said, you will find that they will do a better job of not falling into clear patterns or allowing you to make presumptions about their holdings based on particular sizings or, you know, based on particular actions. So be mindful of that.
I think it's a very interesting decision from Ben Tollerine without passing any judgment, because I don't think there are many players that when seeing a bet over 60% on the river there that would choose to raise ace-jack for value.
I was very surprised.
I think versus like blocker type bets like 30, 20, 10%, etc., you see a lot of raises there, but not against over half pot. So it's a very interesting decision, and it's very easy to criticize because of results oriented. Wykin had it, but you know, clearly Ben's doing some things that are right in his poker career. So it's also interesting to see a good player do something that's a little unorthodox. Whether or not it works out, you can't be too results oriented.
I would venture to guess that Tollerine's arrival on the chip lead in this event, close to the money bubble, isn't the product of not making plays like that.
Yeah, sure.
As we switch over to our other featured table, we find one of the other big stacks in the event, which currently is the biggest stack. Of course, with Tollerine having lost that fairly big pot over to Wykin, he has now ceded the role, and Razavi Malike sits in second. Holds. Rips it in from the button. Kuhn has moved it all in behind him with 2 7s. Tweedy was hoping to have something that he could get involved with, but instead he'll have to be a spectator.
I was hoping my first gut was
5 of hearts. And Holtz has clearly just been ravaging these poor short stacks on the bubble.
Just almost very good at this.
Almost
Almost spooky good.
Hopefully I'm spooky good at holding.
I mean,
And the
seven,
flop
I'm telling
contains
you,
a
it's
7.
every time. I don't think I've ever. I don't remember the last time they didn't make a set.
It's a very good turn card.
10.
270.
Holds drew dead on the turn as Kuhn advises 270 is owed to my set of sevens. Fedor promptly pays.
Let's try again.
I'll tell you what, that pot was
sevens.
a lot more important for Jason Kuhn than it was for Fedor Holtz.
No kidding.
The prophecy
He's up to 20 bigs.
Honestly, if you want to do like the EV of the chips, Fedor has so many chips right now that the difference of whatever, that 500K in his stack versus Kuhn being out or having 500K, it's probably worth more than double those chips in front of Jason
Certainly.
Kuhn than if Fedor wins the pot. Literally more than double in real money EV.
Yeah, not an overstatement by any stretch. As we see Paul back at our other featured table with the King 10 opening.
And for the inquiring souls at home, the rest of that EV, do you know where it comes from? It comes from everyone else in the tournament who wanted to see Jason Kuhn bust because they're that much closer to making the money.
With his departure, which is not to be, at least for the time being. Zivalevsky, pocket threes, in the small, will flat. One of those threes hits the muck out of Petrangelo's seat. Heads up to the flop, ace 7-5. And the threes are still in front.
But despite those odds you see, this is a pot that, in my opinion, favors Paul Foy as the pre-flop raiser, the ace-high board, very likely to c-bet, and not an easy spot for Yuri to continue. Now the bet is small enough that he can consider it, getting 4.5 to 1. And he will continue, and in fact, with a check raise. You know, having watched Yuri play since being here, he's pretty active. He's making the moves on the pots quite often.
And that check raise obviously sheds the King 10, which certainly rated to be able to c-bet and take it against the average opponent, but not against the young Brazilian, who is giving us a look at why it is that he is feared amongst his peers. Again, we touched on how tremendous a World Series he had just this past summer.
He's a fighter, Yuri D. Fights for a lot of these pots.
And I'll tell you what, opponents like that are so frustrating to play against, aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
Just pesky. Yuri finished second in Poker Players Championship 50K mixed event for almost $900,000 this past summer. Had a number of cashes as well, some deep runs in other events, including the deuce to 7, no limit triple draw, no limit single draw rather, where he finished 5th.
Sometimes, yeah.
Just tell everyone, make it easy on us.
This time.
We're still 4 out of the money. We're not in that situation, man.
Yeah. I mean, I wait till it's my turn.
I had this problem also.
Hmm?
I had this problem also. Today. Nice work.
Thanks.
Ace King for Jason Kuhn has Schweedy in a bad way, and off of this 300K stack, one could certainly see a situation by Schweedy. Get it in there. Oh, wow, just mucks. That takes a bit of discipline there, Rast.
Yeah, he's giving respect to Kuhn's under the gun raise, knowing that, you know, yes, Kuhn doubled, but he's still relatively short. I mean, 600K is only 20 blinds. It's Fader holds big blind. Fader holds with all those chips is very likely to continue. His range must be strong, so let's give some respect here. And did the calculation and decided King Jack suited wasn't enough. Feels like Fader probably defends this.
More than enough chips to call the extra 50K. And both players whiff on the paired Jack high board.
So normally you'd think, oh, the 5 and 7 of hearts, you're blocking 7-6 and 5-6 suited. I don't think Kuhn opens either of those hands. So because of that, actually, Kuhn has very few sixes. But because his range is stronger, Kuhn is weighted a lot more towards like 2 pairs, maybe jacks up, or even just like ace high. It's not the best range of hands to want to bluff.
Turn card does provide holes with an open-ender after Kuhn check back.
It's a tricky spot here. Holes has to think that there aren't too many hands that he gets off by betting once, right? But a lot of those hands don't like seeing 2 bets, such as Kuhn's holding. So it's going half pot here. I don't think Kuhn folds a lot right here. But we'll see. Now this type of metagame is something both players are aware of, because this bet obviously opens the door to a large river bet that puts Kuhn in jeopardy. So Kuhn has to ask, if I call here, if I'm behind, no good, but if I'm ahead, I have to fade both Fader Holtz's hand improving and calling the river. It's a very tricky spot on the bubble.
$125K of 520 remaining for Kuhn on request here.
I ends up letting it go. Pretty
Take some
tight
discipline
fold
there.
Yeah, pretty tight fold, and I don't think Kuhn was very happy about that one. But I think his determination was Fedor is gonna double barrel enough, and it's really putting my chance to bubble at risk by calling here on the turn and then having to really call a river bet a lot. Otherwise, I shouldn't call turn type of deal. And just decided it wasn't really worth it. And I think that hand is an example of how bubble dynamics can affect, right? We're always looking for examples. So I think normally Kuhn probably calls turn in most situations there with ace king for half pot.
An ace on the button for Peter Ertz. Belgian. His first ever Triton series.
$490.
Interesting. Holtz
Getting
going
after
with
Kuhn here with the 10 tray offsuit.
with the min raise, basically. It's kind of an interesting decision.
Is the presumption not necessarily tethered to the way the last pot played out, because clearly he didn't have a sense of exactly what Jason laid down.
Probably
But-
has a pretty good idea what Jason laid down.
Well, then, is he thinking that Jason is shifted into a gear that's perhaps a little more conservative than typical given the situation in the tournament right now, the present state, and that he's going to be able to exploit that?
Yeah, I'm just curious as to the raise size more. Like, why? Obviously, he's going to try to exploit. He's on the bubble. Jason is super low on chips and holds, has chips to spare. But it's more like, I mean, yeah, even though Kuhn has like 15 bigs, like Holtz can make it, he can go more like somewhere in the 2.5 to 3 range, kind of to put a little bit more pressure and maybe get Kuhn to fold some more hands. But maybe Holtz is thinking that a min raise is enough to get Kuhn, min raise plus that extra 5K is enough to get Kuhn to fold enough hands to make it worth it. Like, does Kuhn fold like the queen 6 off there where normally he wouldn't to a min raise? Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting question. I'd love to know what Fedor's thinking behind that, because I mean, that's not a normal size, I would say. Like, normally you'll see with 15 bigs, you'll see limp, you'll see all in, and you'll see somewhere in that like 2.7 range, but not like 2.1.
Yeah. As it stands, 2 streets of checking allowed Jason to bink a queen on the river, which was already the best hand.
Yeah, I mean, Kuhn really never has ace high, though, so I'm not sure Fedor wants to bluff. And if he does bluff,
110.
yeah, then he has to go a little bit bigger, because maybe now he's asking like a deuce to fold. A deuce or even a 7, potentially. So I don't think Kuhn has many ace highs, right? Because they probably rip pre-flop.
Agreed. Jason's going to find this call, Rast.
Probably. I mean, the issue with his sizing, and the reason why Jason's thinking about it, is it does get to a point where he's not really beating much value this big. Like, think, oh, if he waited to bet a jack, is he really going like 2/3 pot with a jack? And if he has a queen, I mean, my kicker's probably not good. So realistically speaking, he's mostly bluff catching, I would say. But, he has one of the, a pretty strong hand. Blocking a queen is relevant. Fedor could definitely be value betting queens here. So he probably ends up calling this, I think. But it's definitely not an easy spot.
So sick. I was almost gonna make like the biggest fold ever to you. Like I have such a big hand, but I just believe you have like something. But that would be out of line. Sounds like I did good. It's like that would be out of line.
I'll tell you what.
I really believed you.
I would imagine.
I ran everything through my head. I was like, shoving seems kind of nonsense, but.
Most of us watching at home.
That's why you don't trust your gut, you know? Fuck your gut, man.
Probably would have been thinking.
Trust your cards.
What is taking Jason so long to call here? It's a quarter of his remaining stack. It's 110K as played, especially given, you're up against that big stack of Fedor that's likely to be very aggressive.
It's been so many
How
times
could you possibly fold a queen
in
here?
the last 2 years that I've been like, nah.
But
I'm good. Oh my God. Just do the thing.
I think, Brian, it's truly
One time I
a
trusted
testament.
my gut against Scotty Wynn in a WSOP final table, and he just completely incinerated me. And like the whole time on the live stream, he was like, "Oh, you made a great fold, baby." He's like, "I got lucky, baby. You made a great fold." He had absolutely nothing. It was sick.
I was just going to say quickly, it's a testament to just how deep all of the considerations go with Jason. I mean, you and I have talked to him. In fact, before coming into the booth at the last Cyprus, you know, we chatted with him about short deck, kind of asked him to give us a bit of a primer. And, you know, he's just tremendously impressive, you know.
I was really intrigued by his comment there, which goes a little bit against the grain of what a lot of other people, a lot of other pros kind of advice
Which
they
one
give, like
specifically?
trust your gut.
Okay.
And Jason's
Yeah.
fuck your gut.
200,
No, I'm
to start
gonna
with
play my
the-
cards. Thank you very much. Gut.
With 300?
Well, when you
Start
have
with
as
300.
in-depth a knowledge of and have studied GTO and so to speak how to play the cards from a game theoretic standpoint as much as Jason has, I think that's when you can start to maybe say that. Jason,
trust
I
in
would say,
what's mathematically
has a
appropriate.
much deeper understanding of, you know, not that any human can replicate GTO poker, but Jason, of all the people I've talked to and watched, is one of the deepest understandings of that, and to the point where I think for him, he would prefer to trust that study that he's done as opposed to what his gut is telling him.
Fedor knows.
Well,
Fedor 98% VPIP. Folds into aces.
Doesn't require any gut to be able to limp and then call off with the aces, which is exactly what Jason did against Nicholas Schwede.
It's so nice when you lay that trap in the small blind and your opponent just has something like
It's 300?
they have to jam for 10 blinds or less.
I have anti.
Oh my goodness.
It would have gone in either way. It doesn't
On
really
the
matter.
river,
how
the
Kuhn plays
4
that.
binks, and now Schwede gets to double through Jason and stay alive.
Run.
Yeah. Wow. And everybody else in the tournament
Fedor
right now,
costed you the hand.
a little bit
If you
sad
raise three,
face.
that's probably folding.
Yet again, the short stack stays
I mean,
alive.
how do you know?
Much to the chagrin
Sometimes,
of
you know.
the remaining players.
Sick.
When Ebony
gotta
Kenny has
give up.
busted 21st, didn't go with the back-to-back cashes. It's a good run.
Note, by the way, that both Schwede and Kuhn are lamenting the fact that somehow, with what Kuhn described as 98% VPIP, or the likelihood that Fedor would enter the pot, he just chose to fold the button into aces and 4s. Meanwhile, we take a moment to remind you that Triton Poker doesn't start and stop at our festivals. It is all year round, and it is available through multiple social platforms, including YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, Twitter, wherever your little heart desires. Follow us for all of the latest, including the next stop. Paul min raising with the 8-6 suited. Following with the ace-king suited behind him is obviously going to speak up.
250.
Raise 250.
There's the 3-bet. Paul will just release. As Ben can haul one in.
Ooh, we have a new chip leader.
Talk to me.
Razavi Malike.
Has she breached the 3 million barrier?
3.1.
Wow.
Man, I want to watch these hands she's playing. It's too bad. Hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more as this tournament goes on. Maybe I'll just ride the rest of this tournament out tonight and tomorrow. Get on the morning shift.
Well, rumor has it we may be on the morning shift, picking up this event where we leave off tonight. Not immediately clear whether we're going to play down to the bubble or play down to the end of a level. Of course, it's a bit of a fluid situation, as our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, is constantly working to ensure that he's doing what is best for the players and in the best interests of the collective, certainly taking their desires into consideration. Well, Tollerine taking Queen 10 offsuit into consideration and coming up with an open to 140,000. As Yuri has himself an ace in the big here.
$350.
And he is going to play back at the open, 3-betting it to 350,000.
Chip leader today. Đây là chip leader.
And for Tollerine, Rast, does he have to assume that anyone willing to play back at him is going to do so with a much more narrow range than usual, given where we're at, creeping up on the money bubble, and given that he is the Reaper and can just bust and shower anyone at any given time?
Didn't she play a lot of like private cash game?
That's a reasonable theory, but not necessarily the case.
As proven by Yuri just there with the ace-7, of course. But blind versus blind, the ace-7 does rate to be the best hand. Especially given the frequency with which we would imagine Tollerine would be willing to open pots.
It's a nice, let's call it 3-bet bluff candidate with the ace blocker. And you're also very happy to take it down with without seeing 3 on the flop.
Maybe we were wrong, Paul.
By the way, between event 1 and event 2, it looks like Nicky P might have found himself some sunshine out here in North Cyprus. Bit of a red glaze on our boy. What he didn't appear to find himself is a good bottle of SPF 100.
100, Jesus.
Well, I mean, come on.
You want to block all of it?
Sensitive dermis like Nicky P's, we're going to need to block a little more UV than average.
Yeah, he did get maybe a little too much sun.
And a little bit too much hand to do anything other than jam out of the big, he determines, with ace-8 as Tollerine once again gets re-raised. This time he's got king-jack suited. Asking for a count.
That count is 18 big blinds.
A few too many?
Tollerine doesn't think so.
No, he's going to make the call and give Nicky P the spin.
Given Nick's streak, this is got to be. I mean, I know he's probably a cold robot, but slightly big hand emotionally for him here.
You called it, right? So I have one back.
I mean, difference between out, whatever it is, 15 no cashes in a row versus doubling to 1.5 million and very likely to get his first Triton cash in like 15 spins.
We both technically need to have our, like we can. Yeah. No betting around sounds pretty good to me. Good for both of us.
Little delay here. Apparently, Petrangelo kept 5K back. Tollerine had overlooked it. The two sort of have agreed already that the 5K will go in post.
Ben
But
turned his hand up. Yeah, like it got me. Yeah. Okay. Sure.
okay, so Luca coming over to advise that players are indeed going to be all in here. And the King 9-5 board is not looking good for Petrangelo, whose ace-8 is in trouble. He does pick up some 7s as outs now. But in the end, a 9 on the river. And yet again, Petrangelo's attempt to cash in a Triton event is thwarted, this time by chip leader or top 3 stack of Ben Tollerine.
We got to 18 players remaining. Players are gonna ask you to stay at your seats. We're just gonna do a complete rebross on 3 tables.
Well, Petrangelo's departure, Nick, does bring, or sorry, Rast, does bring us down to 18 players. And guess we'll be redrawing for 3 new tables of 6, 1 away from the money here. And as such, that's going to give us a little break. There is Talarine knocking on the door of 3 million on the heels of Razavi Malike, the overall chip leader. His 73 bigs are far and away the boss stack at that feature table, which of course will be redrawing. Paul Pua with 20 big blinds. Currently, Pua sitting in 10th place. Average stack 1.4 million. Good for 34 bigs as we welcome you back to the break desk. And if there's a somber tone right now that I am taking, it is certainly an empathetic one, considering that Nick Petrangelo, who we talked about earlier in tonight's broadcast, has yet to ever cash in a Triton event. One of the best to ever do it, dating all the way back to Jeju in 2019. And here he is, taking the best of it. Ace-8 against the King-Jack suited of Talarine for almost 20 bigs. And just the King right away on the flop. Couldn't hit the gut shot on the turn. And again, he is showered. And I turn to you, Rast, as you have experience in this realm, and you've had your run good and you've had your dry spells. Just how difficult is it to wake up and play each and every day against guys who you know are formidable adversaries, really tough opponents, when you continually fail to get the results?
Yeah, you know, going on a rough spell like that, there's a lot of factors. Like throughout my career, I've had some rough spells that weren't that big of a deal for whatever reason.
In
I was
hindsight,
just,
or even in the moment?
No, in the moment.
Okay.
Where, okay, I'm losing, but I feel good. And I've had some other ones where confidence is shaken a little bit, not playing well. Even, you know, one of the things I used to do when I was playing every day is during some rough spells, I'd take like a week or 2 off, which now I take a week or 2 off all the time. But you know, 15 years ago when I was a young buck,
yeah,
you know, I'm playing poker every day. Taking 2 weeks off to relax was, you know, a little rare.
Obviously,
So,
you're talking about the cash game streets where one has the
Yeah.
luxury of doing that. Obviously, the downside
Yes.
is a lot of times the live one is in town, somebody who juices up the game, kicks it up, and the opportunities to play at those stakes are fewer and further between. So there's still some opportunity cost. But when you've traveled halfway across the world, there's a limited number of opportunities to play events of this caliber against fields of this nature. And you don't have the luxury of going to your room and saying, oh, I'll come back in a week. You've got to wake up the next day and play the next one, and the next one, and the next one. I mean, when does self-doubt begin to creep in?
you know, I feel like someone like Nick, who, I mean, the guy's already won like 25 million or something in tournament earnings. And we're talking, you know, yes, Triton is a big deal, but Triton isn't the only thing that Nick plays. And he could be having success in other avenues. And, you know, so, and this run at Triton tournaments is like 5 here, then 3 here, another year, and then 1 here. So from his perspective going through it, he's probably playing, you know, 20, 30 tournaments between some of these stops or more, you know, not to mention online stuff. So even, you know, if he wants to single it out and look at it just at Triton over a 3-year time period, he can, but I don't think
you can't tell me he's not doing that.
I'm sure he knows it. He definitely knows it. That said, because in the meantime, you know, since 2019, he's probably won 10 million or something in cashes and tournaments or more. He's probably not as bothered about it as we could pretend he would be here in the booth, just single it out to not cashing it all in Triton. That said, you know, you're playing big tournaments and you're on a run where you don't cash for like 15 in a row, let's say in real time in your life. A little bit frustrating, but I think everybody who's played tournaments has gone through a stretch like 15. You know, it sucks, especially if maybe those tournaments are a little bit bigger than other tournaments you're playing. You know, I would guess he's probably, even though he's taking more, I don't know his bankroll, but like you would sell action in some of the bigger tournaments so that it's not too outsized versus like 10Ks or something else that you play. You know, everyone's going to have different bankroll requirements with that. But, you know, there's a lot of things you can do with that. And the good thing about tournaments, to point it out, as opposed to cash, you have a bad day in cash, you can lose a lot, right? I mean, a bad day in a tournament, you're done. I guess now they're re-entries, so maybe you lose two entries, but sometimes in a cash game, I mean, have you had the days where you've lost just like 1,500 big blinds or some insane amount. Like, you know, you can have these really bad days in cash
Mercifully,
games.
I play predominantly limit-based
Okay.
cash games, so the
Yeah.
big bet sort of stuff that you get involved in could create those sorts of opportunities. I want to turn my attention now is obviously hats off to Nick Petrangelo. Certainly heart goes out to him, still looking for that first Triton cash. From the dry spell to the monsoon, that has been Ben Tollerene. Back on the scene, obviously been in there playing online, in the lab a little bit, but here he is, second in chips overall right now, behind the newcomer Razavi Malike, and obviously we are both very eager to feast our eyes on some of her action at one of our featured tables. But Tollerene sort of is coming off of that fresh, you know, I've had a few years away from the scene and the live high-stakes stuff, and now he just seems like he's picking right back up where he left off. Maybe something to be said for a long break like that?
Listen, Ben Tollerene has been crushing high stakes for a very long time. You know, I knew who I kind of have as well, and I knew who Ben Tollerene was like 10 years ago. So Ben Tollerene has been around. You know, maybe he took some time off for personal various reasons. I know he's won a lot of money at poker. So, you know, time off can be good, right? Like sometimes people
Doesn't
get
mean you're
burned out.
rusty.
No. Well, you will be rusty, but it doesn't mean, like, listen, if you're really good at what you do, if you really know poker, yeah, you take a year off, 2 years off, okay, but then you get back in the lab, a month of studying and playing, and you're fresh again. And the difference and the reason why the time off can be good is sometimes if you lose that passion, like, listen, when you're playing great poker, you need to be focused. You have to want to be there, right? You have to want to be there. You have to want to pay attention to hands. You have to be lasered in. And if you're kind of blasé because you don't want to be there for whatever reason, you need to step back, maybe, go
And
do
light the
something
fire
else
again.
for a little while and light that fire again so that when you're there, you want to be there, because that focus affects the performance from a B game to an A game, which makes the difference in your bottom line at the end of the
And
day.
it's going to take an A game against fields like this.
To have a decent edge, yes,
Yeah,
even
no
if you're
question.
very good.
So our featured table
This-
now
She's a legendary
has-
at just absolutely killing me. Just
Jason
everything.
Kuhn.
Four.
I have an opening hand, Jason.
With-
Yeah.
How much do you have?
3
bigs.
3 10
And
3.
would
Yes.
appear that we had a misdeal right off the top, and Kuhn had been
Not
dealt
even a 2 buy-in maker.
properly a hand that he would have opened with, so that's obviously a bit of a disappointing development.
I started here.
1, 2, 3, 5.
That's why I did it.
But is it? But the 1, 2, 3, 4.
5, 6, 7.
No 4. No 4. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7.
Oh, so this is
Isn't he the
this
bottom?
table right here
The
that
bottom
we're
is-
watching.
Yeah. Oh.
One of the first feature table, I guess. It's a relatively short table. Yuri, it looks like, is the chip leader with 1.6, which is
Shy of 40
basically
bigs.
yeah, that's like just over average. It looks like average probably about 1.4. So, you know, and everyone else is below average
At this table.
At this table, whereas the other feature table is Fedor and Razavi with basically about 3 million each and 4 short stacks. Yeah, so the other table that's not at the feature has 5 out of the 6 stacks all
It would have
above
been
average.
his hand anyways, right? Whatever, or somebody else's. It wouldn't have been mine.
Still lamenting the misdeal a bit. As Keating, under the gun with Queen 8
Should
suited.
have threw some chips in and just said declared significant action.
I was trying to do that, actually. I looked at my
Yeah,
hand.
you should have.
But then I didn't know if it was good enough. I don't know if I wanted.
You had King Jack offsuit? Something?
I had an opening hand.
Okay.
No takers for Keating. Who, by the way, despite looking like perhaps he spent the last few years in the woods, is living in Austin, Texas.
Yeah. Look at your cards a little closer.
I mean, that is an
okay.
authentically
Perfect, yeah.
outdoorsman sort of beard situation we got there.
Yeah.
How much to grow your beard out like that? Like by the time we show up at the next Triton stop, you gotta have the Keating spec beard.
How long do I need to keep it for?
You gotta grow it from now until it gets there and maintain it until the next time we go to Triton.
I don't know, 40K.
Producer James Dempsey has just stepped in to undercut the market by offering to do it for 4,000 RAS. So,
well, there
as
you
much
go.
as I'd love to take you up on that price, I think I'm going to have to take the 90% off
luck,
offer
Paul.
from Dempsey, who hates shaving anyway. And all in here with the pocket eights from Paul Pua.